The seasoned pirate enthusiast Kuchi, clad in attire inspired by One Piece, serendipitously encounters Robin and discovers to his astonishment that he possesses the ability to wield 7 distinct devil fruit powers simultaneously. Thus, he consumes the quick-slash-fruit, effortlessly cleaving an island in twain, as he engages in a swordsmanship contest with the world's foremost swordmaster. He seizes the ghost fruit, becoming the king of ghosts, and competes with the formidable Four-Emperor, Big Mom, in a contest of soul power. He plunders the thunderous roar ability, attaining unparalleled swiftness, and challenges the Marine Admiral Kizaru in a race of speed. Forcefully acquiring the Artificial Azure Dragon Fruit, he confronts the beast Kaido amidst the skies of Wano, battling 2 dragons. Chapter 1. The 7-Star Conjunction. The Marines are utterly despicable, and the celestial dragons are nothing but trash. Damn Nika, what a betrayal of my childhood. On the blue planet, Osman Kuchi, a fervent admirer of One Piece, is currently immersed in his 6th viewing of the series. From the Battle of Onigashima to the Egghead Island arc, he finds himself brimming with grievances. The triennial massacre event orchestrated by the Celestial Dragons, with the Marines complicit in the atrocity, has turned his previously favorable view of the Marines into utter disdain. Furthermore, Luffy's Paramecia-type rubber fruit inexplicably morphs into the Zoan-type mythical fruit of the sun god Nika, nearly causing Kuchi to choke on his own blood. After all these years of dedication, they have the audacity to alter the canon. Having vented his frustrations repeatedly, Kuchi opens a short video application, seeking to lighten his mood. He fears that continuing to watch may provoke him to curse, as One Piece has become increasingly unbearable, losing the fervor that once ignited his passion. As he aimlessly scrolls through the short videos, the algorithm, based on his usual preferences, suggests content predominantly related to One Piece, most of which he schemes over until he stumbles upon a compilation depicting Robin's childhood that compels him to halt his scrolling. Accompanied by melancholic background music, the tragic moments of Robin's childhood flash before him. Abandoned by her father and with her mother absent, she is fostered by relatives who subject her to disdain, bullied by peers who view her as a monster due to her devil fruit powers. Having finally encountered kind-hearted scholars and her first friend, Saul, just as her life begins to improve, she is met with the cataclysmic destruction of her hometown, O'Hara. At the age of 8, she is thrust into a life of solitude, wandering through various shadows. In summary, Robin's childhood is a tragic anthology, replete with loneliness and fear. Sigh, Kuchi exclaims while watching the video. Robin truly is a character deserving of sympathy. The screen ultimately freezes on a scene where Robin, weeping, stands at the edge of a cliff, contemplating ending her life. This poignant image pierces Kuchi's heart, prompting him to speak to the screen. If only I could traverse to your world, I would undoubtedly find you and ensure your childhood is not so sorrowful. Just as he utters these words, a rare cosmic phenomenon unfolds in the distant expanse of outer space, with 7 stars aligning to form a straight line, resulting in the extraordinary 7-star conjunction, casting a vibrant beam of light upon the blue planet, landing squarely in Kuchi's room. In that instant, as the radiant light envelopes him, Kuchi emits a terrified scream before vanishing from his location. In the One Piece world, a cadre of reporters surrounds Spandam at Marine headquarters, conducting an interview. What a tragic spectacle. The mere recollection sends chills down my spine. Innocent civilians aboard the refuge ships were also sunk, consumed entirely by flames, their desperate cries echoing. I shall never forget that harrowing scene. Other warships were sunk as well. Reporter, that was also the work of Nico Robin, wasn't it? That fiend is a demon disguised as an 8-year-old child, Spandam proclaims during the interview, disseminating his so-called first-hand experience from O'Hara, casting all the blame upon Nico Robin. Thus begins the global disdain for Robin. I have seen her. She possesses the eyes of a murderous demon. Her intellect rivals that of scholars, yet devoid of any human emotion. Look at this bounty. Arm yourselves and eliminate her. Do not be deceived by her tender age. Compassion is futile. We must capture her by any means necessary, or we shall not sleep soundly. Hurry, let's rid ourselves of this scourge. Marines, swiftly deal with this demon. That creature is an enemy of the world. Bearing the title of demon, Robin continuously flees, and whenever she is discovered, she is met with contempt, driven away, and even assaulted. The gazes cast upon her are filled with fear and avarice. In this hellish realm, Robin ran for years until, ultimately, she could no longer endure. With tears streaming down her face, she stood at the precipice of a cliff, resolved to end her life. Wah, she sobs, recalling the entirety of her existence. Live on, Robin. She reminisces about her last encounter in O'Hara, where her mother, tears in her eyes, implored her, "Listen well, Robin, though you are alone now, the sea is vast. One day, you will meet companions willing to protect you." She recalls Saul's encouragement. But Saul, it's all so terrifying. Everyone is so frightening. The young Robin weeps even more, unable to comprehend why everyone has become so fearsome despite her having done nothing wrong. "In times of pain, I taught you to smile like this, Tara, he. Tara, he." Mimicking the unique laughter taught to her by Saul, Robin emits a laugh reminiscent of him. After laughing, however, Robin ultimately retracts her steps, relinquishing her thoughts of ending her life. At that moment, a cascade of multicolored light shone above her, accompanied by a scream. A figure crashes heavily before her. This sudden occurrence startles Robin, prompting her to wipe her tears and cautiously observe the figure on the ground, too afraid to approach. Yet, after a prolonged period of stillness, she notices that the figure remains motionless, lying on the ground without a hint of movement. Surely they cannot be dead. Robin finds herself worried for the individual, as it is hard to believe one could survive such a fall from such a great height. Thus, she gradually approached and gently prodded him with her finger, yet he remained utterly unresponsive. She then turned him over and sighed, only to discover that he still drew breath, her heart relieved. He was not dead. Although they were strangers, the kind-hearted Robin could not bear to witness a life extinguished before her eyes. It was only at this moment that Robin began to scrutinize the individual before her. The person lying on the ground appeared to be a youth of similar stature, with a mane of golden short hair, a fair and handsome visage, and adorned in splendid garments, indicative of a background from a family of considerable means. The only peculiar aspect was that the attire seemed somewhat oversized for the young lad. The loose fabric hung loosely upon him, enveloping his limbs in sleeves and pant legs, rendering them entirely concealed. After silently observing for a while and noting the absence of any signs of awakening, Robin found herself in a quandary. She could not linger here for long, yet she was reluctant to leave him alone in this desolate place. Behind her lay an expanse of forest, and if left unattended, this young man would soon fall prey to wild beasts. After pondering for a moment, she resolutely began to drag him away toward the distance. Chapter 2. Suspected Transmigration. In the dimly lit surroundings, Osman Kiki's consciousness was gradually awakening. He felt a peculiar constriction throughout his body, accompanied by an intense burning pain radiating from his back, reminiscent of having been forcefully dragged across the ground. With a soft groan of discomfort, he slowly opened his eyes. "Are you awake?" At that very moment, a gentle, youthful voice emerged from the corner, inquiring softly. Kiki was utterly bewildered by his circumstances. Having been perfectly content in his own home, he had lost consciousness after being enveloped by a burst of colorful light, only to awaken in this strange environment. Upon hearing the voice from the corner, he began to observe his surroundings. The light was dim, the space exceedingly cramped, and a variety of pungent odors wafted through the air, reminiscent of a sewer. Filled with confusion, he turned his gaze toward the source of the voice, perhaps the only individual capable of providing him with answers. Due to the poor lighting, he could not discern the figure's face clearly. Only a frail silhouette clad in a dress. Judging by the voice and height, it appeared to be a young girl. "Who are you? Where am I? Why am I here?" He hastily posed his questions, disregarding the multitude of uncertainties swirling in his mind. "This is where I live," the girl, Robin, replied. "I found you at the edge of a cliff. You had fallen from a great height and lost consciousness. I was afraid that wild beasts would consume you, so I brought you here." She continued, "When I carried you back, I lacked the strength to carry you properly, so I had no choice but to drag you, despite my utmost care. However, it seems your back sustained some injury." After speaking, Robin cautiously glanced at him, feeling somewhat embarrassed for having caused him harm. Upon hearing her explanation, Kiki fell silent, finally grasping the reason behind the searing pain in his back. Nevertheless, he could not dwell on this revelation. While she had shared much, it contained little useful information, and he remained unaware of his exact whereabouts. He surmised that the young girl likely knew little herself, having stumbled upon him and offered her assistance out of kindness. Thus, he turned his attention to the only available light, possibly the door or exit, eager to rise and investigate further. However, as he attempted to stand, he stumbled and nearly fell. "What is happening?" It was then that he realized why his clothes felt so oversized. He had inadvertently stepped on his own pant leg. When had his attire been changed? With an increasing sense of perplexity, he pulled up his pant legs and continued forward, desperate to comprehend his situation. Observing his movement, Robin remained silent, retreating further into the corner, wishing to better conceal herself. Upon following the light outside, the blinding brightness forced Kiki to shut his eyes momentarily before opening them to survey his surroundings. Before him lay an endless expanse of refuse, piled high like miniature mountains surrounding him. Turning back to the entrance from which he had emerged, he saw a structure haphazardly assembled from wooden planks, hardly deserving the title of a house, devoid of windows, with only a simple main door. No wonder the smell was so acrid. Realizing the environment, Kiki shook his head in disbelief. He had previously thought he was in a sewer. After surveying the area, he began to inspect his own body. Upon looking down, his brow furrowed in confusion. Initially, he had assumed his clothing had been swapped, which had caused his near stumble. But now he could see that his attire remained the same. It simply appeared significantly larger, hanging loosely on him, with sleeves and pant legs extending far beyond their intended lengths, threatening to slip down his waist. He tugged at his trousers, trying to prevent an embarrassing wardrobe malfunction. Good grief. Suddenly, as he adjusted his pants, realization dawned upon him. Comparing himself to the surrounding objects, he concluded that it was not his clothing that had changed, but rather that he had seemingly shrunk. Ignoring the pants for the moment, he raised his hands in disbelief, examining his shrunken fingers. A glaring reflection caught his eye. He spotted a broken mirror nearby and hurried over to retrieve it, holding it up to scrutinize his body and face. The mirror revealed a youthful visage, appearing to be merely 12 or 13 years old. So, I have regressed 6 or 7 years. Kiki was incredulous. He had been 18, freshly entering college, only to now resemble a middle schooler. He removed his shirt, exposing his bare torso for a more thorough inspection. Despite his diminutive size, he noted that his physique had grown remarkably stronger, revealing an impressive set of 8-pack abs. This was astonishing, considering that at 18, he had lacked such definition, previously embodying the stereotype of a frail, reclusive individual. Now, he was uncertain whether this transformation was a blessing or a curse. On one hand, he had shrunk. On the other, he had become exceptionally muscular. Without much time for contemplation, another peculiar change drew his attention. Across his chest, a horizontal line connected a pattern of 7 stars, each a different hue, reminiscent of that bizarre multicolored light. Recalling that radiant phenomenon, he surmised that this transformation was a direct consequence of it. Without further clarity on the matter or a means to investigate the cause of these changes, Kiki resolved to ascertain his location in hopes of returning home. His gaze fell upon the towering heaps of garbage. The landscape beyond was obscured by these mountains of refuse. To see more, he would need to ascend to the summit. Enduring the overwhelming stench and the revolting texture of the refuse, Kiki climbed to the peak. Retching several times along the way, standing atop the mound, he peered into the distance, where towering forests and architectural forms unlike those in his homeland sprawled before him. The more he gazed, the heavier his heart became. As a foreboding sense washed over him, it seemed he was no longer in his original world. Could it be that I have truly transmigrated? Kiki's expression turned blank as he recalled various transmigration plotlines from the web novels he had read, recognizing the eerie similarities to his own predicament. Yet, he felt no joy, while such tales often painted transmigration as an exhilarating adventure. The abrupt shift from a familiar environment to an entirely alien world was jarring for anyone to accept, especially when it began amidst a heap of trash. Chapter 3, Nico Robin. With a tumultuous heart, Kiki returned to the dilapidated dwelling he had just exited. Whether he had genuinely transmigrated remained to be confirmed, and the only source of information he had was the young girl inside. Tap, tap, tap. Upon hearing footsteps, Robin, aware that the boy she had rescued was entering, felt a surge of anxiety. She feared being recognized. In her current state, she felt akin to a pariah, a figure that elicited disdain from all quarters. Should she be recognized, even if she were to render assistance, it would surely invite contempt, curses, and perhaps even physical harm. Such thoughts coursed through her mind, prompting her to instinctively cross her arms. If that were indeed the case, she would hastily extricate herself from the situation and flee this place. Thank you for saving me. In the dimly lit room, Kuchi still struggled to discern the features of the little girl. As he approached, he expressed his gratitude in a soft tone. He could sense a hint of anxiety emanating from her. May I ask you a few questions? He soon found himself before her, now able to observe her more clearly. She wore a dark dress, and her skin had a slight tan. However, She turned her face away as he drew nearer, seemingly reluctant to allow him a full view. What would you like to ask? The girl's voice was melodious, suggesting her willingness to respond. First, where is this place? Which country, for instance? Kuchi pondered this momentarily, striving to avoid the potential retort that this was her home, and thus, he sought a more detailed inquiry. This island belongs to the kingdom of Christie, Robin replied softly, a hint of weariness in her tone, as this was yet another island she had escaped to in her flight. The kingdom of Christie? Kuchi mused, intrigued, as he had never heard of such a nation before. Moreover, her mention of an island suggested that this kingdom was indeed an archipelago. With numerous island nations in his previous world, he found it challenging to ascertain whether he had transcended into a familiar realm. Which countries are the largest and most renowned in this world? He posed this question, hoping to clarify whether he had indeed traversed into his former existence. Robin regarded him with curiosity, wondering why someone would lack such fundamental knowledge of the world. Despite her surprise, she provided a thorough answer. The largest country is undoubtedly Alabasta, one of the original 20 member states of the world government. As for notable nations, there are various member states of the world government, such as those in the West Blue. Kuchi's mind erupted with recognition upon hearing key terms: Alabasta, world government, member states, West Blue. These phrases, when pieced together, resonated with his profound familiarity as a seasoned enthusiast of pirate lore. Thus, it dawned on him that he had indeed crossed over into the world of One Piece. My goodness, One Piece, he exclaimed, a burst of realization escaping his lips. Is it the pirate King Roger? It has been 7 years since his execution. Robin, intrigued by his exclamation, provided him with additional context regarding Roger's execution time. So, it is the year 1505 of the sea calendar? With her clarification, Kuchi swiftly comprehended the timeline. The narrative commenced in 1520, marking a span of 22 years since Roger's execution in 1498. With 7 years elapsed, it was indeed 1505, a full 15 years before the story's inception. As the timeline crystallized in his mind, Kuchi's emotions became tumultuous. Just earlier, while immersed in videos at home, he had contemplated what he would do if he were to find himself in the world of One Piece. Now, it seemed fate had bestowed upon him an unexpected surprise. Contemplating these thoughts, he turned his gaze back to the little girl, now recognizing her as Nico Robin. Are you Nico Robin? He inquired tentatively, and her reaction swiftly confirmed his suspicion. Upon having her identity exposed, Robin tensed, crossing her arms defensively, prepared to unleash her powers if necessary, her vigilance at its peak. It was no wonder, since she had been marked as a fugitive, the world had turned hostile towards her, rendering her a target wherever she roamed. Do not entertain thoughts of harming me. You are no match for me. I am aware of the disdain you harbor towards me, and I will leave shortly. Not lingering here, Robin warned, indicating her intent to vacate should he hold animosity towards her. Hearing her words, Kuchi felt a pang of sorrow, pondering the hardships that had made her so wary and humble. This was her rightful place, perhaps a rare haven she had finally discovered, and yet, the potential disdain from others compelled her to consider leaving. Rest assured, I shall not bring you harm, nor do I wish for you to depart. This is indeed your domain, Kuchi assured her in a tender tone. Internally, he vowed to help Robin escape this life, not only out of pity, but also to repay her for saving him. She had been quite clear earlier, upon his arrival in this world. He had been left unconscious in the wilderness, and had it not been for her intervention, he might have been devoured by wild beasts almost immediately after his arrival. Robin remained skeptical of his intentions, still wary, for she had previously encountered those who had feigned kindness only to betray her to the Marines and the world government in hopes of claiming the bounty on her head. Understanding that Robin's distrust would not easily dissipate, Kuchi took a step back, providing her with a comfortable distance to feel secure. I harbor no desire for your bounty, and I firmly believe you are not the demon child as the news portrays. Your act of saving me signifies your inherent kindness. He endeavored to communicate with her. If you remain unconvinced, I can depart. You may relocate once I have left, ensuring that even if I were to report you, you would remain hidden. His suggestion caused Robin to relax slightly, sensing perhaps that he genuinely bore her no ill will, and she decided to observe him for a while longer. This place had been a hard-won refuge for her. It was seldom frequented by others, and abandoning it would thrust her back into a life of wandering, making her vulnerable to pursuit. Chapter 4, Communication. What is your name? After a prolonged silence, Robin made an attempt to engage him in conversation. Her voice soft as she inquired from several paces away. Ausman Kuchi, he replied promptly, pleased that she sought to communicate with him. Why did you fall from the sky? After repeating his name in her mind, Robin posed a question that piqued her curiosity. The peculiar manner of his arrival, descending from the heavens amidst a kaleidoscope of light, was nothing short of extraordinary. It was due to an accident. I found myself inexplicably transported from my homeland to this place, Kuchi replied, shrugging in a manner that conveyed his helplessness in articulating the complexities of his predicament. Thus, the two began to converse, engaging in a light exchange, primarily with Kuchi inquiring about aspects of this world, while Robin provided him with answers. She found no tedium or annoyance in their dialogue. Rather, she relished the novelty of having someone to converse with. For the past few years, she had been on the run, never having a soul to converse with, which left her in profound solitude, yearning for companionship. As they inadvertently engaged in conversation for several hours, the atmosphere was abruptly interrupted by a rumble from Kuchi's stomach. Covering his belly, he scratched his head in embarrassment. It felt rather humiliating to be in such a predicament before a girl. However, considering the time he had spent unconscious, he had gone without food for the better part of the day, rendering his situation somewhat understandable. Robin glanced at him, quietly rummaging through her small bag beside her, and then handed him a piece of dark bread. Here you go. Kuchi felt a flush of warmth on his cheeks, being aided by a girl younger than himself. Yet, his hunger was overwhelming, and with no alternative means to procure food, he hesitated for a moment before reluctantly accepting the bread from Robin. The bread was quite hard to the touch, lacking the softness of the loaves he used to buy, its dark hue raising questions about its ingredients. He brought it to his mouth and attempted to take a bite, but found it nearly impossible to chew. With a second effort, he still couldn't manage to break it down. It felt more like a stone than bread, and a bitter flavor flooded his palate. Under Robin's watchful gaze, he felt a twinge of embarrassment after failing to bite into the bread multiple times. This bread required significant effort to chew, ideally accompanied by some water. Yet there was no clean water available at the moment. Robin, observing his struggle, felt a pang of insecurity, believing that the meager offering she had presented was inadequate. However, this was all she had, and she could not provide anything better. It's all right, Kuchi reassured her, shaking his head, and with all his might. He finally managed to bite off a piece of the bread, diligently working to soften it with saliva. Chewing was a cumbersome task, almost impossible to swallow whole. Once bitten, the bitterness intensified. He had never encountered anything so unpalatable in his life. Yet, despite the taste, he persevered, recognizing that this might be one of the few remnants of food Robin possessed, and he must not squander her kindness. After a laborious effort, he finished the piece of bread and exhaled deeply. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, it would have been hard to fathom that the 13-year-old Robin endured such hardship, subsisting on something so difficult to consume, which likely offered little nutrition, merely serving to stave off hunger. It was no wonder she appeared so frail. Kuchi surveyed Robin's thin frame, feeling as if a gust of wind could topple her. Thank you for your hospitality. After expressing his gratitude to Robin, he began to contemplate his future. He could not rely on Robin's generosity indefinitely. He needed to find a way to sustain himself, and if possible, improve Robin's circumstances. As night fell, enveloping everything in darkness, he resolved to set out at dawn to explore nearby avenues for food or berries. Are you still hungry? During his contemplation, Robin noticed his prolonged silence and, thinking the bread had not satisfied him, gently inquired, nervously fidgeting with her dress. Despite her own struggles, her inherent kindness compelled her to share her meager provisions with the stranger she had rescued, yet she felt guilt for not being able to provide more. I'm quite full, Kuchi replied, snapping back to the moment, patting his belly to illustrate his contentment. Robin nodded, and they fell into another prolonged silence. Later that night, Robin lay on the small bed, eyes closed but unable to sleep. It was her first experience sharing quarters with a stranger, and a boy at that. Her wariness lingered, making it difficult to fully trust someone she had only met that very day. Meanwhile, Kuchi lay down on 2 wooden planks in a corner, also unable to find sleep. The lengthy unconsciousness from earlier and a multitude of matters demanding his attention kept him awake. As time flowed into the early hours of the next day, Kuchi rose early and, after bidding Robin farewell, climbed a hill of refuse to confirm a direction where habitation was present, setting off alone towards that destination. This marked the first day of his quest for survival. Due to his ill-fitting shoes, which were far too large, he spent half an hour traversing to the town. Upon entering, he was greeted by a bustling atmosphere, as it was the time when people were rising and heading out, with shops and stalls lining the streets. As he walked, he realized the language and script were entirely different from those of the world he had traversed from, yet he understood everything perfectly. He had not noticed this during his conversation with Robin the previous day, but today it struck him as remarkable. attributing it to a minor benefit of being a traveler from another realm. As he wandered through the streets, he paused at a general store where a sign indicated that not only could one purchase items, but also pawn them. Touching the watch on his wrist, he entered the shop. Before his journey, his family had been relatively well off, evident from his attire. This particular watch was a gift from his parents when he first entered university, costing 8,000 yuan. He contemplated pawning it for berries to sustain himself for a while. 20,000 berries, the shopkeeper quoted upon examining the watch. Kuchi's fists clenched in disbelief. He felt an overwhelming urge to strike the man. In his previous life, he had discussed the prices of items in the world of One Piece, converting them into his own currency, where the exchange rate was at least 120. This meant his watch was worth a minimum of 160,000 berries, and with the superior craftsmanship of his world, it was unique in this realm and likely worth even more. To receive only 20,000 berries was an outrageous insult. After some back-and-forth negotiation, he managed to settle for 40,000 berries. Chapter 5, Training. Not home. After pawning the watch and with berries in hand, Kuchi purchased some basic supplies and food, also acquiring a fitting outfit. Upon returning to Robin's dwelling, he discovered she was absent. He set his belongings down and began searching if Robin had merely stepped out. It was of little concern, but his greatest fear was that she had been found and was in danger. "You're back." Fortunately, Robin emerged from a hidden corner. She had not gone out nor encountered any danger. She had simply hidden away after Kuchi left. Despite their day of companionship, she had not fully trusted him, and only after observing that no one had followed him back did she feel secure enough to reappear. Observing Robin's caution, Kuchi remained indifferent. After all, the young girl was fleeing for her life, and such vigilance was imperative. Otherwise, she would have been captured countless times by now. "Have you sold your watch?" Upon returning to the house with Robin, she noticed a heap of household items and quickly realized that the watch was no longer on him. Kuchi nodded. "It must be quite precious. Wouldn't it be a pity to sell it just like that?" Robin gently inquired, recognizing the watch's significant value and feeling a twinge of regret, especially since it might have been a cherished memento from his family, an object that could hold his memories of them. There was indeed some regret, under normal circumstances. Kuchi would never have parted with that watch, particularly since his journey had rendered a return to his original world impossible. It was his sole connection to his parents. However, circumstances dictated that he must prioritize survival, hoping to recover the watch when conditions improved. "Here, take this." Without dwelling too much on the watch, Kuchi rummaged through the pile of items and produced a cloak that perfectly suited Robin's size, capable of concealing her identity when she ventured outside. This was something he had deliberately purchased for her. Robin could not remain cooped up forever. There would be times when she needed to go out, and this cloak would significantly enhance her safety, greatly reducing the risk of being discovered. Furthermore, he had also acquired several outfits tailored to her approximate measurements, as he noticed that she had been wearing the same dress repeatedly, indicating a lack of clothing options. "Thank you." Robin was touched by Kuchi's thoughtful gesture. Having rarely experienced kindness or received gifts throughout her life, she carefully accepted the items, meticulously storing them away, and then revealed a joyful smile. It was the first time Kuchi had seen her smile since their fateful encounter. She looked beautiful when she smiled. In the days that followed, life was pleasantly mundane. With ample supplies at their disposal, Kuchi and Robin found no need to venture outside. After repairing the house from top to bottom, Kuchi committed to daily exercise, fully aware that in this world, strength equated to everything. To ensure a better future for both himself and Robin, he needed to cultivate his power. Clearing a space in front of the door, he diligently performed push-ups, perspiration streaming down his body, while Robin quietly observed nearby. These were the most comfortable days she had experienced since fleeing O'Hara. Kuchi, whom she had inadvertently saved, attended to her every need with remarkable care, allowing her to gradually lower her guard. Upon completing 1,000 push-ups, Kuchi rose from the ground, sweat cascading down his bare chest. Here, Robin offered him a towel, which he accepted, wiping away the sweat. Despite the exhausting workout, he felt invigorated rather than fatigued. This new, diminutive body he inhabited imparted a refreshing vitality. He never grew weary, no matter how rigorous the exercise. In his previous life, doing even 100 push-ups would have left him utterly spent. Now, each training session seemed to enhance his strength. Kuchi marveled at his newfound abilities, considering himself akin to a small monster, convinced that with continued effort, he would inevitably become formidable. Surely, as a transmigrator, he must embody a protagonist's archetype. Destiny should afford him some advantages. After all, How long could an ordinary person from a mundane world survive in a realm teeming with extraordinary beings? Reflecting on his unique markings, Kuchi glanced at the seven-star constellation etched upon his chest, suspecting it might be an additional boon. However, despite attempting various activation methods, including blood oaths, he had yet to elicit any response from this supposed enhancement, leading to a sense of disappointment. Are you studying that pattern again? Robin noticed him staring blankly at his chest, having observed this behavior multiple times. She found his fixation on the insignia peculiar, believing it to be merely an unattractive tattoo. Its vibrant colors overly gaudy. Yet, he insisted it was something powerful, capable of elevating him to unparalleled heights. Robin struggled to grasp his reasoning, tilting her head in confusion. When do you think it will awaken? I've tried so many methods, Kuchi lamented, pulled from his reverie by Robin's voice. Although his training steadily improved his strength, it required time, and the dangers of this world left him feeling uneasy, constantly fearing he might be ambushed at any moment. He yearned to enhance their living conditions and escape this wretched place. However, relocating Robin to a populated area, while it could conceal her identity, was fraught with peril. If discovered, he lacked the power to protect her. As such, he had no plans to leave with her at this time. Robin could only watch, unsure how to assist him. Chapter 6, Assassination. Bang! In the nearby forest, Kuchi unleashed a punch, effortlessly severing a tree trunk as thick as his arm. Observing his unscathed fist and the neatly broken tree, he realized he had underestimated the formidable strength of his new physique. In just 2 months, he had transformed from a mere weakling to someone capable of breaking trees with a single blow. Such progress was nothing short of astounding. Moreover, not only had his strength increased, but his speed, endurance, and skin resilience had also experienced significant enhancements. During his recent hunts in the forest, he found that ordinary beasts could not outrun him, falling easily to his might, and even their claws inflicted only superficial scratches. This level of prowess far surpassed that of adult males in this world. In the realm of One Piece, the beasts were notoriously ferocious, and few adult men armed with weapons dared to hunt them. Larger predators often required the collective effort of dozens of men, incurring substantial risks to subdue. I need to make some money. Clenching his fists, feeling the abundant strength coursing through him, Kuchi strode towards the forest's edge. The growth of his strength undoubtedly delighted him. However, it was accompanied by a looming crisis of food scarcity. As his physique expanded, so too did Kuchi's appetite. And now he required no less than a feast meant for a dozen adults in a single sitting. Such an immense quantity of sustenance could be swiftly digested within his body, akin to the passive life restoration possessed by exceptionally gifted individuals like Luffy and Kid. Had it not been for his frequent hunting excursions in the forest, the scant amount of belly he had left from his last earnings would have long since been depleted. Despite this, his remaining funds were dwindling, thus making the acquisition of wealth an urgent priority for him. Upon his return, Kuchi found Robin absent. Yet he paid it no mind. During this period, aside from training together, Robin often ventured into town to explore. And with the cloak he had purchased to conceal her identity, she had successfully avoided recognition. Presumably, she had gone out again today. After simply wiping the sweat from his body, Kuchi made his way toward the town. Dick, a seasoned pirate who had roamed the seas for many years, was a member of the Double Axe Pirates, serving as the third mate aboard their ship. A notorious drunkard, he strolled into the tavern with a carefree gait, whistling merrily as darkness descended. True to his routine, he ordered rum. Tossing a few belly onto the bar, he settled into a familiar spot, and while awaiting his drink, he idly surveyed the walls adorned with a plethora of wanted posters. Upon spotting his own bounty of 200,000 belly, he grinned widely. This was his badge of honor as a pirate. The only regret he harbored was that his poster was affixed in a rather inconspicuous location. One would need to search meticulously to find it. The more prominent spots were reserved for infamous pirates or heinous criminals, whose bounties were often in the millions. His greatest aspiration was to one day join their ranks and bask in the attention of all. Before long, his rum arrived, and as he drank heartily, the tavern began to swell with patrons. The establishment filled with fellow drinkers, and as they consumed more alcohol, lively conversations erupted, generating a myriad of topics. Among these discussions, the most fervent revolved around the infamous demon child Nico Robin, who had garnered a staggering bounty of 79 million belly at the tender age of 8. These conversations were laced with malice, as the townsfolk spoke of her with disdain, fervently wishing for the Navy to apprehend this devil masquerading as a child. A bunch of fools. Listening to their ignorant chatter, Dick couldn't help but smirk disdainfully. It was absurd that they would believe the fabrications of the world government and the Navy. After all, How could a mere child destroy so many warships? If she possessed such power, she wouldn't have been forced to hide from these worthless fools in the West Sea for so many years. As a pirate, Dick had experienced far more than these simpletons, and he understood all too well that many reports from the Navy and the world government were utterly unreliable. Often, their so-called truths were merely what they wanted the public to know, designed to mislead the ignorant masses. The actual truth was always dictated by those in power. Listening to the foolishness around him, he felt a sense of superiority, convinced that he was the only one capable of maintaining a clear understanding of reality. Yet, he was still irked. A child, for reasons unknown, had attained such notoriety and bounty. After this moment of superiority, Dick's indignation grew. Although Nico Robin was burdened with a notorious reputation and despised by all, this was precisely the kind of fame that pirates coveted, something many like him would spend a lifetime striving to achieve, only to have it effortlessly bestowed upon a mere child. If he could find that little brat and eliminate her, he wondered if the government would elevate his bounty to match hers. Dick's mind wandered with the anticipation of encountering Nico Robin, envisioning stepping over her lifeless body to gain renown across the seas. Later that night, a drunken Dick staggered out of the tavern, unsteadily making his way toward the headquarters of his pirate crew. Shortly after his departure, Kuchi emerged from a nearby shadow, stealthily trailing him from a distance. Kuchi had devised a plan to earn money by hunting down pirates and redeeming their bounties with the Navy. Although this approach carried certain risks, it was the swiftest means of financial gain. He required a substantial amount of belly to enhance his training and improve life for himself and Robin, and conventional methods would not suffice for rapid wealth accumulation. Moreover, this target was one he had meticulously selected after thorough reconnaissance. Dick was a habitual drunkard, frequenting the tavern alone, his movements predictable, and he invariably got drunk, making him an easy target for ambush. As Kuchi followed, he noted the sparse presence of others on the street and chose to bide his time, waiting for an opportune moment to strike without attracting attention. Otherwise, retaliation from Dick's pirate crew could pose significant challenges. Soon, the opportunity he sought materialized. Dick, seemingly desperate after too much drink, sought a secluded corner to relieve himself, clearly preparing to urinate. Seizing this moment, Kuchi's eyes gleamed with excitement. Recognizing it as a prime opportunity, while Dick's guard was lowered, he drew a pre-prepared dagger and launched himself at the pirate with the swiftness of a cheetah. The distance between them was minimal, and in an instant, Kuchi lunged, aiming his dagger at Dick's back with lethal intent. Yet, at that very moment, the target, Dick, unexpectedly let out a low, mocking chuckle. Haha. Just before the dagger could pierce him, Dick executed a deft roll on the ground to evade the strike, followed by the sharp crack of gunfire resonating through the darkened street. Kuchi's eyes widened as a surge of danger coursed through him. Chapter 7. Redeeming Bounties. In the blink of an eye, facing the imminent threat of death, Kuchi unleashed an unprecedented burst of reflexes, managing to sidestep just in time. Moving 2 steps to the side, 2 bullets zipped past. One whizzed harmlessly into the night, while the other grazed his shoulder, causing a trickle of blood to flow down his arm, accompanied by a sharp sting and a searing pain. Acknowledging his injury, Kuchi dared not assess the wound immediately, for before him, Dick crouched low, brandishing 2 pistols aimed squarely at him. Beside him lay 2 discarded firearms, the very ones he had used to fire at Kuchi moments before. In this world, firearms were still antiquated flintlocks, requiring reloading after each shot. Thus, many opted to carry multiple weapons to facilitate rapid firing during crucial moments. You've known I was following you all along. With the guns trained on him, Kuchi was tense and defensive, cautiously probing Dick, who seemed well prepared, even using the act of urination to lure him into a trap. Kid, you think I've let you tail me this long without noticing? You really underestimate me, Dick replied with a disdainful grin, revealing a row of crooked, dark teeth. His demeanor, reminiscent of a seasoned pirate, belied any semblance of genuine vigilance. Each time he imbibed, he appeared to be inebriated, yet this facade was meticulously crafted. In truth, he had never truly succumbed to intoxication outside his own vessel, ever wary of adversaries like the impudent youth across from him. Indeed, he had detected the young one's attempts at stealth from the very first moment he had been followed. The clumsiness of the boy's efforts was transparent to those of their ilk. Upon hearing his response, Kuchi's expression darkened, realizing he had underestimated these pirates. Although his strength had recently surged, much of his experience still bore the marks of a novice. Enough of this pointless banter. Whether you harbor a grudge against me or covet my bounty, it matters not. You shall meet your demise. Dick, unwilling to squander any more time, pulled the triggers of his twin pistols once more. 2 bullets whizzed through the air towards his opponent. Kuchi, ever vigilant, had been coiling his legs on the ground in preparation. Thus, at the moment of gunfire, he erupted into action, leaping into the air and narrowly evading the two projectiles. He then barreled towards Dick mid-flight. With no more firearms to wield, Dick discarded his last two guns and unsheathed a sailor's cutlass, aiming a downward slash at Kuchi. The clash of Kuchi's dagger against his blade resonated with a metallic clang. Utilizing the momentum from their collision, Kuchi executed a backward somersault upon landing, crouching low to evade the cutlass, while thrusting his dagger horizontally towards Dick's abdomen. His movements were swift and precise, leaving Dick unable to react in time, resulting in a crimson gash across his midsection. But the assault was far from over. As the dagger slipped past him, Kuchi yanked it back, deepening the wound. The pain coursed through Dick, igniting the ferocity of a pirate. Ignoring his abdominal injury, he raised his cutlass, aiming to cleave Kuchi in two. Kuchi, reversing his grip on the dagger, angled it upward to deflect the incoming strike. With a powerful leap, he aimed a kick at Dick's injury. The force of the blow, landing squarely on the wound, elicited a pained scream from Dick, who staggered back and collapsed onto the ground, his injury exacerbated, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Seizing this opportune moment, Kuchi pressed the attack relentlessly. A sweeping kick caught Dick by surprise, striking him squarely in the neck, accompanied by a sickening crack of bone as he slumped lifelessly. Still wary, Kuchi approached and delivered two additional stabs to Dick's heart, ensuring his demise before exhaling heavily, allowing himself to relax. This was his first kill, and amidst such peril, Kuchi, once merely a college student before his transmigration, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The warmth of blood splattered across him provoked a wave of nausea. Collecting the spoils from the ground, he dragged the corpse towards the sole naval outpost on the island, where he exchanged the bounty before returning to his abode on the garbage mountain. What happened to you? Robin gasped in shock upon seeing him drenched in blood, her face contorted with concern. I'm fine. He shook his head, signaling her not to worry, and settled into a chair. However, Robin was not easily reassured by his appearance. She began to inspect his body. Upon discovering the wound on his shoulder, she retrieved a healing ointment and began to tend to him. What transpired? Weren't you supposed to be training today? How did you sustain a gunshot wound? She inquired, her voice laced with genuine fear for his well-being. Over the course of their time together, she had come to trust the person she had rescued, sensing the kindness within him. After years of loneliness, Robin was reluctant to lose someone who accepted her and was willing to share companionship. I hunted a pirate and collected a bounty, Kuchi explained, revealing the rewards he had obtained. Such danger. You must refrain from engaging in such activities in the future, or at the very least, allow me to accompany you. You know I possess the powers of a devil fruit, and I can be of assistance. Hearing the gravity of the situation, Robin attempted to persuade him, expressing her desire to join him if he continued down this treacherous path. Very well, Kuchi nodded, accepting her offer. With Robin's support, hunting pirates would undoubtedly become less arduous. In the future, I will take you along when I pursue pirates, but you must maintain a safe distance and utilize your abilities from afar. Robin's powers were exceptionally useful for ambushes, yet her vulnerability necessitated caution. Thus, he established this agreement with her. Let's relocate to the town. After reaching an understanding, Kuchi and Robin deliberated their plans. With newfound strength and a bounty of 200,000 berries, he could rent a house in the town, liberating them from the wretched surroundings of their current abode. This world granted its inhabitants remarkable physical resilience. Had he lived in his previous life, enduring such squalor for even 2 days would have rendered him unable to withstand the onslaught of viruses and bacteria. Only certain individuals from particular nations might have managed to endure for a longer duration. Chapter 8, Moving House. Is it possible? Robin inquired, eager at the prospect of living in the town, yet fearful that such a move would expose her and endanger Kuchi. Fear not. We shall rent a secluded place, ideally with a yard, making it difficult for anyone to discover you. As long as you take precautions when venturing out, it will suffice. After all, you have visited the town numerous times without being detected. Kuchi reassured her, urging her not to overthink and assuring her that as long as she remained cautious, she would not easily be exposed. If, by chance, they were discovered, they could simply flee the island and seek refuge elsewhere. With his strength and Robin's abilities, evading the clutches of ordinary townsfolk posed no challenge. All right, Robin nodded, trusting Kuchi's judgment without further dissent. Just 2 days later, Kuchi successfully arranged their relocation. He ventured alone to the town, securing a small house on the outskirts. Though it was peculiar for a boy of 12 or 13 to rent a property, the landlord was lenient in the face of his monetary offer. After spending 100,000 berries to rent the small house for 6 months, he returned one fateful night to move Robin in. The small yard was modest, containing only an aging 2-story building, but for the two of them, it represented a significant improvement. At least they would not have to share a single room. Robin took great care in maintaining the yard, thoroughly cleaning the interior and exterior of the building, then artfully arranging it to her liking. She even prepared a sumptuous dinner to celebrate their new home with Kuchi. Seated at the dining table in the living room, gazing at the delectable dishes before her, Robin was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of belonging. After years of wandering, she had finally found a temporary sanctuary. Time slipped away, and 3 months had passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, aside from occasionally accompanying Robin to hunt down pirates for bounties worth several 100,000 berries to sustain their livelihood, Kuchi dedicated the remainder of his days to rigorous training. He felt an urgent need to enhance his strength. Otherwise, he would be forever confined to this small place with Robin. After several skirmishes with pirates, he recently became acutely aware of his shortcomings, possessing an ever-increasing amount of power and speed, yet lacking the corresponding techniques or martial arts to fully unleash them. In each battle, he resorted to brute force, relying on speed for explosive attacks, and even his dagger work lacked finesse. This realization sparked within him a desire to delve into martial arts. With this newfound aspiration, the first thing that came to mind was the Navy's 6 forms, which could be regarded as the pinnacle of martial arts in this world. It encompasses defense, evasion, speed, ranged and close combat, and even techniques for suspending oneself in the air. Mastering these would undoubtedly lead to a significant enhancement of his abilities. The training methods for the 6 forms were already ingrained in his mind from discussions he had with fellow internet users before his transmigration, making it an opportune time to practice. Thus, he borrowed a notebook and pen from Robin and meticulously documented the training methods for the 6 forms he recalled, ultimately selecting shave as his first technique to learn. This near-instantaneous movement technique was an excellent choice for both combat and retreat. The method of exertion for shave involves rapidly stepping on the ground multiple times within a fraction of a second, specifically within 0.36 seconds, to enhance explosive movement through the resulting reactive force, achieving speeds that render one virtually invisible to the naked eye, akin to teleportation. Kuchi began to practice this technique in the middle of the courtyard. Bang! He miscalculated his strength with a single step, creating a pit in the ground and getting one foot stuck. Trying again, he awkwardly extracted his foot in front of Robin, only to find it sinking into the ground once more. Repeated attempts led to the same frustrating outcome. Not only did he fail to achieve the required rapid-fire steps, but he couldn't even manage to step twice in succession, let alone dozens of times. This experience illuminated the difficulty of mastering the 6 forms. While it seemed simple in theory, true mastery was far from easy. Undeterred, he practiced fervently throughout the morning, and by the time he paused, the courtyard was left in ruins. Robin, seated under the eaves with a book in hand, shook her head in exasperation at the devastation of the courtyard, realizing it had become entirely unfit for any further practice. Yet, she admired Kuchi's tenacity, sensing a profound thirst for strength within him. He trained relentlessly every day, willing to experiment with any method. Perhaps it was only someone like Kuchi who could evolve into a formidable warrior. As she pondered this, Kuchi approached, limping slightly. "What happened?" she asked, astonished at his condition. "My leg is swollen," he replied, stubbornly continuing his rigorous training throughout the morning, despite the toll it took on his modified body. His calves swollen to the diameter of his thighs, he would have continued undeterred if not for this setback. Robin rolled her eyes in disbelief. Did he have to be so self-destructive? Couldn't he take a break and rest? Despite her thoughts, she assisted him into the room, applied ointment to reduce the swelling, and massaged his legs to promote blood circulation for optimal effect. Kuchi, unreserved, placed his legs on Robin's thighs, alternating them for her to massage. With his hands clasped behind his head, he reclined on the bed, savoring the moment while reflecting on the exact force required to meet the standards of shave. He realized that if he exerted too much force, the ground would crumble beneath him before he could even place a second foot, causing him to lose balance and preventing any further movement. Conversely, if his force was too light, he would achieve no explosive effect whatsoever. He ceased to contemplate stepping dozens of times in rapid succession, focusing instead on simply managing to step a second time. By afternoon, although his legs remained swollen, Kuchi did not idle. While he could not practice shave, exercises such as push-ups were still viable. In the living room, he positioned himself for an array of push-up variations, from double-handed to one-handed, fists, fingers, two-finger, one-finger, and even handstand push-ups. completing a staggering 10,000. Robin, exasperated, was tempted to ignore him, deeming his disregard for his own body absurd, especially with his legs so swollen. The next day, thanks to his body's efficient recovery, Kuchi's legs had returned to normal, prompting him to choose the deserted coastline for his practice. The courtyard had become utterly unsuitable for continuing his training in chafe. At the uninhabited shoreline, Kuchi left countless small craters in the sand, remnants of his training in chafe. After a week of relentless practice and enduring the daily consequence of swollen feet, he finally managed to step for the second time, igniting a sense of excitement within him. He felt he had made a promising start. Having familiarized himself with this exertion method, subsequent training would surely progress more smoothly. And mastering shave was merely a matter of time. Now, he aimed to achieve a third step. After an hour, he paused to rest, and Robin offered him a towel and a cup of water. "Would you like to accompany me to the town today?" she proposed, concerned about his relentless training and the potential hazards it posed to his health. "All right," Kuchi replied, wiping the sweat from his brow and acknowledging that he indeed needed a break, and it would be nice to spend some time with Robin, rather than constantly having her accompany him. After gathering his belongings and freshening up at home, he joined the meticulously covered Robin as they ventured onto the street. The streets of the town had initially intrigued Kuchi upon his arrival, filled with many things absent from his former world. However, after frequent visits, he found it rather mundane. In comparison to the places of his past life, this town seemed minuscule. In truth, it was smaller than a village. "Let us check out that bookstall," Robin suggested, pulling the somewhat bored Kuchi to a nearby stall. Knowledge and books held an irresistible allure for her as a scholar. "The little girl is back," the bookstall owner remarked, recognizing Robin despite her heavy garb. "We just received a new shipment of books, including a compilation of maps from the 4 seas. Feel free to browse." He was familiar with her frequent visits, and while she always covered herself completely, he understood that everyone has their own habits or reasons for wanting to remain anonymous. Robin nodded, her head lowered as she focused on the books at the stall. After a careful selection, she chose the map compilation the owner had mentioned and slowly turned to the section pertaining to the West Sea, searching diligently until she found the area that once belonged to O'Hara. Even the last traces have been erased. Gazing at the empty expanse where O'Hara once graced the map, devoid of any markings, Robin felt a profound sorrow. The last vestige of her hometown had been erased from the world, leaving no trace even on the cartographic canvas. A sense of injustice welled up within her, and she stifled a sniffle, determined not to succumb to tears. Why should this be? O'Hara had committed no transgression. It simply sought to unveil the truths of history to the world. Why, then, should it endure such obliteration? Not only facing destruction, but also being denied the right to leave a mark? Who would remember this once glorious archaeological sanctuary? Who would recall the all-knowing tree that once housed the most extensive knowledge? After fervently defending her hometown in her heart, Robin, with a rebellious spirit, stealthily turned to inscribe O'Hara's name on the map. "If you wish to erase O'Hara entirely, I shall ensure it leaves its mark." Kuchiki stood behind Robin, his gaze wandering as he pondered which restaurant to indulge in later, eager to reward himself for their outing, thus oblivious to Robin's actions. At that moment, a few passers-by strolled by, and one young man with tousled blonde hair inadvertently glanced at Robin's map. O'Hara? The forbidden name marked on the map startled him. Who dared to inscribe such a taboo location? When he realized the marker was made by a tightly wrapped little girl, his heart raced uncontrollably. The mention of O'Hara alongside the girl conjured a name in his mind, and thoughts of the substantial bounty associated with it ignited a greedy flame in his eyes, prompting his hand to reach out towards the small girl. Engrossed in her map, Robin remained oblivious to her surroundings until a hand seized her arm. Startled, she instinctively attempted to break free, but the disparity in strength rendered her efforts futile. Panic ensued, especially when she noticed the intensity of the stranger's gaze fixated on her map. In that instant, she comprehended the situation. The individual must have deduced her identity through her marking of O'Hara. The young man, sensing her distress and the tremors in her arm, became even more convinced of his suspicions and reached out to pull back her hood. "What do you think you're doing?" Just as his hand neared her hood, another hand shot out and grasped his arm firmly, accompanied by a youthful voice that questioned coldly. Kuchiki, finally aware of Robin's predicament, intervened just in time to halt the assailant's advance. "This is none of your business, kid. Let go of me." The young man's dream of fortune was abruptly interrupted, inciting his anger, particularly as he realized the one thwarting him was merely a child. He grew increasingly impatient, attempting to shake off Kuchiki's grip, yet, much like Robin, he found himself unable to escape. "I ask you, What intentions do you harbor towards my companion? Kachiki's gaze bore into him, each word deliberate as he extended his other hand to twist the one gripping Robin's arm. A sharp crack echoed, followed by a pained scream from the young man. Ah! His cry startled nearby pedestrians, drawing a crowd eager to witness the commotion. The vendor at the bookstall, still unaware of the unfolding drama, was perplexed by the sudden conflict involving his customers. Let us resolve this amicably, he implored both parties, adhering to a philosophy of harmony. Humph! With a disdainful huff, Kachiki flung the young man away, who collided with several onlookers before landing heavily on the ground, still wailing in agony. Not only did his wrist throb, but now his rear did as well. Yuhi pointed an uninjured hand at Kachiki, his face flushed with humiliation and rage. Being bested by a child in front of so many left him feeling utterly debased. Chapter 10. Intimidation. What do you mean you a grown man, bullying such a small child? In response to the young man's accusations, Kachiki swiftly labeled him a villain. He shielded Robin behind him, though uncertain of the specifics. It was evident from the avarice in the young man's eyes that he suspected Robin's true identity. Protected behind Kachiki, Robin felt a surge of security, gripping the hem of his shirt tightly, wishing to draw as close as possible. I couldn't help but mark O'Hara on the map, and he noticed, she whispered, recounting the incident to Kachiki, her heart heavy with regret for her impulsiveness. It's all right, I will handle everything. Kachiki reassured her gently, then extracted a handful of berries to hand to the stall owner. I apologize for disrupting your business. I would like to purchase this map my companion was holding. I hope this is sufficient. He expressed his apologies before proposing to buy the marked map, which could not be returned now. That's more than enough. Just a moment while I fetch your change. The vendor nodded vigorously as he accepted the berries, preparing to provide the boy with his change. Meanwhile, the young man, now surrounded by a throng of onlookers, found himself vilified as Kachiki's remark about bullying a child cast him into the realm of the despicable. The collective disdain from the crowd made his face burn with shame. Who is bullying a child? That girl marked O'Hara on the map and is wrapped up so tightly. I merely wished to ascertain her identity. He nearly roared in his defense. As he uttered the name O'Hara, an eerie silence fell over the crowd, as if the name possessed some enchantment. Seeing the hush he had invoked, the young man rose from the ground, casting a triumphant glance at those who had previously scorned him, regaining a semblance of confidence. You little brat, I now suspect your companion is that devil's child, Nico Robin. Have her remove her hood for inspection. With renewed assertiveness, he glared at the child who had embarrassed him, issuing a harsh command. Now feeling empowered, he doubted the child would dare to retaliate. Yet, the spectators chose to fix their attention on Robin, hidden behind Kachiki, their gazes heavy upon her. Robin, under the scrutiny of so many, felt a bead of sweat trickle down her brow, fearing her identity would be revealed, thus endangering Kachiki as well. Regret for her earlier impulsiveness overwhelmed her, bringing her to the brink of tears. What sort of authority do you have to demand such things? You suspect, therefore you demand? I could just as easily claim you are a worthless coward. Should I strip you to verify? Yet, undeterred by the young man's aggressive demeanor, Kachiki stood resolute, ready to confront him. At that moment, panic was not an option, strength was paramount. No matter how loudly the young man shouted his suspicions, they remained mere conjectures. And until proven otherwise, no one would rashly take action. Amidst the scrutinizing gazes of hundreds surrounding them, Kuchi resolutely grasped Robin's hand and strode purposefully in a singular direction. The very notion of allowing that girl to unveil her hood betrayed his unease. Indeed, she was none other than Nico Robin, the young man with the yellow hair. Humiliated once more, felt his face flush crimson, and his suspicions crystallized. This hooded girl, enveloped in her cloak, was highly likely to be Nico Robin. He bellowed loudly, inciting the crowd around him. Seize that girl. Nico Robin is the child of the devil, with a bounty of 79 million from the world government. Capture her and deliver her to the authorities and the Marines. As the situation escalated, doubts multiplied among the onlookers and many greedy individuals, tempted by the allure of the 79 million bounty, began to stir restlessly. It's just a glance. What harm could it do? If we're mistaken, we can apologize to the girl. Let the uncle come and check. Rest assured, we mean you no harm. The first to act was a man passing by Kuchi, who leered as he reached to lift Robin's hood. Get lost. Kuchi showed no mercy. As the man extended his hand, Kuchi delivered a powerful kick that shattered 3 of his ribs, sending him crashing into a corner. If you suspect my companion is Nico Robin, then provide evidence rather than demanding us to prove our innocence. My companion wishes to keep her face concealed, so it would be wise for you to exercise restraint. Should anyone dare extend their hand again, Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. That individual will be next. Kuchi's cold gaze swept across the crowd, pointing at the moaning figure on the ground as a warning to all. And you. After issuing his warning, he turned his icy stare back to the yellow-haired youth. Under the weight of Kuchi's penetrating gaze, the youth involuntarily swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his spine, as though a beast were fixating upon him. Kuchi, having hunted numerous pirates, exuded an aura of lethal intensity. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, Kuchi drew a pistol from his jacket and aimed it at the yellow-haired boy, his finger tightening around the trigger. The weapon had been seized from a pirate, and he had practiced with it during his spare time. At this range, his accuracy was beyond reproach. The shot rang out, striking the boy squarely in the forehead. To falsely accuse us yet again, how despicable, Kuchi remarked, devoid of any trace of emotion as he observed the lifeless body of the youth, a gaping hole now marking his forehead. Switching to another firearm, he brandished it before him, resuming his departure with Robin in tow. The sight of the weapon and the corpse instilled fear in the onlookers, who dared not impede their passage, watching as the two departed. I'm so sorry. Back at their lodging, Robin lifted her hood and wept sorrowfully to Kuchi. She felt that today's turmoil was entirely her fault, nearly dragging Kuchi into peril alongside her. There is no need for apologies. Gather your belongings. We must leave immediately and head straight to the port to find a ship. Kuchi gently stroked her hair to comfort her, then began to pack their items. They could no longer remain here. Although his ferocity had momentarily deterred the crowd, the seeds of suspicion had been sown, and they were not easily quelled. The majority of the island's inhabitants had begun to doubt Robin's identity, and exposure was now merely a matter of days. Thus, they needed to flee before their true identities were fully revealed. Their possessions were minimal, and they swiftly readied their bags. Kuchi secured 6 pistols, fully loaded, at his waist, slinging a long rifle across his back before hastening with Robin towards the port. Chapter 11. The Fruit's Transformation. Navigating through winding paths, Kuchi and Robin arrived at the port. With Robin's abilities allowing them to monitor and eavesdrop on their surroundings, they deftly evaded the gazes of all passers-by. Consequently, no one suspected their covert exit. A brazen departure would have made Robin's identity unmistakable. Thanks to Robin's powers, they stealthily boarded a merchant vessel poised to set sail, concealing themselves within the ship's cargo hold. Half an hour later, as the vessel embarked, they departed from the island that had been their home for several months, with Kuchi preparing to experience his inaugural voyage since his arrival in this world. Inside the cargo hold, until the ship reached its next destination, few would enter aside from the ship's cook, who would periodically come for supplies. Thus, they could rest assured in their hiding place until they reached the next island. Surrounded by ample goods, providing plenty of cover and an abundance of food and water, alleviating any concerns of hunger. This knowledge was imparted to Kuchi by Robin, who had escaped O'Hara and traversed islands in this manner for years. According to her, she had never been discovered. The only unfortunate aspect was Kuchi's uncertainty regarding how long the journey to the next island would take. Hiding on the ship precluded him from training, which would squander valuable time. His thirst for power intensified, and in his boredom, he began to fiddle with the 7-star pattern on his chest. What exactly are you? If you're my cheat, then awaken already. What kind of transmigrator is reduced to such a plight? As he toyed with the 7-star design, Kuchi's inner frustration boiled over. Having crossed over without any extraordinary items or systems, he lamented the lack of even a basic cheat. A devil fruit would suffice. All he had was a transformed body, and the rest relied solely on himself. What was the purpose of this transmigration? Are you still fixated on that pattern? Observing him lost in thought, Robin recognized that he was once again contemplating the 7-star design. Internally, she wanted to scoff at Kuchi, considering it merely an ordinary sashimi. No amount of study would yield results. She couldn't fathom why he stubbornly believed that pattern held some dormant, extraordinary function. Well, the transmigration does hold some value. At least I have you by my side, Robin. Just wait until you grow up. You'll be stunning. Robin's voice pulled his thoughts back to the present. Gazing at her as she leaned toward him, Kuchi's complaints diminished slightly. With Robin accompanying him, the transmigration hadn't been in vain. He fixated on Robin's slightly tanned face. What are you staring at me for? Under Kuchi's intense scrutiny, Robin felt a slight flush of shyness, sensing something peculiar in his gaze. Is there something on my face? Noticing his silence as he continued to gaze, Robin used her powers to conjure an eye facing her own face, confirming it was clean and free of blemishes. Kuchi rolled his eyes at her antics. Doesn't a normal person just touch their face or pull out a mirror? He mused, bemused by her peculiar method of examining herself. What exactly are you looking at? After realizing there was nothing on her face, Robin inquired once more. Nothing much. I just think you don't look particularly appealing right now. I hope you grow up quickly. You'll look much better then. Kuchi lay back, gazing up at Robin from below. At merely 13 years old, Robin had yet to develop the alluring qualities of maturity. Having suffered greatly during their flight, her physique was frail, lacking the cuteness of her childhood. All that remained was her sun-kissed skin and large eyes. Thus, at this moment, Robin could hardly be deemed attractive. Humph. Kuchi's words instantly caused Robin to turn away, the atmosphere palpably thickening with her displeasure. How rude to say such things to a girl. I want to speak to you today. She positioned the back of her head towards Kuchi and quietly opened a book, resolutely deciding to refrain from conversing with him for the entire day. Yet, this was not enough to quell her anger. A hand sprouted from the floor, and with a sharp slap, struck Kuchi on the top of his head. Unfazed by the blow, Kuchi simply rolled around on the floor, eventually coming face to face with Robin again, gazing up at her countenance from below. Another slap. Robin summoned another hand from the floor, delivering yet another smack before changing direction. You must continue to look even if it displeases you, she fumed inwardly, her frustration mounting with each passing thought. Kuchi chuckled. With no opportunity for proper training, he found it rather amusing to tease Robin. Thus, he rolled over once more, continuing his antics. At that very moment, within the corner behind him, a seemingly innocuous banana in a wooden crate filled with fruit began to exhibit strange transformations under an unseen force. The once slightly green banana gradually morphed into a striking black and white hue and split into three, each adorned with patterns reminiscent of blades. Suddenly, a crashing wave rocked the ship, causing the crate to topple, and the mutated bananas tumbled into a nearby pile of cargo. Thud! The unexpected jolt sent Kuchi rolling chaotically across the floor, his head colliding with the surrounding cargo boxes, resulting in a multitude of bumps. When the ship stabilized, he found himself resting at Robin's feet. Hissing in pain, he cradled his bruised head, casting a pitiful glance at Robin. She remained stoic, her expression unyielding, letting out a cold snort. You deserve it, she mentally scolded. Yet her heart softened, and she gently cradled Kuchi's head in her lap, tenderly massaging the swollen bumps to hasten circulation and reduce swelling. Kuchi, in turn, reveled in the comfort of her thigh. This minor incident had allowed him to narrowly miss the newly mutated fruit. In the following days, the merchant ship continued its voyage into uncharted waters. Confined to the dimly lit cargo hold, Kuchi, feeling exceedingly bored, resorted to teasing Robin intermittently, punctuated by simple exercises to pass the time. Robin, on the other hand, found her boredom alleviated by reading and utilizing her abilities to manifest eyes on the deck, allowing her to appreciate the serene ocean vistas. Thus, aside from the occasional harassment from a certain individual, she found the rest of her time quite pleasant and enjoyable. Chapter 12, The Pirate Attack. Boom. A few days later, as the merchant ship sailed across the waves, cannonballs suddenly rained down, splashing into the sea and causing the vessel to sway. From which direction did the cannon fire come? The captain, alarmed, rushed out from the cabin to the deck, loudly inquiring of the lookout stationed in the crow's nest. To the front left, it's from a pirate ship. The lookout responded, peering through his telescope. Can you identify which pirate crew it is? The captain, though startled, maintained a semblance of composure. In this era, encounters with pirates were a common reality for merchant vessels, and they had methods to cope. As long as they were not facing one of the formidable pirate crews, they typically managed to evade danger. The lookout continued to scan the horizon, still unable to discern the pirate insignia. The captain nodded, observing that all the sailors and crew had gathered on deck, drawn by the commotion, and he promptly ordered them to disperse and prepare. Helmsman, keep a steady grip on the wheel and be ready to change course at my command. First mate, gather the weapons and organize a defense. Second mate, oversee a thorough inspection of the ship's equipment to ensure we are operational in critical moments. Under the captain's directives, the crew quickly scattered, each attending to their respective tasks with urgency. Before long, the first mate had retrieved several dozen guns from the ship, positioning crews at key defensive points and loading solid cannonballs behind the lone cannon on the bow. He personally took charge of the cannon alongside two sailors, poised to retaliate at the captain's command. Pleased with the preparations, the captain nodded approvingly. Their armed force was quite formidable, making it difficult for most petty pirates to approach. At that moment, the lookout finally discerned the pirate flag from the opposing ship. Upon recognizing the emblem, a look of horror washed over him, as if he had encountered a demon. After a brief moment of shock, he trembled and shouted to the captain, "CC Captain, it's the storm pirate crew." With the lookout's anguished cry, an eerie silence enveloped the ship. All activity froze as if time itself had been halted. What did you say? Half a minute passed before the captain, still incredulous, sought confirmation from the lookout again. It's the Storm Pirate crew, led by the notorious two-bladed Storm Isaac, who has a bounty of 20 million berries. The lookout let out another wail, and the captain's heart sank. He frantically barked orders at the helmsman, change direction. Full speed ahead, away from this area. A pirate with a bounty of 20 million was far beyond what his merchant ship could contend with. And the crew was known for their brutality, seldom leaving survivors in their wake. The captain could only contemplate escape. We're in trouble, Captain. They're closing in on us. Their ship is faster. The lookout continued to observe, his voice trembling as he watched the approaching pirate vessel. Throw the cargo overboard. The captain's expression darkened upon realizing the urgency of the situation. He reluctantly ordered the crew to jettison their cargo to lighten the ship and increase its speed. What do we do now? In the cargo hold, Robin relayed her observations and concerns to Kuchi, her face etched with worry. She had heard of the Storm Pirate crew, infamous in the West Sea, known for their ruthlessness. Kuchi wore a serious expression. It was indeed a stroke of bad luck to encounter such a notorious crew. A 20 million berry pirate was on par with the likes of Kuro and Buggy from the original story. At this level, he was not a match for them. And Robin, still young and lacking strength, could not harm an adult even with her devil fruit powers, let alone a formidable pirate. Let's assess the situation first. Kuchi reassured Robin, strapping the guns back onto himself. If it came to it, he would have to fight. At that moment, the second mate and several sailors arrived in the cargo hold, preparing to lighten the load. Hearing the commotion at the door, Kuchi retreated with Robin to a corner, brandishing his gun and staying vigilant. Before confronting the pirates, he needed to deal with these intruders first, as they had nowhere left to hide. Bang! The second mate and sailors forcefully pushed open the door, and upon entering, they spotted Kuchi and Robin huddled in the corner. What are two kids doing here? Robin quickly wrapped herself up, thus remaining unrecognized. The second mate challenged them. We merely sought to catch a ride on the winds, harboring no ill intentions. Kuchi replied calmly, gripping his firearm. Casting a glance at the crew, the second mate was too preoccupied to attend to them. The situation outside demanded immediate attention. Thus, he instructed a sailor to keep an eye on the two stowaways while he and the remaining crew hastily discarded the cargo overboard. Kuchi observed their frantic efforts, silently praying for the vessel's escape from the clutches of piracy. However, after a significant portion of the cargo was jettisoned, the captain noted that while their speed had marginally increased, they were still unable to shake off the storm pirates, who were, in fact, drawing nearer. This realization filled him with a sense of despair. At that moment, the pirates unleashed a barrage of cannon fire, aiming to bring them to a halt. It seemed that misfortune had befallen the merchant ship that day. A cannonball struck the mast, severing it, and leaving the vessel on the brink of incapacitation, thereby rendering them prime prey for the marauders. Ha ha! Ho ho ho! The pirates across the way erupted in cheers, brandishing their weapons in triumph. Prepare to board, lads. Captain Isaac of the Storm Pirates, clad in a dark captain's coat with two long swords at his waist, waved his hand, and as the two ships drew close, the pirates swung across on ropes to the merchant ship's deck. Upon landing, the pirates wasted no time, launching into a brutal assault. True to their notorious reputation, they exhibited a ruthless efficiency, leaving no survivors. The captain of the merchant ship, witnessing this carnage, rallied the remaining sailors for a desperate defense. Under his leadership, they engaged in a fierce struggle with the initial wave of attackers, achieving a temporary stalemate. Get away from me! Isaac, displeased with the unfolding events, bellowed as he leaped onto the deck, unsheathing his twin blades. With a series of swift, gleaming strikes, he began to decimate the crew, his swordsmanship eclipsing that of ordinary sailors, making the act of slaughter seem effortless. Chapter 13. The arrival of Kuchi with Isaac's intervention. The captain soon found himself surrounded by only a handful of his men, all the rest having succumbed to the relentless assault of Isaac's twin blades. After clearing the deck, Isaac advanced step by step towards the captain, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It was over. The captain's mind echoed this lone thought. And in the face of death, the bravery he had summoned moments ago evaporated, replaced by trembling fear. Bang! His trembling hand discharged a shot. Whoosh! Isaac effortlessly deflected the bullet with a swift slice of his blade, scoffing at the futile attempt to harm him. With a powerful thrust, he lunged forward, bringing his sword down upon the merchant captain. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as his blade struck something solid. Huh! Confused and astonished, he gazed at his blade, while the merchant captain looked equally bewildered. Your sword seems rather dull. Kuchi grinned, having blocked the strike with his shoulder. Where did this little brat come from? When did we have a child on board? Both Isaac and the merchant captain exclaimed simultaneously. He snuck aboard quietly with a little girl. I only discovered him while we were tossing the cargo, murmured the second mate, one of the survivors. Recognizing the child from the hold, the captain nodded in acknowledgement. This brat is quite audacious, thinking some steel plates hidden in his clothing could withstand my sword? Isaac, irked by the child's insolence, assumed he had donned some sort of armor. Too bad you don't have a helmet. With that, he unsheathed his knife. Bringing it down in a vicious arc. Watch out, quickly dodge. The merchant captain couldn't help but shout a warning, realizing the child had inadvertently saved his life. Though that life may not be long for this world. Yet, Kuchi merely smiled, showing no intention of evading. Instead, he leaned forward, inviting the blow. Clang. Isaac's blade struck Kuchi's head, producing a shower of sparks. What is happening? Isaac wondered, inspecting his sword and then glancing back at the child. Could it be that he possessed a head of copper and iron? You are an ability user. After a moment of contemplation, Isaac made his deduction, his tone turning grave as he questioned Kuchi. Congratulations, you are correct. Kuchi beamed, touching his head with delight. You've struck me twice, now it's my turn. With newfound excitement, he planted his feet on the deck, employing a technique to enhance his speed and explosive power. Although he had not yet mastered the technique, this method still granted him a boost. Whoosh. Standing at around 1.5 meters, he was significantly shorter than Isaac, who towered over him by at least 2 or 3 heads. As he charged forward, he slightly bent at the waist, reaching Isaac's abdomen. With his palms forming knife-like shapes, he executed a horizontal slash, and upon contact with Isaac's body, his hands transformed into genuine blades, swiftly inflicting 2 deep gashes. You little fool, seeking death, Isaac roared, feeling the pain in his abdomen as he unleashed a flurry of strikes with his dual swords. Clang, clang, clang. Kuchi disregarded Isaac's attacks, continuing with a sweeping kick aimed at Isaac's legs. Whoosh. His extended leg, just like his hands, morphed into a blade, slicing through Isaac's leg with precision. With one leg severed, Isaac lost his balance, tumbling to the ground. Blood gushed from the stump, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. Captain, the crew, witnessing their valiant leader's injury, gasped in shock. Kill him. Tear him to shreds. Isaac roared, consumed by a murderous rage, fixated on the child who had severed his leg. Block those pirates. The merchant captain shouted, rallying the remaining first and second mates to obstruct the advancing pirates. Unfortunately, their numbers were overwhelming, and they could only manage to halt a fraction, while many rushed towards Kuchi, blades and bullets raining down upon him. Crack, crack. Yet, these assaults proved futile, producing nothing more than noise, failing to inflict any harm. Exhaling deeply, Kuchi's entire form transformed into a myriad of sharp blades, and he charged through the swarm of pirates. The deck became a scene of horror as limbs were severed amidst the agonizing cries, staining the wood crimson. In a mere minute, he dispatched every pirate, then turned his gaze to Isaac, who was crawling on the ground, desperately trying to return to his ship. Don't, before the other party could utter another word. Kuchi seized the opportunity and swiftly transformed his arm into a blade, delivering a decisive strike. Meanwhile, aboard the pirate ship, the remaining crew members, witnessing the demise of their captain and comrades, wasted no time in retreating. Kuchi was powerless to stop them and could only watch as they sailed away. However, it was likely that the ship was now left with mere scum, no longer posing a threat to him. Quickly, redirect the cannons. The experienced captain of the merchant ship promptly instructed a few surviving crew members to aim the cannons at the pirate vessel, intent on preventing any sudden retaliation from the fleeing pirates. The pirates, harboring similar intentions, turned their cannons to face those of the merchant ship. In this standoff, neither side dared to fire first, as neither could guarantee the sinking of the other. Thus, the pirate ship ultimately vanished from sight. Observing this, Kuchi nodded, feeling he had gained some valuable insights. Indeed, those who frequently traversed the seas possessed far greater experience than a novice like himself. Puffing and panting, the captain and his crew, having narrowly escaped death, collapsed onto the deck. After catching his breath, the captain approached Kuchi, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, young one, for your assistance. Hesitating over how to address him, he settled on a term of endearment. I am Kuchi, Osman Kuchi. My companions and I snuck onto your ship for certain reasons. Helping you was merely coincidental. Had I not intervened, the pirates would have dispatched me as well. Thus, I was merely aiding myself, so there is no need for thanks. Kuchi waved his hand dismissively, indicating that the captain need not feel indebted. Moreover, beyond this reason, He owed the captain a significant favor for having acquired something precious from this ship. Chapter 14. The Swift/Fruit and the Awakening of the External Aid. What Kuchi obtained from this ship was the very devil fruit power he had just employed. It was a stroke of luck. Previously, when the first mate had tossed cargo overboard, he and Robin had been huddled in a corner, where he spotted the devil fruit nestled among the cargo. Shaped like 3 bananas, adorned with black and white blade-like patterns, Kuchi recognized it immediately as the Swift/Fruit, the ability of Mr. One. The strongest agent of Baroque works aside from Crocodile from the original story. This formidable devil fruit allowed its user to transform any part of their body into a blade, rendering their skin and even internal organs as resilient as steel. In such a perilous situation, encountering such a powerful devil fruit, Kuchi decisively chose to consume it, feeling it was a gift from fate, bestowed upon him and Robin in their moment of danger. After devouring the fruit, he realized that the crew on the ship was nearing annihilation, prompting him to rush out without hesitation. He could not allow the pirates to slaughter everyone aboard the merchant vessel. Otherwise, navigating such a large ship across the vast ocean with Robin would be impossible, especially with the mast broken and lacking any sailing expertise. Surely, he couldn't compel the pirates to sail for him, could he? Compared to a bunch of notoriously brutal pirates, he trusted the crew of this merchant ship far more. Nevertheless, Kuchi, we must express our gratitude. The captain's voice interrupted Kuchi's thoughts, sincerely thanking him and offering to take them to their destination, tactfully avoiding any mention of their clandestine boarding. After pondering for a moment, Kuchi replied, "We have no specific destination. Anywhere you wish to go is fine, as long as you can drop us off at the next inhabited island." He and Robin had made a spontaneous decision to flee, with no destination in mind, so any place other than their starting point would suffice. Nodding in understanding, the captain sensed that Kuchi and his companion had likely snuck aboard due to unforeseen circumstances and wisely refrained from inquiring further. After instructing the first mate to arrange a new cabin for them on the ship, the captain began tallying the surviving crew members and repairing the mast. "Is everything all right out there? Are you unharmed?" Inside the cargo hold, Robin softly inquired upon seeing Kuchi return. In truth, she had already perceived and heard everything outside, her question merely a reflection of her concern for him. "I'm fine." Kuchi waved his hand dismissively. "The captain has arranged a room for us. We no longer need to hide here. Let us gather our belongings and move over." He began to collect their things, swiftly leading Robin to the finest cabin on the ship, which had previously belonged to the captain, who had graciously given it up for them. The room was well equipped and immaculate, requiring little tidying up. Furthermore, the first mate had even brought in an additional bed, ensuring that each of them had their own space. "Your ability is quite remarkable." After settling in, Robin began to discuss the devil fruit power Kuchi had acquired earlier. "You seem to recognize what that devil fruit was at first glance, consuming it without hesitation. You appeared confident that this power could resolve our crisis." "Of course. I was aware. I had previously perused parts of the devil fruit compendium. I am familiar with most of the abilities in this world." Kuchi nodded, explaining. His claim of having seen the devil fruit compendium was not unfounded. In the world before his crossing, someone had compiled all known devil fruits into an online collection, which he had meticulously reviewed several times, memorizing and analyzing the abilities. With a swift motion, he transformed his arm into a blade, confirming the prowess of the Swift/Fruit. Indeed, it was an exceptional ability with immense potential and a high baseline. Now, equipped with this power, he felt a genuine sense of security in the West Sea. No longer would he have to cautiously evade danger with Robin. The defensive capabilities of the Swift/Fruit rendered him nearly immune to most physical assaults. Those capable of breaching his defenses in the West Sea were exceedingly few, with only the likes of the Green Pepper faction from the Flower Kingdom coming to mind. Moreover, his gains today extended beyond merely the Swift/Fruit. The external aid he had long coveted had finally awakened. He opened his shirt, revealing his bare chest. "Your emblem has indeed changed," Robin observed as Kuchi began to examine the 7-star pattern. Initially disinterested, believing it to be a futile endeavor, she was astonished to see the first star of Kuchi's pattern radiating with vibrant colors, shimmering under the light. Kuchi sought to understand more. This was not merely a change in hue. Crucially, at the moment he consumed the devil fruit, he distinctly felt the energy of the devil fruit channeling into this very star. In essence, his devil fruit power was now housed within this star. As soon as he closed his eyes, his consciousness could delve into this star, perceiving the rich power of the devil fruit within. He could also sense the other 6 stars, which lay empty, awaiting the strength to illuminate them, a force that could only be derived from the devil fruit. In essence, Could he simultaneously wield the powers of 7 devil fruits? At that moment, he comprehended the function and activation method of his extraordinary ability. It turned out that his previous attempts at activation were misguided. The ability required the power of a devil fruit to be initiated. He cast a glance at Robin, and the blankness of the 6 stars instilled in him a profound intuition. Should Robin, this wielder of abilities, meet her demise, he could choose to absorb her powers into the vacant 7-star pattern. Naturally, he would not use Robin as a test subject. Instead, he pondered the various ability users in the West Sea, contemplating whether any of them could serve as a more suitable candidate to validate his intuition. After much deliberation, he concluded that only Capone Beej could be found. However, Beej's ability posed a challenge for elimination. That fellow's castle fruit allowed him to transform into a fully-sized fortress, which even Big Mom struggled to demolish with several punches. His current attack seemed inadequate to breach such formidable defenses. As Kuchi mulled over this, he found himself lacking a viable option. If this idea could indeed materialize, he believed he could ascend to unprecedented heights of power. Exceptional devil fruits were scarce, yet formidable ability users were abundant, much like Enel from Skypiea. Enel. The significance of the matter bore repeating thrice, revealing just how covetous Kuchi was of that thunder fruit's capabilities. Chapter 15, The Passive Life Restoration. 3 days later, a merchant vessel docked at an island. On the port, Kuchi and Robin bid farewell to the captain and the crew. After their farewells, the merchant ship, its scars still visible despite repairs, set sail once more. Having lost the majority of their cargo, coupled with significant casualties, they could no longer continue trading and were forced to return for recovery. Nonetheless, Kuchi left behind the corpse of a pirate valued at 20 million berries as compensation for the crew's losses. After all, that body had nowhere to be exchanged at the moment. The island they had landed on lacked a naval base. Rather than letting it rot and stink beside them, it was better to do a good deed, considering it a token of gratitude for the captain and the crew for their assistance and a fare for his passage. What a bustling island! As she strolled through the vibrant streets, surrounded by an array of shops and throngs of people, Robin couldn't help but marvel. This place was far grander than the island they had previously visited. Kuchi, with his hands clasped behind his head, trailed behind Robin, surveying the surroundings in search of a suitable restaurant for a hearty meal. Naturally, the first order of business after landing was to treat himself. Nodding in agreement with Robin's exclamation, he acknowledged the island's prosperity compared to the previous one, which had merely consisted of a town. So many mafiosos. As they walked, Kuchi's attention was swiftly captured by groups of men in gray suits scattered throughout the streets. Almost every few hundred meters, he encountered clusters of these armed individuals, uniformly attired, collecting fees from various shops. As members of the mafia, they were, of course, demanding protection money. Yet, this was utterly brazen. To openly extort businesses in broad daylight? Kuchi recalled the captain's words. This island, known as Klin Island, was indeed the territory of a certain kingdom. How could these mafiosos operate with such impunity? He suddenly realized just how audacious the mafia was in the West Sea. However, he chose to observe without further concern, soon becoming captivated by a restaurant boasting a prominent sign, its bustling atmosphere suggesting it was quite a reputable establishment. Let us go eat, he exclaimed, pulling Robin along as they dashed toward the restaurant. Robin followed suit, the wind whipping through her cloak, forcing her to press one hand atop it to prevent it from billowing. In such a public place, she was still hesitant to reveal her true appearance. Boss, I'll have this, and this, 2 portions of each. Bursting into the restaurant, Kuchi enthusiastically pointed at the menu, quickly ordering a multitude of dishes, all centered around meat. Although they had not lacked for sustenance at sea, the variety was severely limited, and the ship's cook had perished in the battle with pirates, leaving the second mate's culinary skills woefully inadequate. Kuchi had grown weary of that fare. Today, he intended to indulge himself. The amount of food he ordered could easily satisfy a dozen people, yet due to the modifications to his body, his appetite had expanded significantly. He voraciously devoured the towering pile of food that surpassed his own height. Ah, what a feast! Kuchi reclined back, rubbing his belly with a look of pure satisfaction. Robin nibbled delicately on exquisite bread, her gaze fixed on Kuchi, whose stomach had swollen to an astonishing size, protruding like a large balloon, the fabric of his clothing barely concealing it. Her wide eyes sparkled with curiosity. Could the human body truly achieve such proportions? Kuchi's belly had indeed grown larger than his entire form. Intrigued, she reached out to poke it, eager to explore. Thump, thump. The round belly quivered slightly, emitting a resounding clang from within. What are you doing? Kuchi swatted away Robin's small hand, rolling his eyes. Did she not understand the principle of propriety between the sexes? Was a boyish belly fair game for casual poking? Doesn't it feel tight? Robin withdrew her hand. Disregarding Kuchi's dismissive look, her curiosity unabated. She genuinely wished to understand Kuchi's physiological structure. It was truly fascinating. Not at all. It's just a small amount of food. I'll digest it in no time. Kuchi shook his head then. Mimicking the antics of Kid and Luffy in the original story when they overindulged in prison, he took a deep breath. A distinct vortex of air spiraled into his mouth, causing him to involuntarily straighten his back, further inflating his belly. Robin regarded him with concern, fearing his stomach might burst at any moment. Moments later, Kuchi exhaled the large breath. Another vortex of air swirled through the atmosphere, and he resembled a deflated balloon, his belly swiftly contracting. When he plopped back down into his seat, his abdomen had returned to its normal size, revealing the defined contours of his 8-pack abs once more. Oh, little Robin was taken aback. The food had been consumed so rapidly. In that instant, she regarded Kuchi as if he were a creature from a fantasy. Basic skills. No less. Kuchi waved his hand, referencing an internet slang from before his transmigration. His bodily modifications were not a one-time affair, but an ongoing enhancement. He now possessed a passive ability known as life restoration, typically found only in extraordinary individuals like Luffy and Kid from the original narrative. This meant that, regardless of the extent of consumption in the future, as long as he had sufficient food, he could quickly recover. I can also do sit-ups now. Kuchi couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. He had become a little monster in his own right. In future prolonged battles, he could continuously perform sit-ups to recover. Once Robin finished her meal, Kuchi led her out of the restaurant, seeking a shop that specialized in housing accommodations. In the forthcoming period, he and Robin would be required to reside on this island for an extended duration. Due to Robin's unique identity, it was deemed inappropriate for her to stay in an inn. Thus, they needed to find a secluded house as their refuge. Once again, they rented a quaint 2-story building with a courtyard nestled within a remote alley. After paying 6 months' rent in advance, Kuchi and Robin officially established their presence on the island. As Kuchi began to tidy up their new abode with Robin, a frail youth with only short tufts of hair stealthily infiltrated the island's port warehouse, rummaging through boxes of goods in search of sustenance. He was famished, having gone several days without food. Today, desperation compelled him to risk theft, as failing to find nourishment would likely lead to his demise. Discovering some dried fruits within one of the crates, he voraciously devoured them while stuffing his clothing with more. Suddenly, losing his balance, he tumbled from a height, creating a cacophony that startled those outside. Upon hearing the commotion, the boy disregarded his injuries and nimbly escaped through a small dog door, fleeing with all his might. Catch him! Seize that thief! Soon, shouts and curses echoed behind him. Chapter 16. The protection fee. The following day, after spending half the day cleaning their new residence, Kuchi and Robin enjoyed a restful night. Free from the tumult of crashing waves, their slumber was remarkably tranquil. However, early in the morning, their sweet dreams were abruptly shattered by a violent pounding on the door. Robin awoke in terror and hastily dressed before rushing to Kuchi's door. Kuchi, bleary-eyed and visibly displeased, opened the door. "What is the matter?" he inquired, his voice laced with irritation, for anyone would be vexed at being awakened so early. "Have we been discovered?" Robin whispered, fearing that her identity had been revealed, attracting the islanders' attention. "Stay here. I shall investigate." Kuchi reassured her, then leapt from the second-floor window. Even if Robin had indeed been exposed, he was confident that with his current strength and the power of the quick-slash-fruit, no one on this island could pose a threat to them. It would merely be a hassle to find a new location. Standing in the courtyard, Kuchi, bare-chested, gazed toward the entrance. To his dismay, the courtyard gate had been forcefully breached, and 5 or 6 mobsters clad in gray suits strode in with an air of arrogance. "You must be the new tenant who moved in yesterday. You hail from outside the island, I presume?" One of the gangsters, wearing a top hat, scrutinized Kuchi before presenting a cloth bag with a defiant expression. According to the rules, all newcomers are required to pay a protection fee, 5,000 berries per person each month. Since there are 2 of you, that totals 10,000 berries for this month. He nudged the bag forward, clearly indicating that Kuchi should hand over the money. So they were here to collect a protection fee. Inside the house, Robin, using her abilities to observe the situation outside, exhaled in relief. It was not her identity that had been compromised. "You have one chance. Repair the gate and vacate the premises," Kuchi stated coldly, not even glancing at the bag. His intention to pay nothing evident as he pointed to the ruined gate. "You dare to collect protection fees from me. and so early in the morning disturb my peaceful slumber? Truly, you must be seeking a death wish. What? The mobsters could scarcely believe their ears. This insolent brat had never encountered anyone who dared speak to them in such a manner on the island. Towering at 6 feet tall, he looked down at Kuchi. I'll give you one more chance to speak properly. Hand over 20,000 berries, and I'll pretend I didn't hear your previous comments. Fury ignited within the mobsters as they doubled the demand. Kuchi nodded. Very well, since you seek your own demise, you have only yourself to blame. With a swift motion, he activated the quick slash fruit's ability, transforming his arms into blades and lunging forward. In an instant, a head soared into the air, blood gushing from the severed neck as the bag of berries fell from the gangster's hand, which Kuchi deftly caught. A quick glance inside revealed a rough estimate of several 100,000 berries, likely collected from the protection fees of the day. Excellent, I've been in need of funds. This will suffice for some time. He lifted his gaze to the remaining mobsters, his eyes devoid of warmth. You, the surviving gangsters, incredulous at the sight of their fallen comrade, were soon overtaken by rage. You will pay for this. They brandished their weapons and fired furiously at Kuchi. He stood his ground, unflinching. The bullets struck him, producing sharp sounds as they ricocheted off his body, which was as resilient as steel, compressing the projectiles into thin shards that fell to the ground. As the smoke cleared from the shooting, Kuchi crossed his arms in an X shape, transforming his forearms into blades once more, then pivoted on the ground, spinning forward. The sickening sound of blades piercing flesh was followed by a cacophony of screams. Gory dismemberment and blood splattered as Kuchi positioned himself facing the entrance, all the mobsters now lifeless before him. Showing no mercy, he had eradicated them all. The commotion in the small courtyard quickly attracted the attention of the neighboring residents, who dared not approach but instead watched from a distance. Upon glimpsing the gruesome scene through the gate and walls, many covered their mouths and retched, while some faint-hearted individuals even lost control of their bowels in fright. Though death was not uncommon in this world, such a bloody spectacle was difficult for anyone to stomach. The White Crow gang has been slaughtered. We must leave this place, for they will soon seek vengeance. The onlookers recognized the fallen mobsters as members of the island's notorious White Crow organization, the largest and only mafia syndicate on the island. Those responsible for the killings would undoubtedly face a fierce reprisal. Not wishing to be caught in the crossfire, they hurriedly gathered their belongings and departed. As they left, news of the massacre spread at an alarming pace. Will the White Crow return for revenge? Back in the courtyard, Kuchi was disposing of the bodies one by one over the wall, then drawing water from the well to cleanse the ground. Robin assisted him, having overheard the nearby conversations, and relayed the information to Kuchi. Should we consider relocating? Having instinctively sought a new place whenever trouble arose, Robin posed the question to Kuchi. No need, he replied, shaking his head. They are merely a bunch of petty mobsters. With the quick slash fruit at my disposal, if I were to fear their retaliation, that would be quite pathetic. If they dare to come for revenge, it would be splendid. I could eliminate them all and establish my reputation on this island. Such an outcome would ensure that no one would dare to disturb Robin and me, allowing me to train in peace and simultaneously acquire a substantial amount of berries to sustain us for quite some time. After tidying up the courtyard, he commenced his daily training. As for the so-called revenge of the White Crow, he paid it no heed. Nothing was as paramount as enhancing his own strength. From the moment he traversed into this world, Kuchi comprehended that everything here was but an illusion. Only power reigned supreme. With formidable strength, everything else became mere paper tigers, easily shattered at will. Observing his calm demeanor, Robin also relaxed, quietly accompanying him in his training. After all, she had come to place her trust in Kuchi. Since their fateful encounter, her reliance on him had grown, for he bestowed upon her a sense of security she had never known before. Chapter 17, The Mafia White Crow. What? Walker and the others have been killed? At the headquarters of the White Crow Mafia on the island, the current godfather, Moss, a middle-aged man with slicked-back black hair, towered at 3 meters tall, his robust physique impeccably showcased in a tailored white suit. Upon hearing the news of his enforcers being slain while collecting protection fees, he set down his cigar, his expression dark as he glared at the messenger below. Who did this? He demanded in a low, furious tone, his every word imbued with the authority of a mafia godfather. The 2 young rascals who had just arrived on the island were swiftly investigated. The boy who had registered was named Osman Kuchi, and he had no apparent background. The subordinates, trembling in fear of the godfather's wrath, cautiously replied, clearly aware that a thorough investigation had been conducted prior to their arrival, revealing the assailant's details on the island. Regardless of his background, anyone who dares to kill on my territory, even a member of the 5 major families, must face the consequences. Assemble the men. I will personally ensure that the island witnesses the repercussions of opposing us, the White Crow. Godfather Moss exuded an aura of dominance, dismissing even the largest 5 mafia families of the West Sea, ordering that he himself would exact vengeance for his fallen subordinates. Soon, under his command, nearly 100 members of the White Crow gathered, armed with various weapons, and set off towards the area where Kuchi and Robin resided. In the courtyard, Kuchi was fervently stomping the ground, striving to reacquaint himself with the technique of shave, which he had made some progress in before, but had grown a bit rusty due to the time spent at sea fleeing the island. He was determined to master the footwork of this technique once more. As he practiced, the ground beneath him bore the marks of his efforts, with evenly sized depressions forming where his feet struck. With repeated practice, he gradually regained the familiar feeling, managing to execute 2 steps fluidly, with the 3rd step within reach. He placed a stone on the ground and, employing the explosive power of shave, he forcefully sliced through it with his arms, now resembling blades. As the glint of his strikes flashed, an X-shaped incision appeared on the half-height stone, which then split into 4 quarters and fell to the ground. During his practice of shave, Kuchi also took the opportunity to hone his abilities with the quick/fruit. He aimed to integrate his fruit abilities with his martial skills, as the quick/fruit was best suited for close combat, requiring the synergy of martial arts to unleash its full potential. Observing the clean and precise cuts he had made, Kuchi felt a surge of satisfaction. The blades conjured by the quick/fruit were incredibly sturdy and sharp, rivaling some ordinary renowned blades in this world. Although he could not yet sever steel, splitting stone was a trivial task. Your ability is quite impressive, Robin exclaimed, watching Kuchi effortlessly cleave through the hard rock. Previously, she had only a vague understanding of Kuchi's powers and was unaware of their true might. Witnessing it now illuminated why he had been so elated upon acquiring this ability. With strong defense and sharp offense, it was a capability well suited for battle. As Robin marveled at his prowess, Kuchi snapped back to reality. Your ability is also quite formidable when developed. It's a shame you aren't adept at combat, he remarked, assessing Robin's flower fruit powers. If this ability were wielded by someone with martial prowess, it would be exceedingly formidable, allowing them to sprout body parts in any location, thereby thriving in combat. For instance, envisioning the old man carp unleashing hundreds of iron fists upon you or sprouting fists directly from your own body regardless of distance and speed was truly terrifying. However, Robin primarily employed her ability for reconnaissance, rarely utilizing it for combat, and even then, its effectiveness was limited due to her poor physical condition, which hindered her from honing her strength through rigorous training. I too wish to grow stronger, but, Robin sighed, having often contemplated using her abilities to develop useful techniques during their escape, so she would not be defenseless when confronted with danger. Yet, as Kuchi had pointed out, she lacked any innate talent for combat and could hardly devise effective techniques. Nonetheless, it was thanks to her ability that she possessed remarkable reconnaissance skills, allowing her to evade capture for years and survive through her powers. If you're interested, you can train with me next. I can help you develop some combat techniques that may prove useful, Kuchi suggested after a moment of contemplation. He believed it essential for Robin to possess a certain level of strength. Although he could protect her, there would always be times when he could not cover every angle, and it would be beneficial for her to have some means of self-defense. Robin gladly accepted his proposal. She didn't want to continually be a burden to Kuchi. Having some combat ability would enable her to assist him should he encounter formidable foes. As they conversed, the members of the White Crow Mafia had already arrived in their vicinity. The sound of numerous footsteps, even from a distance, alerted Kuchi and Robin to the impending danger. They're here. They exchanged glances. Kuchi remained composed, while Robin, arms crossed, activated her powers to scout ahead. Approximately 100 individuals, all armed, most with firearms, approached. After a quick head count, Robin began to relay the details of their weaponry to Kuchi. All right, you stay here. I will resolve this swiftly in return. Kuchi nodded, preparing to step out of the courtyard. He could not allow those individuals to engage in battle here, or this place would undoubtedly be reduced to ruins. I'll go with you. Despite trusting Kuchi's strength, Robin felt uneasy about the overwhelming numbers and wished to assist him. Seeing the concern in her eyes, Kuchi acquiesced. Fine. But remember to keep a safe distance from the battlefield. Your abilities do not require proximity. He marked an area for Robin to remain, allowing her to assist from afar, but cautioning her not to draw too near. While he was impervious to blades and bullets, Robin was not. Moreover, once the fight commenced, he would be unable to protect her completely. Even if he stood in front of her, he could only shield one side against the onslaught of gunfire. Robin voiced no objections to his arrangement, obediently nodding and following in his wake. Chapter 18. The Fall of the White Crow. It was he who slaughtered your esteemed members. A moment later, Kutch appeared, standing defiantly before the ranks of the mafia's White Crow. Amidst the throng of well-tailored suits, a ragged middle-aged man spotted him and immediately pointed, excitedly accusing him to the nearby mafia members, his demeanor notably obsequious and reverent. That's enough. You may leave, the godfather of White Crow, Moss, coldly nodded, signaling to his underlings to toss a pile of berries at the man's feet, dismissing him as one would shoo away a fly. This man was summoned as a witness to identify the location and appearance of the murderer, and with the identification complete, he had outlived his usefulness. Unperturbed, the man crawled on the ground like a mangy dog, eagerly collecting the berries before departing with a look of sheer joy. Kid, those who have wronged me will pay dearly. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Once the man had exited, Godfather Moss spoke to Kutch with an air of intimidation. Silence. Kutch had no interest in indulging in the other's bravado. It was more important to resolve this and return to his training. Thus, with an air of impatience, he retorted, before pouncing forward like a cheetah. Eliminate him. Seeing this, Moss was the first to raise his weapon. A pistol of exquisite craftsmanship that resembled a work of art, and squeezed the trigger. Bang! With the sound of his gunshot, all members of White Crow sprang into action. Bang, 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 bang. The rapid gunfire reverberated throughout the area, and the billowing smoke enveloped Kutch's figure. Within the haze, Kutch charged through the hail of bullets. The projectiles striking his body merely tore his clothing, leaving him unharmed, as if only teasing him. Whoosh! When the distance between the two sides diminished to mere meters, he activated the powers of the quick-slash-fruit, transforming his entire being into a blade of sharpness. The gleaming edges refracted the sunlight, casting a blinding glare. A devil fruit user? As he beheld the approaching Kutch, Godfather Moss recognized his abilities, no longer surprised by his ability to emerge unscathed from the onslaught of gunfire. Yet, such a power was exceedingly grotesque, allowing him to disregard the concentrated fire of nearly 100 men. His face darkened as he gazed at the youthful visage drawing nearer. Realizing he was about to encounter a formidable force, without hesitation, he retreated behind his subordinates. Everyone, attack together. Eliminate this monster. With an arrow on the string. There was no turning back. He could only grit his teeth and press on. Kill him. The loyal mafia members, undeterred by their leader's strange form, surged forward in mass. Splat, splat. As the two sides collided, Kutch became a relentless meat grinder, mercilessly shredding the flesh surrounding him. Dismembered limbs and remnants flew through the air, and blood flowed like rivers upon the ground. Ack! The anguished cries and wails resonated endlessly. In less than 2 minutes, Kutch had cut through the ranks of the mafia, standing face to face with Godfather Moss, blood-soaked and cold-eyed. Moss trembled, the bravado he once held evaporating, replaced by the realization that this boy was nothing short of a demon. Splat! With arms crossed and transformed into blades, Kutch swiftly crossed paths with Moss. And as he appeared behind him, a great head soared into the sky. After dispatching the Godfather, he turned, continuing his slaughter of the remaining mafia members. At this point, the remaining henchmen lost all courage to confront him, each wishing they had been born without legs, fleeing desperately. Kutch pursued them unhurriedly. 20 minutes later, upon the absence of any living souls in his line of sight, he finally halted. Robin approached from a distance to clean the blood from his body. What shall we do next? Do we continue hunting down the others? While cleaning, Robin inquired, having clearly seen through her abilities that several mafia members had managed to escape and had not fallen to Kutch's blade. Therefore, she asked whether they should eradicate all traces of them. Too troublesome. Kutch shook his head. Those who had fled would undoubtedly hide away and dare not show their faces again. It would be a waste of time to hunt them down one by one. Furthermore, the remaining stragglers posed no threat to him, likely too frightened to ever confront him again. Thus, he felt little concern. Let us head to the White Crow's headquarters. It was best to collect the spoils of their victory. With that, he led Robin toward the heart of the island. Along the way, he brandished the severed head of Godfather Moss, parading it openly. The bloody trophy was a potent deterrent, and none dared approach him or Robin. Upon recognizing the severed head belonged to the godfather of the island's most powerful faction, the White Crow Mafia, the onlookers murmured in shock, their trepidation towards Kutch intensifying. Satisfied with the fearful glances cast his way, Kutch knew this display served to intimidate, conveying to all on the island that he was not to be trifled with. They should keep their distance and avoid trouble. In doing so, he believed the incidents from before would not repeat themselves. He and Robin could enjoy a prolonged period of peace on this island, free from disturbance. The headquarters of White Crow still had some personnel remaining. After tossing the Godfather's head inside, Kutch effortlessly breached the entrance, dispatching the remaining members, and he and Robin began their looting. The final haul was exceedingly bountiful. The White Crow, a mafia that had long entrenched itself on the island, was quite wealthy. They amassed 2 to 3 billion berries and treasures. After packaging their spoils, the two departed with swagger. Clatter. In the island's most destitute and dilapidated area, a mafia member who had narrowly escaped Kutch's grasp fled to this place. Colliding with a pile of debris, he fell to the ground, panting heavily. Rising, he found no sign of the terrifying boy pursuing him and leaned against a filthy wall to rest. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, his stomach growled. After running for so long, he had exhausted himself and was famished. Surveying his surroundings, he sought a place where food might be found. Eventually, his gaze landed on a dilapidated house nearby with an open door. Kid, are you all alone here? Entering the house and squinting in the dim light, he saw only a boy with hair barely an inch long. Nonchalantly, he pulled over the lone chair inside and settled down, interrogating the boy. The frail youth, covered in wounds, nodded at the unexpected guest. Get me something to eat, and be quick about it, or beware of your worthless life. The mafia member, accustomed to throwing his weight around, menaced the boy for food. The youth, unfazed by the threat, simply began rummaging through the room, eventually finding a package and starting a fire to cook. Seeing this, the mafia member leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, waiting for the boy to prepare the meal. However, once he closed his eyes, he would never open them again. Taking advantage of the moment, the youth stealthily approached him, wielding a sharpened shard of iron, which he forcefully dragged across the man's neck. After being splattered with blood, he commenced rummaging through the victim's belongings for anything of value. Chapter 19, Kappenbecky. After vanquishing the mafia's White Heron, Kutch and Robin enjoyed a tranquil life, with no audacious souls daring to disturb them on the island. Each one steering clear as if avoiding a plague. With no interruptions, Kutch devoted all his time to rigorous training, while Robin began honing his combat skills alongside him. Meanwhile, the entire West Sea was far from peaceful. The cause of the unrest was the recent demise of the patriarch of one of the 5 largest mafia families, the Capone family, with his son Kappenbecky ascending to power in recent years. The ambitious Kappenbecky, dissatisfied with his family's standing in the West Sea, stirred chaos, devouring both large and small mafia factions. His tyranny instigated trepidation among the other families, leading them to frantically expand their territories in a bid to augment their power and prevent the Capone family from monopolizing control. This predicament weighed heavily on the smaller and medium-sized mafia groups, who navigated the treacherous waters of survival amidst the territorial skirmishes among the 5 formidable leaders. At the headquarters of a medium-sized mafia family, their patriarch anxiously awaited a visitor at the entrance, visibly tense and restless, pacing back and forth while occasionally glancing into the distance. He has arrived. Patriarch Kappenbecky is here. A servant's urgent shout halted his movements. How many men has he brought? The patriarch inquired eagerly, having been intimidated by the Capone family recently. He had arranged for Kappenbecky to visit his territory for negotiations, hoping to appease him by conceding some territory and interests to avert further pressure. Now that Kappenbecky had arrived, the patriarch was on edge, fearing an overwhelming assault that could lead to his demise. However, to his surprise, Kappenbecky had come alone. Their vessel was docked at the harbor, with no entourage disembarking alongside him. Aware of their leader's anxiety, the henchmen were equally apprehensive. If Kappenbecky were to annihilate their patriarch, they too would not escape unscathed. Thus, they remained vigilant, assessing the situation. Alone, the patriarch was astonished. Kappenbecky's audacity was unexpected. Did he not fear being ambushed? Although uncertain of Kappenbecky's motives, this revelation brought him a measure of relief. Since Kappenbecky had come unaccompanied, it suggested that he had no immediate intentions of annexing his territory, allowing for further dialogue. Consequently, he gestured for the surrounding preparations to be dismantled. He had previously concentrated all his forces here to deter a potential assault from Kappenbecky, but now it seemed unnecessary. To act otherwise would be to appear petty, giving Kappenbecky an opportunity to belittle him, which would ultimately be detrimental to their impending negotiations. He had no intentions of seizing the opportunity to eliminate Kappenbecky. While such an act might momentarily destabilize the Capone family, it would not resolve his own predicament, but rather incite a vengeful frenzy, leading to his own destruction. Thus, it was wiser to concede territory and interests in exchange for survival. Before long, Kappenbecky, elegantly clad in a pristine white striped suit, appeared at the entrance of the headquarters. despite being alone and on unfamiliar ground. He exuded confidence and authority befitting a mafia don. With a cigar clenched between his teeth, he raised his head in an air of arrogance. Welcome. The patriarch, in stark contrast, adopted a demeanor of submission, extending a respectful invitation for him to enter. There's no need for that. We can discuss matters here, Captain Becky waved dismissively, rejecting the invitation. After all, it would not take long. He regarded the weak and ineffectual man before him with palpable disdain. The patriarch awkwardly withdrew his hand, unsure of how to proceed. The circumstances compelled him to display his subservience to Captain Becky. May I inquire if you would consent to our terms? He ventured. I am willing to relinquish territory adjacent to the Capone family, ceding all associated business to you. And I assure you that I will refrain from any future competition with your family. The patriarch reiterated his conditions, demonstrating considerable sincerity, as this would entail forfeiting the vast majority of his interests and lands. Captain Becky responded with a wicked grin. What I desire extends far beyond that. I want everything you possess. Without affording the patriarch a moment to react, Captain Becky drew his pistol and shot him point blank. He had arrived with no intention of engaging in negotiations. His aim was to seize control of this mafia with minimal expenditure. His gunshot sent shockwaves through the crowd. The surrounding mafia members astounded by his audacity to come alone and assassinate their patriarch. Captain Becky. Following the initial shock came a wave of fury. Observing their patriarch's face contorted in disbelief as he fell lifeless, the mafia members' eyes blazed with rage, and they roared with a desire for vengeance against Captain Becky. Bang! 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 The air filled with the sound of gunfire as Captain Becky found himself encircled by bullets. Yet, he remained unfazed, reveling in the thrill of decapitating a family leader. After the barrage subsided and the smoke cleared, several men in gray suits emerged from nowhere, forming a protective circle around him, absorbing the onslaught of attacks. The bloodied, gray-suited figures collapsed to the ground. When did this happen? The onlookers were bewildered. Captain Becky had arrived alone. How had these henchmen materialized? They had thoroughly scouted the area beforehand. Unperturbed by their astonishment, Captain Becky crossed his arms, his legs transforming into treads. The grinding sound of machinery echoed as he maneuvered, relentlessly advancing. The disparity in forces grants me a decisive victory, Captain Becky declared, his eyes and mouth morphing into castle windows and gates, from which tiny figures scurried about. Boom! Cannons erupted from these portals, launching a barrage that ruthlessly obliterated everything in their vicinity. What kind of monster is this? The enemies fled in a frenzy, terror-stricken by the sight of Captain Becky, who unleashed cannon fire from his very being, resembling a demonic entity. The sounds of horses echoed as Captain Becky continued his rampage, manifesting numerous gates around his waist, from which legions of cavalry burst forth, growing in size upon landing, charging in all directions. In mere moments, hundreds of riders surrounded him. Just as he had proclaimed, he indeed commanded overwhelming forces. Chapter 20. The Monster Gun, Vite. After eliminating all adversaries, Captain Becky entrusted the remaining tasks to his subordinates and set sail back to the island that housed his headquarters. At the harbor, Vite and Gotti awaited his triumphant return. Behind Vite, two revolvers of extraordinary size hung prominently. Gotti bore a formidable heavy machine gun on his right arm. Both men were esteemed members of the Capone family, regarded as the most trusted subordinates of Becky, the family's patriarch, their standing only second to him. Before Becky departed, he entrusted them with the defense of the stronghold. Nothing untoward has transpired during my absence, has it? Upon landing, Becky was immediately concerned about events during his time away. Rest assured, boss, there has been no incident, came the reassuring reply. Gotti, a hulking figure, was not particularly eloquent, leaving the task of reporting to Vite. Vite recounted the happenings of the past few days in detail, and after discussing family matters, he shifted the conversation, his tongue flicking through the air like a serpent's. However, a notable event has recently occurred on Clan Island, which I believe will pique your interest, boss. A glimmer of excitement appeared on Vite's face, yet combined with his peculiar long tongue, the smile took on a sinister quality. Clan Island? Is that not the territory of the White Swans? Becky remarked indifferently, recalling the organization that ruled the region. Well aware of the dynamics of the Western Seas underworld, what could those inept fools possibly have to offer? Becky's disdain for the White Swans was palpable. He considered them a mere stagnant nuisance. He doubted they could orchestrate anything that would capture his attention. Heh, it's not those fools causing trouble. Rather, they have been obliterated, Vite replied with a grin. Oh, this revelation captured Becky's interest. While he viewed the White Swans as inept, they were at least a sizable mid-tier mafia. Who could have been audacious enough to eliminate them? Could it be one of the other four families? Becky pondered, realizing that aside from his own Capone family, only the remaining four prominent mafias of the Western Sea could so easily dismantle the White Swans. Which of the other four families was responsible? He inquired, his small eyes narrowing in irritation at the thought of his own target being preemptively dispatched. It was not any of the other four families. Vitz shook his head, dismissing his boss's speculation. Nor was it another organization. According to our intelligence, it was a teenage boy who took action. He clashed with the White Swans over protection fees and single-handedly eradicated the entire organization. Vic could not suppress a hearty laugh. The notion of a mafia being vanquished over protection fees was absurd. The White Swans would be forever branded with the shame of their downfall, mocked by their peers for years to come. What a disgrace for the Western Seas Mafia. A boy did this. Hearing that the White Swans had been vanquished by a mere child, Becky felt a mix of disdain and intrigue. Yet, rather than deriding the White Swans, his focus shifted to the young assailant. The ability to single-handedly dismantle a mid-tier mafia signified considerable prowess. This contemplation rendered him pensive, an inscrutable expression clouding his features. Having accompanied Becky for many years, Vit was perceptive enough to discern his thoughts. "Boss, are you considering recruiting that boy?" Becky nodded, affirming Vit's conjecture. Indeed, he harbored such intentions. A figure of such strength, regardless of age, was undoubtedly a talent worth pursuing. He aspired to expand and unify the entire underworld of the Western Sea, making the recruitment of exceptional individuals indispensable. You shall journey to Klin Island, secure the territory of the White Swans, and simultaneously recruit the boy who brought them down. After a moment's reflection, Becky made his decision, instructing Vit to undertake the trip. With the White Swans' demise, their territory was now unclaimed, making it an opportune time to seize control of Klin Island's assets and businesses. Furthermore, it provided a chance to approach the young prodigy. Once there, convey to him that as long as he pledges loyalty to the Capone family, I can fulfill all his desires: wealth, status, and beauty. As one of the most formidable mafia patriarchs in the Western Sea, Becky exuded authority, offering generous terms. His ambition to unify the underworld justified any costs for acquiring talent, as long as the individual was loyal and valuable. "Rest assured, boss, I will return with both land and the boy," Vit confidently assured, his tongue swirling with determination. The second-in-command of the Capone family personally undertaking the recruitment would surely grant the boy due respect. Vit was convinced he would neither refuse nor dare to reject the offer. The Capone family was known for their decisive actions, never dilly-dallying. After escorting Becky back to the stronghold, Vit gathered a contingent of men and set sail. The news of the White Swan's obliteration reached not only the Capone family, but also other mafia factions in the Western Sea. For a vacant territory, no one would miss the opportunity, prompting them to make similar decisions as Becky, dispatching their own forces to claim Klin Island. Many were also intrigued by the boy who had single-handedly dismantled the White Swans. Talents, especially those with remarkable abilities, would be valued anywhere in this world. In this climate, Kiki's intentions of quietly amassing strength would be rendered impossible. He would inevitably be drawn into the fray of the Western Seas mafia conflicts. Unbeknownst to him, Kiki remained absorbed in his own training within his little realm. Bang! With a decisive stomp, Kiki propelled himself into the air, instantaneously appearing between two massive boulders. The gleam of his blade flashed as he struck. The boulders were effortlessly cleaved in two, leaving Kiki satisfied with the display of power. Although he seemed to have merely taken a single step, he had actually executed a series of rapid strides too swift for the eye to perceive. Perhaps due to his continuously enhancing physical capabilities, he had made remarkable progress in his training with the 6 forms of the Navy. For mastering this art necessitated meeting physical standards. Though he could not yet achieve instantaneous movement through dozens of steps, he had managed to execute a sequence of several, applying it roughly in combat to significantly amplify his explosive power, enhancing both speed and impact. Chapter 21, The Gathering Storm. 3 days later, a crimson-armed vessel docked at Klin Island, disembarking over 100 mafia members clad in dark red suits, adorned with the emblem of a blood diamond. Those familiar with the Western Sea would recognize this symbol as belonging to one of the 5 largest mafia families currently dominating the region, the Blood Diamond Vitor family. Among the uniformed members, one individual stood out distinctly. He wore a blue shirt beneath a brown waistcoat, with wide tactical pants tucked into knee-high leather boots. Topped with a cowboy hat, a quintessential Western cowboy look. He was of modest stature, yet he bore upon his shoulder a lengthy flintlock musket that surpassed his own height. This firearm had evidently undergone modifications, featuring a barrel that was sturdier than the average gun, accompanied by a precision sight. His vest was adorned with oversized ammunition, and at his waist, he sported 4 handguns. Such an ensemble made it all too easy to deduce his identity as a sniper. Indeed, he was Benny, one of the 4 key figures of the Blood Diamond organization, renowned throughout the West Sea as a sharpshooter, nicknamed Woodpecker. "Ah, we have arrived here ahead of the others," Benny remarked as he surveyed the port, a smug grin revealing his prominent yellowed teeth. This time, all 5 major families had dispatched representatives to vie for this unclaimed territory. And he was the first to arrive, granting him the advantage of initiative. His plan was to infiltrate the former stronghold of the White Crow and inquire about the whereabouts of a certain individual. With a wave of his hand, he led his entourage boldly into the city. Since their objective was to seize territory, their first destination was naturally the former headquarters of the White Crow. Additionally, he was tasked with recruiting the young man who had single-handedly brought down their organization. He instructed several of his men to gather intelligence on the enemy's location. Thunderous roars echoed through the air as another armed vessel approached the port shortly after his departure. To his astonishment, they had been preempted. This new arrival was also affiliated with one of the 5 major mafia families, clad in matching black suits, their ship emblazoned with a razor emblem, signifying their allegiance to the Kosa family. Leading them was Bub Boo, known as Hook, due to the imposing iron hook that replaced his right arm. Upon noticing the Blood Diamond ship, he realized they had been outmaneuvered. Thus, he swiftly directed his team to disembark and head into the city, eager to ascertain the identity of the rival faction. Has someone already laid claim to this territory? Kuchi was leisurely strolling through the streets with Robin when he noticed 2 consecutive groups of mafia members passing by, prompting a frown of contemplation. Ever since the day they obliterated the White Crow, he had anticipated that someone would inevitably come to seize the territory. He just hadn't expected it to happen so swiftly. However, his frown quickly relaxed. Let them occupy the land if they wished, as long as they did not provoke him. After all, he had no intention of establishing his own power here. Territorial claims were of little consequence to him. 2 of the largest mafia families have arrived. Robin, having wandered the West Sea for a considerable time, was more knowledgeable than Kuchi. She recognized their identities through their attire and insignia, providing Kuchi with a succinct overview. Kuchi nodded in acknowledgement. He pondered whether Capone Becky would send anyone over. The mention of the 5 major mafia families naturally led him to think of Becky, one of the notorious supernovas from the original story, who had not yet set sail but was entwined with these 5 families. He recalled that Becky's abilities stemmed primarily from his devil fruit powers. Kuchi had long desired to experiment with whether his 7 stars could indeed acquire the abilities of others upon their defeat, thereby becoming a wielder of multiple powers. In the entirety of the West Sea, he could only think of Becky as a potential target. Soon, he and Robin arrived at a familiar restaurant, where the owner instantly recognized him and approached with great respect, eager to serve. Since the downfall of the White Crow, Kuchi had become a figure of reverence on the island, receiving preferential treatment wherever he went. After placing his order, he began to eat voraciously. Bang, bang, bang. However, he had not dined for long when the distant sound of gunfire reached his ears. It appeared that the 2 factions had engaged in combat. Kuchi paid little heed, while Robin, ever vigilant, utilized her abilities to scout the source of the gunfire. The commotion did not persist long, and silence soon returned. This prompted many patrons who had contemplated leaving to prepare for shelter to settle back down. It seemed that another faction was approaching, wary of potential opportunists in the wake of any skirmish, leading them to temporarily cease hostilities. Robin relayed her findings to Kuchi. However, before she could finish, a piece of bread was shoved into her mouth. Eat your meal properly, Kuchi admonished, his gaze fixed on his plate. Why concern yourself with unrelated matters when there is delicious food before us? Due to her past experiences, Robin maintained a cautious curiosity about everything, which Kuchi deemed an unfavorable habit. Worrying excessively was unnecessary. As long as it did not pertain to him, why bother? With her cheeks full of bread, Robin rolled her eyes at him before taking small bites. Rude, she internally muttered about Kuchi. Nonetheless, she obediently refrained from further inquiries, focusing instead on her meal. After enjoying a delightful feast, the 2 strolled home. As they approached their yard, Kuchi's brow furrowed in concern. The normally locked gate stood ajar. There, seated at the entrance, was a figure he had seen among the mafia ranks, shouldering a sniper rifle. Do you mafiosos have some sort of affliction, barging unannounced into others' homes and vandalizing their doors? Kuchi glared at the door lock on the ground, clearly damaged by gunfire. He felt an urge to drag the intruder by the ear and demand an explanation. Welcome back. Benny stood up, grinning as if greeting an old acquaintance upon seeing Kuchi and Robin at the gate. After a brief clash with the Razor faction, he had sought information and arrived here. With both factions now evenly matched, The one who could first recruit the youth who had single-handedly vanquished the White Crow would secure an undeniable advantage. He had devised a clever plan. Recruit this youth and then leverage his strength to seize control of the territory. I have come to. Yet before he could articulate his proposal, Kuchi interrupted him. I do not care who you are or what you seek. I will grant you one opportunity. Compensate me for my damaged door and leave. I shall not hold this incident against you, Kuchi declared, utterly disinterested in Benny's platitudes. His hard-won tranquility had been disturbed, and he was thoroughly incensed. Furthermore, the manner of Benny's arrival was exceedingly impolite, indicating a blatant disregard for him. In such a situation, there was no need for further dialogue, regardless of Benny's intentions. To be so bluntly told to leave, Benny's expression soured. As a cadre of one of the 5 major mafia families, he had never endured such humiliation. Little brat, I came with good intentions to recruit you. To offer you power and riches. Do not be so ungrateful. Benny's tone turned icy as he issued a warning. It seems you have declined my offer. Kuchi nodded in understanding, remaining silent as he charged forward with a half-formed rage. Such audacity necessitated a swift expulsion to teach him a lesson for his next life. Benny sneered. This little brat's arrogance needs to be tempered. He must learn the reality of his own strength. Does he truly believe that defeating the White Crow grants him boundless arrogance? He has yet to grasp the enormity of the challenge ahead. As a cadre of Blood Diamond, Benny possessed formidable abilities. He leaped nimbly onto the rooftop. Bang! From a lofty perch, a sniper took aim and executed a precise shot at Kuchi. The impact resonated, causing Kuchi to stagger slightly backward, yet he did not flinch or evade, coming to a halt in his tracks. The unique projectile of this sniper rifle possessed formidable power, far surpassing that of a conventional flintlock. While it could not breach his ironclad physique, the resultant force nonetheless impeded his movement. What is happening? Benny observed in astonishment as Kuchi merely leaned back upon being struck. Is this the extent of damage from a bullet capable of penetrating rock? What kind of resilience does this body possess? At that moment, Benny longed to inquire of the youth below. However, Kuchi denied him that opportunity, casting an icy glare upward. With a swift motion, he leaned forward, channeling all his strength to propel himself off the ground. He surged straight up to the rooftop, transforming his hands into lethal blades to strike down. A power user. As he revealed this ability, Benny immediately recognized Kuchi's identity as a capability wielder. As a marksman, Benny not only excelled in shooting but also displayed remarkable agility, swiftly leaping across the rooftop to evade the impending strike, and in a series of deft movements, he reappeared on an adjacent building. This agility was an essential trait for an exceptional sniper, allowing for rapid repositioning after taking a shot. With a resounding bang, he swiftly reloaded and fired again. This time, he opted for a sharper round, designed for enhanced penetration. The bullet met Kuchi's body with a shower of sparks, yet it still failed to breach his defenses. Such formidable protection, a troublesome ability. Benny was well aware of the powers possessed by those with devil fruit abilities. He regarded the scene before him with a grave expression, speculating that the youth's powers not only allowed him to transform his arms into blades, but also conferred upon his body a defense as unyielding as steel. Otherwise, his previous bullet would have inflicted damage. This realization posed a challenge, as none of his ammunition was capable of piercing through iron. Perhaps there exists a flaw. Observing the youth pursuing him once more, Benny clenched his teeth and reloaded his weapon for another shot. This time, he did not merely fire once. He unleashed a flurry of 5 shots, each targeting a different spot in hopes of uncovering a weakness in his opponent. Fortunately, his firearm, after modifications, was capable of rear-loading, allowing for this rapid firing rate. The bullets clanged against Kuchi's body, the immense force hindering his leaps and forcing him to descend to the ground. Impressive marksmanship, he thought, appraising the sniper on the rooftop. The opponent's firing speed was swift and the power of his weapon formidable. Without the swift slice fruit ability, he could have easily been felled by a single shot. However, this adversary was quite elusive, proving difficult to capture. Kuchi gazed up at the rooftop. With his prowess, it would be simple to eliminate his foe. One close encounter followed by a casual slash would suffice. Yet the opponent's agility rendered him hard to seize. Thud! He pressed his feet against the ground in rapid succession, employing the technique of shave to propel himself upward at breakneck speed, attempting once more to close the gap. Futile. Benny grinned, revealing his large yellowed teeth. He held great confidence in his speed and agility. The youth's pace posed little threat to him. Leaping again, he sought to create distance. A second bloom of flowers. However, just as he leapt less than half a meter, he suddenly felt a gripping force beneath him, causing him to falter and crash down. What is happening? His gaze darted to the small girl below, obscured by her cloak, her features unclear. Is she also a power user? Below, Robin crossed her arms, activating her ability to sprout 2 hands beneath Benny's feet. Seeing Kuchi struggle to catch the agile foe, she intervened. Damn it! Benny cursed, realizing he had underestimated the girl, dismissing her as an inconsequential character. He had not anticipated she possessed abilities as well. Kicking frantically, he attempted to free himself from the grip on his ankles. Sweat beaded on Robin's forehead as the pain from the struck hands resonated through her. Yet she gritted her teeth and held on tenaciously. If that's the case, then perish. Unable to extricate himself, Benny raised his weapon to aim. If he could not escape the powers, he would dispose of the power user outright. Die for me. Yet, Kuchi did not grant him the opportunity to pull the trigger. With the time Robin had bought, he closed the distance, his arms crossed in an X formation as he unleashed 2 slashes. Whoosh whoosh. Benny's eyes widened in terror as he was cleaved, instantly torn into 4 segments. At that moment, as petals swirled about, Robin released her ability. She covered her arms, now red and swollen, her physical constitution significantly weaker than Kuchi's. Even the deceased Benny's mere kicks could inflict harm upon her. Are you all right? Kuchi inquired with concern as he leaped down from the rooftop to Robin's side after dispatching Benny. Observing her swollen arms, he reached out to massage them, hastening blood circulation. I'm fine. Robin shook her head. Such minor injuries were trivial to her, easily bearable. The hardships she endured while wandering alone far exceeded this. What shall we do next? The enemy will undoubtedly seek retribution. She lifted her gaze to Kuchi. Having slain a crucial member of Blood Diamond, tranquility was unlikely to follow. Many of their people remained on the island. No need to worry. A gentle voice interjected, yet it was not Kuchi's. Robin turned in surprise to find a figure with a hook for a right hand casually leaning against the wall, observing them. In her focus on assisting Kuchi, she had neglected her surroundings, unaware of when this individual had approached. Kuchi pulled her behind him protectively, casting an impatient gaze at this unexpected visitor. These people come in waves, it's truly relentless. Chapter 23, The 5 Major Mafia Families Gather. The newcomer was none other than the second force that had landed on the island, the rival organization to Blood Diamond, Bent Hook Barb. Affiliated with the Razor Corsair family of the Mafia, there's no need for vigilance. I harbor no ill will towards you, unlike that fellow Benny. In response to Kuchi's unfriendly glare, he slowly stepped out from the shadows. If Benny could conceive of enlisting this youth as an ally, surely he could as well. However, unlike Benny, he had chosen to observe from the shadows first. This waiting period yielded unexpected joy. His principal competitor, Benny, had perished due to a trivial conflict. This was indeed a stroke of fortune, and thus his spirits were high, a pleasant smile adorning his face. I am the 3rd in command of the Razor. My purpose here is not only to claim this territory, but also to extend an invitation for both of you to join our ranks. He articulated his intentions. Initially, he had aimed to recruit solely the youth, but upon witnessing the girl, cloaked yet revealing her devil fruit ability, he decided to expand his invitation to encompass both. Should you two agree to join, feel free to stipulate any conditions. Anything that our organization, Razor, can fulfill, we shall accommodate. Furthermore, I can assure you that upon my return, I shall petition my family to include you in our management team, ensuring that you will never be relegated to the status of mere henchmen. The value of 2 capable individuals far surpasses any prior assessments. Thus Babu has proposed the most generous terms he could muster. It is evident that he is exceedingly eager for the inclusion of Kuchi and Robin. My apologies, but I have no interest in joining your ranks. You may take your leave now. Upon his declaration, Kuchi promptly declined. Although the terms presented were grandiloquent and seemingly generous, he felt no inclination towards them. He had never entertained the notion of living under someone else's roof, let alone joining a so-called mafia organization. His sole desire was to swiftly dispatch these unsavory characters and focus on his own development. As he was rebuffed, Babu exhibited no displeasure. Instead, he smiled. In that case, I shall not intrude any further. Perceiving Kuchi's impatience, he refrained from pressing the matter and turned to depart. However, before leaving, he discreetly cast a glance at Robin. The young girl's abilities sparked a thought in him, and an involuntary smile graced his lips. He did not strike one as someone who would easily concede. Though his response had been rather abrupt, Robin remarked to Kuchi, his reaction, or rather, his peculiarity, suggests something unusual. It matters not. Kuchi shook his head, unperturbed by whatever schemes the other party might harbor. Should any ill intentions arise, we shall simply eliminate them. Time passed slowly over the next 2 days. During this interval, Babu, taking advantage of the disarray among the Blood Diamond's ranks, swiftly consolidated his power on the island. establishing a preliminary claim to the territory. He then commenced a flurry of preparations, aware that this was only the beginning. 3 of the 5 prominent mafia families were still en route, and only upon their arrival could he compete for victory and secure dominion over this land. At the port, a large armed vessel docked, from which a cadre of mafia members clad in blue suits disembarked. Their ship bore the emblem of a gaping mouth, heralding the arrival of yet another family, the silent Maranzano family, one of the 5 major mafias. Leading the group was a towering figure, a veritable colossus of muscle, adorned with a massive anchor tethered to his waist. He was Gonzalez, one of the Maranzano family's 3 enforcers, merely standing there, without any movement. He exuded an immense aura of intimidation. Even the other members of Maranzano dared not approach, maintaining a respectful distance. As Gonzalez strode into the city, each step sent tremors through the ground beneath him. Shortly after their departure, 2 more ships arrived almost simultaneously. One of these bore members of the Capone family, led by Vito, clad in gray suits. Upon disembarking, Vito glanced sideways, his long tongue flicking through the air. "Didn't he expect you to come here?" he remarked, eyeing the newcomers with a hint of trepidation. Draped in an oversized black robe, with gray-white hair cascading over his shoulders, and skin ashen and devoid of muscle or fat, the figure appeared almost like a corpse. The laughter that emanated from him was reminiscent of a zombie's. His name was Mortis, hailing from the Luciano family. Known as the most formidable assassin, nicknamed Corpse Whisperer, Vito. Mortis's sunken eyes fixed on him, revealing a terrifying grin. Vito instinctively distanced himself from this ghastly figure. Despite Mortis's ghastly appearance, he was a master of poisons, adept at administering lethal toxins without detection. Countless individuals had fallen victim to him in the West Sea. And among the 5 families, Vito most dreaded facing this man, for one could never be certain when they might suddenly succumb in his presence. "It seems we are the last to arrive, while the other 3 families are already here," Mortis noted, surveying the surroundings after spotting the vessels of the other families at the harbor. "What does it matter to arrive early? Ultimately, the territory will belong to the one who possesses the strength to claim it." Vito recognized this truth, but remained unfazed. A good meal is never too late. Arriving early is of no consequence when it comes to seizing this territory. A true contest will determine its ownership. He held unwavering confidence in himself and the Capone family, convinced that victory would ultimately be theirs. "Let us see whose methods prove superior." Mortis replied with a sinister smile, then led his men into the city. He chose not to engage Vito, his rival, but rather to first ascertain the situation of the other 3 families before deciding on his next course of action. "We shall also proceed into the city," Vito instructed his men as they followed suit. "Find out where the boy who annihilated the White Crow resides." Upon entering the city, Vito promptly ordered his subordinates to seek out Kuchi's whereabouts. He had not forgotten that his purpose extended beyond merely contending for territory. He also aimed to recruit talent. Given his late arrival, he feared Kuchi might have already been courted by the other 3 families. Such a scenario would necessitate considerable effort on his part to woo him afterward. Chapter 24. Babu's threat. Razor-sharp Babu had constructed fortifications at the former White Crow stronghold, capable of withstanding assaults from armed forces several times his own numbers, all in preparation for the impending arrival of the remaining 3 families. When news of their landing reached him, he was not with his men, but had sought out Kuchi once more. "What do you want this time?" "I believe I made my position quite clear. I will not join your so-called mafia," Kuchi exclaimed, his brow furrowing as he opened the door to find Babu standing there. This incessant disturbance was growing tiresome. "Where is that little girl? Why is she not with you?" Noting Kuchi's irritation, Babu remained unfazed, instead smiling as he inquired about the whereabouts of the girl from their previous encounter. His demeanor had shifted since last time. He was no longer cautious, but now regarded Kuchi with the predatory gaze of a cat eyeing a mouse, exuding an air of control. As though he believed Kuchi could never escape his grasp, he was confident that if he revealed his discovery, Kuchi would undoubtedly capitulate to him. "Let me warn you one last time. Leave at once, and do not disturb us again, or you shall find your existence rendered unnecessary." Kuchi's disdain for Babu's gaze had reached its zenith, and his patience had entirely waned. He felt he had been far too lenient, prompting these ruffians to persist in their intrusions. Should Babu ignore his warning again, he resolved to take lethal action. "Youth, do not be so impetuous, for it may lead to your undoing," Babu countered, undeterred, adopting a tone reminiscent of an elder admonishing the young. He reached out, attempting to pat Kuchi on the shoulder. With swift precision, Kuchi seized Babu's arm. "It appears you have chosen the path to your demise." Nodding slightly, Kuchi ceased his idle chatter and directly unleashed his abilities. transforming his arm into a blade, aiming a lethal strike at the opponent's neck. That little girl must be Nico Robin. However, Bubbu confronted the looming specter of death with unwavering composure. He did not flinch from Kuchi's blade, but instead calmly uttered a phrase that laid bare Robin's identity. Upon hearing his words, Kuchi's blade came to a halt. This only fueled Bubbu's arrogance, as he reveled in the belief that he had the upper hand over the youth. TSK, who would have thought that the infamous demon child Nico Robin, so reviled in the West Blue, would be here? If the Navy and the world government were to learn of this, just imagine how many would come hunting for you. You would be left with no choice but to flee and hide, and you, young one, harboring a wanted criminal, would surely find yourself on the wanted list as well. I present you with an opportunity. Bring Nico Robin to join our Razor family, serve us henceforth, and I shall refrain from exposing you. Moreover, I shall mobilize our family's resources to aid you in concealing your identities. Bubbu rambled on, having recognized the girl's abilities after witnessing them previously, and upon comparing them with the intelligence he had on Nico Robin, he confirmed her identity. He had chosen not to reveal this immediately as a threat, but had returned, well prepared, to confront them today while the other families were landing. His aim was to recruit Nico Robin and the youth to be his trump cards in the territorial conflict, driving out the remaining 3 families. This way, both talent and territory would belong to him. Do not harbor any illusions of eliminating me here without consequence. Setting aside whether you can indeed kill me, even if you succeeded, it would be futile. I informed my family of this matter yesterday, and if I do not make contact within 2 hours, they will alert the Navy and the world government. The nearest Navy vessel is only a few hours away from this island. Even if you wish to flee, you will not get far. Sensing the growing malice from across the divide, Bubbu continued to threaten. Having come here, he had anticipated various scenarios and adequately prepared for them. Finished? Kuchi coldly regarded him after his speech, inquiring, "Yes, I am finished. Now you may call out for Nico Robin and join me in dispatching the remaining forces on this island," Bubbu replied, issuing commands with an air of superiority. He believed his words had completely ensnared the youth. "Since you have concluded, you may now meet your demise." With a swift motion, the glint of the blade flashed as Kuchi swung his arm forward to deliver a strike. Bubbu's face paled as he raised his iron hook to parry the blow. He had not anticipated that despite his threats, the other party would remain resolute in their intent to kill him. Did he not fear the exposure that might ensue? Kuchi scoffed repeatedly, his arms relentless in their assault. To think he could intimidate him was a grave miscalculation. He would never entrust his and Robin's fates to such a despicable individual. Even if Robin's identity were revealed, they could continue to evade capture. After all, they had escaped before. Furthermore, his current strength was sufficient to ensure their safety after Robin's exposure. The clash of blades rang out as Bubbu struggled to fend off Kuchi's onslaught, retreating under the pressure. "You must consider carefully, young man. Do not act recklessly." Bubbu continued to attempt intimidation, unwilling to see his schemes unravel. If he did not manage to win over the youth and Nico Robin today, surviving to leave this island would be a daunting task. In response, Kuchi unleashed an even more ruthless and incisive barrage of attacks, his entire being transformed into blades. He disregarded any of Bubbu's attempts to retaliate, leaving him unable to cope. Damn it! Realizing there was no possibility of negotiation, and that the other was determined to kill him, Bubbu summoned all his strength. "Youngster, do not presume that just because you are an ability user, you are truly invincible. You are far from it." From his iron hook, countless fine steel needles were suddenly unleashed, glinting with a purple hue under the sun, unmistakably coated in poison. Most were aimed at Kuchi's eyes, which Bubbu considered his weak point. Even if his ability could harden his body to the strength of steel, surely the delicate eyes would not possess the same resilience. Yet Kuchi demonstrated otherwise, proving he had no vulnerabilities. The poison needles struck his eyes, producing a metallic clatter before falling harmlessly to the ground. His eyes, too, bore the strength of steel. With a resounding thud, Kuchi pressed his feet firmly into the ground, utilizing the explosive force of his ability to surge forward with incredible speed. He did not employ a slicing attack. Instead, he charged directly at Bubbu. The earlier poison needles had been Bubbu's last resort, and now, faced with Kuchi's explosive advance, he found himself powerless to respond, unable to evade the impending collision. As Kuchi's blade-like form collided with Bubbu, he pierced through him, a cloud of crimson mist erupting into the air. Bubbu was reduced to mere fragments. Chapter 25. Preparing to depart. Are we to leave again? After dispatching their foes, Kuchi returned to the house, where Robin, her large eyes wide, gazed at him, bloodied and battered. She had overheard the conversation outside, realizing her identity had been compromised and that it had been used as leverage against Kuchi. Indeed, Kuchi nodded. Gather your belongings. We must leave at once. He filled a bucket with water and rinsed the blood from his body. In light of the current circumstances, it was unwise to remain on the island. If what that man said was true, the Navy and government officials would soon arrive. With several other factions from the 5 great mafia already having landed, chaos would soon reign on the island. I'm so sorry, I've dragged you into this. As Robin packed her belongings, she sorrowfully apologized to Kuchi. He could have traversed life more freely and unencumbered given his strength and talent, but now, because of her, he was forced into a life of wandering. Moreover, it was her use of abilities last time that had revealed her identity and led to this predicament. It has nothing to do with you. Kuchi shook his head. I was careless. I should not have let that man leave last time. Who could have known he would deduce Robin's identity from just one display of her powers? Next time, I shall ensure such a threat is silenced immediately. This incident served as a wake-up call for Kuchi. We are companions, and you rescued me in the beginning, so there is no need for such talk. Everything is my own choice. You have never been a burden to me. Noticing Robin still disheartened, Kuchi, now cleansed, approached to assist her in packing, offering comfort. At this moment, Robin was still overly sentimental, lacking the cunning and composed demeanor of the older sister persona depicted in the original work. With a playful flick, Kuchi tapped her on the forehead. So, no more brooding. Robin cradled her head, exclaiming, that hurts. She cast an accusatory glance at Kuchi, but his reassurance had soothed her spirits significantly. Once their belongings were gathered, Kuchi led Robin toward the port. They needed to find a ship. Kuch and Robin were devoid of any nautical skills, rendering them incapable of embarking on a sea voyage alone. Otherwise, the formidable sea kings, various marine creatures, treacherous currents, and inclement weather could easily claim their lives. Additionally, even in the absence of such threats, losing one's way at sea posed a significant dilemma. Drifting to uninhabited islands could leave them stranded for years, if not decades. However, their desire to depart in such a manner was destined to be thwarted. For the moment Kuch stepped onto the street, he was recognized, and the intelligence operatives of the 3 major crime families swiftly reported the news to their respective family leaders. Ahead lay the Capone family, the silent Maranzano family, and the shadowy Luciano family, all awaiting his arrival. Halfway through their journey, Robin alerted Kuch, having glimpsed the situation ahead with her abilities. No worries, let us proceed. Kuch replied impassively, urging Robin to stay behind him as they continued forward. He had already surmised the intentions of these 3 families. They were merely seeking to recruit him, much like the 2 individuals who had approached him previously. Before long, he and Robin found themselves in the presence of that group. Among them, Vito caught his attention. This marked the second original character he had encountered since his arrival. Aside from Robin, after a brief glance at Vito, his gaze was drawn to a towering figure nearby, 5 or 6 meters in height, with an imposing physique that resembled a 2-story building. This was the largest individual he had seen since his arrival in this world, a size that seemed to transcend the bounds of normal humanity. Yet, such stature, while not commonplace, was not entirely rare in the world of One Piece. Finally, his eyes flickered past the cadaverous individual before retracting his gaze. The 3 factions obstructed the street entirely, blocking Kuch and Robin's path. As Kuch surveyed Vito and the other 2 factions, they too scrutinized him in return. So you are Kuch? The one who single-handedly eliminated the White Raven and dispatched that woodpecker Benny from Blood Diamond? Vito was the first to speak among the 3. His tongue flicked habitually outside his mouth, provoking an impulse to pluck it out. His interest in Kuch was palpable. Upon landing, he had learned that Kuch had also taken down the sniper from Blood Diamond, elevating Kuch's value in Vito's eyes and making him an even more appealing target for recruitment. We all wish to recruit you into our organization, and I imagine the 2 fellows who arrived before us sought the same. Since you are here now, it indicates you have not yet aligned with any faction. I, on behalf of the Capone family, formally invite you to join us. I wonder if you might be interested. My godfather mentioned before my arrival that as long as you are willing to join, you can set any terms you desire. Anything the Capone family possesses can be granted to you. Vito laid out his enticing offer. The other 2 families were not to be outdone. Little one, if you join us, the Shadow Strings, you will immediately receive a territory no smaller than this island as a reward, and you may propose any further conditions, said Mortis. Join us in the Silent family, and you can directly become an officer, if you possess sufficient strength and loyalty. Rising to become the second in command under the Godfather is well within your grasp, added Gonzalez, the meat grinder. Faced with such lucrative offers from the 3 families, Kuch remained unmoved. If you have finished speaking, kindly step aside. I have no interest in joining any of you. he replied coolly, grasping Robin's hand as he attempted to pass through the throng. "Little one, do not be so hasty." As he brushed past Mortis, this cadaverous figure chuckled ominously, blocking Kuch's path. Kuch regarded him with an impassive expression. "Give serious thought to what I just said. Not everyone can elicit such offers from the shadow strings. Nor can everyone easily refuse us," Mortis threatened languidly. In response, Kuch unleashed a brilliant arc of his blade. He had discerned the pattern. These individuals were not swayed by words alone. Only through force would they comprehend reason, and thus he opted for action. In response to his strike, Mortis evaded, seeming to glide like a shadow across the ground, reappearing several meters away. He simultaneously tossed a small black sphere onto the ground. With a resounding bang, the sphere erupted, releasing a cloud of black poison. Kuch swiftly pulled Robin away. Having anticipated such a tactic from an opponent who appeared eccentric and likely possessed a hidden arsenal of bizarre methods. Hee. Vito grinned at the unfolding confrontation, a perverse excitement glimmering in his eyes. Indeed, he is an ability user. Having uncovered this information upon landing, witnessing it firsthand exhilarated him. Recruiting Kuch would undoubtedly bolster their godfather's power. Although Kuch had rejected him and displayed a steadfast demeanor, Vito understood that individuals of strength often possessed distinct personalities. Thus, he remained undeterred by Kuch's attitude, further solidifying his resolve to recruit him. Chapter 26, The Great Melee. Bang, bang, bang. Vito drew his twin revolvers, aiming at Mortis and firing rapidly. "Little one, let me eliminate this poison-throwing freak, and then we can team up to take down that behemoth," he shouted while shooting. The time had come to determine the victor among the contending factions. Boom. Gonzalez, upon hearing Vito's call, unhesitatingly grasped a chain and hurled his massive anchor. Vito's position was smashed, creating a deep crater in the street. However, Vito had already leapt to the rooftop to evade the attack. As the forces from both sides engaged, a chaotic brawl was imminent. "No need." Kuch declined Vito's invitation and turned to Robin. "Restrict that guy for just a moment." At that moment, Mortis had skillfully evaded all of Vito's bullets, holding two black spheres, one aimed at Vito and the other at Kuch. Robin nodded. After Kuch had pulled her away from the poisonous fog, she crossed her arms, emanating pink petals around her. Four-wheel blossom. From the ground at Mortis's feet and behind him, two hands sprouted. The hands from the ground grasped his ankles, restricting his movement, while the hands from behind seized his arms to prevent him from accessing his poison. Seizing the opportunity, Kuch charged forward with the speed of a cheetah, his arms transformed into blades, aiming for Mortis's neck. Damn! Mortis panicked, struggling against Robin's restraints. But to no avail. Aside from his peculiar agility and poisonous abilities, he was utterly incompetent. Now that both strengths were curtailed, he could merely await his demise. However, just as Kuch was about to deliver the fatal blow to Mortis, a sudden rush of wind heralded an imminent strike, as he was violently propelled through the air. In a critical moment, Gonzalez had thrown his anchor, saving Mortis's life. Though large, Gonzalez was not dim-witted. He considered that should the boy be swayed by Vito and they joined forces, Mortis's demise would leave him to contend with two formidable opponents alone. Thus, until the situation shifted entirely in his favor, he would not allow Mortis to perish prematurely. Gonzalez's maneuver elicited a chuckle from Wit. With the assistance of this young lad, Kuchi was now confident in his ability to dominate the battlefield. In gratitude, he positioned himself on the second-floor rooftop, unleashing a barrage of gunfire towards Gonzalez. The latter, exhibiting extraordinary prowess, formed an impenetrable barrier with his ship anchor, deflecting every bullet aimed at him. With a swift motion, Kuchi's body skidded across the ground. His legs transformed into blades, embedding themselves into the earth and carving out fissures several meters long before he finally came to a halt. At that moment, Mortis had also extricated himself from Robin's restraints. Devoid of the imminent threat of death, he seized the opportunity to deploy his hidden tactics. After crushing a capsule between his teeth, he expelled a purplish toxin onto a pair of hands on the ground. Robin, wary of letting this mysterious venom touch her empowered arms for fear of poisoning her true self, was compelled to release her bindings. "I'll deal with you first, little girl." Yet Mortis had no intention of sparing her, as she was the one who had nearly cost him his life. With a rapid succession of throws, he launched 5 or 6 spheres of varying colors, allowing the toxic mist to envelop him in an inky green hue, ensuring that any contact with his foe would result in their poisoning. He then activated his peculiar mode of movement, gliding across the ground like a fabric caught in the wind, heading straight for Robin. 6 arms, interconnected and sprouting from the rooftop beside her, pulled her up and evaded Mortis's grasp. The opportunity for a second strike fled, as Kuchi had returned with renewed vigor. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself from the ground into the air, his legs morphing into blades aimed downward. Clang, clang. Mortis narrowly avoided the attack. As Kuchi's dual blades struck the cobblestones below. Dodge. Let us see how long you can keep that up. Kuchi sneered, observing Mortis's retreat. Though his method of movement was undeniably swift, Kuchi reasoned that with Mortis's frail physique, such bursts of speed couldn't be sustained indefinitely. He pressed forward, determined to exhaust his opponent. Mortis, unwilling to collide with Kuchi, evaded once more, yet as Kuchi had anticipated, Mortis could not maintain such high velocity for long. Mere minutes later, he was panting heavily. At that moment, fate conspired against him. While engaged with Gonzalez, Wit found the time to take a cold shot at Mortis. Mortis had no choice but to evade, inadvertently landing directly in Kuchi's line of attack. Let us see if that big fellow can still save you, Kuchi grinned maliciously, eyeing the hefty man ensnared by Wit. He then transformed both his hands and feet into blades, striking toward Mortis. Mortis's pupils dilated in terror. He found himself without escape from Kuchi's lethal strikes. Sensing his imminent demise, Gonzalez attempted to employ the same technique as before, hurling his ship anchor for rescue. With a rapid succession of shots, Wit swiftly emptied 2 magazines, sending the anchor hurtling back. Kuchi's blades met no resistance as they cleaved Mortis into 8 pieces. Useless. Gonzalez roared in fury, cursing Mortis for failing to endure despite the effort expended to save him. Hearing the thunderous wrath in Gonzalez's voice, Kuchi turned his gaze upon him. Now it's your turn. Initially, he had no quarrel with the large man, but since he insisted on intervening, Kuchi felt compelled to send him to join the lifeless Mortis. He charged forward, finding the hefty man an easy target compared to Mortis's agility. In an instant, Kuchi was before him, leaping to slash at his waist. Due to the height difference, Kuchi's leap could only reach the waist area. With a swift motion, Gonzalez swung his ship anchor to deflect Wit's attack, while his left fist, colossal and imposing, hurtled toward Kuchi. However, Kuchi, relying on his defense, paid little heed to the punch, as his sharp blades easily pierced through Gonzalez's tough skin. A spray of crimson splattered onto Kuchi's face, but given the size of Gonzalez, it was akin to a mere paper cut to an ordinary person. With a powerful blow, Kuchi was sent sprawling back. Chapter 27, The Navy's Landing. Big guy, you're finished. Seeing Kuchi join forces against Gonzalez filled Wit with exhilaration. His tongue flicked excitedly. The scales of victory had definitively tipped in their favor. Just the right moment to unveil this. No longer concealing his hand, he produced his trump card. From his waist, he drew a series of black-tipped bullets, loading them into his revolvers, and aimed at the hefty man, firing a shot. Boom. The bullet struck, causing an explosive impact. The force of the blast propelled Gonzalez backward. Much to Kuchi's astonishment, he had not anticipated Wit's ammunition to possess such power, surpassing even the grenades of his previous world. In this bewildering world, some still wielded antiquated flintlock pistols, while others possessed weaponry more advanced than anything from Kuchi's former existence. The disparity in technology was stark. Archaic and advanced coexisted in a curious juxtaposition. Snapping back to reality, Kuchi recognized the opportunity presented by Gonzalez's distraction. He dashed toward the man's lower leg, executing a sweeping kick with his blade, severing a tendon. With a thunderous thud, Gonzalez's massive frame faltered, crashing to the ground. Little brat, he seethed, hurling his enormous ship anchor in a final act of defiance. Facing the tremendous weight of the anchor, Kuchi braced himself to absorb the impact. Clang! The anchor struck him, sparking with metallic friction. Climbing up the iron chain of the anchor, Kuchi surged toward the colossal figure. Boom! Wit continued firing explosive rounds, each detonation engulfing Gonzalez's form in a fiery blaze. The flames ignited his body, eliciting anguished cries. In that moment, Kuchi stood upon his face, his blade-like feet deeply embedded in his flesh. His arms transformed into daggers, piercing mercilessly into Gonzalez's eyes. The orbs burst, blood spraying high and staining Kuchi entirely. Overwhelmed by agony, Gonzalez writhed on the ground. Emotionless, Kuchi navigated the vast expanse of the fallen titan's body, his blades continually finding vital points. Only when the behemoth lay still did he cease his relentless assault. The streets below were awash with blood, a river flowing from the colossal figure, saturating the entire thoroughfare. Cackling echoes of madness filled the air. With a sinister grin, Vito leaped from the rooftop, giving Vazirez's lifeless body a kick to confirm the demise of his final rival. A fact that filled him with elation. So what do you say? Will you join our Capone family? He shifted his gaze once more, extending another invitation to Kuchi. The more he beheld this boy, merely 13 or 14 years of age, the more he was drawn to him. he was nothing short of a little monster, possessing strength surpassing that of the cadres from the 5 great families. If he were to bring this boy back to the Godfather, the family would gain a significant advantage. And as a bonus, the boy's companion, that young girl, was also a capable individual. In response to Vito's renewed entreaty, Kuchi squinted thoughtfully. His contemplation was not on whether to join the Capone family, but rather on the possibility of silencing Vito to eliminate any threat. After all, the previous fellow, Barb, had discerned Robin's identity from her lineage. There was no guarantee that Vito wouldn't do the same, recognizing Robin and using this knowledge to threaten him or create trouble. Thus, a subtle aura of murderous intent emanated from him. Vito's keen instincts picked up on this menace. He wants to kill me? Why? This left Vito perplexed. He was merely extending an invitation without any malice, so why would the other wish him harm? Unable to unravel this mystery, Vito retreated cautiously, ultimately vaulting back atop the rooftop to gain a vantage point for better shooting. Kuchi pondered for a moment, but ultimately abandoned the idea of silencing Vito. The Navy and world government were on the verge of arriving, and taking the time to deal with Vito was not an option he could afford. Ultimately, it was his own lack of strength, having only traversed into this world a few months prior, that left him feeling constrained. If only he were stronger, such considerations would be unnecessary. As he and Robin rushed toward the port, Kuchi sighed. Vito watched them depart, refraining from uttering another word. Once Kuchi had left, Vito commenced a purge of the remnants of the other factions. Upon completing this task, a naval warship landed on the island, disembarking hundreds of Navy and world government personnel. Gaining this intelligence, Vito rallied his family members, bracing for whatever purpose this warship had, uncertain whether it would disrupt the hard-won stability they had achieved. Nicole Robin? Vito was taken aback when the world government officials approached him for questioning. How could this child of the devil be on the island? However, when the officials revealed that it was the godfather of the Razor organization who had reported her, Vito began to piece things together. Where had that boy named Kuchi, along with that girl, vanished to? According to eyewitness accounts, during the chaos among the great families, the last to have contact with them was none other than Vito himself. The officials from the government interrogated Vito with great seriousness. With the revelation of Nicole Robin's whereabouts, they were determined not to overlook any leads. If you want to know, go investigate for yourselves. That Vito and the girl have no connection to our Capone family, Vito replied with unabashed arrogance. His tongue flicked out as he leaned closer to the government agents. Our Capone family is not some rabble that you government lapdogs can question at will. Persist, and I shall have your tongue removed. Vito's brazen defiance darkened the expressions of the government officials, though tempted to teach this mobster a lesson. The thought of Vito being a cadre of the formidable Capone family restrained them. The influence of these mobsters in the West Blue was vast, akin to local emperors. Provoking them would yield consequences far beyond what a low-ranking government official could bear. Thus, the officials and Navy chose to conclude the interrogation and disperse across the island to conduct their own investigations. Haha, Vito chuckled once the government personnel departed. He finally understood why Kuchi had harbored murderous intent towards him. It turned out he feared that Vito, like the Razor members, might recognize the girl as Nicole Robin and seek to eliminate him. How amusing. Vito chuckled softly. Previously, the Capone family had paid little attention to Nicole Robin due to the Godfather's beliefs that the world government's reports were mere fabrications. It was disgraceful for a prominent mob family to bully a young girl, much like the ignorant populace of the West Blue. Hence, they never proactively sought intelligence on this matter. However, it now appeared that greater scrutiny was warranted. Chapter 28, The Slaughter. Kuchi, accompanied by Robin, had hired a merchant ship and, after a week of sailing, arrived at another island. As they entered the town, they found it far less bustling than Klein Island, with only a sparse scattering of people on the streets. Robin remained swathed in a large cloak, for in the West Blue, she was a well-known figure. Revealing her true identity would undoubtedly incite a frenzy. In contrast, Kuchi exhibited no such reservations, boldly displaying his face. His eyes roamed, searching for an intermediary who could assist them in renting a place to stay. After such a lengthy voyage, they needed a respite. Yet, as he gazed around, Kuchi found his brow furrowing in confusion. What was amiss? He noticed many individuals staring intently at his face, whispering among themselves. And the contempt in their gazes directed at Robin was palpable. Why did it feel as if Robin's identity had been exposed? Puzzled by the looks from the crowd, Kuchi glanced back at Robin, whose cloak remained tightly wrapped around her, with no chance of her face being revealed. Robin, too, was bewildered, though her feelings leaned more towards panic. She detested the hostile gazes that met her on the street. They radiated sheer malice. Thus, She discreetly activated her abilities to eavesdrop on the conversations around them, hoping to uncover the reason behind the hostility. However, before she could complete her investigation, a loud voice erupted from the crowd. "That is Nicole Robin. She is with that man." A man pointed at Robin, then at Kuchi. "Everyone, capture this child of the devil and her accomplice and turn them over to the Navy and the government. Such scum have no place in this world." The man vocally incited the crowd. After being stirred to action, the crowd transformed from a simmering tension to a chaotic uproar, converging upon them. "Seize these two wicked individuals," they shouted in unison, their voices deafening. Confronted with this all-too-familiar scene, Robin instinctively felt fear and anxiety, yearning to flee. However, Kuchi grasped her firmly. "Do not be afraid. You have done nothing wrong." He whispered comforting words to Robin, positioning her behind him as he prepared to face the surging mob alone. The crowd was already arming themselves with various objects to use as weapons. With a sudden burst of power, Kuchi propelled himself into the throng. Bam! 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 After toppling a considerable number of them, he reached the very man who had incited the crowd. In the face of the man's wide-eyed panic, he seized his throat and lifted him off the ground. "We do not deserve to live. Does that mean you do?" The man struggled desperately in his grasp, his fingers constricting around the throat, making it difficult for him to breathe. "Answer me," Kuchi bellowed fiercely. You are criminals, demons," the man replied in fragmented sentences. "Indeed. You are demons," echoed the voices of those around. The audacity of the demons and criminals only served to inflame the crowd further. "Release him. Surrender obediently, you damned scoundrel." Venomous curses erupted from the crowd. Those closest to Kuchi struck him with their weapons. Dodging a thrown egg, Kuchi grinned widely. "Yes, I am indeed a demon." With a sharp crack, he snapped the man's neck. "Thus, as a demon, it is only reasonable for me to slaughter you all." With a growing malevolence in his laughter, Kuchi transformed every part of his body into blades and without hesitation, plunged into the throng of people, unleashing a frenzied massacre. Previously, he had been forced to flee in such situations due to lack of power, but now, they dared to believe he hesitated to kill them. For the first time since his arrival, Kuchi raised the blade against these so-called ordinary citizens. Within minutes, the ground beneath him was a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Those who had just been riled up now fled, wailing for their mothers, wishing they had been born with 2 extra legs. Who could have imagined that the accomplice of this son of a demon would truly dare to enact such a massacre? Had they not heard tales of how every time Nico Robin was discovered, her adversaries fled in terror? Why was this time different? Soon, the streets were deserted, leaving nearly 100 bodies sprawled at Kuchi's feet. Observing the scene, Kuchi sneered repeatedly. Moments ago, they had been so righteous and vehemently opposed to evil, shouting about delivering justice to the people, as if each one was an embodiment of virtue. Now, faced with the bloodied blade, they crumbled, one more pitiful than the last. Ultimately, they were merely bullies of the weak, fearing the strong. If they were truly so noble, why had they never dared to confront the invading pirates or the mafia? They had always been too timid to act, merely waiting for an opportunity to vent their hypocritical sense of justice upon Robin, whom they deemed an easy target, believing she posed no threat. In reality, these people from the West Sea had hunted Robin countless times, each time she had to flee. Did they truly believe the government's reports were accurate? If Robin possessed the strength and coldness to commit the crimes detailed in those reports, they would have no idea how many islands might have been slaughtered by such reckless behavior. Many were aware, yet they simply did not care. For the existence of such a person allowed them to bully and vent their frustrations while cloaking themselves in the guise of justice. Robin stood silently to the side, observing it all. She had long grown accustomed to such scenes, where people brandished the banner of morality yet never questioned the truth, relishing in the pleasure of judging the weak. In the past, she had found such occurrences painful, but now, she lifted her gaze to Kuchi and smiled faintly. With him around, everything was different. Saul was right. The sea is vast, and one day, she would encounter companions who would protect her, ensuring that she would never be alone in this world again. Kuchi's presence was that of a protector, and thus, she would no longer face solitude. No matter the time or circumstance, Kuchi would safeguard her. "What are you grinning about?" Stepping across the field of corpses, Kuchi approached Robin, who was smiling to herself, and playfully tapped her on the head. Robin's thoughts were pulled back, and she shot him an exasperated glance, only for Kuchi to receive a slap from a hand that appeared behind him. Kuchi merely chuckled at the slap. Compared to when they first met, Robin was undeniably more lively now. Subsequently, the two wandered the streets, seeking information. As they landed, they had been immediately recognized, indicating there was something they were unaware of, and Kuchi was determined to uncover the truth. Chapter 29. The Bounty Notice. So this is how it is. After meandering around the island, Kuchi and Robin understood why they were recognized upon their arrival. Kuchi held 2 pieces of paper, one black and one yellow, examining their contents closely. The yellow paper was a bounty notice issued by the Navy and the world government, accusing him of harboring and assisting the demon child Nico Robin, with a bounty of 20 million berries. The black paper was a joint assassination order from 4 of the 5 mafia families in the West Sea, excluding the Capone family, offering a bounty of 60 million berries, along with a reward of 10 million berries for reporting their whereabouts. The photographs were quite impressive, very cool. Kuchi was unfazed by the fact that both the black and white forces were after him. Instead, he was pleased with the images on the bounty notices. He grinned as he showcased it to Robin. Aren't I striking? Robin glanced at the notices. The Navy's bounty and the Mafia's assassination order featured the same photograph, a candid shot taken during Kuchi's battle with the Mafia on Klin Island. Kuchi's arms transformed into glistening blades, paired with a cold expression, resembling an emotionless assassin. But was this really the time to be concerned about how cool the photo looked? Robin rolled her eyes at Kuchi, bemused by his thought process. Even with both the Navy and the Mafia after them, he could still find joy in it. After rolling her eyes, she felt a twinge of guilt. The reason Kuchi was in this situation was largely due to her. Aren't you worried? She asked tentatively. When she had been a fugitive, it had caused her much distress. What is there to be troubled about? Kuchi shook his head, tucking away the bounty and assassination notices, especially the bounty notice. It was akin to a tailor-made piece of authentic Pirate King merchandise, truly one of a kind, deserving of careful preservation. As for being a target, he had anticipated it. Being with Robin meant he was effectively opposing the Navy and the world government, and being hunted was inevitable. He had been mentally prepared from the start. The Mafia's assassination order, while somewhat unexpected, was not entirely surprising, considering he had directly or indirectly eliminated significant figures from those families on Klin Island. He had anticipated that these organizations would take action against him. However, he had not expected them to issue an assassination order and plaster it alongside the Navy's bounty across the islands of the West Sea. What do you plan to do next? Seeing that Kuchi genuinely did not care about being hunted, Robin shifted the conversation, inquiring about their next course of action. The current situation made it difficult for them to find a quiet place to hide, as they had before. With the combined forces of the Mafia and the Navy and world government, wherever they went in the West Sea, they would easily be found. In the past, Robin would have sought a secluded place to hide or blended into a faction to conceal her identity. But now, with Kuchi by her side, she instinctively relied on him. Indeed, a counterattack was inevitable. As the conversation turned to future matters, Kuchi's expression grew grave. He forcefully pulled back Robin's hood. Since they wish to take my life, let us not hide any longer. Let us confront them head-on and see who shall meet their demise first. Kuchi intended to confront the Mafia directly, as well as the Navy and the world government. If necessary, he was prepared to face them too. After all, in the West Sea, the government and the Navy could not possess excessive power. In such circumstances, he could not retreat, nor live a life akin to that of a rat scurrying across the street. Robin, having her hood removed, felt somewhat disoriented being so openly exposed on the street, and she instinctively raised a hand to shield her eyes from the sun. Acknowledging Kuchi's decision, she nodded in unconditional support, even if this choice was reckless. She was unperturbed and willing to face the impending dangers alongside him. While Kuchi and Robin deliberated their plans for the future, Vito had returned to the Capone family's stronghold from Klin Island. He had thoroughly cleaned up Klin Island, ensuring sufficient manpower was left behind to maintain firm control over that territory. Father, he addressed, as he entered a lavish restaurant where he met his godfather, Capone Beggy, to report on his mission. You handled the matter of Klin Island quite well, Beggy remarked, nodding in satisfaction at his trusted subordinate after hearing the report. As for not bringing back that Kuchi, it was not your fault. No one anticipated that the boy would be so formidable. The other important figures sent by several factions all fell victim to him, so your ability to remain unscathed is commendable. Should we continue to recruit that Kuchi? Vito inquired after Beggy concluded his remarks. Of course, Beggy replied without hesitation. A person I have set my sights on will certainly not be easily relinquished. However, the young man displays a resolute attitude, seemingly averse to joining any organization, and the presence of Nico Robin at his side poses a complication. Vito expressed the difficulties of recruiting Kuchi. I shall personally take charge of this matter. There is no need for you to intervene, Beggy declared confidently. Every individual possesses weaknesses. No matter how powerful Kuchi may be, he is still just a boy and cannot escape my grasp. As for Nico Robin, despite being a nuisance. She should not pose a significant problem. Beggy exhibited an air of confidence, demonstrating the authority of a godfather before Vito. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave and rest, he added, waving his hand, considering Vito had been busy outside for quite some time. One more thing, Father, Vito replied, remaining in place instead of departing immediately. Although I did not bring back Kuchi, I have not returned empty-handed. During my time on Klin Island, I discovered another talent that I believe you will find appealing. He licked his lips in a rather peculiar manner, indicating his excitement. While he did not capture the intended target on Klin Island, Vito had indeed made a significant discovery. Beggy's interest was piqued. He understood Vito's discerning eye well. And since his trusted subordinate spoke highly of this new individual, it was clear that the person would not be ordinary. Lighting a cigar, he said, in that case, bring him to me, so I may see for myself. Vito chuckled, having intended just that, and he gestured towards the door, summoning a regular member to step forward. Chapter 30, Das Bonus. Das Bonus was an orphan living on Klin Island, and today he was presented with a life-altering opportunity. Under the guidance of a Capone family member, he stood before Capone Beggy, the very talent Vito had recommended. Beggy scrutinized the frail young boy, whose scalp was devoid of any long hair and whose skin was dark, resembling a monk. Despite standing before one of the most powerful godfathers in the West Sea, Das displayed no signs of nervousness, his expression remaining cold and indifferent. Nodding, Beggy acknowledged the boy's composure, regardless of whatever abilities he possessed. This is the talent I have brought back for you, Father, Vito announced, his arms gesturing animatedly. Do not be deceived by his mere 14 years. He is a born killer. Vito reminisced about his encounter with Das Bonus on Klin Island. At that time, he was eliminating the remnants of the other factions on the island, and without their notable members, the remaining individuals fled in terror from him. Seizing the opportunity, Das Bonus selectively targeted those who strayed alone, employing his beast-like instincts and ample patience to locate and ambush his prey. He could remain motionless for hours in the most adverse conditions, and when a target fell into his trap, he displayed a bloody and merciless demeanor, achieving a one-strike kill on all his victims. By the time Vito discovered Das's existence, he had already claimed the lives of 20 to 30 individuals. Such a record was terrifying for a mere boy who had received no formal training. Vito believed that with a period of cultivation, Das Bonus would undoubtedly become a sharp weapon for the family, aiding the godfather in overcoming numerous adversaries. Then let him accompany you. Train him well, so he may soon become an asset to the family, Beggy instructed after listening to Vito's introduction. Recognizing Das Bonus's potential for development and entrusting Vito with his training. Boom, boom. A month later, on the surface of the sea in a certain area of the West Sea, Kuchi stood at the stern of a pirate ship, listening to the relentless explosions of cannon fire around him. The ship beneath him was struck in numerous places, teetering on the brink of sinking. In his line of sight were two medium-sized armed vessels, their cannonballs raining down upon his ship. The flags flying from these vessels were all too familiar to Kuchi. Belonging to the Razor Kosa family, one of the 5 major mafia factions. Ever since their whereabouts were discovered a month ago, he and Robin had faced attack after attack. Among their assailants were both the Navy and the world government, as well as a multitude of bounty hunters and civilians. However, the most frequent attackers were these mafia factions in the West Sea. Their influence and network of informants spanned nearly every corner of the West Sea, making their intelligence more effective than that of the Navy, allowing them to consistently track Kuchi and Robin's movements. Just days prior, he had hijacked the very ship he was now on to escape from a certain island, only to find himself cornered in this sea once more. Boom. Another barrage of cannon fire approached, with one cannonball hurtling directly toward Kuchi. With a swift motion, Kuchi transformed his leg into a blade, cleaving the projectile in two, which then splashed into the sea below. Although he successfully deflected one cannonball, he could not prevent the remaining ones, and he could only watch helplessly as 2 more struck the deck, taking the lives of several pirates and leaving 2 additional gaping holes in the ship. What to do? What to do? The ship is on the verge of sinking. After yet another bout of destruction, the pirate ship finally began to tilt, seawater rushing into the cabin. The pirates desperately attempted to plug the gaping holes, but to no avail. The ship was on the brink of sinking. In a frenzy, the pirate captain began to panic, triggering chaos among the crew. Witnessing many abandon their posts, bringing the vessel to a standstill, Kuchi furrowed his brow deeper. What are you panicking for? If you wish to die, I shall send you straight to hell. His discontented roar reverberated through the air. The pirates, still intimidated by Kuchi, fell silent, their gazes fixed upon him. When this harbinger of death had once commandeered their ship, he had displayed an invulnerable prowess, swiftly decimating half of their ranks. Return to your stations and do your utmost to prolong this ship's endurance. I shall deal with the pursuers that follow. Once he regained control of the situation, Kuchi urged the pirates to take action, for this vessel could not withstand the onslaught for much longer. Under his command, the pirates obediently resumed their efforts to mend the ship's breaches. What shall we do now? Robin, standing beside Kuchi, had remained silent until he established order, at which point she quietly inquired. Her expression conveyed her own unease. Both she and Kuchi were users of powerful abilities, and should the ship sink, neither possessed the skill to swim to safety. Your abilities should allow you to send me over, shouldn't they? The only viable option is to reach the ship behind us and confront those adversaries. That vessel was approximately 100 meters away, too far for Kuchi to traverse directly. Thus he had to rely on Robin's capabilities. Very well, Robin contemplated before responding. Do you need me to send you over now? Kuchi nodded. Time was of the essence, and delays could lead to their demise beneath the waves. Flowering spiderweb. Without further dialogue, Robin crossed her arms, utilizing the ship's mast as a point of support, conjuring dozens of arms to form a spider web. Whoosh. Kuchi understood immediately what to do, and swiftly leaped onto the web. Robin activated her power, using the elasticity of the web to propel him forward. Kuchi soared towards the pursuing ship. Yet, this was insufficient for him to land directly on the deck. So Robin again utilized her ability, conjuring an arm at the bow of the other ship. 30 blossoms blooming. 30 arms connected in sequence, resembling a long tether, catching Kuchi as he flew and drawing him onto the deck. Eliminate him. The deck was swarming with black-suited mafia members, and upon sighting Kuchi, they hesitated for but a moment before launching their attack without hesitation. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of gunfire erupted, a barrage of bullets raining down upon Kuchi. However, he merely scoffed dismissively. Such projectiles posed no threat to his steel-like physique. Chapter 31, Kuchi's Counterattack. Chafe. Following a volley of bullets, Kuchi's feet struck the deck, his figure vanishing from the spot in an instant. What appeared to be a single step was merely an optical illusion caused by his rapid movements. In reality, he had executed dozens of steps. This was the shave from the Navy's 6 forms, and during this time, Kuchi had finally mastered the first of the 6 forms. Not only that, Kuchi had also developed other combat techniques based on his abilities. He materialized before one of the mafia members, his index finger shooting forth like lightning toward the opponent's heart, its tip sharpened to a fine blade by the quick slash fruit's power. Finger gun, sharp blade. The blade penetrated the opponent's heart, effortlessly piercing through. This was a technique he had devised from the finger gun of the 6 forms. Thud. As the body crumpled to the ground, Kuchi surveyed the deck with a bloodthirsty grin. The murderous intent birthed from countless slaughters since his arrival permeated the air, sending shivers down the spines of the surrounding mafia members. Without further ado, Kuchi vanished once more from sight. The ensuing battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. With no ocean to hinder him, these mafia members were entirely outmatched. Amidst the screams, one after another, they fell upon the deck, blood pooling and staining the surface crimson. Turn the cannons and fire. Take out that bastard. On a nearby ship, the mafia members, gripped by fear, disregarded their comrades' lives, intent on sinking Kuchi along with their vessel using cannon fire. Boom. The sound of cannon fire thundered in Kuchi's ears, reverberating like muffled thunder. Whoosh. He darted in front of the incoming cannonball, his arm transforming into a blade that sliced through the projectile as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Chafe. Observing the cannon on the opposing ship, he instantaneously appeared atop it. In a mere span of a few meters, he traversed the distance with the chafe. Clang. With his feet morphing into blades, he pressed down, cleaving the cannon barrel with ease. Kuchi unleashed the second massacre of the day. Days later, on an island under the territory of the Razorblade Cosa Nostra family, within a mansion adorned with the Razorblade flag, Kuchi stood amidst a pool of blood and corpses. His hands stained as he inscribed 4 large characters upon the wall, a company to the end. He signed his name beneath it, satisfied with his work. Afterward, he departed with Robin. He was not one to endure blows without retaliation. Since the mafia sought to entangle him, Kuchi was more than willing to engage them to the bitter end. In the time that followed, Kuchi repeated his actions, systematically sweeping through and annihilating several factions, including the Silent Malanzano family, Blood Diamond Vito family, and Shadow Rope Luciano family, inflicting immense devastation upon these 4 clans. Arrogant, too arrogant. This was the assessment of Kuchi by the 4 mafia godfathers, who were incensed. For years, their families had never been provoked in such a manner. They immediately raised the bounty on Kuchi to 80 million berries and organized their forces to launch a retaliatory operation, each family dispatching a significant figure to lead, totaling around 1,000 troops. However, before their vengeful army could mobilize, more troubling news reached their ears. The Capone family's Capone Beach was not one to remain idle. Seizing the opportunity, he accepted the territories left in disarray by Kuchi, while also eyeing the subsidiary powers and businesses of the four major families, clearly intending to take advantage of the chaos to weaken them or even directly absorb them. In light of this, the four families had no choice but to postpone their vengeance, recalling their personnel to bolster defenses. Yet, the Capone family's aggression did not wane under Beej's leadership. Their strength had grown formidable over the years, rendering the other four families incapable of withstanding his relentless assault as territories continued to fall. The four prominent families, unwilling to accept defeat, launched a counteroffensive, similarly attacking the subordinate forces and businesses of the Capone family. Coupled with the assaults from Kuchi and Robin against the four families, the chaotic skirmishes among the three factions rapidly deteriorated the overall situation of the mafia in the West Sea. Countless small and medium-sized mafias, along with commercial enterprises reliant on them, found themselves ensnared and ultimately annihilated. The Pain Trading Company was among them, meeting a particularly grim fate. They had engaged in maritime trade under the auspices of a medium-sized mafia independent of the five major families. However, the Blood Diamond family recently perpetrated a massacre against this mafia, merely because of its proximity to the Capone family's sphere of influence, raising suspicions of collusion. The assault was led by the foremost enforcer of the Blood Diamond, the venomous Don Carmelo. After the obliteration of this medium-sized mafia, the enforcer seized all their territories and businesses, including that of the Pain Trading Company. Bold indeed, to dare resist. At the entrance of the Pain Trading Company, their president and founder, Pain, was pinned to the ground by two ordinary members of the Blood Diamond, surrounded by corpses and pools of blood. With intermittent cries of despair and anguish echoing in his ears, a man cloaked in black, his entire figure shrouded save for his visage, loomed over him, scrutinizing him from a commanding height. This figure was none other than the Blood Diamond's foremost enforcer, venomous Don Carmelo. I have heard that you recently acquired a treasure. Surrender it, and I may consider sparing your life. Venomous pressed his foot down on Pain's face, a seemingly casual gesture that caused Pain to spout a copious amount of blood. A mere Pain Trading Company, even the medium-sized mafia they were affiliated with, had no inkling that Venomous had personally come here. His visit was primarily prompted by intelligence that Pain had obtained a treasure worth at least 100 million berries, which piqued Venomous' interest. What treasure? Those are mere rumors circulating outside. I have never possessed such a thing. Pain, already gravely weakened from prior injuries and now having endured another blow, could hardly muster the strength to speak. His voice barely a whisper as he resolutely denied the existence of the treasure. Chapter 32. A Familiar Woman. Hey, Venomous scoffed at Pain's denial, rolling his eyes. If there were no credible information, he would not have made this trip. Aside from being unaware of the exact nature of the treasure in Pain's possession, Venomous was fully aware of the details surrounding it, when and from where it had been acquired. The Blood Diamond had an informant within the Pain Trading Company who had meticulously reported these details. Although Venomous knew Pain was lying, he had no intention of resorting to torture. After all, the treasure was undoubtedly within this company, and now that his men had taken control of the premises, it was only a matter of time before it was discovered. Thus, observing the barely alive Pain, who had little time left to live, Venomous decided to grant him a final send-off. May you await your demise in agony. Venomous hoisted him up and opened his mouth, revealing a pair of elongated fangs, his tongue flickering like a serpent's fork. As he drew closer, Pain's face contorted in terror, especially when he spotted the grayish-brown scales glimmering across Venomous' skin, his dread reaching an apex as he recalled the chilling legends surrounding Venomous. In the next moment, Venomous fangs pierced Pain's flesh, eliciting a piercing scream of agony. As Venomous withdrew his fangs, the punctured area on Pain's body became inflamed and began to rot, emitting a foul stench. Ignoring Pain's cries, Venomous cast him aside and awaited the results of his subordinate's search. Nothing. What did you say? Repeat that. Moments later, Venomous glared at his subordinate, his expression darkening, for they had just informed him that the treasure Pain purportedly possessed could not be found. His gaze shifted back to Pain, whose face had turned ashen, his body rigid, clearly deceased, which only soured Venomous' mood further. Indeed, there is nothing. We searched every nook and cranny of the company. The only items we found were ordinary goods and berries. One of the ordinary Blood Diamond members stammered, swallowing hard, a hint of trepidation in his demeanor. Venomous' countenance darkened. a visceral urge to slay the man rising within him. Had his efforts been in vain? Sensing his superior's foul mood, the ordinary member hastily continued before the wrath could be unleashed. However, according to our interrogations of those inside, Payne's wife and daughter are missing, along with several of his loyal subordinates. We suspect that the treasure may have been smuggled away by his wife and daughter. After speaking, he glanced at his superior's face, noting a slight softening and venomous demeanor, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Being part of the mafia may seem imposing, but the reality is fraught with challenges. Find them. That mother and daughter duo can't have gone far. Ask at the port if any ships have recently set sail. Venomous expression eased, though his mood remained irritable, as he barked orders for his men to disperse and issued a stern directive to locate the fleeing mother and daughter. The efficiency of these mafias was remarkable. They swiftly uncovered the whereabouts of Payne's wife and daughter, having seen them board a ship at the port. Consequently, Venomous immediately divided his men into several groups to initiate the pursuit. As the Blood Diamond's ship set sail, Kuchi and Robin happened to be pillaging a pirate vessel just a few dozen kilometers out at sea from the island. Unaware of the events transpiring on the island, Kuchi was preparing to execute his plan to sweep through a territory held by the four mafia families. Yet, as fate would have it, Kuchi's ship soon encountered a small single-masted sailboat not long after departing. Standing at the bow, Kuchi could easily observe everything aboard the small vessel. The crew aboard the small boat appeared panicked upon sighting their pirate ship, yet instead of fleeing as typical vessels would, they merely widened the distance, preparing to pass by Kuchi's ship. Initially, Kuchi paid little mind, assuming the crew felt emboldened by their ship's armament and did not fear his pirates. After all, the vessel he had commandeered belonged to a band of pirates with little renown, the captain a mere novice with a bounty just exceeding 100,000 berries. While he noted a dozen armed individuals on the opposing ship's deck, Kuchi was not a pirate himself and held no interest in plundering such a merchant ship. Thus both vessels were set to glide past one another. However, as the two ships drew within mere meters of one another, a woman emerged from the cabin of the opposing ship, catching Kuchi's eye and altering his demeanor instantly. The woman had long, wavy pink hair cascading down to her waist, her features striking, her skin pale almost to the point of being ghostly. How could she be so similar? Kuchi pondered, convinced that the woman bore an uncanny resemblance to a character from the original tale, at least 7 or 8 parts alike. Yet, he was certain she was not that individual. The age simply did not align. What's wrong? Robin inquired, noticing the unusual expression on Kuchi's face. Following Kuchi's gaze, Robin also caught sight of the woman on the opposite deck. She was strikingly beautiful. This was Robin's immediate impression of the woman. Moreover, her complexion was remarkably fair. Observing the other woman's almost luminous skin in the sunlight, and then glancing at her own darker complexion, Robin furrowed her brow. So, Kuchi is drawn to that type? Noticing Kuchi's silence as he continued to fixate on the woman, Robin couldn't help but curl her lip in disdain. What's so remarkable about her? At that moment, Robin found the unfamiliar woman somewhat irritating. Just then, Kuchi finally shifted his gaze. Upon seeing the expression on Robin's face, he instantly understood her thoughts. What nonsense. I merely found that woman familiar. He playfully flicked her forehead to dissuade her from her wild imaginings, rolling his eyes in the process. Ouch! Robin clutched her head, contorting her face in pain as she shot an indignant glare at Kuchi. Does he not realize how strong he is? He always uses so much force. Robin had a nagging feeling that one day Kuchi would inadvertently cause her head to burst. As her mind conjured up a vivid image of her head exploding under Kuchi's flick, she summoned her powers, sprouting 2 arms from Kuchi's shoulder and delivering several light slaps. Afterward, she issued a stern warning, forbidding him from flicking her head again. Following the warning, Robin became curious about Kuchi's earlier comment. Do you know that woman from before? She was intrigued as to why Kuchi would have an acquaintance here, given that he had previously mentioned his hometown was far from the West Sea, with the 2 locations nearly unreachable. Chapter 33. Snake Fruit, Viper Form. Just similar, but not quite. Shaking his head, Kuchi redirected his attention to the woman at Robin's inquiry. At this moment, the 2 ships had passed each other, and he rushed to the stern, where he could only see the woman's back on the deck. Stop the ship. Kuchi commanded the pirates steering their vessel, his brow furrowed with thought. He had a suspicion and did not wish to miss the opportunity to approach the woman. It was not that he had any particular feelings for her, despite her beauty. Rather, if his hunch was correct, it could lead to significant gains. Soon, the pirate ship beneath him came to a halt, quietly drifting on the water. As the other ship gradually sailed away, becoming increasingly distant, Kuchi snapped out of his contemplation and issued another command to the pirates. Turn around and follow that ship. Regardless of the circumstances, Kuchi had resolved to trail the vessel for a closer look. Another ship is approaching. Under Kuchi's orders, the pirates sprang into action once more. As the lookout reported that another ship had appeared behind them, it was heading in their direction and was rapidly closing the distance. The lookout effectively relayed the movements of the pursuing vessel with clarity. Whoosh! Upon hearing the lookout's report, Kuchi leaped up to the lookout tower, disregarding the lookout's anxious gaze. To observe the situation personally, he sensed a connection between the incoming ship and the previous one. Standing on the lookout platform, Kuchi scrutinized the approaching vessel. Blood Diamond? The flag it bore confirmed its identity in an instant. Kuchi couldn't help but furrow his brow again. It seemed fate had intertwined their paths yet again with these adversaries. Clear the way. Although it was a direct confrontation with an enemy, Kuchi did not exhibit undue animosity. Instead, he instructed the pirates to allow the ship of the Blood Diamond organization to pass. Meanwhile, he guided Robin away from the deck to avoid detection, while keeping an eye on the rear. Soon, the ship closed in, completely indifferent to their pirate vessel, passing by without hesitation. In the moment of their crossing, a wave surged between the two ships, crashing against their hulls with a tremendous noise. Seizing the opportunity, as the attention of the others was captivated by the front, Kuchi wrapped his arm around Robin and, with a swift motion, used his shave technique to teleport beside the other ship. Utilizing Robin's abilities, they concealed themselves behind the mast and sails. Let us see what you intend to do. The sequence of actions went unnoticed as Kuchi lowered his gaze to the deck below, signaling to Robin. Understanding his intent, Robin quickly nodded and employed her powers to eavesdrop and monitor everything happening aboard the vessel. Madam Marty, those guys are closing in on us. What should we do? The crew aboard the small sloop soon realized that the ship of the Blood Diamond organization was pursuing them, fully aware of their intentions. Anxiety gripped the crew, compelling them to turn to their mistress, the woman Kuchi had found familiar. Upon hearing the question, Madame Marty's expression turned fearful. Her husband was dead, and she was left with her young daughter, surrounded by only a handful of individuals. Faced with the relentless pursuit of one of the most formidable mafias in the West Sea, the Blood Diamond, what could she possibly do? As the pursuing ship drew nearer, Madame Marty's fair complexion grew increasingly pale. Little Pei, with her husband's fate uncertain, she would never have escaped alone if it weren't for her daughter. Mama, are you calling me? At that moment, a small girl, seemingly 7 or 8 years old, emerged from below deck, having heard her mother's call. The girl bore a striking resemblance to Madame Marty, dressed in a Gothic-style princess gown and wearing a crown, resembling a noble princess. Naively, the little girl nestled against her mother, oblivious to the peril they were about to face. Gazing at her daughter, Madame Marty, who was on the verge of collapse, found a renewed sense of strength. Please, everyone, do your best to hold off those pursuers. Bowing deeply to the loyal and trustworthy crew on deck while holding her daughter, she then retreated into the cabin. No matter what, she must fight for her child's survival. This was her only thought. Shortly after she entered the cabin, the sounds of cannon fire erupted around them. Boom. It was evident that their vessel had entered the firing range of the Blood Diamond's cannons, and the enemy was attempting to force them to a halt. 6 or 7 cannonballs rained down around the sloop, sending waves crashing that rocked the small ship precariously. Steady. Find a way to evade the cannonballs. The crew on deck struggled to control the vessel while trying to escape the range of fire. There was little they could do. Their ship was too small, armed with no cannons, and the only weapons they had were a handful of firearms, insufficient to retaliate against the heavily armed ship with dozens of cannons. However, despite their desperate attempts to flee, fate was unyielding. The Blood Diamond ship was far superior, and within minutes, they were overtaken, still trying to escape. Thus, the misfortune continued. The pursuers from Blood Diamond split into several vessels, and they had unwittingly encountered the one carrying the notorious Poison Tooth Don Carmelo. Poison Tooth sneered as he surveyed the deck, and before the crew could react, he darted forward like a bolt of black lightning. The sight of Poison Tooth sent the crew on deck spiraling into despair. Having long been entrenched within the ranks of the mafia, they were acutely aware of the terror that this individual embodied, one that a mere dozen of them could never hope to contend with. Eliminate him. Yet, out of loyalty to the Pain Guild, they valiantly endeavored to overcome their fear, raising their weapons and firing relentlessly. In the face of the relentless hail of bullets, the Viper revealed a disdainful smirk. He then flicked his forked tongue, sending a hissing sound reverberating through the air. Without warning, his body underwent a rapid transformation. A dense array of grayish-brown scales erupted from his exposed skin, his form deflating and elongating, his head morphing into a triangular shape, while a tail sprouted from behind. In that instant, the viper metamorphosed into a 3 to 4 meter long viper. This transformation was the origin of his moniker. He was an animal-type user of the snake fruit, capable of assuming the form of a viper. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets struck the scales of the viper, ricocheting harmlessly off its hardened hide. Hisses transformed into a viper. The viper could extend his forked tongue even further, his brown snake eyes fixated on the individuals upon the deck, regarding them as mere prey. With a swift motion, the serpent glided across the deck, swiftly appearing before one man, opening its gaping maw to sink its fangs, injecting venom into its victim. A scream pierced the air. The unfortunate soul, infused with poison, turned ashen, muscles convulsing, collapsing to the ground in agony once the viper relinquished its grip. Bang! Without a glance back, the viper's tail swept behind him, sending several assailants tumbling through the air. Chapter 34, The Phantom Fruit. An animal-type user. The viper rampaged upon the deck, while Kuchi and Robin crouched behind the mast and sails of the Blood Diamond vessel, observing the chaos unfold. Curiously, Kuchi scrutinized the great serpent on the deck. This was his first encounter with an animal-type user since his arrival in this world. That woman Robin, utilizing her abilities to surveil the opposing ship, detected something amiss within the cabin. She tugged at Kuchi, whispering a warning. Through her gaze, she discerned the previously beautiful and fair woman administering some sort of drug to render her daughter unconscious, subsequently placing her, along with provisions, into a cargo box, preparing to seal it and cast it into the sea, an attempt to extricate her daughter from peril. However, this method was perilously reckless. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. What truly caught Robin's attention was the sight of a treasure chest being placed inside, most likely the very object the Blood Diamond members sought. Robin believed Kuchi was also after that treasure, and after detailing the situation inside, she blinked at him, silently inquiring about his next course of action. Stay here. I'll go take a look. Kuchi resolved after a brief moment of contemplation, casting a glance at the rampaging viper. He deemed the treasure Robin mentioned to be of greater importance than dealing with the beast. His suspicions about the contents of the chest stirred within him. With the cacophony of battle resonating on the deck, Kuchi seized the opportunity to activate his shave, cloaking his movements, and vanished onto the mast. Robin quickly lowered her gaze, searching for Kuchi on the opposing ship, spotting him as he stealthily entered through a window, allowing her to relax and monitor the outside commotion. Inside the cabin, Kuchi surveyed his surroundings. Being a small, single-masted sailboat, the space was limited. Soon, his attention was drawn to a room near one side of the hull, from which faint sobbing emanated, prompting him to approach. Little Perona, I hope you can drift safely to a nearby island. Within the room, Mrs. Madoff was weeping. The window before her flung open, revealing the tumultuous sea beyond. Due to the angle, those outside remained oblivious to her plight. Beside her lay a tightly sealed cargo box, within which her daughter lay quietly, and she fought back tears as she prepared to seal the box. Madam, Kuchi interjected, interrupting her actions. Startled by the sudden voice, Mrs. Madoff jumped, quickly succumbing to panic. Bewildered, she assumed the Blood Diamond members had come searching, upon glancing toward the door. Her eyes widened in shock at the sight of a youth standing there. It's you. However, her astonishment soon transformed into surprise. She clearly recognized Kuchi's identity. In truth, in the West Sea, especially among the mafia and their affiliates, it was nearly impossible for anyone not to know Kuchi. Mrs. Madoff was puzzled as to why he was present here. Wasn't he an archenemy of the Blood Diamond? Kuchi's gaze swept over the contents of the box. Although the girl inside was still quite young, he instantly recognized her as the character from the original story, Princess Perona, the Phantom. Thus, regarding the treasure chest, a further glance at the box solidified his suspicions. He then met Mrs. Madoff's gaze, the mother of Perona, and proposed, let us make a deal. Madam, you shall give me that treasure chest, and I will ensure the safety of both you and your daughter, and subsequently escort you to a secure location. Though he desired the treasure and could easily seize it given the circumstances, Kuchi refrained from doing so. If the opposition had been pirates or mafia, he would have acted without hesitation. However, in the presence of a mother and her orphaned daughter trapped in a life-or-death crisis, he deemed it beneath him to resort to such measures. Thus, he offered a proposal for a trade, presenting what they needed most at that moment. Mrs. Madoff, her mind racing and emotions tangled, felt a glimmer of hope at Kuchi's words. Casting a glance at her daughter within the box, she realized that even if she followed through on her earlier thought of sending her daughter adrift in the box, the chances of survival were scant. Kuchi's proposal, however, appeared to be a lifeline. Understanding the value of the treasure, Mrs. Madoff nearly without hesitation handed the chest to Kuchi, as if fearing he might change his mind. Though the contents were precious, her and her daughter's safety took precedence in the dire situation. "I accept your deal." Kuchi nodded at the cautiously attentive Mrs. Madoff, receiving the treasure chest and directly opening it. Inside lay a pale yellow devil fruit, its top branching out into 5 segments, each resembling a drifting specter. "This was obtained unexpectedly by my husband. I do not know its specific powers," Mrs. Madoff explained in a low voice, her expression complex as she beheld the source of her family's misfortune. While she could not identify the fruit's abilities, Kuchi recognized it instantly. As he had previously speculated, this was indeed the Paramecia-type phantom fruit, the very power belonging to Perona in the original narrative. What a delightful surprise! Cradling the phantom fruit, Kuchi's spirit soared. Without lingering to admire it, he promptly closed the treasure chest. "Please hold on to this for me," he called out into the air. Mrs. Madoff, taken aback, initially thought he was addressing her and reached out to take it. However, the ensuing scene left her both astonished and slightly embarrassed. Kuchi disregarded her movements entirely, instead handing the treasure chest to a hand that had abruptly sprouted from the wall. Subsequently, more arms emerged around him, transporting the chest amidst their multitude, until it vanished from the room. Observing Robin retrieve the ghost fruit, Kuchi felt a sense of relief wash over him as he turned his attention back to the awkward Madame Martif. "You and your daughter stay here for the time being. I shall deal with those ruffians outside." Having successfully acquired the ghost fruit, it was now time to fulfill his promise. Lifting his gaze to the outside, he noted the diminishing sounds, indicating that the battle on the deck was nearing its conclusion. The venomous user was indeed an adversary from the Blood Diamond crew. Even without a prior agreement with Perona's mother, Kuchi was determined to eliminate him, seizing the opportunity to weaken the Blood Diamond's strength. Chapter 35. The Clash of Powers on the deck. Viper had already subdued all opponents. At that moment, he was coiling his lengthy serpentine body, dragging the barely alive foes towards him with his tail, injecting them with venom using his fangs. This was his greatest delight. He reveled in witnessing the agonizing cries of those suffering from his poison as they struggled against their impending demise. Suddenly, a flash of a blade glimmered across the nape of his serpentine neck. Kuchi burst through the wall of the cabin, transforming his right foot into a blade that struck him. With a sickening sound, the hardened scales of his opponent were effortlessly sliced open, blood splattering forth. Was it not severed cleanly? However, Kuchi, landing gracefully on the deck, frowned in dissatisfaction. He knew that his blade, honed to a sharpness capable of cleaving through rock, should have easily decapitated a mere snake's head. His intent was not merely to inflict harm, but to achieve a clean beheading. In this initial encounter with the Zoan user, Kuchi gained a profound understanding of the defensive advantages such abilities conferred. Simply put, these creatures were excessively tough-skinned. Viper, struck by the blow, released his prey with a shriek before swiftly pivoting back. "It's you." Almost immediately, Viper recognized Kuchi. "What a surprise to find you here." Realizing that his organization's greatest foe had ambushed him, Viper roared in fury. "What a fortuitous opportunity to eliminate you, little brat." Kuchi had not only inflicted significant losses on their family, but had also become their most pressing concern at this stage. Viper was resolute in his decision to end Kuchi's life. In response, Kuchi merely scoffed. Although his opponent was also a user of abilities, the outcome of their confrontation was nearly predetermined. Viper would be unable to breach his defenses. Moreover, Kuchi possessed the 6 forms technique known as shave, granting him an almost unfair advantage. As long as he wished, it would be a challenge for Viper to even lay a finger on him. Thus, before Viper could make the first move, Kuchi propelled himself off the ground and vanished from sight. Where did he go? Watching Kuchi disappear before him, Viper was taken aback, his serpent-like eyes scanning the surroundings with unease. Aware that Kuchi was not to be trifled with, he coiled his body defensively. In the next instant, Kuchi reappeared above him. His legs transformed into blades as he executed a kick in place of a slash. Hissing, Viper attempted to evade, but his reflexes failed him. He could only barely shift his head, resulting in Kuchi's legs slicing through his serpentine body. The shave technique was not merely a speed-enhancing move. It also amplified the user's explosive power. Consequently, Kuchi's leg strike was exceptionally forceful, carving a cross-shaped wound beneath Viper's head. "Curse you!" Viper roared in agony, his coiled form suddenly straightening as the muscles beneath his scales contracted like springs before launching his triangular head towards Kuchi in a blur. With his jaw agape, Kuchi could clearly see the gaping maw filled with 2 venomous fangs, droplets of poison coalescing at their tips. In midair, Kuchi could not utilize shave for a swift escape, so he leaned back, channeling his strength into a kick aimed at the open mouth. Clang! Viper's bite clamped onto Kuchi's leg, producing a metallic ring. Though it appeared that Kuchi was ensnared, he grinned, executing a flip that spun his captured leg. The razor-sharp blades twisted within Viper's mouth, tearing through flesh with a sickening ease. With a terrible cry, Viper released his grip, blood gushing from his mouth, intermingled with his elongated tongue. His massive jaws were thoroughly shredded, and the excruciating pain caused him to writhe upon the deck. Fool! Kuchi landed gracefully, observing the thrashing serpent on the ground with a cold smile. This creature had been foolish enough to attempt to swallow its own body part. Inflicting a fatal wound from the outside would have proven challenging, yet now, the task was significantly simpler. In theory, a normal person would be incapacitated by such a gruesome injury, but Viper, as a Zoan user, possessed formidable physical attributes and vitality. This injury, while severe, still permitted him to maintain considerable mobility. As he ceased his writhing, he gazed at Kuchi, his tongue severed and unable to articulate words. He could only emit a series of whimpers. Although Kuchi could not discern his thoughts, he recognized the boundless malice reflected in Viper's eyes. Viper, filled with a murderous intent, launched his serpentine body in a frenzied attack toward Kuchi. Unperturbed, Kuchi once again vanished using shave, advancing towards him. With a flurry of slashes, his arms transformed into blades. He mercilessly carved into Viper's body. Countless scales were sliced open, and blood splattered across the deck. Viper had become nothing more than a mindless beast, easily manipulated by Kuchi. On the opposing ship, witnessing their leader being overpowered, the members of the Blood Diamond crew exchanged anxious glances, many lifting their weapons in preparation to assist Viper. Among them, one member stood in a relatively concealed position, unnoticed by him or those around him. A hand quietly sprouted from behind his neck. A dagger, dispatched from the cabin, was conveyed through a series of arms extending from the ground, delivering it to the arm at his neck. With a swift motion, the arm easily slit the throat of the unsuspecting member. Unbeknownst to the others, the arm transformed into petals, dissipating into the air. The member, clutching his gushing carotid artery, whimpered as blood saturated his upper body. "Hey, what is wrong with you?" His distress quickly caught the attention of his comrades, but before he could utter a word, he collapsed onto the deck with a thud. The sudden loss of a fellow crew member sent waves of panic throughout the ranks. Who did this? Show yourself. The members on the deck, now alert and vigilant, scanned their surroundings with trepidation, realizing that an enemy had infiltrated their ship. As everyone turned around, several hands suddenly emerged from the ship's railing behind them, each gripping a handgun. In unison, a barrage of gunfire erupted, and several individuals fell. Upon hearing the gunshots, the members collectively spun around, only to find a few handguns lying abandoned, with nothing else in sight. This absence intensified their panic. The unseen assailants lurking on the ship launched consecutive attacks, rendering their adversaries invisible. Chapter 36, Robin's Battle. The members below, shaken by the two assaults, initiated a thorough search. Determined to uncover the enemies concealed within the vessel, they formed groups of 2 or 3, leaving no corner of the ship unexplored. Above them, the orchestrator of the chaos, Robin, observed everything with keen interest, closely monitoring each individual. Through her watchful gaze, she noticed 2 members entering a room within the ship, one following closely behind the other. Crossing her arms, she extended a finger toward the trigger held tightly by the member at the back. Bang! The finger pulled the trigger, and the front member's head exploded in a gruesome display. Staring at the automatic rifle in her hands, then at her fallen companion, the member behind was initially struck with disbelief, swiftly followed by overwhelming terror. A ghost! He screamed frantically, bolting from the room in a reckless panic. In such circumstances, how could one remain sane? The deceased companions on the deck might have been attributed to hidden enemies, but now, with his own gun inexplicably firing and claiming a life, what other explanation could there be but that of a specter? His cries drew the attention of the others, who began to converge toward him, following the sound. When the members arrived, they were met with the sight of a dagger embedded in the man's neck, blood gushing forth. "I am not a ghost," Robin murmured to herself from behind the sails, feeling a twinge of displeasure at being mistaken for a phantom. However, the results of her actions were undoubtedly effective. Observing the escalating fear and panic in her line of sight, an expression of delight flickered in Robin's eyes. Indeed, Kuchi was correct. Her abilities were exceptionally suited for assassination. During her training alongside Kuchi, he had remarked that her powers were ideally aligned with those possessing formidable physical prowess. Yet, due to her lack of innate combat talent, it was challenging for her to refine her physical skills to an advanced level. thus inhibiting her from fully harnessing the advantages of the Hana Nomi in combat. Consequently, she had resorted to honing her assassination techniques. Moreover, the Hana Nomi possessed a natural advantage in stealthy eliminations, allowing her to eliminate targets silently from a distance. Unless faced with individuals of extraordinary combat aptitude or those capable of countering or being immune to her powers, her assassinations were nearly impossible to thwart. In her first combat experience utilizing her abilities for assassination, Robin validated Kuchi's insights. Concluding her introspection, she resumed her surveillance of those below, seeking further opportunities to dispatch them. Kuchi was presently engaged in a battle, and although she was aware that these individuals would not alter the outcome of his fight, she still wished to alleviate some of his burden. Meanwhile, Kuchi was methodically torturing his adversary, Venom. Unable to breach the hardened defenses in one fell swoop, Kuchi resorted to inflicting a series of wounds to bleed him out. Venom's serpentine form, spanning 3 to 4 meters, was riddled with numerous injuries, blood seeping profusely and staining the entire deck crimson. Ugh! Venom had lost the strength to wail, his initial screams devolving into pitiful whimpers. From the outset, he had been utterly incapable of resisting Kuchi's assault. The near-instantaneous speed of Kuchi's strikes left him no room for counterattacks or evasion. Ultimately, as the blood loss continued, Venom could no longer maintain his beastly form as a Zoan-type user, reverting to his human shape, lying motionless on the ground. With a swift motion, Kuchi, devoid of the protective scales and hardened muscles, decapitated him cleanly. At the moment of Venom's demise, the second star on the 7-star pattern on his chest emitted a powerful pull, drawing in something from the air, replenishing its dim glow. Lifting his shirt to observe the increasingly radiant second star, Kuchi realized that it was the dissipating power of Venom's devil fruit that was being absorbed. This confirmed his initial hypothesis. He could indeed utilize the 7 stars to claim the abilities of other fallen users. However, after a brief contemplation, Kuchi reigned in the 7 stars, allowing Venom's devil fruit power to dissipate back into the atmosphere. While every devil fruit power in this world was undeniably precious, and acquiring more abilities was advantageous, Kuchi had already consumed the / fruit and recently obtained the ghost fruit. Consequently, 2 of the 7 slots of the 7 stars would soon be occupied. With these 2 abilities, he could ensure his safety in the short term. Thus, he needed to be prudent with the remaining 5 slots, striving to acquire suitable or potent abilities. What a pity! Despite this, Kuchi gazed upward, feeling a sense of regret. It was a relatively decent Zoan-type power. How wonderful it would be if he could find a way to resurrect it for his own use. Kuchi pondered the necessity of conducting further research on the 7 stars to discover a means of reviving the powers of devil fruits. A gust of wind swept through as Robin, utilizing her connected arms, swung over from the opposite side. Most of the Blood Diamond members had been dealt with by her, leaving only a few shattered souls under her control, awaiting her and Kuchi's command of the ship. Her arrival pulled Kuchi back to reality, and after she briefed him on the situation, he gave her a thumbs up in admiration. Impressive. With the external threats neutralized, Kuchi proceeded to invite Perona and her mother out, consulting them on their preferences before fulfilling their agreement to escort them to a certain island. Recently, fierce battles had transpired in this area. Shortly after Kuchi and his group departed, a black pirate ship traversed the waters. The ship bore the emblem of a purple bat alongside a skull adorned with a cross. On the deck of the pirate ship stood a tall, muscular man, towering nearly 7 meters. His pallid skin contrasted sharply with the black leather jacket he wore, complemented by a long blade at his waist. While the man should have exuded an imposing presence, he instead appeared despondent, as if he had endured a significant ordeal. He was alone on the deck, yet the sounds that had just echoed were not emanating from him, but rather from the air beside him. What does it matter? The tall man's voice was deep and gravelly, tinged with an eerie quality. Clearly, he showed little interest in the events that had recently unfolded here, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth as he spoke. But you, Absalom, why hide yourself when there's no one else around? His gaze shifted toward a specific spot, laced with curiosity. Isn't it simply because I recently acquired this ability and found it intriguing? I can't help but use it to test its limits. A figure gradually materialized from transparency at the location the tall man was scrutinizing, his tone brimming with excitement, clearly enamored with his newfound power. Such an ability was coveted by the majority of men in the world. If one did not frequently use it, it would appear rather abnormal. In response, the tall man could only shake his head in exasperation. This isn't a women's bathhouse. What use is your ability here? As the pirate ship swiftly distanced itself from the area amidst the lively exchange between the 2 individuals, Chapter 37, The second ability unfolded. Over the course of several days, Kuchi successfully delivered Perona and her mother to their desired destination. Subsequently, he eliminated all the mafia members responsible for maneuvering the vessel, leaving behind a substantial sum of berries. With Robin in tow, Kuchi commandeered a small pirate crew and arrived at a secluded island, where they briefly settled down. "Are you truly willing to attempt this?" Robin inquired, her face etched with concern as she gazed at the pale yellow devil fruit in Kuchi's grasp. "Put it down. There is certainly no issue," Kuchi replied, nodding with determination to consume the ghost fruit. "But what if your assumptions are flawed? Historically, no one has ever succeeded in consuming 2 devil fruits to gain 2 abilities. All legends indicate that those who attempt such feats ultimately meet a tragic end, torn apart by the conflicting powers of the fruits." Despite Kuchi's insistence on his uniqueness and the assurance that nothing would go awry, Robin felt compelled to dissuade him. After all, he was on the verge of attempting a taboo that had been passed down through generations. Those who had pursued such paths in the past had never ended well. Imagining Kuchi exploding into fragments upon devouring the devil fruit, Robin involuntarily shivered. "There is no mistake," Kuchi asserted, resolutely dismissing Robin's concerns. The reason individuals in this world could not consume 2 devil fruits was due to the clash of powers within their bodies, leading to physical disintegration. However, he believed that after consuming the power of a devil fruit, it would not reside within him, but rather exist independently within a 7-star formation, where each star functioned as an autonomous entity. Thus, he reasoned, there would be no conflict between the 2 abilities. Before Robin could mount another argument, he bit into the ghost fruit. Robin gasped, her mouth agape, yet she restrained her exclamation, clutching his arm tightly instead. The moment Kuchi bit into the ghost fruit, he felt a potent suction emanating from the 2nd star on his chest, drawing all the power of the devil fruit into himself, while the remaining fruit in his hand disintegrated into ashes. His chest, now exposed to the air, revealed a 7-star pattern, with the previously dim 2nd star now illuminated, glowing as vibrantly as the first. "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Robin inquired, her hands instinctively tightening around his arm as she bombarded him with a flurry of concerned questions. Bang! Noting her heightened tension, Kuchi suddenly leaned closer to her ear, imitating an explosion. Startled, Robin jumped, her face contorted in shock. Observing her amusing expression, Kuchi erupted into laughter. It was only upon hearing his laughter that Robin regained her composure, having genuinely believed Kuchi was on the brink of explosion. Realizing she had been the victim of a prank, Robin felt anger swell within her. Despite her genuine worries, Kuchi had dared to frighten her. In retaliation, she sprouted a pair of arms from his shoulder, delivering a series of slaps. With each resounding smack, Kuchi's face swayed from side to side. And had he not been so thick-skinned, he might have resembled a swollen pig's head. Though her anger was fleeting, the fact that Kuchi still possessed the mood for jest indicated he was unharmed, prompting Robin to breathe a sigh of relief. With this in mind, she intensified her assault. "Such violence," Kuchi muttered, shielding his face after a brief pause. Despite having been chastised by Robin, he felt a sense of gratification. Her personality was becoming increasingly vibrant, revealing more of her emotions. She was no longer the cautious person he had first encountered, tiptoeing around everything. While he recognized this thought might be somewhat mischievous, Kuchi hoped that Robin would continue to exhibit this youthful side of herself, occasionally expressing her own little tempers without the weight of adult-like maturity. Having concluded their playful scuffle, Kuchi eagerly began to experiment with his newfound abilities. Extending his palm, a white ghost emerged from his hand. Unlike the playful expressions of Perona's ghosts in the original work, Kuchi's ghost bore a different demeanor, lacking such vivacity. This indicated that the ghosts of different ability users varied in nature, which was to be expected. The essence of the ghost fruit ability allowed the user to fabricate and manipulate ghosts at will, with their expressions dictated by the user's preferences. "Go," he commanded with a wave of his hand, the ghost obeying and soaring through the air under his guidance, then passing through walls. Initially, Robin had been miffed with Kuchi and resolved to ignore him for the day, but upon witnessing his new ability, curiosity got the better of her, and she stealthily observed him. However, as she glanced over, she noticed that the ghost was also gazing back at her. Whether it was her imagination or not, Robin sensed a somewhat mischievous expression on the ghost's face, reminiscent of Kuchi himself. Before she could ponder further, the ghost abruptly veered toward her, and before she could react, it passed right through her body. "Ah!" Robin gasped, staring down in bewilderment at her body, which had been traversed. After a moment, she regained her composure, realizing that she felt no discomfort. The ghost's passage through her seemed to have caused no harm or affected her in any way. with her curiosity piqued. She looked toward Kuchi, silently inquiring about the purpose of his ghost. With a snap of his fingers, Kuchi summoned the ghost back before him, shaking his head in response. Ghosts, as a supernatural phenomenon, were essentially the souls or spirits of the deceased. They possessed no weight and could disregard physical obstacles. Having only just acquired this ability, Kuchi had yet to develop any techniques, so naturally, there were no discernible effects. With a flourish, Kuchi released more ghosts from within himself and merged them into the first ghost. Visibly, the first ghost began to swell, ultimately transforming into a rotund figure towering at 5 or 6 meters. Ghosts, being composed of an intangible substance devoid of living souls, lack their own thoughts and emotions, allowing Kuchi to fuse or compress them at will. With another snap, Kuchi commanded the massive ghost to shrink, gradually reducing in size until it returned to its original form. However, in comparison to its initial state, this ghost now exuded a more solid presence, devoid of the previous transparency and ethereality. Delighting in his new abilities, Kuchi immersed himself in the exploration of the ghost fruit's powers. Chapter 38. The emotional influence of the ghost fruit. To develop the abilities of the ghost fruit, Kuchi chose a deserted and spacious beach on the island. Surrounding him were several ghosts swirling about, while Robin sat nearby, quietly engrossed in a book. Hey, Kuchi grinned mischievously, having just devised a new technique and seeking a subject for experimentation. With a wave of his hand, a ghost silently floated toward Robin and passed through her once more. I am so dark-skinned that I feel unworthy of being a girl. As a ghost glided through, Robin suddenly collapsed to her knees, enveloped by a dense shroud of negativity. Before she could regain her composure, Kuchi once again commanded a ghost to pass through her body, and the previously despondent Robin was instantaneously transformed into a state of exuberance. She rose to her feet, striking a pose that she would never normally assume, with her hands placed defiantly on her hips. Ha! I am destined to become the greatest scholar in this world. The two contrasting emotions swirled within Robin, leaving her momentarily speechless. When she finally regained her senses, a profound sense of shame engulfed her, her face flushing crimson as she recalled her recent antics. She yearned for a fissure in the ground to swallow her whole. Ha ha! I never imagined you were such a Robin. The instigator of this chaos, Kuchi, burst into laughter upon witnessing Robin's wildly divergent reactions. Today, he discovered that Robin was indeed sensitive about her dark complexion. Kuchi's laughter only intensified Robin's embarrassment, and with a darkened gaze, she looked at him, softly uttering his name. Kuchi sensed the murderous intent in her voice and involuntarily shivered. In a swift motion, Robin unleashed her powers, covering Kuchi's mouth with one hand, rendering his voice a muffled whimper. She then summoned several arms that appeared at various joints of Kuchi's body, twisting him onto the ground until he was positioned upside down. 6 petals blooming palm. She arranged his face into a convenient posture, and 6 arms sprouted from the ground before her, delivering a flurry of resounding slaps. Damn! Even with skin as tough as steel, Kuchi felt dazed from the onslaught, unable to suppress an exclamation of disbelief. Robin, you truly strike with deadly intent. He attempted to shift his gaze towards Robin, but his head was firmly restrained by 2 of her arms. After enduring a relentless barrage for several minutes, he had lost count of the countless blows, yet Robin showed no signs of relenting. Gentle, Kuchi struggled to utter, sending a ghost to drift towards Robin. As memories of her earlier fears surged, she instinctively tried to evade, but the ghost moved with lightning speed, crossing through her body in an instant. It was over. A wave of despair washed over Robin, ensnared by an overwhelming sense of shame. Her emotions shifted once more, this time devoid of the previous negativity and exuberance, replaced instead by a gentle demeanor. I truly apologize. I must have been rather uncouth. With a flick of her wrist, Robin dispelled Kuchi's floral fruit abilities, then approached him in quick, delicate steps, kneeling beside him and resting his head on her lap, gently massaging him with her fingertips. Does it still hurt? Her eyes radiated an unprecedented warmth, filled with concern as she gazed into Kuchi's eyes. Just a few more presses. Kuchi, enveloped in the tender ministrations of Robin, felt utterly relaxed and closed his eyes, savoring the moment. However, the response he received was a resounding slap. She then kicked him away. Kuchi slid across the ground before standing up, brushing off his pants. Huh, women, they can truly turn on you in an instant. He shot a sidelong glance at Robin, mentally berating her. Humph. In response to his gaze, Robin huffed and turned away, refusing to meet his eyes. After a brief moment, her curiosity got the better of her, and unable to contain herself, she called out, How did you manage that? Ah well. Kuchi stroked his chin, his expression revealing a hint of pride as he began to explain his initial development of ghost abilities. In truth, his recent accomplishments were largely inspired by Perona's techniques from the original work. Throughout this period of exploration, he discovered that he could infuse certain emotions into the ghosts he conjured, amplifying those emotions as the ghosts passed through others. While Perona could only evoke negativity, he had developed a broader range of emotional influences. From now on, do not employ such techniques on me, and keep your ghosts at a distance. After hearing his proud explanation, Robin felt a flicker of astonishment, yet it was overshadowed by a greater discontent. Recalling her earlier experience of being manipulated, she issued a stern warning to Kuchi. He obediently nodded, vowing that it would be the last time he employed such a tactic against her, prompting Robin to dissipate the arms that had restrained him. Clearly, had Kuchi not made that promise, she would have unleashed another tempest upon him. Robin resumed her reading, maintaining a considerable distance from Kuchi while conjuring several eyes around her, ensuring a 360-degree surveillance of her surroundings. With Robin's vigilant watch, Kuchi continued to develop his abilities. This initial phase of exploring the ghost fruit was not solely an exercise in trial and error. He often reflected on Perona's techniques from the original story, drawing from her experiences to spark inspiration. Days later, he unveiled another technique of Perona's, the mini ghost bomb. He selected a forest to test the efficacy of this new skill. Several ghosts emerged from his body, appearing remarkably diminutive, only a fraction of the normal size. Yet they seemed more solid. With a snap of his fingers, he commanded the mini ghosts to approach a large tree. Upon the snap, all the mini ghosts detonated simultaneously, resulting in an explosion that, while not particularly powerful, managed to splinter the tree. This was akin to the explosive power exhibited by Perona in the original narrative, which had proven ineffective against Usopp, causing little more than minor discomfort. Kuchi was unfazed, having grasped the fundamental mechanics of the technique, knowing that enhancing its power would come later. Essentially, the method was straightforward, compressing the spiritual energy that formed the ghosts to increase density, then releasing it in an instant to create an implosive effect. Thus, to amplify this technique's potency, he would simply need to continue compressing and increasing the density of the ghostly essence, or merge multiple high-density mini-ghosts. Chapter 39. The Alliance of the Four Major Mafia Families. During Kuchi's seclusion to hone his abilities, the mafia landscape of the West Sea showed no signs of abating. Instead, it was rife with turmoil. The Capone family continued its relentless campaign to seize territory from rival factions, displaying an increasingly aggressive stance. Intent on devouring all the competing mafia, under the direct leadership of Capone Beach, the other factions found themselves retreating in disarray. The remaining four prominent families could no longer endure the prevailing circumstances, particularly with the lurking presence of a Kuch threatening them from the shadows. Consequently, the patriarchs of these four families convened and resolved to formally unite into a defensive and offensive alliance, pooling their collective strength to eradicate both the Capone family and the Kuch. They designated an island, strategically located amidst their territories, as their joint headquarters and agreed upon a date for all to assemble at the chosen site for a formal congress. As soon as this news was disseminated, it sent shockwaves throughout the West Sea. The unification of four families from among the oldest and most venerable five mafia families represented an immense force. The populace of the West Sea could scarcely fathom the magnitude of this alliance, with many speculating on how long it would take to obliterate the Capone family and how swiftly they would deal with the Kuch, who was now being jointly hunted. Under these circumstances, no one believed that Capone Begi's Capone family would emerge victorious, despite his formidable reputation as the most powerful figure in the West Sea Mafia. The consensus was that he was significantly outmatched by the alliance of the other four families. As for the highly scrutinized Kuch, the sentiment was that, in light of this situation, he seemed increasingly trivial. Amidst this fervent anticipation, the time for the Congress of the four families arrived. All medium and smaller mafia factions, along with various interested parties, made their way to the designated island, Shadow Moon Island, where the four families welcomed their presence with open arms. This period of dual pressure from the Capone family and the Kuch had left them in a precarious state, and they seized this opportunity to showcase their might and restore their reputation. Thus, the small island became nearly overwhelmed, with hundreds of vessels docking at the port. Prior to the assembly, the four families had dispatched personnel to oversee security and organization, ensuring that all arrivals and their ships were meticulously arranged within designated areas, strictly regulating their movements on the island and prohibiting any altercations. Once all arrangements were completed, the patriarchs of the four families made their grand entrance. First to arrive was the Razor Kosa family, led by their patriarch, Kosevito. The first sighting at the port was of over 20 large vessels sequentially docking, from which several hundred heavily armed members disembarked, standing in a formation of vigilance. Only then did their patriarch, Kosevito, descend the ship with an air of authority. His slick-back hair, black coat, and cigar exuding an unmistakable aura of dominance. Following closely was the Blood Diamond Vito family, whose entrance was no less imposing. Their patriarch, Vito Corleone, an elderly gentleman in his 50s, emerged from the ship's stairs with a pipe in hand, commanding attention from the gathered crowd. It was rumored that the Vito family's top enforcer, the venomous Don Carmelo, had recently been eliminated, allegedly at the hands of the Kutch. The loss of such a significant figure surely weighed heavily on the patriarch's mind. This was not the first loss. Earlier, another enforcer, the woodpecker Benny, had met a similar fate on Klin Island, leaving the Vito family with only 2 of their 4 high-ranking operatives, marking them as the most severely affected among the 4 families, their elite combat strength halved. Among the onlookers, a few audacious individuals began to mock the Vito family, their voices rising above the din, oblivious to the fact that their taunts were audible even to the patriarch Corleone himself. This only served to darken his mood further. Cursed be these fools. Scanning the crowd for the sources of the jeers, he found no one to confront, and could only curse under his breath while maintaining his facade of authority. Following him were the silent patriarch of the Maranzano family, Maranzano Nia, and the patriarch of the Shadow Rope Luciano family, Luciano Spada. Observers at the port calculated the numbers accompanying these patriarchs and arrived at an astonishing figure. Each family's armed personnel numbered at least 5,000, totaling 20,000 for the alliance, not including those who had arrived on the island beforehand. Every individual disembarking was well equipped, and such a force could easily decimate the majority of nations in the West Sea. In fact, it was doubtful whether any nation across the vast ocean could muster such a military might. While rumors had circulated regarding the power of these families, it was only now that people truly grasped their profound depth. As the 4 patriarchs and the majority of their entourage vanished into the heart of the island, 2 individuals aboard nearby vessels simultaneously spoke. One was Kutch, who, upon learning of the formal alliance of the 4 families, had concluded his retreat with Robin and effortlessly boarded a ship to this location. The other, aboard a different vessel, was Capone Beggy. Unlike Kutch, who had Robin by his side, he ventured alone into this den of danger. As one of the 5 family patriarchs, Beggy had spies within each of the 4 families, making it challenging to orchestrate a large-scale infiltration. However, infiltrating alone proved far simpler, as his presence went unnoticed. With his fruit abilities, his solitary infiltration was equivalent to that of a large battalion. None could discern how many operatives he concealed within his own fortress. The excitement was far from over. Kutch smirked coldly, recognizing that these factions believed they could unite against him. Yet, this suited him perfectly, as he intended to seize the opportunity to eliminate all 4 mafia families in one fell swoop, resolving a significant inconvenience without the need for a protracted cleanup. Had he not possessed the phantom fruit, his resolve might have faltered, as even the strongest defense would not withstand an overwhelming number of adversaries. However, with the dual powers granted by the phantom fruit, the numerical advantage of his foes was significantly diminished. After a brief period of quietude, and once Robin had thoroughly surveyed the island, Kutch leapt from the ship. Shortly after his departure, Beggy also made his presence known at the port. Proceeding deeper into the island. Chapter 40, Chaos Unleashed. The appearance of Kutch and Beggy initially went unnoticed amidst the throngs on the island. With so many present, who would pay attention to 2 mere passers-by? Furthermore, no one anticipated that they would dare to infiltrate the stronghold of a formidable alliance formed against them. It was only after they had each traversed a considerable distance that they were finally detected. "Goodness!" exclaimed a group of onlookers, glancing at Kutch's youthful visage. Initially puzzled as to why such a young boy would be in this locale, their astonishment transformed into gasps of recognition upon realizing his identity. Incredible! Doesn't he even attempt to disguise himself while appearing here? Those who recognized Kutch were eager to commend him, never having encountered someone so audacious. Their astonished reactions began to attract more attention, and soon, the perimeter guards of the 4 families became aware of Kutch's presence. Realizing his identity, hundreds of weapons were aimed at him. What a foolhardy move! Who would have thought he would dare to infiltrate this place? With a few commanding shouts, Kutch was swiftly engulfed by a barrage of gunfire. The gunfire erupted with a ferocity that surpassed the relentless patter of rain. Surrounding civilians hastily fled the area, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Indifferent to the bullets that rained upon him, Kutch made no attempt to move his feet. The emotional phantoms obeyed his command. Hundreds of specters emerged from his being, dispersing in all directions, traversing through the bodies of various members of the four prominent families. Each individual touched by these phantoms experienced an overwhelming urge to submit to the boy they had been compelled to attack, resulting in a chaotic frenzy of mutual aggression. Kuchi's voice resonated clearly in their ears, yet despite the continued barrage of gunfire, no bullet was aimed at him. Instead, the members of the four families turned their weapons upon one another, and when the cacophony ceased, only a handful remained standing amidst a sea of lifeless bodies. As the effect of the emotional phantoms waned, the few survivors regained their senses, yet none dared to challenge the boy in the distance. Fear consumed them. A devil! They screamed, abandoning all sense of duty and fleeing the area, their only desire to distance themselves from Kuchi. That fleeting moment had unveiled a terror they had never before encountered. Kuchi, unperturbed by the panicked remnants of his foes, continued his leisurely advance into the depths of the island. After traversing for some time, he finally deviated from his previous warrior's demeanor, reveling in the experience akin to that of a mage, invigorated with every step he took. Boom. Bang. However, not long after, Kuchi was drawn to the distant sounds of conflict, halting once more in curiosity. Was there another battle unfolding on the island? He pondered, glancing towards the source of the gunfire. The intensity of the commotion surpassed that of his recent skirmish. Meanwhile, Becky, equally perplexed, wondered who else dared to stir trouble on this island, and even more so, who had done so before him. The battle concluded in an astonishingly brief span of time. Tiny projectiles emerged from within Becky, magnified before being launched in all directions. The enemies surrounding him, overwhelmed by his formidable firepower, found it difficult to even lift their heads, let alone retaliate. The vast arsenal within Becky's internal fortress unleashed a torrent of destruction upon everything in its vicinity. After contemplating for a moment, Kuchi altered his course towards the source of the gunfire. With a few swift teleportations, Becky came into view. So it was this fellow, Kuchi realized with a start. No wonder someone else shared his audacity. It was Capone Becky. Observing Becky's unique ability from a distance, he tilted his head, envious of Becky's powers. This was akin to possessing a storage ring capable of containing living beings. Having read numerous fantasy novels prior to his transmigration, he yearned for such an artifact. Furthermore, Becky's abilities extended beyond merely functioning as a storage device. The stronghold fruit granted him a castle within himself, and he could even transform his legs into tank treads, essentially providing him with both a vehicle and a home, an aspiration most men in his previous world strived for. However, what Kuchi valued most was Becky's ultimate capability, which allowed him to transform into a colossal fortress, capable of withstanding the full force of a Yonko's blows. As Kuchi marveled at Becky's powers, Becky and his crew became aware of his presence. Within the fortress, a designated lookout used binoculars to survey the surroundings, facilitating precise command of their firepower. One individual clearly recognized Kuchi's face. While the battle raged outside, the true Becky savored a delectable steak within the comfort of his castle. The figure outside was merely the castle's manifestation, able to move autonomously at his will, with the only drawback being that damage sustained by either form was shared. Upon receiving the report of Kuchi's sighting, Becky paused his dining, nodding knowingly. He had suspected that only someone as audacious as Kuchi would dare create such a ruckus in this area. No longer seated at the dining table, Becky approached the window, taking the binoculars to observe Kuchi. Boom. The surrounding artillery intensified. Although the enemies were suppressed by Becky, the commotion attracted the attention of the entire island, drawing more adversaries towards them. Kuchi, witnessing the influx of foes, chose not to linger and swiftly departed. He had no desire to assist Becky in drawing fire. His primary objective was to swiftly eliminate the upper echelons of the four families. As Kuchi journeyed, he encountered a substantial blockade of enemies. His face was too recognizable. The very people who had landed on the island knew him well. Numerous miniature phantoms erupted from his body, coalescing into a colossal specter. Snap! With a mere snap of his fingers, the enormous phantom self-destructed, clearing a path for him to break free from the encirclement and press toward the island's center. Simultaneously, as Becky watched Kuchi carve a path through the throng of enemies, he gestured for his subordinates within the fortress to escalate their firepower. His external form transformed its legs into tank treads, crushing the ground as he advanced in a particular direction. Sharing a common goal with Kuchi, Becky also aimed to penetrate the island's heart for a decisive strike. Chapter 41, The Heart of the Battlefield. Bang! Bang! Amidst the relentless gunfire, two factions clashed, and intriguingly, they were initially of the same allegiance, now fighting with reckless abandon. What is happening? Why the betrayal? The defenders roared in disbelief. struggling to comprehend that their former comrades had turned against them, leveling their weapons at those who had once stood shoulder to shoulder with them. Yet the opposing faction paid no heed to their cries, charging forward with bloodshot eyes, willing to sacrifice everything to breach the defenses. The defenders, hesitating, faced adversaries who had lost all restraint, ultimately leading to their collapse as the outnumbered defenders retreated in disarray against their frenzied former allies. The emotional phantoms obeyed. As the defenders fled, accompanied by a youthful voice, a torrent of white phantoms surged before them, swiftly passing through their bodies. Once the phantoms coursed through them, they halted abruptly, their expressions transforming into one of reverence as they gazed toward a specific point. There, Kuchi casually leaned against a massive boulder. Without pausing, he pressed on toward the island's core. Observing yet another group succumbing to the influence of his ghostly powers, Kuchi nodded in satisfaction and began issuing commands. Thus, the two factions, initially at odds, began to synchronize their movements, advancing together to dismantle another line of defense. Meanwhile, Kuchi followed closely behind, skillfully maneuvering the phantoms among them to maintain their state of obedience. Alas, while the emotional phantoms wielded formidable influence, their effects were fleeting, lasting only a minute or two. Thus, he was compelled to continually exercise his abilities. Fortunately, the manifestation of these phantoms does not require any physical exertion. It is merely a bit of a hassle. Otherwise, Kuchi's method would have long since exhausted him. As progress continued, Kuchi's ranks swelled like a rolling snowball, quickly amassing several thousand individuals who effortlessly breached multiple defensive lines. Arriving at the heart of the island, kill, kill, kill. Under Kuchi's command, the multitude shouted in unison, their battle cries reverberating with deafening intensity, shaking the very foundations of the mansion before them. What is happening? How could they have advanced here so swiftly? Within the mansion, the patriarchs and key figures of the four prominent families gathered, startled by the commotion outside, with some almost leaping from their seats. They had been aware of the incursions by Capone families Capone Begi and that Kuchi, dismissing them as inconsequential, even mocking them for their folly in daring to intrude. Thus, they awaited the return of their subordinates with the heads of these two intruders, confident in their impending victory. Yet now, what was this uproar? Weren't there only two of them? Was this commotion the work of merely two individuals? Bewilderment spread among the gathered, who turned their gazes toward the source of the noise, instructing their subordinates to ascertain the situation. Boom. Before the scouts could return, another disturbance echoed, this time from a different direction. When they turned to investigate, a massive chunk of the ceiling suddenly collapsed, enveloping the room in a cloud of dust. Coughing violently, they struggled to breathe. Quick, get the patriarchs out. They abandoned their inquiries, instinctively shielding the four patriarchs as they rushed from the building. Boom. Just as they burst forth, dozens of shells soared overhead, crashing into the structure and obliterating it entirely. Staring in shock as the inferno consumed the remnants of the building, a chill of dread gripped all present. Moments later, the expressions of the patriarchs darkened significantly, as their families had formalized an alliance, deploying the majority of their strength on this island. Their two greatest foes had infiltrated undetected, advancing to this very point and nearly annihilating them. It was a humiliation beyond measure. If word of this leaked, the entire West Sea would mock their incompetence. Useless. A pack of utter fools. The four patriarchs roared in fury, unleashing their wrath upon their subordinates, berating them mercilessly. Find out precisely what is happening. Bring me the heads of Capone Begi and that Kuchi. If you fail, you need not return. In their rage, they prepared to dispatch everyone at their disposal. However, at that moment, a colossal noise erupted nearby. With a thunderous bang, a breach opened up in the left flank of the mansion, sending countless members of their ranks tumbling through the air. A young man stepped slowly through the gap, a subtle smile curving his lips. If you seek my head, then come and take it yourself. The newcomer was none other than Kuchi, his confidence palpable. But that was not all. Soon after Kuchi's incursion, from the right side of the mansion, accompanied by the thunderous whinnies of warhorses, a cavalry unit burst through, escorting Capone Begi to the scene. What a rare sight. You incompetent fools gathered so closely, Begi mocked, his disdain for the patriarchs evident. Today would mark the end of these pathetic beings as he sought to unify all the mafia families of the West Sea. After his derision, Begi paid no heed to the visibly irate patriarchs, instead turning his gaze to Kuchi. You've done quite well, kid. I have high hopes for you. His eyes glinted with admiration as he regarded Kuchi. From this day forth, you shall join my family. His tone brooked no refusal. Kuchi chuckled softly. Begi certainly had an air of arrogance about him, and his tone was irksome. Begi, do you think that simply arriving here means you've won? Do not be so naive. None of you shall leave today. The four patriarchs, incensed by Beigi's taunts, threatened the two. Yet, Kuchi and Beigi regarded their threats with disdain. For having reached this point signified the battle's conclusion. These pitiful creatures could be easily dispatched. Eliminate them. With Beigi and Kuchi dismissing them so contemptuously, the four patriarchs, enraged, signaled their subordinates to charge at the two. Those who remained within the mansion were all significant figures of their respective families, representing the pinnacle of their strength. Each a formidable opponent in their own right. We'll deal with you first. Beigi intended to continue conversing with Kuchi, but set that aside momentarily, assuming a stance. The castle. A colossal figure. Before their eyes, Beigi's form began to petrify, and a gigantic fortress, approximately 100 meters tall, erupted from his position. To call it a castle might be misleading. Beigi's form resembled a massive fortress, adorned with an array of oversized cannons. This fortress was remarkably anthropomorphized, nearly a replica of Beigi himself, even featuring a similar cigar held at the corner of his mouth. What is this? Upon witnessing Beigi transform into this colossal entity, the members of the four families were thrown into a state of panic. Since acquiring his powers, Beigi had concealed his abilities so well that they had no inkling of his true nature, let alone having seen him in such a form. Kuchi gazed upward at the fortress, recognizing it as the form capable of withstanding Big Mom's most powerful blows. As all eyes focused on the fortress, Beigi became the center of attention. Boom. Suddenly, his foot moved, the enormous foot descending toward the four families' positions. Boom. The ground trembled violently, and with a single stomp, all significant figures, including the patriarchs, were reduced to mere pulp. To Beigi, squashing these individuals was a trivial matter, hardly worth his consideration. Well then, kid, are you ready to return with me? The fortress loomed over Kuchi, Beigi's voice resonating from above. What if I refuse? Kuchi crossed his arms, intrigued, meeting the gaze of the fortress. My demands are not open to negotiation. Beigi's voice boomed again, exuding a commanding authority. Clearly, although he did not explicitly state it, should Kuchi insist on declining his invitation, he would not hesitate to lift his foot once more. As the fortress version of Beigi, he exuded confidence, believing no one could defy this form, not even Kuchi, who had repeatedly caused the four families to suffer losses, despite appearing formidable. In this moment, Beigi regarded all as mere ants beneath his feet. Is that so? Then I shall certainly refuse to take a look. In the face of Beigi's threat, Kuchi remained undaunted, responding with an air of provocation. Thunder rumbled as Beigi ceased her words. Upon Kuchi's refusal, a colossal hand from the castle reached downwards. You initiated this, so do not blame me for seizing your abilities. With a swift whoosh, Kuchi vanished from sight, leaving the castle's enormous hand grasping at emptiness. Perched atop the grand castle, Kuchi gazed at the sturdy stones beneath him, an exhilaration coursing through him. He had long coveted Beigi's power. Previously, he felt a twinge of reluctance to forcibly claim it since there had been no grievances between them. However, now that Beigi had inflated her ego to the point of self-destruction, he felt no obligation to hold back. With a swift motion, his legs transformed into blades. Kuchi slashed at the castle walls. Clang, clang. Yet, upon striking the wall, his blow merely sparked without even chipping the surface. Though the castle appeared to be constructed of stone, its defenses were far more formidable, surpassing even the strength of steel by an unfathomable margin. Exhaling softly, Kuchi realized his attack had faltered just as the castle's hand lunged for him again. Beigi's mocking voice echoed in his ears. It's futile. Although you two possess powers, the disparity between our abilities is vast. In response to Beigi's derision, Kuchi merely smiled, remaining silent. With a deft maneuver, he utilized the castle's figure to evade the massive hand. Spirits of emotion obeyed his command. Upon landing behind him, Kuchi pressed his hands against the castle's surface, and countless spirits emerged from his grasp, effortlessly penetrating the solid exterior to infiltrate the castle's interior. What on earth are these? Inside the castle, Beigi stared in astonishment at the hundreds of spirits that had suddenly surged in. Kuchi's ability had not only transformed his limbs into blades. How could he conjure these spirits? Such a tactic had never appeared in the intelligence reports she had received. Although the situation was perplexing, one thing was clear to Beigi. These spirits were undoubtedly manifestations of a devil fruit power, and it was best to avoid contact with anything she did not understand. With a wave of her hand, Beigi altered the castle's interior, transforming the ground and surrounding walls into a swamp-like substance that surged toward the spirits, attempting to ensnare them. Within the castle, Beigi, as a user of her abilities, wielded godlike control over everything inside. However, her efforts proved futile. The spirits glided effortlessly past the obstacles and encircled Becky. This is bad. As the multitude of spirits charged toward her, a sense of foreboding gripped Becky. Unfortunately, her physical prowess was lacking, leaving her incapable of breaking through the throng of spirits unscathed. As the spirits weaved through her being, they began to influence her emotions. Standing rigidly, Becky relinquished her castle form. Castle form released, echoed Kuchi's voice. Outside, he watched with satisfaction as the castle gradually diminished and ultimately reverted to Becky herself. Had it merely been the quick/fruit, he would have struggled against Becky. After all, he could not breach the castle's formidable defenses. However, with the spirit fruit in his possession, she was now entirely at his mercy. With the castle form dispelled, Becky was but a mortal flesh. And Kuchi easily severed her head. As Becky perished and her abilities vanished, everything concealed within her collapsed to the ground. Among the multitude of fallen objects were numerous armed members of the Capone family, alongside countless weapons and treasures. It seemed Becky had treated her corporeal castle as a vault, hiding wealth and valuables within it. Father. The Capone family members gazed at their fallen leader, their expressions blank, unable to comprehend how their once mighty patriarch had suddenly met such a fate. Spirit bomb. Kuchi paid no heed to their dismay. He unleashed a swarm of mini spirits that detonated around them, dispatching the Capone family members in an instant. The invisible power of the devil fruit was drawn toward the seven-pointed star on his chest, the third star slowly illuminating. This time, Kuchi did not refuse, allowing the star to fill completely. Chapter 43, A Year. Kuchi executed a high-speed kick, unleashing a vacuum slash that sliced through several stone pillars with precision akin to that of a swordsman. Observing the severed pillars and his own leg aglow with a blade-like sheen, Kuchi nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, utilizing the quick/fruit to propel his leg strikes yielded far greater power than the ordinary. Not only that, he retracted his leg, transforming his arms into blades, crossing them to unleash two intersecting vacuum slashes that effortlessly cleaved through yet another set of stone pillars. With the quick/fruit, Kuchi no longer needed to confine his attacks to just his legs. Any part of his body could now deliver such vacuum strikes. Though not a swordsman, Kuchi surpassed many in the art of slicing. Moonwalk. After experimenting with the potency of his leg strikes, Kuchi stepped firmly, hovering in mid-air, producing a series of sounds akin to a drumbeat, clearly employing another technique from the Marine Six styles. With a snap of his fingers while suspended in the air, everything around him morphed into stone pillars that lunged at him like colossal serpents. As these pillars assailed him, Kuchi executed the moonwalk, deftly maneuvering through the air to evade each one. With remarkable agility, he avoided all threats and, after a series of rapid footfalls in the air, employed the shaving technique to propel himself even higher, surveying the entire scene below. Flying blade gun. His fingers morphed into two miniature blades, adopting a handgun stance. He unleashed a barrage of tiny air bullets from his fingertips. Bang, 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 bang. The stone pillars below were enveloped in a hail of air bullets, shattering into minuscule fragments. Truly, you are growing stronger, Robin remarked from a small round table nearby, brewing black coffee while observing Kuchi's training. She marveled at his combat talent, which was visibly advancing with each passing day. Of course. Otherwise, how could I justify my relentless training every day? Kuchi replied, appearing at her side in a flash, taking a seat across from Robin. It had been a year since he crossed over, and over half a year had elapsed since he vanquished Becky and acquired the stronghold fruit. During this time, his reputation in the West Blue had soared to its zenith. He had carved a path through the islands allied with the four great families, leading to their collapse, including the disintegration of the Capone family. Following this, he had executed a series of bloody tactics to fend off the relentless pursuit of the Navy and the world government, thoroughly decimating their forces. All inhabitants of the West Blue now recognized him as a terrifying monster, possessing overwhelming strength, and none dared to provoke him any longer. Even if he and Robin openly appeared on a certain island, those who recognized their identities would keep their distance, as no one dared to take action against them. The Navy and the government tacitly acknowledged their inability to resolve the issue concerning the West Sea Branch, merely raising his bounty to match Robin's at 80 million, after which there were no further targeted actions taken. Thus, he enjoyed a relatively peaceful 6 months, focusing on his training to enhance his strength. During this time, although his primary energy was devoted to developing the phantom fruit, he did not neglect the abilities of the quick/fruit and the solid fortress fruit. Now, he and Robin found themselves within the confines of a castle space, where he could accomplish anything, including duplicating himself to enter. leaving his original form outside as the castle's embodiment. In this realm, he was more natural than a natural type, capable of transforming his body into a white, fluid form. Immune to all physical attacks, while everything around him remained under his control, allowing him to alter the environment at will and create whatever he desired. Moreover, the space was vast. He had constructed a training ground spanning several thousand square meters for his cultivation. Just moments ago, he was experimenting with the power of his techniques in the training arena, where he could conjure various tools and scenarios to facilitate his practice. In his exploration of the quick/fruit, Kuchi had mastered all of the Navy's 6 styles, fusing them with the abilities of the quick/fruit to create combination techniques. As he pondered these thoughts, Robin's coffee was ready. Just after she poured herself a cup, Kuchi snatched it away. Ugh, after a mere sip, he nearly retched. It was truly dreadful. He could not fathom Robin's taste, as she seemed to relish it daily. Kuchi glanced across at her, intending to inquire, but before he could utter a word, he was captivated by the sight before him. Today, Robin wore a fitted yellow short-sleeve shirt that accentuated her figure, revealing 2 noticeably prominent curves at her chest. The girl had indeed matured. This sudden realization astonished Kuchi, drawing him in deeply. When had this happened? How had he been so oblivious? Had he become too engrossed in his training during this time? He found himself lost in thought, fixated on her figure, reflecting on how the once sprightly Robin had blossomed into a refined young woman. Kuchi considered this development reasonable. After all, Robin was now 14 years old, reaching an age where young women typically mature. Not to mention, he too had undergone significant changes since his arrival. Initially, he had been reduced to the physique of a 13-year-old, yet after a year of growth, he now stood nearly 2 meters tall. He estimated that by adulthood, he would reach around 3 meters, ultimately attaining a stature befitting a vice admiral. Furthermore, it was not merely his height that had changed. His strength and physique had also become increasingly formidable. Presently, without utilizing his devil fruit abilities, few pirates in the West Sea with bounties exceeding 10 million could rival him, which explained how he had mastered all 6 styles of the Navy in such a short time. Had he known that the Navy's 6 styles were not merely skills to be acquired at will, he might have realized that without sufficient physical prowess, mastering them would be impossible, and forcing oneself to practice could lead to severe bodily harm. Like Robin, he had contemplated teaching her the Navy's 6 styles. But due to her lack of the necessary physique, she had been unable to master even a single technique throughout this time. As Kuchi delved into these thoughts, his gaze remained fixated on Robin's chest, provoking a peculiar expression from her. What was he staring at? Following his line of sight, Robin looked down and her face flushed crimson. How shameless. She glared at Kuchi in annoyance, only to find that he had yet to avert his gaze. Infuriated, she activated her powers, sprouting 2 arms from Kuchi's shoulders. With a resounding smack, Kuchi's head was jolted sideways, his gaze finally shifting away from Robin. The unexpected blow brought him back to reality, and seeing Robin's flustered expression, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had been caught peering at the young girl. Chapter 44, The Land of Flowers. Embarrassed as he was, Kuchi's thick skin compelled him to steal another glance. Robin, now acutely aware of his gaze, felt her face heat up even more, her irritation growing. How dare he look? The sound of slapping echoed incessantly, leaving Kuchi's ears ringing. Before Robin finally expelled him from the castle's interior, her temper was truly becoming more volatile. Outside the castle, as he dissipated his internal form, Kuchi rubbed his face. Feeling a slight ache, Robin had struck harder than he expected. If not for his robust physique, he might have ended up with a swollen face. He merely stole a few extra glances. Was that really worth it? Grumbling to himself, Kuchi snapped his fingers, and a ghostly figure several meters high floated out from his body. With a leap, he sat cross-legged atop the ghost, controlling it as it soared upward, quickly reaching a height of 100 meters. This was a newly developed technique, allowing him to solidify the ghost into a tangible form, capable of being touched and interacting with other physical entities, thus aiding in combat. Moreover, retaining the ghost's ability to float and fly, Kuchi enjoyed using it as a mount. With the castle's interior heavily monitored by Robin's eyes, Kuchi, unable to return temporarily, decided to explore the scenery of the island from above. As he lay on the ghost's back and gazed down, he beheld familiar ancient-style architecture. This was the Land of Flowers, rife with elements reminiscent of a certain country from his previous world, evoking nostalgic memories. The Land of Flowers was also one of the allied nations of the world government, possessing the qualifications to attend the World Conference. Its comprehensive national strength ranked among the top in the West Sea, and even on a global scale, it surpassed the majority of countries. This nation boasted 8 formidable marine forces, named from 1 treasure to 8 treasures. While referred to as a marine force, these groups were, in essence, government-sanctioned pirates. They not only safeguarded the country's security and cleared threats to the royal family, but also took turns raiding, amassing wealth for the nation. In the original narrative, the notorious leader Green Pepper, who had a bounty of 500 million berries and was once defeated by the Navy hero Garp, along with his grandson, Old Kai, belonged to the 8 Treasures Marine Force. It was precisely due to the backing of national power that Green Pepper, despite being bested by the Navy, was not imprisoned and impelled down, but rather returned to the West Sea's land of flowers unscathed. Kuchi had gathered this information while on the island, and upon learning of it, he could not help but curse under his breath. In this damned world, even becoming a pirate necessitates connections. Those without such backgrounds are either killed on the spot or condemned to a lifetime and impelled down, while those with influence face no repercussions and continue to roam freely. His disdain for the Navy deepens, for he views their so-called justice as nothing more than a farce. His sentiments towards this nation, which allows its pirates to plunder at will, are similarly grim. The ruling class here epitomizes hypocrisy, demanding respect while engaging in debauchery. Despite his aversion to the nation, Kuchi remains discreet during his time on land. The power of this country is not to be underestimated, even now. Possessing 3 types of devil fruit abilities that grant him considerable strength across the 4 seas, he remains wary and refrains from provoking them unnecessarily. His primary purpose for coming here is to seek the power of Haki. He believes that this is the only place in the West Sea where he might discover the method to awaken it. After all, the Baroque works demonstrated such power during the Dressrosa arc, and their leader, Bellamy, is a user of all 3 types of Haki, drifting through the skies until twilight descends. Kuchi finally guides his phantom to land and stealthily infiltrates a locale frequented by the pirates. With great patience, he isolates a solitary pirate and uses the obedience spirit from his emotional phantom to lead him into a secluded corner. "Do you possess Haki?" he inquires, allowing the obedience spirit to permeate the pirate's being, ensuring compliance. The pirate readily nods, confirming his knowledge of armament Haki. Kuchi is unfazed. This is not his first encounter of this nature. In previous instances, he discovered that a significant portion of the 8 pirate crews in this nation possessed either armament or observation Haki. Inquiring further, he learns that those who wield Haki have accompanied Bellamy to the New World, where such power is commonplace, save for the rare conquerors Haki users. Those who utilize armament and observation Haki are encountered in nearly every battle. Naturally, those who survive numerous encounters glean insights into the application of these powers, sometimes receiving guidance from their superiors. This is evident from the events in the Dressrosa arc, where even the most inconsequential of pirates could wield armament Haki while thwarting Doflamingo's birdcage. Please describe in detail your method for awakening armament Haki and your experiences with it. Kuchi retrieves a small notebook from the castle space, flipping to a page filled with insights on Haki gathered from his previous investigations. He diligently records every word from the pirate after extracting all he needs. Once he has thoroughly drained the pirate of information, Kuchi knocks him unconscious and leaves him in the corner. He deliberately targets inebriated individuals, ensuring that if they awaken, they will remain oblivious to the events that transpired, likely believing they simply passed out from drink. After selecting a few more targets and gathering their experiences, Kuchi concludes his evening's endeavors. Upon returning to his quarters and materializing a replica of himself within the castle, he meticulously organizes the day's findings, comparing them to his prior acquisitions. Almost there. After completing his notes, Kuchi allows a faint smile to grace his lips. After extensive effort, he has finally compiled a comprehensive method for awakening both armament and observation Haki. Although the insights gained from these lesser pirates may not match the quality of instruction from a master like Rayleigh, Kuchi has no connections in this world save for Robin, leaving him little room for choice. Furthermore, learning Haki is merely the foundational step. To truly transform it into a formidable power, one must continually refine it through combat. Relying on others for instruction will never lead to true strength. Chapter 45. The voyage across the seas. We are set to depart. Having acquired what he sought, Kuchi summoned Robin to discuss their upcoming plans. Initially, Robin was still irked and reluctant to engage, but upon realizing the significance of the matter, she reluctantly took a seat across from him, arms crossed defensively, shielding herself from any potential unwanted gazes. Her eyes averted from his, she coolly inquired, "Where are we headed after leaving the flower country?" Seeing her wary demeanor, Kuchi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Did she truly feel the need to guard herself from him, as though he were some lecherous wolf? Nevertheless, he refrained from provoking her further. At her age, Young women can be particularly sensitive and conservative, and excessive teasing may easily lead to embarrassment. I'm not merely leaving the flower country. I intend to depart from the West Sea entirely. Tapping the table, Kuchi shook his head, clarifying that she had misinterpreted his intentions. Robin looked up, perplexed by his decision to leave the West Sea. She had never considered such a notion, or perhaps, being young, she simply did not think that far ahead. Observing her confusion, Kuchi clarified that his desire to take her away from the West Sea was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but a premeditated plan. Firstly, for safety reasons. He had attracted too much attention in the West Sea. It was now common knowledge that he and Robin were together. The local navy and government officials had already resigned themselves to his presence, and it was inevitable that they would report back to their superiors, who would not remain passive. It was only a matter of time before powerful figures were dispatched to the West Sea. By leaving now, they could temporarily evade unknown dangers. Secondly, there were more long-term considerations at play. Robin, as the sole surviving scholar from O'Hara, carries the legacy of her people and aspires to uncover and interpret the entire history, revealing the truths obscured by the world government. This quest undoubtedly challenges the limits set by the world government and the celestial dragons, treading upon their taboos. As Robin delves deeper into her research, she will inevitably confront terrifying forces that she cannot yet fathom. Having read the original story, Kuchi is acutely aware of how terrifying the world government can be once it decides to act. While he possesses confidence in his abilities, augmented by his unique talents from his previous life and the potential of the 7 stars, he knows that he cannot withstand such catastrophic assaults relying solely on himself and Robin. They are a unit now, and should that fateful day arrive, their fate would be far worse than that of O'Hara. Thus, they need to build their strength in advance, establishing their own influence to oppose the world government. With this departure from the West Sea, Kuchi resolved to traverse the remaining major seas, for in the North Sea, South Sea, and East Sea lie many individuals with extraordinary potential who could become formidable powers in the future. Most of them are still in their youth, yet to set sail and showcase their talents. Kuchi intends to recruit them into his team one by one. If procrastination continues, in a few years, the vast majority of those individuals will have reached adulthood, rendering it nearly impossible to rally them. Moreover, by forging bonds with these individuals from their youth, nurturing relationships as they grow together, a formidable team founded on trust may emerge, preventing a fate akin to that of the Rocks Pirates, a crew undeniably powerful, boasting numerous top-tier warriors, yet ultimately disbanded due to internal discord and lack of unity. Kuchi's ambition mirrors that of Rocks. He aspires to assemble a crew of unparalleled strength, yet he yearns for his band to possess a solidarity reminiscent of the Straw Hat Pirates. Only such a cohesive unit can provide him with the fortitude necessary to confront the world government in the future. After a period of contemplation, Kuchi refrained from divulging all of his thoughts to Robin, merely expressing his desire to form a pirate crew in the future and the need to seek suitable companions in advance. Revealing too much truth to Robin at this juncture would only burden her unnecessarily, yielding no benefits. Upon hearing Kuchi's explanation, Robin offered no objections and readily concurred with their plan to depart from the West Sea and embark on a voyage across the 4 seas. She unreservedly supported Kuchi's every decision and notion. They then proceeded to make preparations, acquiring a substantial amount of supplies and sufficient food for 2 for an entire year. Storing these provisions within the castle, the food would remain unspoiled inside the castle, as Kuchi had crafted several large refrigerators for preservation. Subsequently, they commissioned a small single-masted sailboat, comparable in size to the Mary, which the 2 could easily maneuver. Over the past 6 months, Kuchi had not only diligently honed his skills, but had also taken the opportunity to learn navigation, all in preparation for their journey across the seas. Once all was in readiness, Kuchi and Robin set sail towards the upside-down mountain in the West Sea. In the Grand Line, within the depths of Judicial Island, one of the 3 core institutions of the world government, stood a grand edifice that served as a primary hub of operations for the secret intelligence agency CP9. Recently appointed as the highest commander of CP9, Spandam, the former chief of CP5, who orchestrated the buster call on O'Hara and subsequently shifted the blame for heinous crimes onto the young Robin, was now presiding over this establishment. As Kuchi had anticipated, his actions in the West Sea, along with his association with Robin, had been reported to this location by government officials, who urged CP9 to dispatch a stronger force to apprehend Kuchi. Nicole Robin. Spandam chuckled upon observing the intelligence report, noting Robin's face, which had matured somewhat over the years. To think I would see news about you again. I never imagined there would still be fools willing to stay by your side. His mood was quite buoyant. It was this very pursuit of Robin's mother that had unveiled O'Hara's research into the true history, a feat that had propelled him to his current position and garnered the attention of the higher echelons of the world government. Now, having discovered Robin's whereabouts, he felt akin to a cat catching the scent of a fish, recognizing another opportunity to earn merit. Capturing this girl, who possessed the means to interpret the true history, would surely please the higher-ups once more. However, this time he opted not to claim the glory for himself. Instead, he reached for the transponder snail to contact his son, Spandam, who had succeeded him as the commander of CP5, intending to bestow this credit upon him, thereby ensuring his son could eventually inherit the position of the highest commander of CP9. Chapter 46. The two most powerful CP9 agents of the future. Close to Spandam's office, there lay a vast chamber where CP9 members would convene during their downtime. At that moment, the expansive room housed only two individuals. One was the current strongest member of CP9, Phosphor, who lounged on the sofa like a languid cat. Not far from him, in the corner of the room, a cold and composed youth, appearing merely 14 or 15, was engaged in solitary training. With his upper body bare, revealing a well-proportioned physique, he was performing one-handed push-ups while in a handstand. Phosphor regarded the training youth with disdain, his lips curling into a sneer. "Kid, quit pretending here. If you want to train, get your ass to the training room. This is a place for rest, and you're annoying the hell out of me." Despite the youth's silence, Phosphor's irritation only grew. He had always harbored a deep-seated annoyance towards this newcomer, Rob Lucci, who had only recently been officially inducted into CP9 after a simple mission to rescue hostages, during which he had eliminated 500 captive soldiers alongside their captors. Lucci's reckless actions had earned him the title of the strongest genius CP9 had seen in 800 years, much to Phosphor's chagrin. "The title should rightfully belong to me as the strongest. Did you not hear me? Get out." Phosphor's irritation boiled over as Lucci continued his training, seemingly oblivious to the reprimand. Enraged by the newcomer's blatant disregard, Phosphor unleashed a compressed air blast, targeting Lucci. "Let me show you how to respect your seniors." As the air bullet whizzed past him, Lucci swiftly shifted his weight, evading the attack with ease. Only a jealous waste would act this way. Lucci understood well the source of Phosphor's animosity and called him out directly. "Jealous of you? Huh?" Phosphor scoffed, as if hearing the most absurd joke. "Who do you think you are? Just a newbie." Phosphor stood his ground as Lucci launched an assault with his finger gun technique, resolutely employing the defensive move known as Iron Block. Lucci's strike met his body with a resounding thud, failing to inflict any damage. "Today, you'll learn the extent of our disparity." With a powerful kick, Phosphor sent Lucci flying. With a fierce roar, Lucci soared through the air, quickly utilizing his devil fruit powers to transform into a golden leopard before hitting the ground. With a forceful thrust, Lucci halted himself mid-air, swinging his arms while vigorously kicking the air with his legs, once again charging towards his opponent. Truly a foolhardy endeavor. Observing Lucci employ his devil fruit abilities, Fuzz quickly flexed his neck and transformed into a beast, two elongated fangs protruding from his maw. With a swift whoosh, Fuzz's saber-toothed tiger vanished from sight, reappearing directly above Lucci. Thud! With a heavy impact, Lucci was forcefully driven downward, the solid rock flooring shattering under the immense force. Gasping, a spray of crimson erupted from Lucci's mouth as he lay prone. Though both possessed Zoan-type devil fruits, Lucci was merely in an ordinary leopard form, while Fuzz had transformed into an ancient saber-toothed tiger. Comparatively, Lucci's abilities paled significantly. Moreover, setting aside their devil fruits, Fuzz, at 22 years of age, was in the prime of his physical condition, markedly superior to the still-developing 14-year-old Lucci. Despite the clear understanding that he stood little chance against Fuzz, and that continuing the fight would only lead to greater injury, Lucci resolutely rose to his feet and charged at his opponent once more. Fuzz was thoroughly delighted by this. If Lucci had simply remained motionless, it would have been challenging for him to continue the assault. The rules of CP9 dictated that he would face severe penalties for injuring a retreating opponent, but now that Lucci was the one pressing the attack, Fuzz felt no qualms about inflicting harm. Channeling all his strength into his tiger claws, Fuzz aimed to deliver a devastating blow to Lucci. Though he could not kill him, incapacitating him for months, or even secretly undermining his foundation, was well within reach. Just as their clash was poised to escalate further, an unexpected voice interrupted them. Upon hearing the command of an officer, both Fuzz and Lucci ceased their actions simultaneously. In CP9, the orders of an officer superseded all else. Should they dare to continue fighting, The newly appointed and thoroughly disliked superior officer could find an excuse to deal with both of them harshly. Neither wished for such a fate. Even though Fuzz felt a pang of regret at missing the opportunity to severely injure Luke Chi, he had no choice but to relent. What is it? Both their gazes turned towards the messenger at the door, as Fuzz inquired. Rob Lucci, prepare yourself. You are to set out for the West Sea to assist CP5 in executing a mission. The messenger delivered this line before swiftly departing. What business could they possibly have for him in the West Sea? And with those inept CP5 agents, no less. Fuzz reverted to his human form, casting a puzzled glance at Luke Chi. Most of CP9's missions were conducted in the Grand Line, while the Four Seas were generally the domain of other subordinate CP organizations for infiltration and intelligence gathering. The fact that Luke Chi was being dispatched to the West Sea indicated that the situation was far from ordinary. Damn it, they were allowing this guy to earn accolades again. The thought stirred discontent in Fuzz. Should Luke Chi successfully complete his mission and return, his standing within CP9 would undoubtedly rise, a development Fuzz wished to avoid. Yet, against the orders of an officer, he could not forcibly prevent Luke Chi from departing for the West Sea, so he could only glare at him fiercely. Luke Chi, however, harbored none of Fuzz's concerns. Upon learning he was to be deployed, he turned and departed to prepare, casting not a single glance back at Fuzz, with whom he had just been locked in combat. Chapter 47. The Encirclement by CP5. Several hours later, a vessel sailed from Judicial Island, carrying Luke Chi to rendezvous with CP5. As Luke Chi stood on the deck of CP5's flagship, gazing at the rather foolish-looking figure at the bow of the ship, he finally comprehended why Spandam had so uncharacteristically commanded him, a CP9 agent, to heed the directives of CP5. That foolish-looking individual was none other than the commander of CP5, resembling Spandam to a remarkable degree, with a name only a single letter apart. This man, Spandam, was undoubtedly Spandam's son, and Luke Chi was certain of it. Beyond their similar appearances and names, the two shared an almost identical level of foolishness in certain respects. Shortly thereafter, Luke Chi received details regarding their mission objective. It was none other than Nico Robin. Glancing at the intel in his hands, Luke Chi nodded in understanding. Although he had only joined CP9 a year prior, he was well versed in the events surrounding O'Hara and recognized that the woman in question was the sole survivor of the O'Hara incident. A brief examination of Nico Robin's profile revealed her lack of formidable strength, and thus Luke Chi found little interest in pursuing further details. Instead, he was more intrigued by her companion, a boy named Ausman Kuchi, who was of the same age as himself. Judging from the intel, Kuchi possessed notable prowess, and Luke Chi felt an inkling of anticipation regarding their potential encounter. As a government agency, CP5 had access to special channels, enabling them to swiftly navigate from the Grand Line to any sea without traversing Reverse Mountain. Consequently, after only a few days at sea, Luke Chi and his crew arrived in the West Sea. Upon their arrival, due to Kuchi's brazen demeanor, which lacked any semblance of concealment, CP5 was able to swiftly ascertain his location. We can already see Reverse Mountain. Soon we shall enter the other seas, one of the crew members announced. Before them, a small single-masted sailboat approached, with Kuchi standing at the bow, gazing excitedly at the mesmerizing sight of the ocean currents, beckoning Robin to join him. Robin, responding to his call, also looked ahead, her spirits buoyed. What wonders lay beyond the West Sea? For Robin, who had lived her entire life there and had never ventured beyond its borders, the allure of the seas beyond was captivating. She felt a surge of anticipation at the prospect of witnessing landscapes outside her homeland. Captain, the target has appeared. Just as Kuchi and Robin were enthralled by Reverse Mountain, a fleet hovered at their flank. The fleet, adorned with the world government flag, arranged itself in a semicircular formation. This was the CP5 fleet, and Spandam, having only recently ascended to the role of CP5 commander, was particularly invested in the mission to capture Nico Robin and her accomplices. His father had promised that a successful mission would yield significant accolades, prompting him to bring the entirety of CP5's resources to bear, deploying 20 armed ships and over 2,000 armed personnel. Where? Let me see. Upon hearing that their awaited target had emerged, Spandam could hardly contain his excitement. Leaping from his seat to snatch the telescope from the observer's hands, peering eagerly into the distance. Nico Robin, with a mere glance, he spotted the girl aboard the small vessel, and he was captivated. To him, she was not merely a girl, nor a notorious fugitive, nor the child of a devil. Rather, she represented an opportunity to secure a significant achievement that would elevate his status within the government. In his fervor, he completely disregarded the boy standing beside Robin. We must close in. We cannot let them escape. If they dare to flee, fire upon them and sink their ship. Spandam bellowed, issuing his command with unyielding authority. He cared not whether Nico Robin returned alive or dead. Bringing her back, regardless of her state, would be a monumental achievement. Yes, the CP-5 agents aboard snapped to attention, swiftly setting the fleet into motion in accordance with his orders. Meanwhile, Rob Lucci stood a short distance behind Spandam, quietly observing the scene before him. Unlike Spandam, his gaze was fixed upon the indistinct silhouette of a youthful figure across the way. As the fleet advanced, Kuchi and Robin soon became aware of their approach. "It's a government ship," Kuchi exclaimed, his keen eyesight allowing him to discern the flag flying from the suddenly appearing fleet, even without the aid of a telescope. "What should we do?" Robin asked, a hint of concern in her voice as she counted the vessels, more than 20 ships in total. Doubt nodded her. She was uncertain whether Kuchi could withstand such a formidable force. After all, the government had dispatched this new contingent after suffering previous setbacks, and they were likely anything but ordinary. Tentatively, she suggested, "Shouldn't we flee?" Kuchi's castle could harbor their vessel, allowing them to escape aboard the ghostly ship, which would surely outrun the approaching fleet. "Not yet. Let's assess the situation first," Kuchi replied, shaking his head. He had grown more astute since his arrival in this world. Though he had yet to master the observation haki, repeated encounters in battle had honed his instincts, enabling him to sense impending danger. If the opposing force truly possessed overwhelming power, his intuition would surely alert him. Robin nodded, accepting Kuchi's decision. Nevertheless, she crossed her arms and extended eyes and ears from the shadows of the enemy fleet, seeking to gather intelligence. Upon catching sight of Spandam's face, her brow furrowed. This visage bore an unsettling resemblance to someone from her past, evoking memories of the tragic O'Hara incident, flooding her with emotions of revulsion and fear. "What is it?" Kuchi immediately noticed her change in demeanor and inquired with concern. "There's someone who looks strikingly similar to the one who killed the doctor in O'Hara." Robin indicated the flagship, her voice steady yet laced with trepidation. A look of realization crossed Kuchi's face. He understood who had come. "So it's that scoundrel Spandam." He recalled that during the O'Hara incident, it was Spandam who had executed Dr. Clover under the orders of the Gorosei. Naturally, the resemblance meant that Spandam was indeed the son of that wretched man. What a twist of fate, Kuchi mused, gazing at the approaching fleet. In the original narrative, it was Spandam's subordinates from CP9 who had captured Robin during the Enies Lobby incident. To find himself facing them once more was unacceptable. In that instant, Kuchi resolved to annihilate their pursuers. After all, Spandam was among the characters he loathed most in the original story, and eliminating him would serve as a measure of retribution for Robin, given that this man's father was the architect behind the O'Hara massacre. Chapter 48, Rob Lucci. Kuchi had never been one to hesitate. With a decision made, he acted without delay. Raging wind. The fleet was now within striking distance of his attack, and he lifted his leg, unleashing a powerful blow aimed directly at the flagship Robin had indicated. "What in the world?" Spandam exclaimed, his heart racing as he observed the incoming strike. Panic surged through him as he stumbled backward. The fool could not even discern the nature of an attack launched by the Marine's 6 powers, revealing his utter incompetence and ineptitude. Swoosh! Lucci sprang into action, emerging from behind to counter Kuchi's attack with his own version of Raging Wind. However, his attempt paled in comparison to Kuchi's, both in size and potency. It was woefully inferior. When the two strikes collided midair, Lucci's attack was effortlessly dissipated, causing no harm to Kuchi's assault. With a swift slash, a deep gash marred the ship's bow, nearly cleaving it in two. "Open fire. Sink the enemy vessel," Spandam commanded, now fully aware of the audacity of the opposing ship to attack his world government fleet, and enraged that it had nearly harmed him. He roared for his fleet to obliterate the small craft. Boom, boom, boom. At his behest, every ship in the fleet unleashed a barrage of cannon fire, a deluge of ordnance raining down upon Kuchi. Unfazed by the onslaught, Kuchi extended a hand, allowing numerous miniature phantoms to emerge and swiftly envelop each cannonball. Snap! Ghost bomb! With the sound of his fingers snapping, all the tiny phantoms detonated in unison, igniting a series of explosions that engulfed Kuchi's vessel in a cloud of smoke and debris. "Get inside the castle." Amidst the chaos, Kuchi gathered Robin and the small ship beneath him into the confines of his castle. With his arms outstretched, he summoned a colossal, tangible phantom to carry him toward the enemy. Was that little ship reduced to splinters? Spandam, shrouded in smoke, could not ascertain the situation. However, he was convinced that no one could survive such relentless cannon fire. Yet Lucci's brow furrowed. He doubted that the adversaries could be so easily vanquished. The memory of Kuchi's earlier attack weighed heavily on his mind, confirming that they were indeed facing a formidable opponent. In that moment, Lucci felt uncertain about fulfilling his mission. Glancing around, he noted that while the CP5 agents were numerous, they appeared utterly ineffectual in his eyes. Their numbers would not aid him in the end. The task ultimately rested upon his shoulders. Swoosh. While Lucci pondered, Kuchi burst forth from the haze of smoke atop his phantom. The target is still alive. He's up there. A cry of alarm erupted from the deck as someone spotted Kuchi soaring through the air. Lucci looked up to see the youthful figure grinning at him. Adopting a stance he recognized all too well, the starting position for the finger gun technique. Lucci's frown deepened. How could this individual possess such mastery of the Marine's 6 powers? He was perplexed. Furthermore, from such a distance, unless the opponent had honed their finger gun to an extraordinary degree, capable of projecting shockwaves across the air. What use was such a technique? Flying blade gun. Kuchi swiftly provided his answer, transforming his index fingers into razor-sharp blades, unleashing a multitude of minuscule air shockwaves that blanketed the deck of Lucci's ship. Iron block. Confronted with this overwhelming onslaught, Lucci crouched low, adopting a defensive stance from the 6 powers to withstand the barrage. There was no evading such a concentrated wave of shockwaves. He had no choice but to endure. The audacity. He has truly mastered the 6 powers to this extent. As he assumed the iron block position, Lucci's gaze remained fixed on the airborne figure before him, his heart racing with unease. Even the one hailed as CP9's most formidable genius finds himself unable to achieve this feat. While the individual before him is revealed in intelligence reports to be of the same age, both merely 14 years old. Gritting his teeth, Lucci feels a pang of indignation. He absolutely cannot allow himself to be outdone by a mere street urchin of the same age. Thud, 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 shockwaves crash against Lucci's form. Despite his ironclad defenses, he cannot escape the waves of pain coursing through him, his body sliding uncontrollably backwards across the deck. Clenching his jaw, Lucci channels all his strength to withstand these shockwaves. As a member of CP9, he is adept in the 6 powers and can endure the assault with his iron body, yet his fellow CP5 comrades lack such prowess. Most of them cannot even execute a single technique from the 6 powers. Thus, Lucci's shockwaves wreak havoc upon them, leading to cries of agony echoing across the deck, with Spandam's shrieks resonating the loudest. His shoulder and calf have been struck, resulting in compound fractures. Having been pampered since childhood, he has never endured such suffering. And now he writhes on the ground in agony. Boom, boom, boom. The CP5 operatives aboard the other ships, witnessing their flagship under siege and their commander injured, relentlessly fire cannonballs at Lucci, attempting to eliminate him. Scum. Lucci is thoroughly irritated by their incessant assaults, disdainfully snorting as none of the cannonballs find their mark. The tangible specters beneath his feet shift continuously, deftly maneuvering under his command to evade the projectiles. Emotional specters obey, rather than advancing further. Lucci releases a multitude of specters to drift towards the vessels outside the flagship. Specters? The CP5 agents, encircled by the apparitions in the blink of an eye, are gripped by terror. Once mere legends, they now witness this supernatural phenomenon firsthand. None dare allow the specters to touch them, scattering in panic. Yet how could they possibly outrun the phantoms hovering in the air? Aside from a few clever souls who leap into the sea, all others are effortlessly penetrated by the specters. With a snap of his fingers, Lucci issues a singular command to the emotionally influenced CP5 operatives, inciting them to attack one another indiscriminately. Soon, the sounds of gunfire erupt simultaneously from over 20 ships, escalating into chaos. In their self-inflicted carnage, vessel after vessel is sunk, with lives extinguished every second. Witnessing this, Lucci relinquishes control, entrusting everything to the emotional specters, and floats towards the flagship where Spandam and Lucci reside. Lucci has now spotted Lucci. What a coincidence. Not only is Spandam present, but Lucci, another significant antagonist from the original saga as Enies Lobby arc, has arrived as well. Chapter 49, The Absolute Domination over Lucci. What is happening? Lucci gazes in shock at the surrounding CP5 agents, embroiled in their self-destructive frenzy, their attention abruptly shifting to Lucci. It is undoubtedly this fellow who has orchestrated the chaos with those specters he unleashed. A certainty wells within Lucci as he readies himself for confrontation, his entire being taut with anticipation. The pressure emanating from Lucci is overwhelming. Even Fuzz, the strongest within CP9, has never instilled such a sense of danger. Facing him feels akin to confronting a ferocious beast. Ignoring Lucci's wariness, Lucci's gaze shifts to Spandam, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Truly, he is the most infamous fool from the original narrative, an imbecile who dares to confront him without gathering adequate intelligence, bringing such power to seek him out. It is akin to an old man hanging himself out of a disdain for life. What do you want? Spandam, already fraught with panic as Lucci incited his subordinates to slaughter one another, is now paralyzed by fear at Lucci's unwavering gaze. With an injured leg rendering him incapable of standing, he can only drag himself back across the deck, desperately seeking distance from Lucci. Have you even considered that today might be your last? Lucci's scorn deepens at Spandam's cowardice. It is no wonder such filth ascends within the ranks of the world government. Stop him. Hearing Lucci declare his intent to kill him, Spandam's fear intensifies. He cries out for his subordinates to protect him, simultaneously casting his gaze towards Rob Lucci, his father's trump card. Aren't you from CP9, proclaimed the strongest genius? Eliminate him for me, and I'll ensure my father promotes you. If anything happens to me here, my father will not spare you. Rob Lucci casts a disdainful glance at this fool, his annoyance palpable, yet he instinctively positions himself in front of Spandam, flanked by the remaining CP5 agents on the deck. Lucci pays little heed to the others, his interest piqued solely by Rob Lucci. What a pity. He shakes his head. He genuinely admires Lucci's potential. Possessing both talent and temperament, had he not joined the world government at such an early age, Lucci would surely have sought to recruit him to his side. Shave. Rob Lucci, a man of few words, seizes the moment. Despite his trepidation regarding Lucci's strength, he charges forward unflinchingly. Finger pistol. In an instant, his two fingers jab at Lucci. Yet he discovers, to his astonishment, that his full force attack has no effect on Lucci, who has not even employed iron body. Is it truly possible that mere physical prowess could yield such results? Unbeknownst to him, Lucci's body, enhanced by the powers of the swift/fruit, possesses a hardness that rivals steel, far superior to iron body's defenses. His expression stiffens with realization. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Lucci swiftly extends a foot, sending Rob Lucci hurtling away. I shall deal with these worthless pests first, then we shall have our fun. After kicking Rob Lucci aside, Lucci surveys the surviving crowd. With a swift motion, he unleashes a gale-like kick, dispatching all CP5 operatives save for Spandam. He then turns his gaze to Rob Lucci, who has regained his footing, offering a faint smile before vanishing from sight using the Navy's 6 powers. He refrains from utilizing his ghost fruit powers, opting instead to engage the strongest genius with the abilities of the swift/fruit and the Navy's 6 powers, eager to glean experience from their confrontation. Roar. As Rob Lucci perceives Lucci's sudden disappearance, he activates his own abilities, transforming into his hybrid form, significantly enhancing all his capabilities. Iron Body. Unable to capture Lucci's elusive form, he wisely opts to fortify his defenses. Blade Claws. In the next moment, Lucci reappears before him, fingers morphing into razor-sharp claws. Lunging towards his chest. Swoosh. The keen blades effortlessly pierce through Rob Lucci's iron body, leaving 5 bloody gashes across his chest. Finger Pistol Barrage. Paying no heed to the pain or injuries, Rob Lucci unleashes a flurry of rapid jabs, each one leaving a phantom trail, unleashing a multitude of finger pistols that envelop Lucci entirely. In his hybrid form, his techniques undoubtedly wield greater power, although Lucci's defenses remain unbroken. He senses a long-forgotten sting of pain as he is pushed further back by the force of the attacks. Moonwalk. After propelling Lucci a considerable distance, and realizing he cannot breach his defenses, Rob Lucci employs his superior leg strength to remain suspended in the air. Shave. Blending the moonwalk with the shave, he carved a sharp trajectory in the air, significantly amplifying his explosive power as Rob Lucci launched another swift offensive. The finger gun technique. Aimed with the precision of a predator's gaze, targeted several vital points on Kuchi's body. With a deft curvature of his fingers, Rob Lucci unleashed a multitude of hypervelocity finger bullets, striking relentlessly at these critical areas. Aware that a singular attack would not breach his opponent's defenses, he resolved to stack damage on the same spot. Throughout the battle, aside from his initial proactive strike, Kuchi maintained a passive defense, rarely countering. He absorbed Rob Lucci's unique finger bullets, keenly sensing their force and examining the technique involved. It was undeniable that his opponent possessed remarkable talent in the 6 styles, adeptly merging different techniques to enhance their potency. In contrast, Kuchi could only showcase the capabilities of the 6 styles, his techniques more powerful yet lacking the seamless integration Lucci exhibited. As the pain from the targeted areas intensified, Rob Lucci's cumulative assault threatened to shatter Kuchi's ironclad defense, prompting Kuchi to utilize a swift teleportation to evade the assault. With a resounding thud, Rob Lucci, akin to a true leopard, pursued Kuchi relentlessly, bounding forward to match his pace. Though uncertain of his adversary's motivations for absorbing the blows without retaliation, Lucci was acutely aware of the disparity in their strengths. He recognized the urgency to seize this opportunity to overpower Kuchi before the latter could unleash his full potential, lest he find himself on the receiving end of the attack. The cross slash. This time, Kuchi did not passively endure. Instead, he preemptively struck before Rob Lucci's attack could connect. Crossing his arms, they transformed into two lethal blades, and he executed a cross-shaped vacuum slash with the force of a tempest. In an instant, the cross slash descended upon Rob Lucci with astonishing speed, causing him to stagger as a cross-shaped wound appeared on his chest, revealing bone beneath. Kuchi's onslaught did not cease there. Once he resolved to engage fully, he unleashed a tempest of attacks that left Rob Lucci with scarcely a moment to assess his injuries, utterly overwhelmed and forced to defend himself. The ensuing moments were marked by Kuchi's comprehensive dominance, with speed, strength, defense, and agility starkly favoring him. Rob Lucci, now increasingly wounded, bore the crimson stains of his blood upon his once golden patterns. Chapter 50, The North Sea. Did you not kill that man? Kuchi and Robin opted not to risk traversing Upside-Down Mountain by boat, but instead ascended via the tangible ghost. On the entity, Robin inquired about Kuchi, having witnessed the entire confrontation with the world government fleet within the castle's spatial confines. Before Kuchi dispatched Spandam, she noted a youth from CP9, bloodied yet seemingly alive, lying on the ground, his faint breathing barely perceptible. Yes, I did not completely kill him, Kuchi confirmed, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he recalled the skirmish. At his age, Rob Lucci was already immensely powerful, with few rivals in the West Sea. However, he was still lacking in comparison to Kuchi. The outcome of their battle was never in doubt. The thoroughly overpowered Rob Lucci could only fall at Kuchi's feet. Despite being drenched in blood, he had not perished, merely succumbing to unconsciousness due to his injuries. Kuchi chose not to deliver a finishing blow. Instead, he dismembered Spandam before departing with Robin. Why? Robin queried, surprised. Having spent considerable time together, she knew Kuchi to be anything but merciful. He had always annihilated his enemies without exception, never before sparing a life as he had this time. Do you not often say that mercy towards an enemy is cruelty towards oneself? The best course of action against an adversary is total annihilation. She sought to understand why Kuchi, in a position to eliminate his foe, chose to show clemency. Because I have a certain admiration for that fellow, Kuchi articulated his reasoning. Thus, I spared him, presenting a possibility. I hope for a future that aligns with my aspirations. Kuchi's rationale was perplexing, leaving Robin with a plethora of questions. What possibility? What do you hope for? She pressed on. In truth, Kuchi himself was at a loss for an answer. He was merely wagering on Spandam's vile nature. With his son slain, surely Spandam would seek someone to vent his fury upon. As he and Robin prepared to leave the West Sea, Spandam would have difficulty finding a target for vengeance in the immediate future. With CP5 suffering significant losses, someone would inevitably bear the brunt of responsibility within the upper echelons of the world government. Kuchi doubted Spandam would willingly shoulder that burden, opting instead to find a scapegoat. In that light, Rob Lucci, as a survivor, was the prime candidate for both venting frustrations and taking the fall. Should Spandam indeed choose this path, Lucci was unlikely to accept it passively and would undoubtedly resist fiercely. Kuchi longed to see him driven to oppose the world government. Of course, all of this was merely Kuchi's wishful thinking. Events might not unfold as he anticipated. For instance, though he spared Rob Lucci, the latter might not endure long enough to receive medical assistance, or Spandam might not act as Kuchi envisioned. Even if he did, Lucci could still fail to comply with Kuchi's expectations for various reasons. Ultimately, the trajectory of this situation was multifaceted, and no one could predict the outcome. Kuchi was simply gambling on a potential outcome. Should that possibility arise, and if Rob Lucci found himself at odds with the world government, Kuchi would still have the opportunity to win him over. Even if that possibility never materialized, he faced no loss. Should Rob Lucci remain his foe, he was confident in his ability to defeat him once more, fully intending to conclude their conflict definitively. As he pondered these matters, the tangible ghost beneath Kuchi had transported him and Robin to the summit of Upside-Down Mountain, from whence they began to drift toward a certain destination. The North Sea had recently become a tempestuous expanse, rife with trepidation. This unrest stemmed from the outbreak of a horrific contagion known as the lead disease in the nation of Flevents, often referred to as the White City. It was said that this illness spread with alarming rapidity. Any contact with an infected individual would lead to swift transmission, drastically shortening one's lifespan and inevitably resulting in death. The inhabitants of the North Sea lived in fear of being infected by those who fled from that nation. Fortunately, several neighboring countries had sealed their borders with Flevents, declaring that no one would be permitted to leave, thus preventing widespread panic and chaos. Consequently, an outpouring of curses was directed towards Flevents from the entire North Sea, as people wished for the complete demise of its inhabitants, hoping they would not emerge to wreak havoc upon others. Only a select few were privy to the truth. The lead disease was not a contagion, but rather a consequence of the toxic emissions from the over-extraction of lead mines, resulting in the accumulation of toxins within the bodies of those who had long been in contact with them. Such individuals are, after all, a mere minority. Even if they were to unveil the truth, few would believe them. Instead, they would be met with curses, accused of losing their sanity for attempting to exonerate such a demonic virus. Furthermore, the initial extensive extraction of lead from amber involved the complicity of the world government, which, in pursuit of profit, chose to conceal the dire consequences of their actions. This negligence has culminated in the widespread outbreak of the Flevents lead disease. In an effort to mask their own culpability, the world government has exacerbated the situation, attributing the outbreak solely to the contagious nature of the lead disease. This has intensified public loathing towards both the disease and the nation of Flevents, to the point where it has become a topic that incites fear and revulsion. A decision has been reached at the highest levels to prevent the spread of the lead disease and avert the annihilation of several nations. All individuals within the containment zone must be eliminated tonight. On the periphery of Flevents, a hastily constructed edifice serves as the joint command center of several nations, established expressly to coordinate efforts to seal off Flevents, ensuring that those within do not carry the highly infectious lead disease beyond its borders. On this day, military leaders from various nations convened, and a middle-aged man announced the grim resolution reached by the kings of these nations. The order was brutally merciless, the complete extermination of Flevents. Isn't this rather unpalatable? After all, there are individuals within who are uninfected, as well as numerous elderly and children. A few remaining souls in the command center, still possessing a semblance of humanity, raised their voices in dissent upon hearing this decree. The potential for such an act to be unspeakably cruel weighed heavily on their hearts. Yet, the dissenters were but a handful. The majority were consumed by self-interest, fearful that the lead disease might one day encroach upon their own lives. Thus, the voices of opposition were swiftly silenced. Those left inside, even if they exhibit no symptoms, are undoubtedly carriers of the contagion, merely awaiting the moment of outbreak. And what of the elderly and children? At this juncture, should they even be a consideration? They too are harbingers of evil, necessitating eradication. The dissent was quickly quashed, and that very night, soldiers clad in full protective gear descended upon Flevents from all directions, unleashing a horrifying massacre upon the nation. Chapter 51, Trafalgar Law. The carnage against Flevents persisted for days and nights, with every man, woman, and child eradicated, and every structure capable of combustion reduced to ashes. The inferno illuminated the skies above the nation, casting a crimson glow regardless of day or night. Why has it come to this? Wasn't that disease supposedly non-contagious? Above Flevents, Kuchi and Robin floated in the tangible specter, surveying the desolation below. Witnessing the hellish scene, Robin's anger erupted for the first time in Kuchi's presence. The devastation mirrored the day O'Hara was obliterated. She could not comprehend why, despite the innocence of the people, and the disease merely a rumor, the rulers would perpetrate such inhumane acts. There were no survivors. Kuchi and Robin had circled the skies above Flevents, and all that remained on the ground were corpses, devoid of life. Among the deceased, Robin beheld countless children, their innocent lives cruelly extinguished far too soon. Too late. Kuchi too grappled with his emotions, though he had known this outcome from the original narrative. Witnessing the slaughter of an entire nation firsthand was unbearable. To annihilate a nation over a mere rumor was an egregious affront to humanity. With a somber expression, Kuchi maneuvered the tangible specter to continue its aerial surveillance. He had initially intended to locate Trafalgar Law and perhaps save his nation, yet regrettably, he had arrived too late, having witnessed the harrowing execution of his physician parents, the inferno that consumed the hospital where his sister lay, and the murder of the nun who had promised him salvation. Trafalgar D. Water Law, a mere 10 years old, crawled from the mountain of corpses, his once kind and hopeful gaze transformed into one of desolation and aimlessness as he traversed the sea of blood and death. There is yet a survivor. Robin's keen eyes soon spotted him on the street, and she exclaimed with a note of surprise. At last, this nation had a survivor. Even if it was but one, it was a cause for celebration. Her heart brimmed with sympathy for this nation that had endured a fate akin to O'Hara's. Fervently wishing that someone could endure as she had, for if so, the nation would not be entirely lost. In years to come, someone might still remember it. Kuchi raised an eyebrow in surprise, exhaling softly, for he recognized the boy's identity. The distinctive spotted hat atop his head was unmistakable. He had genuinely feared that Law might perish in this massacre, although the original narrative indicated that he survived amidst the dead. One could never be certain of the unexpected twists fate might take. After all, Kuchi's presence in this world had wrought certain changes, and seemingly unrelated events might be altered by the butterfly effect. Guiding the tangible specter, Kuchi and Robin descended, positioning themselves directly in front of Law. Their appearance halted his aimless wandering, breaking the silence that enveloped him, allowing a flicker of emotion to return to his eyes. Yet, this was fleeting. Law remained eerily still, staring at the two unexpected figures without uttering a word or making a move, even the presence of the specter beneath their feet failing to stir him. Kuchi and Robin, at a loss for words, shared a silence that felt painfully inadequate for the moment. Even offering comfort seemed a feeble gesture. It was only a sudden shout that shattered the stillness. There are 3 more here. Though nearly the entirety of Frevans had been obliterated, the neighboring armies had yet to withdraw. Soldiers continued to patrol the desolate streets, determined to root out any remaining threats and ensure that none of these scourges escaped. A squad of patrolling soldiers, clad in full protective gear, soon spotted the 3 of them, their conspicuous presence in the deserted street making them an easy target. Bang, bang, bang. The soldiers, mistaking them for survivors, wasted no time in pulling their triggers. The gunfire reignited a spark within Law. His gaze turned towards the assailants, igniting a blaze of fury in his eyes. It was these very individuals who had slain his parents and the nun who had burned his sister alive. They must be exterminated. A boundless desire for vengeance surged within him, urging him to obliterate everything in sight to avenge his loved ones. Yet, he retained a sliver of rationality, aware that charging headlong into danger would only lead to his demise. The immediate priority was to flee. Dying here would render everything meaningless. As he turned to escape, Kuchi raised a hand, positioning the tangible specter before the trio, its gaping maw devouring every bullet fired in their direction. Before directing the specter towards the soldiers, intent on eliminating them all. However, there were individuals whose movements surpassed even Kuchi's swiftness. With a fierce expression, Robin crossed her arms and unleashed her abilities. Accompanied by the sounds of cracking bones, she manifested hands on the necks of all the soldiers, executing a series of joint locks that resulted in their necks being violently twisted. Kuchi watched Robin with a hint of astonishment. It was the first time he had witnessed her take the initiative to kill, a clear indication of her profound anger, one that was unprecedented. Yet, the individuals she dispatched were devoid of humanity, inciting a desire for immediate retribution. Who are you? Upon seeing the soldiers who had fired their weapons, all eliminated, Law halted his flight and finally regarded the 2 unexpected figures before him, recognizing their extraordinary nature. It appeared that both of them were the fabled users of devil fruits. "We are your rescuers," Kuchi replied, genuinely intent on aiding him. "Come with us. It will be exceedingly difficult for you to survive here alone." Extending his hand in invitation, Kuchi beckoned Law to join him and Robin aboard the Phantom. Having located Law, and with the state of the country in such disarray, there was no reason to linger any longer. Law hesitated for a moment. Aware that his current predicament aligned with Kuchi's assertion, there was no way he could escape this besieged nation alone. Although he was unsure of their identities or motivations, he had little choice. Thus, he did not refuse and leapt onto the Phantom, where Kuchi led him away into the distance. Chapter 52. Only 3 years and 2 months of life remaining regardless of who you are. If you assist me in killing more individuals within these 3 years, everything I possess will be yours. I am willing to offer my dwindling life for your cause. Within the confines of the castle, Kuchi and Robin sat side by side, facing the twisted visage of Law. After departing from Frevans, the harrowing experiences and tumultuous changes had rendered Law's personality exceedingly warped. Coming from a lineage of physicians, he had perused documents and understood that he had at most 3 years and 2 months left to live. Consequently, he aspired to wreak as much havoc as possible upon this world that had filled him with disappointment and loathing. a world he yearned to obliterate. Yet, he was acutely aware of his limitations. Not only was he incapable of destroying the world, but if anyone were to discover his condition as a victim of lead disease, he would certainly be killed. Thus, he sought the aid of the two who had liberated him from his inferno, having witnessed their formidable capabilities. He knew they were not ordinary individuals. The expression on Law's face was so grotesque that even Robin felt a twinge of fear. She had never encountered such a fierce countenance, especially on a child. Kuchi, however, was not surprised. In the original narrative, Law also developed a desire for destruction after enduring such profound upheaval and sought the Don Quixote family. He could empathize with Law's current sentiments. Were their positions reversed, he might have succumbed to even greater extremities. By joining us, you become our comrade. I do not require anything from you. I will offer my utmost assistance. Shaking his head, Kuchi fixed his gaze on Law's eyes. His intention in rescuing him was not to use him as a mere tool, but to cultivate him into a dependable ally. You seek vengeance. I will teach you how to fight, empowering you to slay those you wish to eliminate. However, before that, it was imperative for him to understand that the reason his country had fallen to such a state was due to the world government and the royal family, who had deliberately concealed the toxic nature of lead disease and its propensity to accumulate toxins in the bodies of those exposed. This negligence had led to a simultaneous outbreak of lead disease among the vast majority of the populace, including Law. Meanwhile, the royal family had leveraged the government's influence to abandon their citizens, fleeing with immense wealth before the calamity struck. Kuchi revealed to Law the grim truth behind the destruction of free vans, elucidating who was truly responsible for his current plight. Even in his quest for vengeance, it was essential to have a clear target. Upon hearing Kuchi's words, Law's eyes reddened, and gritting his teeth, he coldly declared, "Damn the kingdom and the world government. I shall send them all to hell." Ignoring his outburst, Kuchi glanced at Law's skin, marred by extensive white patches, a testament to the aftereffects of lead disease. Without effective treatment, Law's life was limited to a mere 3 years and 2 months. Thus it was crucial to find a remedy before it was too late. "I will find a cure for you before your illness fully manifests," Kuchi assured Law. "That is futile. This disease cannot be cured," Law replied, shaking his head. He was acutely aware of his own condition, and despite extensive research conducted by all the doctors, including his father, none had found a cure for this affliction. Thus, he harbored no hope, only a desire for vengeance, aspiring to take as many lives as possible before his demise. "Do not be so pessimistic." Kuchi rose and patted Law's shoulder. "You must be familiar with devil fruits. Among the myriad of extraordinary powers, there exists one known as the surgery fruit. Ideally suited for individuals like you, physicians. That ability can completely cure your lead disease before it fully manifests. I will do everything in my power to obtain that ability for you." The only means Kuchi could conceive of to treat lead disease was indeed the surgery fruit. Furthermore, in the original narrative, this fruit was destined to belong to Law, making it particularly apt for him. Thus, Kuchi resolved to secure this fruit, ensuring Law could harness its power. Kuchi felt confident in his ability to locate the surgery fruit, having traversed from the original narrative. He possessed an advantage over the inhabitants of this world, foreknowledge of many future events. The surgery fruit would likely fall into the hands of Drake's father, a once noble marine officer who had fallen into piracy, known as Barrels, approximately 3 years from now. Henceforth, all he needed to do was track Barrels' movements and keep a close watch, ensuring the fruit would appear at the appropriate moment without altering Barrels' trajectory. Otherwise, sending Law to find it himself amidst the vast ocean would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, an impossible endeavor. Upon hearing Kuchi's words, a glimmer of hope illuminated Law's face. If it were feasible, who would genuinely wish for death? Consequently, his gaze toward Kuchi softened, shedding its previous chill. He sensed that Kuchi bore no ill intentions. Rather, he genuinely wished for Law's well-being. After this exchange, with a clear plan established, Kuchi set sail for the North Sea. Upon entering the North Sea, he hurried to gather information about free vans without pausing for even a moment, unfamiliar with the circumstances of the North Sea, and thus required time to collect intelligence regarding this maritime region. Kuchi's voyage through the North Sea was remarkably smooth, unlike the West Sea. His and Robin's notoriety was considerably lower here. Aside from a few upper-class individuals who were attuned to the maritime situation, virtually no one recognized Kuchi and Robin, alleviating them of numerous unnecessary troubles. During the journey, he honored his promise and commenced Law's training. Given Law's current physical condition, he was not yet capable of training in the Marine 6 styles or other physical techniques, so Kuchi focused on enhancing his physical attributes first. Fortunately, Law possessed exceptional combat talent, and under Kuchi's tutelage, he made rapid progress each day. Why, father? In a naval branch of the North Sea, 17-year-old Drake gazed in horror at the lifeless bodies of countless Navy soldiers scattered across the ground. Confused, he looked up at his father, unable to comprehend why he would commit such heinous acts against those who once revered him. Desperate to halt the carnage, he rushed forward and clung to his father's leg. Stop! Yet, his father, Brigadier General Devours of the North Sea Branch, disdainfully kicked him away, brandishing his sword as he continued to slaughter those unwilling to betray the Navy. Why? Why? Echoed the cries of the slain soldiers, sharing Drake's bewilderment at the sudden transformation of their commander. With a malevolent grin, Brigadier General Devours retorted, "You ought to inquire of those damned higher-ups why, after years of diligent service in the West Sea, I have not only been denied promotion, but am also facing utter disgrace." Consumed by resentment, he annihilated the remaining individuals with ruthless efficiency. Chapter 53. Rob Lucci's Journey of Escape. Rob Lucci, come back with us and face judgment. There's no escaping your fate. The commanding shout rang in his ears as Lucci turned to see his pursuers closing in. Gritting his teeth, he increased his speed, even as blood seeped from his wounds, staining the bandages wrapped around him. Damn it, he thought, feeling the physical toll of his blood loss weigh heavily upon him. His previous injuries had yet to heal, otherwise, he would have effortlessly dealt with these minor foes without the need for flight. Now, burdened by his wounds, he could barely summon a fraction of his original strength. The reason for his perilous situation lay squarely at the feet of Spandam. After surviving the battle against Kuchi, he had been rescued by a passing merchant ship, intending to return to the CP9 headquarters on Judicial Island once his injuries had healed. However, before he could make that journey, Spandam's agents found him first. Their intent was not to escort him back for recovery, but to drag him back for judgment, placing the blame for the complete annihilation of CP5 squarely on his shoulders. Naturally, Lucci would not accept this injustice. Knowing Spandam's character, he realized that surrendering would leave him with no chance of redemption. Thus, he swiftly eliminated Spandam's men and escaped. In the ensuing weeks, Lucci attempted to report to higher authorities, seeking to clear his name from the accusations levied against him. However, his efforts were in vain. The government showed no interest in investigating the truth and was singularly focused on painting him as the scapegoat for CP5's downfall. Furthermore, they relentlessly pursued him, sending agents to track his movements. Consequently, Lucci was left with no time to recover, perpetually on the run. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed behind him as he stubbornly fled, ignoring the warnings. Bullets whizzed past him, one grazing his shoulder and adding another wound to his collection. Stumbling, Lucci barely managed to keep his footing, grimacing as he pressed on, clutching his injury. In his prime, he could have easily deflected such common bullets with iron blocks. Now, he felt a deep sense of humiliation, realizing he was a tiger brought low, preyed upon by curs. Minutes later, as he finally caught sight of the harbor, he glanced back at the pursuers, who were now mere meters away. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength and executed a moonwalk, propelling himself toward a ship preparing to set sail. With a series of desperate leaps, he forced his injured body to comply, blood spraying from his reopened wounds, leaving a crimson trail in the air. At last, he reached the deck of the vessel. Those who wished to live set sail immediately. He coldly threatened the bewildered sailors on deck. They exchanged glances, knowing he appeared weak and bloodied, yet recalling how he had flown through the air moments before, emanating an aura of menace. Reluctantly, they complied, hastening to launch the ship. As the pursuers arrived, they could only watch helplessly as the vessel pulled away from the shore. For 3 or 4 days, Lucci sailed the high seas, using this opportunity to recuperate from his injuries. Upon the ship's arrival at an island, he disembarked. After discreetly gathering information on the island, Lucci's mood darkened as he held a wanted poster in his hands. Rob Lucci, former government member, now a fugitive, with a bounty of 50 million berries, dead or alive. The sight of this wanted poster pierced him deeply. He was now a target of the higher-ups. Damn it! Lucci cursed under his breath, feeling utterly despondent about ever returning to the government. Spandam, just you wait. Our conflict is far from over. Gazing at the distant sky, he vowed to make Spandam pay for the dire state he now found himself in. However, this anger was fleeting. Lucci quickly realized that after so many failures, the government would undoubtedly dispatch even stronger forces to hunt him down. It was likely that the next pursuers would be official CP9 members, akin to his former self. Knowing their capabilities all too well, Lucci understood that if such a scenario unfolded, he would not be as fortunate as before to escape unscathed. I cannot remain in the West Sea. With this resolution firmly in mind, Lucci decided he must leave the West Sea at once and seek refuge in other waters. For his movements had already been compromised, making it easy for intelligence agents to track him down. Thus, he resorted to hijacking various vessels, making his way towards Reverse Mountain. Have you not yet captured that traitor, Rob Lucci? Was it not said that he was gravely injured? What use are you if you cannot even apprehend an injured man? At the CP9 headquarters on Judicial Island, Spandam was furious, berating those responsible for the pursuit. He loathed Lucci as much as Lucci loathed him. His only son, Spandam. And the entire CP5 unit had perished, leaving only Lucci alive, whom he blamed for his son's demise. Send Foz to capture that traitor. I will ensure he faces the harshest punishment. Spandam had lost all faith in his subordinates and decided to deploy the most powerful asset within CP9. Foz, upon receiving the order, was elated, never having anticipated that Rob Lucci's mission would culminate in such calamity, rendering him a pariah within the government. Having long harbored resentment toward Lucci, he eagerly accepted the task. The so-called strongest genius, now reduced to a criminal. With a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, he cast a disdainful sneer at the wanted poster bearing the name Rob Lucci. Rest assured, I shall meticulously concoct a fitting demise for this arrogant little imp. At that moment, he envisioned how he would ensnare Rob Lucci, ensuring that the insufferable brat would be left despairingly prostrate at his feet. Fueled by this sentiment, he embarked on his pursuit. Chapter 54, Silencing Witnesses. Kuchi had been sailing the North Sea with Luo for several months. Aside from gaining insights into the current state of affairs in the North Sea, he had amassed a wealth of intelligence, among which were several matters of considerable concern. The foremost was the defection of the North Sea Navy's Rear Admiral, Drake, whose father, Dees Bareilles, had recently become a topic of fervent discussion. This fellow had recently turned into a hot-button issue in the North Sea, with over 100 naval officers within a branch being ruthlessly slaughtered for refusing to join his treachery. Subsequently, he had formed a pirate crew with a cadre of loyal followers, committing numerous heinous acts of piracy. As he was now a wanted man, he had also become a primary target for the North Sea Navy. It was said that even the headquarters had been stirred into action, dispatching personnel to investigate the incident. As he was the key to locating the surgery fruit, Kuchi had been tracking his plundering route for some time, yet regrettably, he had failed to locate him. However, Kuchi was not perturbed. The time was not yet ripe, and it would be another 2 or 3 years before the man obtained the surgery fruit. Thus he temporarily set this matter aside. The second piece of information he uncovered was the whereabouts of the royalty from Frevans, the very architects of the tragic events in White Town, who were currently taking refuge on an island home to a naval branch. It was rumored that they were preparing to lavish bribes upon the upper echelons of the world government to support their plans for nation building. Upon learning this news, Kuchi let out a cold chuckle. These scoundrels still wished to inflict misery upon others. Regarding this matter, Kuchi conferred with Luo. What do you wish to do? Should we seek vengeance upon these royals now? Kuchi entrusted the decision entirely to Luo. Eliminate them all. Luo's gaze was icy as he delivered his response, exuding an aura of lethal intent that discouraged any from approaching him. It was evident just how deeply he loathed these individuals. His parents, sister, the nun, and his companions had all perished because of them. Luo yearned to rend them into 1,000 pieces. Given Luo's resolve, Kuchi naturally pledged his full support. And thus they altered their course, steering towards the island where the royals resided. Rust Island, once a military-industrial base for the Navy, had been transformed into a naval branch after its abandonment, leaving the island strewn with various rusted metals. The royalty of Frevans had taken refuge here, residing in the most opulent structure on the island apart from the naval base. My king, the government officials sent to negotiate the details of our nation building have arrived at the port. Do you wish to go and greet them? A nobleman entered the king's chamber, brimming with excitement. What? So soon? The former king of Frevans, Ivan IV, was initially taken aback, followed swiftly by overwhelming joy. He had not anticipated the government's swift action, nor did he regret the considerable amount of belly he had expended on this endeavor. Quickly, prepare my attire. I shall personally welcome them. Realizing the urgency, Ivan IV wasted no time, urging his maidservants to assist him in dressing before hastily exiting the room, summoning all the royalty to the port to receive the government officials. Upon their arrival at the port, neatly lined up to extend their welcome, 2 middle-aged men clad in black suits disembarked from a vessel adorned with the flag of the world government. One was tall and lean, wearing dark red sunglasses that concealed a piercing gaze beneath. The other, more robust in stature, sported a shock of orange hair beneath a black top hat. complemented by small round black sunglasses. "Welcome to our presence." Ivan IV greeted enthusiastically, extending his hand for a handshake. However, the two men ignored his outstretched hand, merely responding with indifference. "Let us dispense with pleasantries and proceed to your location to finalize the details. Furthermore, we require you to gather everyone. We need to conduct a registration." Ivan IV stood awkwardly, his hand suspended in midair until he finished listening to their words, before retracting it with a forced smile. "Of course, everything shall be as you command." Despite the blatant disrespect, Ivan IV did not take offense. Rather, he continued to nod and smile obsequiously. While he had once wielded power in his homeland, he was acutely aware of the gravity of facing representatives of the world government, understanding that their words could dictate his future. Upon returning to the opulent building, the king promptly followed the directives of the two government agents, gathering all those who had fled with him from Fravans for their inspection. The agents counted each person meticulously, finding the numbers to align perfectly with their intelligence reports, and exchanged knowing glances. Seeing them nod, Ivan IV rubbed his hands together, eager to inquire if he was required to do anything further. His thoughts solely fixated on expediting the process of reclaiming his former life of grandeur. "You may now perish." The next words from the two government agents struck him like a thunderbolt. What? Ivan IV stammered, seemingly unable to comprehend, and repeated his question in disbelief. "A bunch of worthless fools, still clinging to the hope of nation-building." The agents exchanged cold smirks, perceiving the king's naivety. The government had played a disreputable role in the Fravans incident. Should the truth emerge, it would tarnish their reputation. Now that all the people of Fravans were dead, these royals were the only ones privy to the details. The government would never allow such a liability to remain alive. Silencing them was the only way to ensure peace of mind. In truth, had these royals not possessed the immense wealth accumulated from mining amber lead, the government would not have granted them the opportunity to leave Fravans. Much of that wealth had already been voluntarily surrendered to the upper echelons of the government, while a portion remained within this very building. Thus it was time to send them on their way. The government had never entertained the notion of supporting these wretches in their bid for restoration. All was merely a facade to extract their riches. The two were not high-ranking government officials, but agents of the government's secret intelligence agency, CP9. In the terrified gaze of Ivan IV, the cold man with the dark red sunglasses pierced his heart with a finger. The king's assassination finally awakened the others, who realized that these two men were sent by the government to eliminate them. Amidst the screams, the crowd began to flee. As several individuals near the doorway reached for the doorknob, they were all cleaved in two by a vacuum blade, the splattering blood staining the door crimson. A moment later, the man with the explosive orange hair appeared at the entrance, blocking the only escape route. Chapter 55, Confrontation with CP9. Why are there screams? Kuchi and his companions had also arrived at Rust Island, now hovering above the building where the Fravans royalty were sheltered, having heard the harrowing wails from within. Luo questioned the cause of such sounds. "They are being slaughtered by the government." Robin interlaced her fingers, activating her abilities to glimpse the unfolding chaos inside. The identities of the two individuals responsible for the massacre of those kingdoms were instantly recognized by her. They had been involved in the O'Hara incident as well. How intriguing. Let us descend and investigate. In an instant, Kuch had surmised that the government was orchestrating a cover-up. I had suspected as much, given the government's modus operandi. How could they possibly allow outsiders, who were complicit in their sordid affairs, to remain? Moreover, there was no subsequent narrative concerning a royal family in the original work. With such thoughts in mind, Kuch maneuvered the specter to descend. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a barrage of explosive specters, breaching the roof and revealing the interior. The force of the explosion sent everyone within the building hurtling through the air, interrupting the two CP9 agents in their brutal acts. "Nico Robin, Osman Kuch." The two CP9 agents exclaimed in astonishment, immediately recognizing Kuch and his companions, while dismissing the young Robin entirely. What were these two doing here? They exchanged puzzled glances. Were they not supposed to be in the West Blue? Just recently, they had triumphed over Rob Lucci in that very sea, annihilating all of CP5 and the son of their superior, Spandam. When had they arrived in the North Blue? What a lively scene. Kuch surveyed the blood-soaked surroundings. At this point, the royal family of Fravans had been decimated, with only a scant few standing. He then locked eyes with the two CP9 agents, recognizing one of them as a familiar face. The CP9 agent clad in dark red sunglasses, he recalled, was the father of Khalifa and Alpha. It was remarkable how such an unremarkable man could father two striking daughters. "Is this a case of dogs biting dogs?" he inquired with a hint of amusement. eliciting immediate rebuke. Arrogance. You seek death. Kuch's taunt darkened the expressions of the two CP9 agents. Regardless of why you are here today, since you have come, along with Nico Robin, you shall not leave. Khalifa's father stepped forward, coldly addressing Kuch. The other agent, sporting an explosive hairstyle, positioned himself above Kuch and his companions. Although they had previously defeated Rob Lucci, another member of CP9, they felt no trepidation. Despite Lucci being hailed as the most formidable genius in the organization for the past 8 centuries, he was still relatively young and had yet to reach his zenith. They were confident of their superiority over that young lad, and the odds were clearly in their favor with a 2-on-1 scenario. As for why it was 2 against 1 rather than 2 against 3, it was simply because they did not regard Nico Robin and the other young boy as threats. Leave the remaining royal family to you, Kuch remarked, tapping Robin on the head and gesturing toward the trembling royals below, then turning his gaze to Robin. Keep an eye on him. As for these two, I shall entertain them. With that, Kuch vanished from the corporeal specter in an instant. In a flash, a blinding white light surged before Khalifa's father, causing his pupils to constrict. So fast, he gasped, quickly reacting and transforming his body to become as thin as paper, utilizing a technique from the 6 forms known as shave to evade the strike. His companion, the explosive-haired CP9 agent, seized the opportunity to teleport behind Kuch, aiming his fingers at Kuch's back. Yet, with a resounding clang, the attack failed to breach Kuch's formidable defenses. Kuch swiftly turned, his right leg slicing through the air with a vacuum slash. The explosive-haired agent, caught off guard, could only harden his body like iron to withstand the blow. A resounding impact sent him crashing away. How can you wield the 6 forms? He exclaimed in disbelief, having just smashed through a wall, astonished by Kuch's mastery of the Navy's techniques. And what of your abilities? Khalifa's father interjected, observing the specter still hovering above, clearly a manifestation of some devil fruit power. He had seen the specter obeying Kuch's commands, yet now Kuch was employing a completely different ability, transforming his body parts into blades. Go to hell and ask. Kuch dismissed their inquiries, launching into an onslaught. He refrained from using the specter to secure a swift victory. Instead, he combined his swift slashes with the 6 forms to hone his skills. With his fingers transformed into blades, Kuch unleashed a flurry of minuscule vacuum slashes toward the 2 agents. One opted to evade while the other braced for impact. Khalifa's father successfully dodged the barrage, while Kuch teleported to confront the explosive-haired agent. Do you have such a fondness for Iron Body? He remarked with a smirk, observing the agent retreating under the pressure of his vacuum slashes. What misplaced confidence you have. Taking advantage of the agent's inability to evade while employing Iron Body, Kuch delivered a powerful kick. The explosive-haired agent, confident in his defenses, was proven mistaken. With a tearing sound, Kuch's kick struck his waist, shattering his defenses and leaving a gaping wound. Your kidneys have just been visualized, Kuch quipped. With a pained cry, the explosive-haired agent attempted to retreat. But it was too late. Kuch's leg shadowed him, perpetually threatening his safety. In a swift motion, Kuch lunged and delivered another strike, then faced Khalifa's father, raising his knee for a brutal thrust. The sight of his companion's dire state dissuaded Khalifa's father from confronting the knee strike, prompting him to evade swiftly using shave. This man was evidently far more astute than his companion, understanding that Iron Body was not infallible and reserving its use for critical moments. However, it proved futile. While shave allowed for instantaneous movement, the speed at which different individuals executed it varied. Kuch, employing shave, surpassed Khalifa's father's speed, intercepting him mid-air before he could land. With a heavy impact, Kuch's knee struck the agent's abdomen, creating a grievous wound. Kuch's claw-like hand reached for his head, lifting him effortlessly, and then he withdrew his knee, which had transformed into a blade. With a casual flick of his wrist, he hurled the agent toward his companion. The 2 unfortunate souls collided, embedding themselves into the wall. Chapter 56, An Abundance of Wealth. The Spectre of Emotion obeys. With a snap of his fingers, Kuch summoned 2 specters to glide towards CP9, severely injured. They were aware that contact with these entities would yield dire consequences, yet they lacked the strength to resist, helplessly watching as the specters passed through them, subsequently entering a state of absolute obedience to Kuch. Kuch then began his interrogation, extracting various pieces of intelligence. Rob Lucci has defected and is now wanted? During the questioning, Kuch received this surprising information, a long-anticipated eventuality that had finally come to fruition. He intended to inquire further about the whereabouts of Rob Lucci, but regrettably, the 2 CP9 agents were oblivious to his location. They could only recount that the last sighting of Lucci occurred recently when he was pursued by Fuzzfur. A fierce battle ensued, leaving Lucci gravely injured and at great cost. He barely managed to escape, after which his trail vanished completely. Kuchi felt a tinge of disappointment at this revelation. He had hoped to seek out Lucci, but now found himself with no leads. Shaking his head, Kuchi continued the interrogation, delving into numerous clandestine dealings within the government. CP9 served as the government's clandestine enforcers, handling many unsavory affairs for the upper echelons. However, none of these matters piqued Kuchi's interest until the agents mentioned that the government was currently seeking a particular devil fruit, which they were treating with utmost seriousness, ranking it as their top priority. This revelation plunged Kuchi into contemplation. Could it be the Ope Nomi? He mused internally, recalling how the government had previously shown immense interest in the Ope Nomi, even offering an exorbitant sum of 5 billion berries for it, all for the sake of the immortality surgery that the fruit could awaken. The elite sought to exploit this ability to attain eternal life. However, his conjecture was swiftly dismissed as the two CP9 agents confessed that, due to strict confidentiality imposed by their superiors, only a select few knew the specific name and powers of the fruit. Nevertheless, they had seen a picture of it, a pale purple fruit. Clearly, this was not the Ope Nomi. Kuchi distinctly remembered that the Ope Nomi resembled a red heart. It was actually the Gomu Nomi. Yet from the description, Kuchi discerned the nature of the ability. The pale purple fruit that the government valued so highly could only belong to the protagonist, Luffy. However, labeling it as the Gomu Nomi seemed inadequate, for in later developments, this ability awakened to transform into the mythical Zoan type, the Hito Nomi. Model, Nika. Good grief, Nika. At this thought, Kuchi couldn't help but roll his eyes when he first read the original work. Oda's sudden alteration of the setting had enraged him to the point of nearly hurling his phone, wishing he could send the author a sharp reminder of his displeasure. Yet, how had news of this fruit surfaced so early? Kuchi pondered, recalling that this fruit was supposed to be acquired by the government 3 years later, subsequently transported by Phosphor, who would ultimately encounter Shanks and the red-haired pirates, resulting in the Gomu Nomi being stolen and Phosphor facing governmental repercussions that led him to prison, after which he became a pirate and eventually joined the Beast Pirates. The fact that news of this fruit had emerged so soon surprised him. Silently committing this information to memory, he thought to himself that when the time came, he would make a move to intercept and possibly seize Luffy's power. If he were to acquire it, he would ensure it met a watery grave in the calm belt, never to surface again. Kuchi's desire to intercept the Gomu Nomi was not driven by a personal yearning for its power, but rather stemmed from a vendetta against the emergence of that pesky Nika. After extracting all valuable intelligence, he swiftly dealt with the two CP9 agents, who were now of no further use. When he turned back, he found Law standing amidst a pool of blood. Surrounded by severed limbs and remnants of the royal family, he had ruthlessly dismembered in his quest for vengeance. Kuchi was indifferent to this. After all, Law's actions, no matter how extreme, were justified by his desire for retribution. Could that scoundrel have amassed such wealth? Subsequently, while rummaging through the building for spoils, the treasures they unearthed left Kuchi and his companions astounded. A vast chamber lay before them, overflowing with berries, gold, and jewels, roughly estimated to be worth at least 10 billion. This was after accounting for the half that would be surrendered to the world government. Law, gazing at the mountain of riches, seethed with resentment, knowing that this wealth stemmed from the exploitation of the platinum lead mines, signifying the lives of the former residents of Fervans. Without hesitation, Kuchi collected all of it into his internal fortress. With this fortune, he no longer had to worry about the funds needed to establish his pirate crew in the future. After completing this task, Kuchi summoned his phantom vessel and, accompanied by the three of them, departed. Given the commotion they had caused, the naval base on the island would undoubtedly respond swiftly, and he needed to evade the navy. Until he secured the Ope Nomi, Kuchi aimed to remain as inconspicuous as possible in the North Sea, lest he attract undue attention that could jeopardize his pursuit of the fruit. Had the course of fate shifted? Within a certain monastery, a lavishly dressed youth gazed in astonishment at the tarot card he had drawn. How could this be? Was there some unforeseen event? The boy scrutinized the results of his divination, perplexed to find that his original trajectory of fate had undergone a significant deviation, which seemed illogical. Though destiny is enigmatic and capricious, such a drastic shift was unexpected. After a moment of contemplation, several blades of straw emerged from his body, standing before him as he drew a few tarot cards and laid them out sequentially, attempting to discern the cause of this change in his fate. The interference of an unexpected force had led to this deviation. Someone was searching for me. The boy quickly divined the result, finding the probability of danger to be 0. He casually predicted whether he would face any peril in the near future. Upon receiving an accurate response, a smile crept across his lips. How intriguing. The absence of danger suggested that the approaching individual either lacked the strength to pose a threat or harbored no malicious intent. A sense of curiosity ignited within him. Let me see. Stowing away the tarot cards, he rose and stepped outside the monastery, resolved to take the initiative and discover who possessed the power to significantly alter his fate. At that moment, his heart brimmed with curiosity. Hawkins, where are you headed? A middle-aged man, donned in clerical attire, inquired with intrigue at the monastery entrance, puzzled by Hawkins's rare decision to venture out. Just going for a stroll? The boy named Hawkins replied nonchalantly, his steps unceasing. His destination was the port, for the recent tarot reading had already pointed him in that direction. Chapter 57, Basil Hawkins. After avenging Law by eliminating the former royal family of Fervans, Kuchi did not linger, but instead traveled to the current island based on the intelligence he had gathered. He sought to locate another target for his journey through the North Sea, the future notorious supernova, Basil Hawkins, who, when he first arrived in the Sabaody archipelago, had the third highest bounty. According to the intel, this individual was once a noble from a certain kingdom, which had been destroyed in war, forcing him into exile. Now, he resided in a monastery on this island. Is this fellow truly formidable? Law glanced around the port with curiosity, eager to learn about the person who had drawn Kuchi's attention. Hard to say, Kuchi shook his head, considering the timeline. Hawkins should be a year older than both him and Robin, at the age of 15. And he could not ascertain Hawkins's level of strength or whether he had obtained the devil fruit ability from the original story. Amid Law's inquisitive gaze, he continued. Although I am unsure of his current prowess, what is certain is that he possesses talent akin to yours. As one of the future supernovas of the notorious era, Hawkins's talent is undoubtedly exceptional, a rare gem without question. Indeed, Law nodded in acknowledgement, understanding. It seems the person you are searching for is approaching us. As Robin landed, she instinctively unleashed her senses, keenly monitoring her surroundings. Within her line of sight, a youth exuding an aristocratic aura approached them, bearing a striking resemblance to Hawkins, the individual described by Kuchi, whom they had come to find. Is that him? Kuchi inquired, following Robin's gaze, soon spotting the golden-haired boy. With a mere glance, he confirmed that the boy was indeed Hawkins. It appeared he had acquired the powers of the straw fruit. Hawkins' intentions were unmistakable. He was headed directly for their location. With only the three of them present, it was evident that he had come seeking them. This indicated that Hawkins had anticipated their arrival, undoubtedly a manifestation of the capabilities bestowed upon him by the straw fruit. In the original narrative, Hawkins, a notorious member of the worst generation, was renowned not merely for his combat prowess, but rather for the divination skills granted by his devil fruit, boasting an accuracy nearing 100, enabling him to foresee numerous events and their trajectories. Recognizing that they had been sought out, Kuchi approached Hawkins along with his two companions. You've come for me, haven't you? Upon their encounter, Hawkins spoke first, surveying the unfamiliar trio before his gaze settled on Kuchi, evidently the leader amongst them, given their similar ages. Indeed, Kuchi acknowledged, scrutinizing Hawkins. Aside from a somewhat youthful visage and a slight difference in height, Hawkins appeared almost identical to his depiction in the original work, with the same long sword sheathed at his waist, perhaps a family heirloom. What brings you here? Hawkins nodded at Kuchi's directness, prompting him to continue. I am in the process of assembling a pirate crew, and upon hearing your name while gathering companions, I wish to extend an invitation for you to join us. Hawkins, being astute, recognized Kuchi's straightforwardness, which left no room for ambiguity regarding his intentions. An invitation to join? Hawkins raised an eyebrow, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. That will depend on your qualifications. Without warning, he acted, drawing his long sword and instantaneously transforming it into straw, which elongated and lunged towards Kuchi. With his arms crossed, Kuchi watched this unfold with keen interest, curious whether Hawkins' ability allowed for the assimilation of only his sword or if it extended to all that he touched. The original narrative provided scant detail on this aspect of his powers. Should he be capable of the latter, it would render his ability exceptionally formidable, akin to a Logia type even before awakening. Clang. Although transformed into straw, the sword retained its inherent resilience and sharpness, striking Kuchi's body and producing a sound akin to metal clashing. You actually withstood my attack with mere flesh? Hawkins was taken aback, pondering the extraordinary durability of his opponent. Could it be that Kuchi, like himself, was also a wielder of some form of power? Hawkins found it hard to believe that anyone could achieve such a feat through sheer physicality. Didn't you foresee this? You attacked me directly. Had you divined the outcome, you would have easily discerned the disparity between us. As Hawkins marveled, Kuchi grasped the straw sword embedded in his body, examining it with intrigue while looking up to pose a question. It seems you are quite well informed about me. Hawkins was slightly taken aback. The secrets he believed were known only to him had been so effortlessly uncovered by his counterpart, indicating meticulous reconnaissance prior to their meeting. Shaking his head, Hawkins admitted that he had not predicted the probability of victory in this skirmish, as the confrontation was an impromptu decision. Upon hearing Kuchi's proposal, he had been compelled to test the strength of his challenger. Ultimately, he had concluded that he was not in any peril, rendering the need for divination moot. You appear to possess considerable confidence in yourself. Hawkins discerned an unmistakable self-assurance in Kuchi's tone, which sparked a sense of defiance within him as a youth. Sensing Hawkins' unspoken challenge through his gaze, Kuchi smiled. With a swift motion, he transformed his grip, severing the straw sword with ease. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, reappearing before Hawkins, his arm morphing into a blade as he struck. Indeed, a wielder of powers. And such incredible speed. Hawkins' pupils dilated, overwhelmed by Kuchi's rapidity, leaving him no time to evade. Yet, he remained unfazed, confident that even if struck, he would sustain minimal harm. Kuchi's blade, initially intended for a slash, was adjusted to a thrust, as he pondered whether Hawkins had developed the capacity to transfer damage. If not, this strike might prove too much for him to bear. Consequently, he thrust the blade into Hawkins' arm. The blade penetrated and withdrew in an instant, Kuchi landing and observing intently. To his astonishment, the site of his strike bore no marks. Not even a tear in the fabric of Hawkins' sleeve. Hawkins surveyed the area of impact, meeting Kuchi's gaze with a knowing smile as a straw figure emerged from his arm, revealing a clear puncture wound at the straw figure's arm. Meanwhile, on a street of the island, an insufferable thug let out a sudden scream, blood gushing from a mysterious perforation in his own arm. Chapter 58, The Straw Fruit's Power. So, you can transfer damage? Kuchi mused, tilting his head. It seemed Hawkins had indeed mastered the art of damage transfer through small straw figures, though the specifics of the process remained a mystery. I wonder just how many times you can transfer damage? Hawkins, upon hearing this inquiry, immediately lost his amusement. Impossible. His face contorted in disbelief. This ability had never been disclosed to anyone, known solely to him, yet it was laid bare before this individual. However, Kuchi paid no mind to Hawkins' astonishment. Now that he understood Hawkins could transfer damage, he felt liberated to attack without reserve, vanishing once more from sight. Hawkins snapped back to reality as Kuchi disappeared, frantically scanning for his presence while fortifying his defenses. Where is he? No matter how diligently he searched, he could not catch a glimpse of Kuchi. Right here. In the next instant, Kuchi's voice resonated from Hawkins' right side, followed by a swift slash. This blow severed through Hawkins' shoulder, capable of decapitating his arm. Yet the damage was again redirected, a small straw figure emerging from the severed limb, one arm falling away. Clang. In a flash, Hawkins retaliated, his straw sword arcing back to counter just before Kuchi vanished again. Straws began to envelop Hawkins' face, swiftly transforming him into a desiccated straw figure. Demon's form. This was Hawkins' ultimate technique. With metal nails affixed to each fingertip, he delivered a strike that could breach Kuchi's defenses. As he retracted his sword to his waist, he assumed a stance primed for assault, directing 10 long nails toward Kuchi's chest. In this form, his strength would see a marked enhancement. Clang, 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 clang. The long nails continuously traced across Kuchi's body, leaving behind a series of white marks, causing him a slight sting of pain. He couldn't help but be astonished. He had not anticipated that Hawkins' abilities possessed such formidable power. Previously, he had believed that the full extent of his abilities lay solely in damage transfer and divination. Nevertheless, even such prowess could not alter the current battlefield dynamics. Kuchi took a step back, planting his foot firmly on the ground, preparing for another instant teleportation. Not on my watch. Hawkins discerned his intention, realizing that he could not allow him to unleash that peculiar speed. Thick strands of straw began to emanate from his body, wrapping tightly around Kuchi in a bid to restrict his movements. Bang! Confronted with this binding, Kuchi contracted his body, striving to carve out a sliver of space amidst the restraints, then forcefully extended his arms outward, instantly breaking free from the straw bindings. Shave. With his right foot retreating, he executed a swift teleportation. Whoosh. In a single stroke, he decapitated Hawkins. A flash of crimson light flickered across the neck of Hawkins' straw form, as another diminutive straw man crawled from his arm to absorb the damage. Phew. Shifting his feet, he quickly created distance. This blonde fellow possesses quite the skill, managing to endure for such a duration against that individual. Robin and Law bore witness to this fierce duel. The diminutive Law, with his arms crossed coolly, critiqued Hawkins' combat prowess. Observing the adversary's ability to transfer damage, he felt a pang of envy. If only I possessed such a power. Would I not be able to shift the symptoms of my platinum lead disease onto another's body? Furthermore, the might of the devil fruit is truly astounding. Law tilted his head, envisioning the day he would possess a devil fruit of his own. Kuchi had promised to procure a surgical fruit for him, one that not only suited him perfectly, but was also immensely powerful. Robin gently touched the dreaming Law, finding this seemingly cold boy rather endearing when he fell silent. Especially when adorned with that spotted hat. He looked so cute. Smack. Law swatted her hand away, glaring at her. Woman, do not touch a man's head casually. It stunts growth. Robin chuckled, unable to resist teasing him. You're still just a boy, not a man yet. And the notion that touching heads stunts growth lacks scientific backing. Ridiculous. Law, provoked by her remark about not being a man, retorted fiercely. Evil woman. He shot her another disapproving glare, deciding to ignore her for the rest of the day. In stark contrast to the atmosphere between Law and Robin, Hawkins' demeanor was considerably graver. For the third time, Hawkins silently counted in his mind. Since the battle commenced, he had transferred damage 3 times. Should he deplete that last transfer, he would then have to bear the brunt of the injuries himself, and he harbored no confidence in his ability to withstand his opponent's onslaught. A lack of professionalism in battle is a grave misstep. While he was preoccupied with such concerns, Kuchi had once again teleported beside him, and upon witnessing Hawkins' renewed vigor, he couldn't help but issue a warning. Yet, a warning was merely a warning. Kuchi's actions were devoid of mercy as he unleashed another strike, as swift as thunder. Startled by the reappearance of the straw man, Hawkins quickly retreated to create distance. Just as he had begun to fret about this predicament, he realized that his last damage transfer would soon be exhausted, which rendered his expression quite unfavorable. Whoosh! Kuchi's form vanished once more from his sight, plunging him into a state of panic. Stop! He shouted, fearing that another attack would spell his doom. Swish! Having teleported behind Hawkins, Kuchi halted, retracting the blade that was poised to strike his head. What seems to be the matter? Kuchi inquired with a bemused smile, his interest piqued. Hawkins, faced with the imminent threat of decapitation, felt cold sweat trickle down his brow. He had nearly met his end, and this individual was still capable of smiling. Let us converse. Steeling himself, Hawkins released his abilities and spoke in a calm tone. Very well. Kuchi nodded, likewise retracting the powers of his swift/fruit. On the shore, the 4 of them formed a circle. Hawkins spoke while Kuchi and the others listened. My original plan was to wait a few more years before setting sail after accomplishing a certain task, but I never anticipated your arrival. Prior to this encounter, I had already foreseen that your arrival would alter the trajectory of my fate. Habitually, he produced a deck of tarot cards and began to shuffle them. Casting a glance at Kuchi, since I was already prepared to set sail, it matters not whether I do so alone or alongside you. With a companion of your caliber, my journey will undoubtedly be much safer. He did not shy away from Kuchi's invitation to join him as a pirate, a notion he had long entertained. However, there was one matter I must clarify before committing. You must be aware that my homeland was obliterated in a war, and my parents and family perished because of it. While war involves both parties and cannot be deemed purely right or wrong, the vendetta for my parents' demise is a debt I must repay. Thus, the royalty and nobility of the victorious nation in that war are my targets for vengeance. They are part of a government-aligned nation, and should I strike them down, the government will undoubtedly retaliate. I hope you are prepared for the risks that come with this path. Of course, if you harbor any fears, you are free to withdraw your invitation. Hawkins candidly articulated his thoughts, allowing Kuchi to make his own choice. After all, even among pirates, few dared to challenge a government-aligned nation. Chapter 59, The Quartet. TCH. Before Kuchi could voice his opinion, Law interjected, a mere government-aligned nation? Who could possibly be intimidated by that? If you knew what this guy has done, you might find yourself quaking in your boots. He cast a sidelong glance at Hawkins, his tone dripping with disdain. Having been with Kuchi and Robin for some time, he understood their pasts. To be frank, the troubles they had stirred up were far more significant than anything the blonde fellow had mentioned. Indeed, Kuchi shrugged, expressing his agreement with Law's perspective. Your concerns are utterly trivial. Should you wish for revenge, pursue it without hesitation. In fact, if you desire, you need not wait. I can assist you in avenging your parents in the near future. He was resolute in his decision not to abandon Hawkins. He wholeheartedly supported Hawkins' quest for vengeance. Hawkins glanced at the spirited, dark-eyed boy, then at Kuchi. Indeed, these individuals were not mere simpletons, and so he wished to probe their backgrounds. Having divulged my affairs, since we are to become allies, would you be so kind as to introduce yourselves? With Hawkins' acquiescence to join, Kuchi naturally chose not to withhold anything. Under his guidance, the three introduced themselves succinctly. Upon hearing their introductions, Hawkins was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at the trio. The backgrounds of these three were truly remarkable, each tale more thrilling than the last. A survivor from the Flevens, the sole survivor of the demon-slaying order in O'Hara. A child of the devil with a bounty of 79 million belly, and most astonishingly, Kuchi, who single-handedly vanquished the top brass of the 5 great underworld organizations in the West Blue, annihilating the World Government's Intelligence Agency, CP5, and recently eliminating 2 members of CP9. As a former noble, Hawkins was acutely aware of the implications of the situation at hand, in comparison to the tasks he was destined to undertake. This was but a trifling matter. With that in mind, he extended his hand toward Kuchi, formally expressing his desire to join their ranks. After a brief moment of contemplation, Hawkins stood and offered his hand, which Kuchi grasped firmly in return. "Welcome aboard," Kuchi declared, a sense of elation washing over him as he welcomed yet another formidable ally into their fold. His recruitment efforts had thus far unfolded with remarkable success. "What are the specifics of your abilities, and to what extent can you wield them?" Hawkins had been part of the group for several days now, and the youthful camaraderie had fostered a swift familiarity among them. Occasionally, they would congregate to discuss their respective powers. In the grand hall of their castle, Robin was preparing tea while Kuchi and Hawkins sat across from one another. Kuchi's curiosity piqued regarding Hawkins' abilities. Unable to contain his intrigue, Kuchi initiated a discussion. The nature of this power had remained shrouded in mystery prior to their encounter, with scant details provided in the original narrative. Meanwhile, the diminutive figure of Law was maneuvering a ladder, perusing various tomes on the shelves lining the walls. "My abilities are divided into 4 segments: cursing, divination, substitute, and assimilation." Hawkins elaborated, showing no hesitance to unveil his capabilities. "First, let me introduce cursing." With a flourish of his hands through the air, a deck of tarot cards materialized, cascading before him in an orderly fashion. These were no ordinary cards, but rather manifestations of his power, known as the Scarecrow cards. Initially blank, they revealed various symbols depending on the luck of the draw, with upright and reverse positions yielding distinct effects that could randomly influence both allies and adversaries during combat. The upright position signified positive effects, enhancing his prowess beyond normal limits, while the reverse position brought forth negative repercussions, often resulting in misfortune for himself or those around him. Having conveyed this much, Hawkins refrained from demonstrating the outcomes, as he had yet to master the intricacies of this ability, making it difficult to control. The potential for a negative draw was a risk he was not willing to impose on his companions. "Next is divination," he continued, still utilizing the Scarecrow cards. By arranging them randomly, he could ascertain the probabilities surrounding certain events, extending a few strands of straw from his body. The floating tarot cards shuffled themselves in midair before settling atop the straw, allowing him to predict outcomes based on their arrangement. "Can you predict the likelihood of me gathering all the historical texts?" Robin interjected, captivated by Hawkins's explanations and leaning in with eager anticipation. "No," Hawkins replied succinctly, shaking his head. "This form of divination only reveals results for events that are imminent or currently unfolding. It cannot forecast distant futures." Disappointment flickered across Robin's face, but Kuchi deemed the limitations reasonable. If there were no constraints, the ability would indeed be too extraordinary, surpassing even his own capabilities as a time traveler. Continuing with his exposition, Hawkins raised his arm, summoning several small scarecrows. "Next is my substitute ability, which allows me to touch these dolls and conceal them within others, transferring damage to them instead of myself. With further development of this ability, the number of transfers can be increased. Currently, I can manage up to 4 transfers." He cast a glance at Kuchi, recalling how this individual had previously exhausted all his transfer opportunities. Kuchi, silent and amused, acknowledged the power of Hawkins's abilities, realizing that this skill was the most combat effectively granting him additional lives, a concept that was indeed formidable. The thought of such power in the hands of top-tier fighters like Carp or Roger was beyond imagination. Lastly, Hawkins introduced assimilation. Lowering his gaze, he demonstrated as straw crept up his face, transforming him into a scarecrow. "As you can see, I can assimilate myself into a scarecrow form, which enhances my strength and overall attributes." This was currently his most potent combat form. I noticed during our previous battle that you could also assimilate your weapons. Does this mean you can assimilate not only yourself, but also other objects you come into contact with? Kuchi queried, having harbored this curiosity since their earlier confrontation. If true, Hawkins's powers would be extraordinarily potent, resembling a paramecia type with capabilities akin to a logia, save for elemental transformation, coupled with additional abilities. Upon hearing the question, Hawkins reverted to his original form and sat back down. Yes, but I cannot achieve large-scale assimilation. At this time, I can only assimilate my own weapons. He provided an answer to Kuchi's inquiry, who nodded in understanding. Is it possible for you to expand the range of your assimilation through further development? Kuchi pressed on. If so, you should dedicate time to honing this aspect of your abilities. Your powers are impressive and hold tremendous potential for growth. If you also enhance your overall strength, the power you could wield in the future would be beyond imagination. Contemplating Kuchi's suggestion, Hawkins found it indeed feasible and worth pursuing. Chapter 60. Farewell to Rob Lucci. Boom. As Hawkins pondered, a series of thunderous cannon blasts resonated from outside the castle, abruptly interrupting his thoughts. What is happening? Robin inquired, casting a questioning glance at Kuchi, who also looked up. Kuchi remained silent, his brow furrowing as he surveyed the situation outside through the castle's body. At that moment, they were navigating the open sea on a single-masted vessel, with Kuchi at the helm, directing their course toward the source of the cannon fire. A pirate ship was in pursuit of a merchant vessel, attempting to halt it with cannon fire. The merchant ship, under such duress, had slowed, allowing the pirates to close in. What should we do? The crew members aboard the ship were in a state of panic, glancing anxiously toward a specific figure on the deck, including the captain of the merchant vessel, all awaiting orders from that individual. The person they fixated upon was a cold, composed youth who remained unfazed by the unfolding chaos. Stop the ship and wait for the pirates to catch up, he commanded, his eyes devoid of emotion. A mere band of pirates was beneath his consideration. He felt no fear, believing they were merely seeking their own demise. Reflecting on the recent tribulations he had faced, the youth found a sense of frustration that could be alleviated through confrontation with these pirates. The crew of the merchant ship held unwavering faith in the youth. Upon his directive, they complied without hesitation, anchoring the vessel in place and preparing to face the approaching pirates. Ha ha ha. The pirates erupted into raucous laughter upon seeing the merchant ship come to a standstill. These fools are truly cowards. A mere show of force has rendered them immobile. Given their compliance, perhaps we might consider sparing their lives. The pirates believed that they had successfully forced the merchant ship to a halt, feeling quite pleased with the apparent compliance of their target as they maneuvered their pirate ship closer. However, Captain Buck of the pirate crew found little enthusiasm in this scene. He merely sat in a corner, indulging in his drink. Having temporarily returned from the Grand Line, he found nothing in the North Sea to pique his interest. As the distance between the two vessels diminished, and estimating that they were now within striking range, Lucci did not hesitate to unleash a powerful Renjiki. The vacuum blade surged toward the foredeck of the pirate ship, aimed directly at several unsuspecting pirates, capable of cleaving them in twain should it connect. The pirates, seasoned from their experiences in the Grand Line, swiftly recognized the incoming attack. Their eyes widened in shock, and they attempted to flee, but it was too late. Get away. At that critical moment, a massive figure, clad in layers of flesh, barreled into the path of the attack, shielding the others. The Renjiki struck him squarely in the chest, causing ripples to cascade across his corpulent form, yet it inflicted no injury. Despite his bulk, his defenses were remarkably robust. Brother Boyachino, the pirates shouted in excitement, recognizing the stout figure as their first mate. Boyachino. Now this is intriguing. Captain Buck's interest was piqued as he glanced at the opposing ship, surprised to encounter someone adept in the Navy's 6 styles here in the North Sea. He pondered whether this individual was a member of the Navy or the world government, or merely an accidental practitioner of such skills. Regardless, he felt no trepidation. He had faced many wielders of the 6 styles in the Grand Line and had bested numerous foes. Boyachino, go entertain that fellow, Buck commanded. Having concluded that since the opponent was skilled in the 6 styles, sending anyone else aboard would be futile. Only he and Boyachino could contend with such an adversary. Disdaining the thought of engaging directly, he entrusted the task to his first mate. Understood. Boyachino, ever loyal to his captain, leaped into action, his seemingly cumbersome form surprisingly agile as he covered the distance to the opposing deck in a single bound. Crash. Upon landing, the bow of the merchant ship visibly sank. Lucci gazed at this behemoth in astonishment, noting his nearly 4-meter frame, reminiscent of a sumo wrestler. Such a creature exists in the North Sea? Lucci mused. But he was even more astonished by the fact that this man could withstand his Renjiki. Realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent, he understood that the pirate ship was not crewed by mere scallywags. This was at least a top-tier individual in the North Sea, if not someone seasoned from the Grand Line. But this only heightens the thrill, Lucci thought, his gaze cold and indifferent as he welcomed the challenge. A worthy opponent would allow him to unleash his full potential, rather than resolving the encounter in a mere few exchanges, which would be rather tedious. Boom, boom. Boyachino surveyed the deck. The other pirates cowered in corners, while only the boy stood defiant before him. Recognizing that it was the boy who had unleashed the earlier Renjiki, Boyachino spread his legs in a sumo stance and struck out with a powerful palm. The force of his strike shattered the air with a whoosh. In the moment the palm approached, Lucci had already executed a swift soru, evading the attack while closing in on his opponent. Shogun, channeling all his strength, he aimed his finger at the heart concealed beneath Boyachino's layers of fat, a direct assault aimed at a vital point. Unfazed by Lucci's strike, Boyachino merely grinned, extending his other palm to block the attack. Thud, thud, thud. Lucci's finger thrusts collided with Boyachino's hand, dispersing the impact and causing ripples across his flesh. Yet it inflicted no harm. His palm was as solid as a rock. Bang! To Lucci's dismay, he was sent hurtling away by the very hand he had attacked. Crash! Lucci crashed into the ship's cabin, embedding himself in the wall. What is going on? Why is he so resilient? Extracting himself from the debris, Lucci gazed warily at Boyachino, perplexed as to how this rotund individual could endure his Renjiki and Shogun without sustaining any damage. Little brat, Boyachino sneered, seemingly aware of Lucci's confusion. Don't think that knowing a few of the Navy's 6 styles makes you invincible. You have a long way to go. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the Grand Line for over a decade, he knew that without some exceptional skills, he would have long since perished in those predatory seas. With that, Boyachino launched himself forward, his feet pounding against the deck as he soared toward Lucci. Go, Boyachino! Smash that little brat! The crew of the pirate ship cheered on their first mate, their excitement palpable. Roar! After a series of setbacks, Lucci understood that he could not afford to hold back against the oncoming bulk of Boyachino. With a primal howl, he unleashed his devil fruit ability, transforming into a leopard. Boom! Propelling himself off the ground, he pounced with ferocity, his leopard head colliding with Boyachino's abdomen, the sheer force of his assault sending Boyachino flying. Another ability user. Captain Buck observed with growing interest. The boy not only wielded the 6 styles, but was also a Zoan-type devil fruit user. This was no amateur he was facing. It seemed that Boyachino was in for a real challenge. Fully aware of the advantages bestowed by the Zoan types, Buck doubted his first mate could maintain the same ease against this newfound opponent, a smile creeping across his lips as he anticipated the unfolding spectacle. Crash! Boyachino crashed to the deck, creating a human-shaped indentation. Yet, he suffered no injury. Like a nimble fish, he sprang from the dent. Shogun. At that moment, Lucci had already closed the gap once more, transitioning from all fours to a bipedal stance as he activated his hybrid form. His muscles taut with life as he unleashed a flurry of finger thrusts upon Boyachino. With the power of the devil fruit coursing through him, his strength, speed, and explosive potential had all significantly surged, and the barrage of finger strikes quickly found their mark. Uft! No longer able to withstand the assault, Boyachino felt several punctures appear in his flesh. Realizing he could not endure any longer, he swiftly moved, evading the onslaught by several steps, escaping the range of Lucci's thrusts. How can a hefty fellow like you be so agile? Lucci inquired, his soru allowing him to seamlessly keep pace with Boyachino, intrigued by the latter's unexpected nimbleness. As many more athletically built individuals would struggle to achieve such feats. Boyachino remained silent, his palms flat and poised in a sumo stance once more. Subsequently, his hands mimicked Lucci's previous attack, unleashing a flurry of afterimages. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lucci countered with countless finger guns. The heft of the rotund Boyachino's palms was more formidable than his own body. Even in his enhanced human beast form, Lucci found himself unable to breach his defenses. Their strikes collided violently in the air, resulting in a momentary stalemate. However, this impasse was soon shattered. Unlike Boyachino, who had only his hands, Lucci possessed an advantage in his beast form. His tail emerged from between his legs. Tail finger gun. Utilizing his tail akin to a finger, he thrust upward, puncturing Boyachino's leg and creating a gaping wound, which caused Boyachino to waver unsteadily, interrupting his movements and exposing a vulnerability. Paper drawing. Seizing the opportunity, Lucci employed paper drawing to evade the now erratic attacks and close the distance between them. Life restoration paper, drawing martial body. Infusing his consciousness back into his body through life restoration, Lucy tightened his physique. The bulkiness of his beast form diminished, returning him to a more human-like size, thereby concentrating his strength. Finger gun Yellow Lotus. With precise aim at a vital point, Lucy executed a calculated strike. Multiple wounds of equal size appeared on Bojakino's body. Under the immense force of the attacks, he staggered backward, blood trailing behind him like a crimson path. In an instant, the tide of battle turned, with Lucy gaining the upper hand. Just then, a splash of liquid interrupted Lucy's assault, separating him from Bojakino. With a leap, Buck arrived on deck. His subordinate Bojakino had already been defeated. If he allowed this to continue, his first mate would not merely be injured, but could potentially lose his life at the hands of this young brat. He scrutinized Lucy from head to toe. "I'm sorry, Captain." Bojakino lay on the ground, apologizing to his captain. "No need to worry." Buck waved his hand, dismissing the matter. "You should go rest." He instructed Bojakino to retreat and recuperate. Lucy retreated a short distance. Having just witnessed the liquid that separated him from the rotund figure merging with the middle-aged man before him, it must be a power of the natural type. Such abilities, in his understanding, could only belong to the natural type. "Kid, it's time for me to play with you." After Bojakino departed, Buck regarded Lucy once more, his gaze brimming with interest. "If you happen to be with the government or the Navy, then upon your defeat, you may very well meet your end. However, if you are a rogue, I shall offer you a chance at life. Join me and become my subordinate, and you shall live." Buck contemplated the young man before him. As long as Lucy was not affiliated with the Navy or the government, recruiting him would be most advantageous, providing a formidable ally in his quest to conquer the Grand Line. Presently, Buck was displeased with having only Bojakino available, attributing his stagnation at the Sabaody archipelago to the incompetence of his crew, which hindered his progress toward the latter half of the New World. Lucy's gaze darkened, feeling irritated by the emergence of this new adversary. The implications of his words suggested that Buck had already made up his mind about Lucy, believing him incapable of being a match. This notion incensed Lucy. Who will lose is still uncertain. If you falter, I assure you, I shall send you straight to hell. Lucy's words were defiant, yet mentally, he braced himself. A suspected natural type user compelled him to remain cautious, though he had not faced one before. He was well aware of their capabilities from his time with CP9. Their defenses were impenetrable, rendering them the most formidable among the three types. Buck chuckled, recognizing that in order to win over this young man, he must first let him experience some hardship. Otherwise, his arrogance would become a nuisance. With a swift motion, Buck lunged forward, his fist clenched tightly. "Here I come." Lucy's eyes narrowed, mirroring Buck's readiness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Initially, Lucy launched probing attacks, his finger guns repeatedly striking Buck's form. Indeed, yet the outcome left Lucy deeply concerned. His strikes caused no damage, as Buck's body seemed to flow like liquid, allowing Lucy's fingers to pass through before returning to their original state. "You truly are a natural type." Lucy retreated hastily, creating distance and exclaiming, "Natural type?" Buck merely smiled calmly, his abilities not being of the natural type, yet he deemed it unnecessary to enlighten this young man. With a splash, he transformed his body into a pool of liquid, dispersing across the deck and sliding toward Lucy. Chapter 62, Drunken Fruit. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Soon, a puddle of liquid flowed beneath Lucy's feet, climbing up his legs, attempting to envelop his face. Lucy understood that he could not allow this liquid to ascend. If it reached his mouth and nose, cutting off his breath, the battle would be over. Moonwalk. Treading upon the air, Lucy floated above, shaking his body to shed the encroaching liquid. Storm foot. With a flurry of storm feet, he unleashed indiscriminate attacks upon the deck. The wooden surface was left riddled with gaping holes. However, the liquid that Buck had transformed into suffered no damage and instead recoalesced, restoring Buck to his original form. Buck raised his head, grinning at Lucy. "Don't think that just because you're up there, I can't deal with you." With a thud, Buck raised his arm, aiming at the airborne brat, his limb transforming into a mass of liquid that shot forth. With a loud smack, it struck Lucy, forcing him to stagger backward. Thud, thud, thud. A barrage of water bullets followed, relentless in their assault, leaving Lucy no time to evade. He was struck repeatedly, unable to maintain his moonwalk, and began to descend. The moment he landed on the deck, Buck's flowing form enveloped him. Trapped, Lucy found his mouth and nose sealed, suffocating him. Shave. Just before losing consciousness, he utilized Shave to teleport away. Gasping for air, he distanced himself. This is troublesome. Observing the fluidic form before him, Lucy felt a sense of helplessness he had never encountered. Every attack seemed to land harmlessly, as though striking cotton. He dared not approach again, another encounter like that. And he feared he would not escape. Scanning his surroundings, he made a resolute decision. Bang, bang, bang. Once more employing moonwalk, he ascended, unleashing storm feet not at Buck, but with the intent to destroy the ship. Since you are also a user, whatever your abilities, the sea remains your weakness. If I dismantle the vessel, leaving you with no foothold, can you maintain this form? Lucci evidently sought to achieve his ends through indirect means, unable to inflict harm upon that fellow. He devised a way to ensnare him in the depths of the ocean. Though himself an ability user, he could tread upon the air, and surely thereafter find a means of escape. Furthermore, to prevent being cast down once more, he deliberately allocated a portion of his attention to monitor the situation below. The moment his adversary launched a water projectile, he would instantaneously change his position. Such naivete. With repeated assaults failing to bring him down, Buck resolved to abandon the effort. Casting a scornful glance at Lucci's maneuvers, did he truly believe himself limited to such trivial skills? Buck's gaze fixated on Lucci, and he unleashed a wave of light. What is this? Lucci noticed the anomaly, his eyes narrowing in recognition of impending peril. Yet, the speed of the light wave was too swift. Evasion was no longer an option. Whoosh. The wave struck Lucci's form, yet wrought no corporeal damage. What is happening to me? Lucci felt his mind grow hazy, as if intoxicated and succumbing to slumber. With a resounding thud, he plummeted from the air, crashing onto the deck. Ha! Buck approached, planting his foot upon Lucci's prostrate form. Little brat, I take it you aren't feeling well. Hearing Buck's voice, Lucci lifted his gaze, but his vision gradually blurred. You have succumbed to my dissolution wave. Do not harbor hopes of recovery. Upon the final words reaching his ears, Lucci lost consciousness, collapsing on the deck. Dare to challenge me, humph. Observing the unconscious youth, Buck sneered, trampling his face. Hey, remove your foot from me. At that moment, a voice, laced with irritation, resonated from above him. Kuchi floated above, his gaze fixed upon Buck and the fallen Rob Lucci. Little did he expect to reunite with Lucci so swiftly. Floating in the air, Kuchi mused. Where did you come from, brat? Following the sound, Buck looked up to see Kuchi, a similarly youthful figure hovering above, exuding an ethereal presence. What is happening today? Encountering one peculiar child after another, it was evident that this boy, capable of levitating, was also an ability user. Hey, did you not hear me instruct you to release your foot? Observing Buck's continued foot placement on Rob Lucci's head, Kuchi's irritation escalated. In an instant, his form swelled dramatically, transforming into a colossal giant of several dozen meters. His enormous visage loomed close to Buck, startling him into retreat, yet the confines of the ship were limited. Kuchi's immense form enveloped the entire vessel, and no matter how he retreated, he remained within Kuchi's shadow. What manner of cursed ability is this? Buck scrutinized the behemoth before him, utterly perplexed. Regardless of what you are, you shall perish. Gritting his teeth, Buck resolved to act first. For in the realm of ability users, the first to strike often gains the upper hand, a lesson learned from the Grand Line. Moreover, his ability was one that, once it ensnared its target, offered no means of escape. Once more, a beam of light erupted from his eyes. Fool, to enlarge oneself to such proportions. You serve as a living target for me. With such a massive form, my light wave is guaranteed to strike true. Buck regained his composure in an instant, a smirk of arrogance crossing his features. However, his triumph was fleeting, as his expression froze momentarily. His light wave indeed struck the giant's form, yet it merely passed through, eliciting not a ripple nor any response from Kuchi. An impressive ability, but alas, it proves ineffective against my current state. Kuchi shook his head. He recognized Buck's ability, the dissolution fruit, making him a dissolution man. Aside from transforming himself into a liquid state, he could also dissolve intangible entities, ensnaring anyone hit by his dissolution wave into a profound state of intoxication, allowing him to manipulate their bodies at will. Should the effect remain unbroken for 24 hours, the victim would meet their demise. This Buck character was the primary antagonist within the narrative of Law's saga. Ironically, Law was not far off, aboard his own ship. How can this be? How can you possibly remain unscathed? Buck gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Since acquiring the dissolution fruit, he had never encountered such a circumstance, someone immune to his powers. Impossible. 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 He refused to accept this reality, relentlessly firing his powers in a futile attempt to dissolve Kuchi's spirit. Chapter 63, Soul Projection Form. Buck's frenzy failed to yield any results. No matter how he unleashed his dissolution waves, they bore no effect on Kuchi. Kuchi regarded him with derision. He was not in his corporeal form, but rather in the soul projection state granted by the ghost fruit. This meant that unless there were specific means targeting the soul, neither physical nor magical attacks could harm him. Although Buck's dissolution wave could dissolve intangible forms, it needed a physical target to operate upon. Kuchi's true form remained on a distant ship. What could Buck use to attack? Yet, while the soul projection state rendered him immune to all harm except soul-targeting methods, it did possess a weakness. While others could not touch him, he too could not make contact with any physical entities. This rendered him incapable of employing his other two abilities or physical combat. However, this did not imply a lack of offensive capability. Ghost bombs. With a snap of his fingers, countless small phantoms swirled around Kuchi, which he directed towards Buck below. In the soul projection state, he could still wield the powers of the ghost fruit, conjuring various specters. Boom. The diminutive phantoms whirled past the unconscious Rob Lucci, detonating beside Buck and reducing him to a puddle of liquid. Even if my abilities are ineffective against you, the same holds true in reverse. You cannot harm me. Gurgling. The liquid reformed into Buck, who gazed up at the looming giant with a darkened expression. Kuchi remained non-committal, while Buck's ability to dissolve himself was indeed troublesome. Akin to the elemental nature of a Logia user, it did not render him invincible. In addition to Haki and Sea Prism Stone, electric currents could also affect his corporeal form. In the original narrative, Law had utilized the Surge Fruit to harness the currents within his own body, developing a technique to incapacitate his foe. Alternatively, one could simply wear down Buck's stamina to secure victory. However, Kuchi could not employ the first three strategies. While he was aware of the training methods for Haki, he had yet to master them, nor did he possess Sea Prism Stone or the means to generate electric currents. Gradually exhausting Buck seemed a tedious task. Let us try this. It should prove effective, as this fellow is in a liquid state. After contemplating for a moment, Kuchi returned to his normal size. You have no further options, little brat. We shall cease hostilities for today, but I intend to take this one with me. Buck, misinterpreting Kuchi's actions as a sign of surrender, sneered and pointed at the fallen Rob Lucci. Though he understood that the specters drifting in the sky had come for this individual, as a pirate, he was unwilling to relinquish his spoils. At this moment, neither party could overpower the other, and he saw no reason to concede an inch. Trash. Kuchi uttered not a word in response, merely casting a disdainful glance at him. After all, he had eagerly awaited Rob Lucci's departure from the world government. And now that they had crossed paths again, would he allow a mere nuisance to take him away? With a chilling aura emanating from him, Kuchi extended his palm, communing with an unknown realm of souls. A frigid gust burst forth from his hand, causing the ambient temperature to plummet dramatically, the moisture in the air crystallizing into ice. Observing the coldness he conjured, Kuchi nodded in satisfaction. This technique was inspired by Brook. Through meditation, he had learned to channel the icy essence of the underworld, manifesting the current effect. In this world, realms such as the underworld, hell, and the netherworld indeed existed, though they were not tangible places one could reach, but rather states straddling the line between reality and illusion. What on earth? Feeling the chilling air and witnessing the frost in Kuchi's grasp, Buck's body stiffened instinctively, sensing danger emanating from his opponent. Even his soul felt an unsettling discomfort. Kuchi regarded him with a glance. Since this coldness originated from the underworld, it was inherently different from ordinary chill, possessing the capacity to not only freeze, but also inflict damage upon one's soul. With a swift motion, he lunged towards Buck. I no longer need him. He is yours. Buck shouted in alarm, opting to retreat, for he found this adversary particularly sinister and wished to avoid further conflict. However, Kuchi ignored him completely, striking forth with his palm. Before the cold even touched him, a thin layer of frost enveloped Buck's body. Get away. Increasingly anxious, Buck unleashed his abilities to the fullest, shattering the ice that encased him. He liquefied, his form taking on a faint yellow hue. As the liquid dripped onto the deck, it corroded the wood, leaving small holes in its wake. His powers allowed him not only to liquefy, but also to possess a degree of acidity. With a furious shout, he hurled the acidic solution at Kuchi. Yet, even with its corrosive properties, liquid was still liquid, and under sufficient cold, it would inevitably freeze. The moment Kuchi's icy aura made contact, the sound of freezing resonated, instantly encasing Buck in a crystalline prison. Captain, boss, on the opposing pirate ship, witnessing their captain ensnared. The first mate, Poyachino, and the rest of the crew shouted anxiously. Ignoring his injuries, Poyachino prepared to leap onto the deck to rescue his captain. Obey the emotional specter. In an instant, A phantom surged through his corpulent form, halting his advance. Eliminate them all. With that command, he unhesitatingly turned against his comrades. Poyachino, what are you doing? Ah! As screams erupted, the pirate ship devolved into a frenzy of infighting. Kuchi paid this chaos no heed. The insignificant rabble failed to capture his interest. Before him, as Buck succumbed to the icy void, Rob Lucci's drunken flush faded, though he remained unresponsive. Kuchi contemplated Buck's frozen form. Shattering it would ensure the end of this nuisance. However, after a moment's reflection, he opted to preserve him instead. The sake fruit was a formidable ability. Should he eliminate Buck, he could either transfer the essence to himself and absorb the power or witness it dissipate into rebirth. Kuchi was reluctant to absorb it, for his current abilities sufficed. And with only 4 slots remaining in his 7 stars, he wished to select his powers judiciously rather than waste them carelessly. Yet, he was equally hesitant to let it dissipate. This ability was notably potent within the Paramecia class, possessing substantial potential for development. Thus, he chose to entomb Buck in ice, leaving him in a state of limbo, contemplating whether he could later devise a method to plunder devil fruit powers from the 7 stars or acquire the Yami Yami fruit in the future, bestowing its capabilities upon his future allies. Chapter 64, Rob Lucci joins. When will this fellow awaken? In the castle's confines, Robin inquired curiously about Rob Lucci, who had lain unconscious since Kuchi brought him back. She recognized him as the CP9 member Kuchi had spared during their last encounter, seemingly holding some significance for Kuchi, who wished for him to join their ranks. How should I know? Kuchi shrugged. To uncover that mystery, we ought to consult our doctor. He cast a glance at Law. He should awaken soon. He sustained no injuries, merely succumbed to drunken slumber. What is going on? Where am I? Rob Lucci, in a daze, gradually regained consciousness, his memory lingering on the moment he lost awareness, recalling that he had succumbed to the pirate's powers. Am I aboard a pirate ship? As he pondered, something felt amiss. The voices he heard were youthful, unlike those of the crew he had encountered, and one voice struck a chord of familiarity, prompting him to open his eyes. It's you. Upon awakening, he immediately spotted Kuchi, the closest figure to him. You're awake? Kuchi inquired nonchalantly. You fell victim to that pirate's ability. It was I who rescued you. Before Rob Lucci could voice his questions, Kuchi succinctly recounted the events. You would extend kindness to save me? Why? Rob Lucci scrutinized the supposed enemy before him, perplexed as to why he would offer assistance, yet certain that there was no genuine goodwill behind it, for he always assumed the worst of others. In response to his inquiry, Kuchi remained silent, instead probing into Rob Lucci's circumstances. If my information is accurate, since our last encounter, you have been wanted by the government, correct? Are you now without a place to go? Would you consider joining us? Kuchi tentatively extended an invitation to Rob Lucci. I join you lot. At Kuchi's words, Rob Lucci's agitation flared as though he had stepped on a tail. I'm in this predicament because of you, you scoundrel. He seethed, teeth clenched, for after his misfortune, the one he despised most, apart from Spandam, was the very man before him. Join a band of criminals? You must be dreaming. Seeing his fervent reaction, Kuchi raised an eyebrow. So you yearn to return to the embrace of the world government? If that is the case, though it is regrettable, Kuchi deemed it more prudent to eliminate this obstinate individual outright. Stubbornness could only lead to misfortune. Fortunately, Rob Lucci's subsequent demeanor reassured him. Nonsense. Rob Lucci's tone turned even more fervent than when Kuchi proposed his inclusion. Who would want to return to that cesspool? Reflecting upon his own plight, he felt furious, wishing to rend the government officials to shreds. The high-ranking officials of the government, when appealing for their grievances, not only fail to investigate the truth, but also betray their own movements to Spandam, demonstrating a profound lack of judgment while harboring delusions of returning. Kuchi nodded with satisfaction. As long as Rob Lucci did not wish to rejoin the world government, he remained a good comrade, and all matters could be discussed at length. It seemed he had not yet succumbed to the complete brainwashing that awaited him in the future. Reflecting on Rob Lucci's portrayal in the original work, Kuchi felt a pang of nostalgia. Lucci had also been framed by Spandam and pursued, yet ultimately found a way back to the world government, climbing the ranks to CP0. The government indeed had a knack for brainwashing. What are your plans now? Being hunted by the government and carrying a bounty. Do you aspire to set sail as a pirate? Kuchi's subsequent remarks left Rob Lucci in silence. The truth was undeniable. He had few viable options left. As a former CP9 agent, he knew all too well that the government would never let a traitor like him escape. The path ahead could only lead to darkness, wandering through various illicit enterprises. Humph, he scoffed. Mind your own business. Even if I were to become a pirate, I would never join you. His tone was rife with defiance. Hearing this, Kuchi could not help but smile faintly. Rob Lucci, despite his cold exterior, was, in fact, a rather proud individual at heart. With this in mind, Kuchi felt no urgency to secure Lucci's agreement to join him immediately. There was ample time to cultivate their relationship, and he was confident he could eventually persuade him. Regardless, for now, you should recuperate with us and ponder my proposal. Once you've come to a decision, we can continue our discussion. Rob Lucci did not refuse this suggestion, and their conversation came to a close. Let us agree on this. Our relationship is merely one of cooperation. I will assist you when you require my aid, and likewise. You must offer your support when I encounter difficulties. I am not your subordinate. Do not issue commands lightly. After some contemplation, Rob Lucci resolved to temporarily accompany Kuchi and his crew. He needed their assistance to fend off the government's pursuit, as his current strength was still lacking. If the government sent seasoned CP9 agents like Fuzz, he would struggle to contend with them. He also believed Kuchi and his crew could benefit from his capabilities. However, he proudly insisted that their relationship remained one of cooperation rather than a master-servant dynamic. Despite Kuchi's repeated assurances that joining would make them comrades, Lucci continued to scoff. Comrades, you've stated that you intend to form a pirate crew. Will you not become the captain? If you are to be the captain, then those so-called comrades will ultimately become your subordinates. His words left Kuchi momentarily speechless, as they indeed held some merit. Even if he genuinely regarded each new member as a reliable partner rather than a disposable subordinate, once he officially established a pirate crew, the others would, in name, become his subordinates. Suit yourself. Kuchi decided not to quibble further over this issue. A cooperative relationship it would be. After all, there were still several years before he would gather enough companions to formally establish his pirate crew. As long as he maintained an overwhelming advantage in strength, he would find a way to win Lucci over in due time. Once Rob Lucci joined, Kuchi delegated the responsibility of training Law and Hawkins in the Six Powers to him. Compared to Kuchi's unorthodox methods, the formally trained Rob Lucci was far more suited to take on the role of a coach. Lucci, in turn, generously shared the training techniques he had learned during his time with CP9, leading to a rapid enhancement of their abilities. As time flowed on, 3 years passed. During this period, several significant events unfolded in the North Sea. The royal families and nobility of several neighboring nations surrounding the once white town of Fervans, as well as a kingdom that had previously waged war, were all systematically eradicated. The people of the North Sea speculated that a kingdom sought to initiate a large-scale war, resulting in a brief period of turmoil. However, as time wore on, the North Sea returned to its tranquil state, and these incidents gradually faded from memory, with no one aware of the true culprits behind the horrific acts. Additionally, during the first year of these 3 years, a remarkable event occurred in the Grand Line that sparked considerable debate in the North Sea. A fisherman named Fisher Tiger ascended the Red Line unarmed, infiltrating the residence of the Celestial Dragons in Mariehua, where he liberated all the enslaved Celestial Dragons. This audacious act sent shockwaves across the seas, as people marveled at the audacity of someone daring to challenge the authority of the Celestial Dragons, especially one so despised as a fishman. The repercussions of this incident lingered, with the government and Celestial Dragons launching extensive manhunts for the escaped slaves, and the Navy persistently pursuing Fisher Tiger. Annihilate them all. In a certain maritime region of the North Sea, the Barrels pirates had just plundered a merchant vessel. Faced with the helpless sailors, Captain Devours issued a cruel command with a wave of his hand. Father, please stop. These people can no longer resist, and your objectives are already accomplished. The cargo on this ship is secured. There is no need to kill these defenseless individuals. Drake, unable to bear his father's cruelty, clung to his leg, pleading for the innocent. He felt a deep sorrow, unable to comprehend how his father, once a Navy officer, had transformed into such a ruthless figure, growing increasingly merciless to the point that he could scarcely recognize the man he had once revered. Get away. Devours showed no signs of compassion for his son's plea. Kicking him aside, he loathed his son's display of weakness, despite possessing immense strength. He issued the decree for slaughter without hesitation. The surrounding pirates cackled in delight as they listened to the cries of despair, systematically executing the sailors. Once all the sailors were slain, the pirates indulged in their favorite pastime, gathering their spoils. The pirates excitedly stuffed their pockets with items they coveted, quickly filling their clothes to bulging capacity. Devours did not intervene, as long as the lion's share belonged to the ship. Allowing his men to pocket a few trinkets during each raid was a trivial matter, one that would motivate them to work harder. Captain, we've discovered something remarkable. A sudden exclamation broke through the revelry, as a crew member approached devours, cradling a small treasure chest in his hands. The commotion drew the attention of the other pirates, who gathered around to witness the scene. "What have you found that has you so excited? Open it and show us," urged devours, eager to see what treasure had been unearthed. Under the insistence of the crowd, the pirate holding the chest opened it, revealing a fruit adorned with an unusual heart-like pattern that caught everyone's eye. A devil fruit. The revelation sent shockwaves through the gathered pirates, as none had anticipated discovering such a coveted treasure aboard the ship. Devours, initially surprised, quickly shifted to elation. "Ha ha ha!" He erupted into hearty laughter. "You have done a tremendous deed. Who would have thought you'd find this devil fruit? We are about to strike it rich." Devours forcefully patted the shoulder of the individual who had discovered the devil fruit, swiftly seizing the fruit for himself. The crew of pirates, interpreting their captain's demeanor, surmised that he was well acquainted with the specific abilities of this devil fruit, and thus, they eagerly inquired, "Captain, do you know what abilities it possesses?" The rare sight of a devil fruit sparked intense curiosity among the pirates. "Indeed," Devours affirmed with a nod. "This particular devil fruit is known as the Ope no Mi. I was fortunate enough to have glimpsed some documents regarding it within the Navy. It bestows a remarkable ability, particularly suited for a doctor. In the past, a physician who acquired this power conducted extraordinary surgeries, achieving unprecedented medical feats, which has led to it becoming the object of every doctor's desire." Upon hearing their captain's description, the crew, initially filled with expectations of formidable power, soon found themselves disheartened, quickly losing interest. "So it's a doctor's ability? What use could that possibly have for us?" the pirates exclaimed, even the ship's sole medic, a mere novice, failing to recognize the potential utility of such a power. "Fools," Devours chastised, bringing silence back to the gathering. "While this ability may not serve us directly, there are many who covet it, including the world government. They have expended considerable effort to seek out this devil fruit. If we can establish contact with them through a mediator, I am certain they would be willing to offer a substantial price for this power. With that, we could secure our future without worry." Unlike his subordinates, Devours, though not particularly impressed by the Ope no Mi's direct utility, understood its value and the significance the world government placed upon it. His intention was to trade it to the world government in exchange for vast wealth. A few days later, at the Don Quixote family's stronghold in the North Sea, the high-ranking officer Toripole approached Don Quixote Doflamingo with a runny nose. "Oh, what does that fallen Navy officer wish to trade?" Doflamingo inquired, recalling who Devours was. "A devil fruit known as the Ope no Mi," Toripole replied, stating the item of trade. Suddenly, Doflamingo, who had been composed, sprang to his feet. "What? You say that fellow wishes to exchange what?" Doflamingo, seemingly incredulous, sought confirmation. "The Ope no Mi. He claims it is the ability every doctor dreams of," Toripole reiterated, puzzled by his master's sudden excitement. "Ha ha 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 ha." Doflamingo erupted into laughter upon receiving confirmation. "Contact him at once and inform him that we shall act as the intermediaries. I will ensure the government responds with utmost urgency." Chapter 66. The astronomical deal of 5 billion berries. The Ope no Mi has appeared. In a hall within Mariehua, the sacred land of the Red Line, the 5 elders, representing the pinnacle of world authority, convened. Among them, the bald, mustachioed elder, Saint Topman Vohalchi, spoke up. "This is the news that Don Quixote Doflamingo relayed to me after his recent contact. Ordinarily, a mere pirate like Doflamingo would not have the privilege to reach out to us directly, but he is a unique case. His former identity compels us to take notice. Currently, it rests in the possession of a pirate in the North Sea, and through Doflamingo, he wishes to trade it to our government, awaiting our terms." After sharing this information, Topman Vohalchi looked to the other 4 elders, anticipating their reactions. This deal must be secured. The first to respond was the white-haired elder, Saint J. Gorsi I Satan. "Since this ability has surfaced after our prolonged search, we cannot afford to let it slip away." The other 3 nodded in agreement. "What price should we offer?" With consensus established, Topman Vohalchi continued. "Let it be 5 billion berries. If the amount is too meager, it won't satisfy the pirate's appetite. Let us make a decisive offer that he cannot refuse, thus avoiding protracted negotiations. Moreover, this ability is worth that price." Once again, it was Saint J. Gorsi I Satan who spoke first. "The Ope no Mi is of immense importance to our government. Once awakened, the user can perform surgeries that grant eternal youth. Immortality is an irresistible temptation for anyone, and we, the highest authorities, are no exception. Although we have lived for centuries, we are not truly immortal. While it is true that the ability to perform the ageless surgery requires the fruit to be awakened, This poses no issue for our government. Perhaps awakening a devil fruit is a challenge for most, as only a select few can achieve it on the seas, but we, as the supreme authorities, can easily find individuals to awaken the power in a remarkably short time. Agreed. It is settled. The remaining elders unanimously concurred with the 5 billion berries offer. To them, berries are merely a number. Their government has never lacked funds. Thus they are entirely unconcerned about paying such an exorbitant price. Is Doflamingo a reliable intermediary? That fellow is hardly known for his honesty. After establishing the price, they began discussing further details. Among them, the golden-haired elder, Saint Shepherd T. Beato, expressed skepticism toward Doflamingo. Given his past behavior, it was evident he would not remain a passive intermediary in the upcoming deal. We cannot fully trust Doflamingo. We must also send someone to the North Sea to make direct contact with that pirate, remarked the elder with long white hair and a beard, Saint Macasmas. Then let us proceed accordingly. Deploy a squad of CP0, and simultaneously have the Navy dispatch a warship to secure this transaction, concluded the bald elder in a robe. Saint Isambelin v. Najuro. In a certain sea area of the North Sea, a small single-masted sailboat sailed quietly, clad in a white shirt, black trousers, and black shoes. Kuchi stood at the bow, admiring the scenic view of the ocean. At 17 years of age, he had grown to over 3 meters in height, possessing a tall and well-proportioned physique. Beside him stood Robin, also 17, who, aside from not yet sharing his imposing stature, bore no difference from her original portrayal at this age. Behind them, the 17-year-old Rob Lucci, 18-year-old Hawkins, and the still diminutive 13-year-old Law stood shoulder to shoulder. This voyage had a clear objective, to acquire the Ope no Mi from Diaz Barrels. Almost as soon as rumors of an unprecedented transaction in the underground world began circulating in the North Sea, Kuchi surmised that the Ope no Mi had manifested. And according to the timeline, it was indeed around this moment. Thus, Kuchi immediately embarked on the quest to trace the whereabouts of Diaz Barrels. Thanks to his vigilant observation of this individual since his arrival in the North Sea, he swiftly deduced that the last known public appearance of Barrels occurred in this very maritime expanse. Is it truly feasible? The surgery fruit has the potential to cure the platinum lead affliction that plagues my body. Among the crew, Law harbored the most intricate emotions. His life was dwindling to a mere few months, and should no remedy for his condition materialize, death would soon claim him. In fact, during this period, he had experienced an increasing frequency of fainting spells due to his illness, rendering him considerably weaker. Presently, the surgery fruit represented his solitary flicker of hope. Yet, even if it failed to cure his ailment, he could at least depart this world without regrets. With a sigh of introspection, Law found solace. Over the past 3 years, with Kuchi's assistance, he had personally avenged the royal and noble families of several neighboring nations responsible for the blockade and massacre of Fervans, thus settling the score. Should he perish now, apart from lamenting the brevity of life, he could accept this outcome. Cannot find him. Days later, Kuchi, having scoured the surrounding waters without a trace of Diaz Barrels, tilted his head in contemplation. This fellow was rather cunning. Evidently aware that the transaction of the surgery fruit would attract considerable attention, and had, therefore, taken measures to conceal himself, eliminating all witnesses to his whereabouts. The only evidence Kuchi had uncovered were the corpses of those slain by Barrels, leaving no survivors to divulge his location. This predicament was becoming increasingly troublesome. As per Kuchi's strategy, it was ideal to discreetly locate Barrels and procure the surgery fruit before the deal, then quietly depart the North Sea to evade the ensuing storm. After all, according to the original narrative, those drawn to the allure of the surgery fruit included the likes of Don Quixote Doflamingo and Vice Admiral Kizaru, with the world government likely dispatching formidable forces as well. Confronting such adversaries head-on was not a scenario Kuchi wished to witness. It would be disastrous to fail in acquiring the surgery fruit and jeopardize his own life in the process. However, with Barrels' whereabouts eluding him, he was left with no choice but to embrace the peril and adhere to the trajectory outlined in the original tale. Can you divine his location? Kuchi nurtured a final glimmer of hope, casting a glance at Hawkins, eager to ascertain whether his companion could utilize his abilities to discern Barrels' position. No. Hawkins shook his head resolutely, extinguishing Kuchi's last flicker of optimism. His powers allowed for the divination of probabilities, yet he could not pinpoint the exact location of a person or object. Chapter 67. The Four Corners Stir. On Minion Island, Kuchi, having failed to locate Diaz Barrels, discreetly landed with his companions, taking care to remain under the radar. He recalled that in the original narrative, The ultimate transaction of the surgery fruit was to take place on this very island, where the world government, the Navy, and the Don Quixote family would engage in their final contest. May the butterfly effect wrought by my arrival not alter the course of events. Upon landing, Kuchi silently prayed. Now that he had successfully located Law and brought him to his side, he remained uncertain whether events would unfold as scripted. Should the final transaction site not be on this island, he would be utterly at a loss. However, several days later, a weight lifted from his heart. Unbeknownst to him, numerous Navy surveillance ships had materialized in the surrounding waters, meticulously monitoring the island. With this revelation, Kuchi became convinced that the original course had not deviated significantly, and the transaction of the surgery fruit would indeed occur here. Are you truly certain you wish to proceed? Within the confines of the castle, Hawkins shuffled the tarot cards. Looking up to inquire of Kuchi, my divination indicates a perilous probability of 60. Only 60? Kuchi's exaggerated expression belied his disbelief. Does that not imply there exists a 40 chance our endeavor will proceed smoothly? Such a high probability compels us to take the risk. Hawkins rolled his eyes at Kuchi's reasoning, finding his thought process utterly divergent from that of a rational individual. Kuchi rose, placing a reassuring hand on Hawkins' shoulder. Fear not, I shall not engage in a reckless confrontation. Aware of Hawkins' pragmatic nature, he understood his companion's concerns regarding the multitude of formidable foes they faced. Indeed, the risks were substantial. Yet, he could not relinquish the surgery fruit. It was the very key to Law's recovery. Without it, Law would scarcely survive another 2 months, and Kuchi could not stand idly by and watch his friend perish due to a mere hint of danger. Furthermore, he did not intend to confront these powerful adversaries directly. His strategy was to arrive at the island well in advance, seize the surgery fruit from Borealis at the earliest opportunity, and retreat before the Navy, the world government, and Doflamingo could arrive. If all went according to plan, they would encounter no peril. Of course, should unforeseen circumstances arise, Kuchi was not unprepared. He was no longer the defenseless individual who had just traversed into this world. After years of training, he believed that even if he remained no match for those adversaries, he could at least ensure the safe escape of his companions. Seeing this, Hawkins nodded in agreement, refraining from further objections. With Kuchi having made a decision, it was his duty as a comrade to provide support. Days passed, and a pirate vessel sailed across the ocean. Observing the vessel's course, Rosinante felt an ominous premonition. Are we not bound for Sea Swallow Island? This direction is incorrect. He swiftly scrawled a note, presenting it to his brother, Doflamingo. Doflamingo regarded his sibling with an unmistakable chuckle. The direction is not amiss. We shall not go to Sea Swallow Island, but first to Minion Island to procure the surgery fruit. Upon hearing Doflamingo's explanation, Rosinante felt a jolt of apprehension. He had painstakingly crafted a rationale to persuade his brother to divert to Sea Swallow Island prior to the transaction of the surgery fruit, and had informed the Navy headquarters to ambush near Rubeck Island. Now, with plans altered, what was he to do? Had Doflamingo sensed something amiss? Glancing at his brother, Rosinante concealed his growing anxiety. The foremost priority was to devise a method to alert the ambushing Navy and convey Doflamingo's revised plans. As Rosinante contemplated this, he began to move toward the ship's cabin, only to be halted by Doflamingo's call. Rosinante, how about you consume the surgery fruit once it is secured? After all, you have yet to ingest a devil fruit, and partaking of the surgery fruit would grant you an impressive ability. Doflamingo's unexpected proposal caught Rosinante off guard, intensifying the unease within him. His instincts screamed that his brother had undoubtedly caught on to something. Was this a test of his loyalty? Rapidly, Rosinante scribbled a simple affirmation on the note. Truly my beloved brother. Doflamingo, having read the note, appeared exceedingly pleased with Rosinante. I am weary. I shall retire for now. Noticing his brother's seemingly improved demeanor, Rosinante wrote again. Go ahead. With a casual wave, Doflamingo graciously permitted his departure. Once Rosinante had left, Doflamingo summoned Treble to his side. Before arriving at Minion Island, keep a close watch on him. Do not allow my brother a moment of solitude. Toripole nodded knowingly, then could not restrain his curiosity. Young master, do you truly suspect Rosinante of harboring ulterior motives? Upon hearing this, Doflamingo fell silent for a while, contemplating the information from Virgo, who was embedded within the Navy. It was alarming that the Navy had obtained knowledge of his movements in advance, laying an ambush near the originally intended destination, Swayan Island, ensnaring him in a web of traps. Only a handful of his subordinates were privy to his itinerary, indicating that information had been leaked, and the plan to head to Swayan Island was indeed proposed by Rosinante, which naturally aroused suspicion. I hope it is not him, otherwise. How shall I deal with you, my dear brother? Doflamingo sighed, burdened by thoughts, for he had but this one relative left, and he truly wished that the one to betray him would not be Rosinante. Within the cabin, Rosinante returned to his quarters and firmly shut the door, preparing to use a din-din mushy to contact Dezonbe with the soundproof wall. However, a knock echoed through the door. His expression shifted to one of tension as he swiftly retracted his abilities and approached the door. Upon opening it, he found Toripole standing there. The young master has informed me that we are about to arrive at Minion Island, and that the Navy and the world government may appear at any moment, potentially posing a danger, hence I am to protect you closely. For the duration of our stay, we shall share a room until we safely arrive at Minion Island and acquire the surgery fruit. Before Rosinante could jot down any questions, Toripole preemptively provided an explanation. Yet, this clarification caused Rosinante's heart to sink. This so-called protection was evidently surveillance, and it seemed Doflamingo truly harbored doubts about him. Though anxious, he had no choice but to allow Toripole inside. Chapter 68. The acquisition of the surgery fruit. Captain, we have reached our destination. Around the same time as the Don Quixote family's vessel, another pirate ship was also making its way towards Minion Island, albeit much closer. Thus they could already glimpse the silhouette of the island. The lookout on board excitedly reported to the captain. Prepare to disembark. Diego Spirilis emerged from the cabin, igniting a wave of jubilation among the crew, who erupted in cheers. At last, they had arrived, gazing upon Minion Island. It felt as though 5 billion berries were beckoning them. Even Diego Spirilis could not maintain his composure, joining the crew in their raucous celebration. Soon, he envisioned himself free from this wretched existence, transformed into a wealthy magnate, indulging in a life of opulence. In stark contrast to the rest of the crew, Drake silently lurked in a corner, as if this entire affair had no bearing on him. Half an hour later, the pirate ship docked at the harbor. Rob Lucci, stationed at the port, immediately recognized their arrival. They are here. Upon hearing this alert, Kuchi wasted no time in making a decision. Attack. Now that the Navy, the world government, and Doflamingo had yet to arrive, it was the perfect moment for them to strike. He led the charge, followed closely by Rob Lucci and Hawkins. In an instant, the three reached Diego Spirilis and his crew. Who are you? Diego Spirilis inquired, eyeing the obviously hostile trio with caution. However, Kuchi and his companions offered no response. Phantom spirits, obey. A horde of phantoms erupted from Kuchi's body, swiftly passing through Diego Spirilis and his crew, rendering them silent as they awaited Kuchi's command. Hand over the surgery fruit. Kuchi extended his hand, and Diego Spirilis retrieved a small treasure chest from his bosom, presenting it to him. Upon opening it, the surgery fruit lay quietly within, resembling a heart. Without hesitation, Kuchi summoned Law from within the castle. Consume it. To avoid any prolonged complications, he instructed Law to ingest the devil fruit immediately. Law complied without resistance, swallowing the surgery fruit whole. Who are you? On the pirate ship, Drake remained on deck, witnessing his father and the others being subdued in an instant, his eyes widening in shock as he could not help but question. And there's another. Before Kuchi could make a move, Rob Lucci glanced up and spotted a small boy who had been overlooked, instantly teleporting towards him. Finger pistol. Without hesitation, he launched an attack. Damn it! Kuchi had not anticipated such swiftness, exclaiming in surprise. Wait, stop! Drake was one of his intended recruits. However, it was evidently too late. Rob Lucci's finger pistol struck the boy. With a thud, the attack landed on Drake's shoulder, causing blood to spurt forth as he felt a searing pain. Yet, he paid no heed to his injury. Instead, he grit his teeth and charged fiercely at the assailant. Despite being 20 years old and standing no taller than 13-year-old Law, he possessed strength that belied his stature. With a crash, he sent Rob Lucci flying. After knocking Lucci aside, Drake refused to relent, leaping forward to continue his assault. Interesting. Though Rob Lucci was momentarily taken aback by being knocked back, he noted the boy's extraordinary potential. It seemed he was born with strength far beyond that of an average person. Contemplating his opponent, he advanced to engage him in combat. With a resounding impact, their bodies collided. This time, having been forewarned, Rob Lucci remained steady, while Drake stumbled. In a flash, as Drake faltered, Lucci executed a swift kick, sending him hurtling away. Drake crashed to the ground, feeling as though his insides were in turmoil, and could not suppress a cough of blood. Such speed. Gazing at Rob Lucci, Drake realized that although he possessed considerable strength, he was utterly outmatched in speed. It dawned on him that he was not a match for his adversary. Lucci sought to continue his onslaught, but Kuchi's voice rang out. Don't dawdle. We must leave immediately. And take that fellow with us. Upon hearing this, Lucci nodded, then teleported to Drake's side, reaching out to seize him. Naturally, Drake resisted, attempting to fight back, but was subdued in mere moments. Lucci secured Drake's hands behind his back and brought him before Kuchi. "Who are you?" Drake continued to struggle, directing his inquiry at Kuchi, the apparent leader, while his gaze inadvertently flickered towards his father, who stood obediently behind Kuchi, bewildered by the method employed to render his usually volatile father so compliant. Kuchi regarded this future member of the worst generation, who was secretly a Navy undercover agent, with keen interest. "Come with us, embrace a different life. I trust you find your current situation quite unbearable. Rest assured, I shall not harm your father." Without waiting for a response, he unceremoniously cast him into the castle's spatial realm. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, he summoned a corporeal specter, which carried several individuals away from the scene. Shortly after Kuch and the others departed, the ship of the Don Quixote family arrived at the harbor of the island. As the vessel docked, Rosinante, filled with anxiety, gazed ahead, having been closely monitored by Treble throughout the journey, leaving him utterly unable to convey any intelligence. Moreover, during his time aboard the ship, he had come to learn of Doflamingo's grander scheme following his acquisition of the Ope Nomi. In stark contrast to Rosinante's distress, Doflamingo was in high spirits, eagerly anticipating the imminent possession of the Ope Nomi, which would grant him eternal life. However, upon disembarking and witnessing the despondent expressions of Devours and others, his smile abruptly faltered. What on earth is happening? He swiftly seized Devours, demanding an explanation for his dismal state. "Where's the Ope Nomi?" Gripped by Doflamingo's hand, Devours displayed no change in expression, his face ashen. "It's gone. Everything is gone. My Ope Nomi, my 5 billion berries." Upon hearing his pitiful lament, Doflamingo's countenance darkened, sensing a dire turn of events. Chapter 69, Doflamingo. After interrogating everyone present, Doflamingo pieced together the unfolding scenario. Damn it. Who could it be? Someone had outpaced him and consumed the Ope Nomi before he could seize it, igniting a fierce rage within him. "You lot. Follow the ship." After discerning the direction in which the culprits had fled, Doflamingo shot several translucent threads into the sky and instructed Treble and the others, then leaped onto the strands suspended in midair. He would not allow the Ope Nomi to slip from his grasp, even if consumed by another. He was determined to retrieve the new wielder of its powers. With a swift motion, Doflamingo propelled himself along the threads, vanishing in pursuit. Is there another force at play? Rosinante watched the direction Doflamingo had taken, furrowing his brow in concern. This was an unexpected development. Neither the Navy, the government, nor the Don Quixote family had detected anyone lurking in the shadows, and now the Ope Nomi had been intercepted. He was anxious to relay this intelligence, but Treble and the others were already urging him to board the ship, leaving him no time for contemplation or any additional actions. In a fit of anger, Doflamingo accelerated to his utmost speed. Even without mastering the Marine's 6 styles, he could achieve a speed comparable to Soru. Within mere minutes, he spotted a darkening figure ahead, upon which sat several small figures. Someone is catching up. The crew aboard the corporeal specter also became aware of his presence. Hawkins pointed behind them, alerting everyone. How is that guy running in the air as if it were solid ground? Rob Lucci turned back, his brow furrowed in confusion, unable to comprehend Doflamingo's method of flight. Kuch, however, was well aware of the mechanics, yet he found the concept absurd. How could threads bind to clouds? This was not Skypea. These clouds were composed of water vapor, devoid of any tangible substance to grasp. He reached out to touch the clouds passing by, confirming their vaporous nature, utterly intangible. However, this was not the time for his musings. Doflamingo's speed far surpassed that of their corporeal specter, and he was rapidly closing in. 6 colored threads. Without a moment's hesitation, Doflamingo launched an attack, extending nearly transparent threads from between his fingers, adopting a claw-like posture as he hurled them toward his target. Raging Foot. Rob Lucci, intrigued, unleashed a vacuum slash toward the encroaching threat before Kuch could react. Clang. However, this Raging Foot failed to sever the incoming threads. How resilient. Lucci frowned, confident that his technique could slice through steel, yet these seemingly fragile threads proved unyielding. Kuch, on the other hand, was not surprised. While Rob Lucci's Raging Foot was formidable, Doflamingo's threads were no ordinary strands, but rather the product of a devil fruit, far sturdier than the mundane. As the threads continued to surge toward them, Kuch transformed his fingers into blades, grasping backward. Blade Claw. He unleashed 5 delicate, emerald-hued vacuum blades that collided with Doflamingo's threads. Although they too failed to sever the strands, they succeeded in halting their advance. In that moment, a fleeting shadow of darkness flickered upon his blade before vanishing. You all head into the castle. I shall entertain this fellow. After intercepting Doflamingo's assault, Kuch addressed his companions. Given that Doflamingo had pursued them, a confrontation was now inevitable. Yet he felt no fear. He was no longer the weakling he had once been upon his arrival, and Doflamingo was not the same adversary he would face years hence. While the outcome of their clash remained uncertain, Kuch was far from defenseless. In truth, the only concern Kuch harbored regarding the acquisition of the devil fruit was the presence of Vice Admiral Kizaru. As long as that old hag was absent, Doflamingo alone would not rattle him. No need. In response to Kuch's suggestion, Hawkins and Rob Lucci shook their heads. As comrades, they could not allow Kuch to face such a formidable foe alone, and they were eager to witness the prowess of the renowned night demon. Seeing this, Kuch did not press further. Both of his companions were formidable in their own right, unlikely to be easily overwhelmed by the aftermath of battle. Thus, he ushered Rob into the castle. Hand over that little brat. Just as Kuch secured Rob within the castle, Doflamingo arrived on the scene. Assessing the group, he pointed a finger at Kuch and spoke imperiously. Diaz Barrels had made it abundantly clear that the one who consumed the Ope no Mi was a mere child in his teens. Of those present, only the recently ensnared child fit that description. Who do you think you are? Just because you demand it, I should comply? Kuch scoffed, bemused by Doflamingo's arrogance. What a pretentious fool. Doflamingo regarded the group with disdain. Since they refused to surrender the child willingly, he would no longer waste words. A surge of immense power radiated from him, accompanied by crackling black lightning, stirring the winds around him. He unleashed his conqueror's haki, bearing down upon them. What overwhelming force! Hawkins and Rob Lucci felt a chill run through them under the weight of Doflamingo's conqueror's haki. The gust compelled them to shield their faces with their hands, squinting against the onslaught. This was the first time they had experienced the might of conqueror's haki. Previously, they had only gleaned its nature through Kuch's descriptions. In contrast, Kuch remained unfazed. He stepped forward, standing against the overwhelming presence. In summary, regardless of the circumstances, the three individuals remained unbowed by the oppressive presence of Doflamingo's conqueror's haki, leaving him in solitude. Observing their composure, Doflamingo's expression grew more serious. It appeared they were not mere trifles. To confront his conqueror's haki with such calmness suggested they possessed a modicum of strength and audacity, which explained their audacity to seize the Ope no Mi. However, he believed that this was far from sufficient. Realizing that his haki was ineffective, Doflamingo ceased its release and vanished from sight, delivering a swift kick towards his adversary. Chapter 70. The Clash of the Celestial Night Demon. Bang! Although Doflamingo's speed surpassed that of an ordinary Soru, Kuchi accurately detected his movement and retaliated with a kick that collided with Doflamingo's. Following the dull thud, Kuchi swayed momentarily, while Doflamingo stood firmly in place. Impressive. Doflamingo noted the resilience of his retracted right leg and glanced at his opponent, having discerned through their recent clash that Kuchi possessed considerable strength. Not only in terms of power, speed, and sharpness, but the very hardness of his body felt akin to steel. Moreover, the ability to perceive his actions and respond swiftly was not merely a product of heightened sensitivity. Doflamingo harbored a suspicion that required confirmation. Step back a bit. After stabilizing his stance, Kuchi snapped his fingers, summoning a solid specter to convey his instructions to Hawkins and Rob Lucci. Without hesitation, the two nodded and stepped onto the newly emerged specter, drifting to a distance. Yomi no Kori. Once they had retreated, a wave of chilling air coiled around Kuchi's right hand, instantly freezing his arm and forming an icy gauntlet. Unlike 3 years prior, when he needed to project his soul to communicate with the realm of the dead, he could now engage with it using his corporeal form. With a punch imbued with frost, the air along its path crystallized. Chilling air? Doflamingo observed the scene with a perplexed gaze, secretly speculating about the young man's abilities. Sensing that they were far from ordinary, Shin no Shosun. Concurrently, he lifted his leg, unleashing 8 transparent threads that sliced through the air. These threads were exceedingly sharp, capable of effortlessly severing even the tallest of structures. Crack, crack, crack. The threads collided with Kuchi's fist, and in an instant, the Yomi no Kori froze them into blocks of ice, with the freezing effect spreading along the threads toward Doflamingo. In that moment, Doflamingo felt a bone-chilling cold. Not just physically, but within his very soul. Something peculiar. His extensive combat experience allowed him to instantly recognize the unusual nature of this cold. It seemed capable of inflicting harm upon the soul. He refrained from allowing the chill to directly freeze his body, quickly retaliating by kicking at Kuchi's solar plexus. Simultaneously, he severed his connection with the threads, explosively retreating to create distance. Kuchi crossed his arms to shield himself from Doflamingo's kick. Unfortunately, that fellow was far too vigilant. Glancing towards Doflamingo, Kuchi felt a pang of regret. Had he managed to freeze his opponent, his chilling aura would have certainly penetrated Doflamingo's soul, granting him a significant advantage in the ensuing battle. Having honed his ghostly fruit for 3 years, the Yomi attribute of his cold had greatly increased and could now affect the soul. Parasitic threads. From a distance, Doflamingo initiated another assault. Dozens of threads erupting from his body, descending toward Kuchi, aiming to pierce through him. Crack, 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 crack. Doflamingo's fingers twitched, and with a mechanical sound, Kuchi's body trembled, seemingly losing control as it began to rise. In truth, had he not concentrated his strength within his body to resist, he would have already succumbed to Doflamingo's control. Doflamingo's technique was quite insidious. It allowed him to manipulate his opponent's movements through threads embedded beneath their skin. Hey! Kuchi summoned all his strength and let out a cold laugh. The principle behind Doflamingo's maneuver was to draw upon his own strength to manipulate his body parts. However, in a contest of power, Kuchi was confident he would not be outmatched. Pull me. He exerted force against the direction in which the threads were tugging at him, instantly straightening the trembling threads. Crack. Intensifying his strength in his arms, Kuchi wound the threads around his limbs and then yanked them towards himself, attempting to draw Doflamingo closer. Doflamingo also exerted his full strength in his hands to resist. For a moment, both stood their ground in a stalemate. Crash! With a sharp sound, the threads snapped under the strain of their combined force, shattering the balance, and both were propelled backward by inertia. Whoosh! However, before either could fully stabilize, Kuchi surged forward, seizing the initiative to counterattack. Swish, swish. With his agile footwork, he disrupted Doflamingo's movements, swiftly arriving before him, and delivered a punch laden with frost. You little brat. Doflamingo unleashed several threads to disperse Kuchi's attack, raising his leg to kick at Kuchi's right arm. However, this time, his leg was enveloped in the dark hue of armament haki. Bang! The collision of fist and leg resonated as Kuchi's icy aura swiftly froze Doflamingo's leg, yet was thwarted by the protective haki that shielded Doflamingo's body. The aftermath of their exchange radiated outward, generating a wave of force that dispersed the clouds overhead. After the clash, both retreated, with Doflamingo shattering the ice on his leg midair. Surveying his surroundings, he instantly teleported between two clouds, reconstructing his footing with threads. The recent shockwave had displaced his original landing point. Meanwhile, Kuchi snapped his fingers, summoning a solid specter that lifted him into the air. That stings a bit. Standing atop the specter, Kuchi shook his right arm, the icy gauntlet having been shattered by Doflamingo's haki kick, nearly breaching his ironclad defenses. The attacks of Doflamingo, imbued with armament haki, were indeed formidable. Yet, you are not the only one who wields armament haki. Kuchi raised his gaze to the reappearing Doflamingo, swinging his arms as black haki enveloped them. 3 years of training had rendered him adept in the use of haki. Swish! Transforming his darkened arms into blades, he advanced, slicing forward to meet Doflamingo's incoming kick. Clang! The clash of their armament haki resonated, producing metallic sounds and igniting fiery sparks. You certainly possess haki. Doflamingo observed Kuchi's ebony arms with intrigue, rare words escaping his lips amidst the battle. Kid, what exactly are you? At that moment, he was genuinely curious about Kuchi's origins. How could someone wield haki so proficiently without being known, especially given the influence of his Don Quixote family in the North Sea, of whom he had never heard before? Take a guess. Kuchi replied with a mischievous grin, channeling his strength to send Doflamingo soaring into the air. Over the course of the past 3 years, accompanying his physical maturation, he has undergone significant transformations, rendering him utterly unrecognizable compared to his appearance during his time in the West Sea. Consequently, even those who had encountered him in the West Sea would find it exceedingly difficult to identify him by looks alone. Arrogant little brat. Don Quixote Doflamingo, upon hearing his mockery, ceased to inquire further and instead launched an unrelenting assault. Both of their attacks were imbued with haki, leading to a fierce exchange between them. Chapter 71, The Don Quixote Family. The young master is here. After half an hour of intense battle between Kuchi and Doflamingo, the Don Quixote family's pirate ship finally arrived in this maritime domain. They immediately detected their young master engaged in combat high above. The battlefield was in the sky. It seemed that only I could ascend to assist. This time, The Don Quixote family did not only dispatch Doflamingo, but also the highest-ranking officers, Toripole, representing the spade, and Diamante, representing the diamond, along with several ordinary officers under their command. Observing the battle above, the corpulent Mahabais commented. He was a user of the Tun fruit, capable of altering his own weight at will, making him the sole individual aboard who could engage in aerial combat. No need. Diamante shook his head to dissuade him. We are well aware of the young master's prowess. How could a mere handful of insignificant thieves pose any threat to him? There is no need for our assistance. Diamante held unwavering confidence in their young master, asserting that in the entirety of the North Sea, excluding that decrepit old hag from the Navy headquarters, no one could rival him. The others nodded in agreement. You should remain here and not create chaos for the young master, teased Rao-ji, who, like Mahabais, served under Diamante's squad. Amidst this fervent discussion, only Rosinante stood quietly in a corner. Diamante, Toripole, and the others paid him no heed. And he was equally disinclined to engage with them. He was increasingly certain that his undercover identity had been compromised since Doflamingo's departure. These individuals had treated him as a prisoner, providing him no opportunity for solitude. However, he was no longer anxious about relaying information. Just moments ago, when Toripole and the others arrived, they encountered a Navy surveillance ship. Although they sank it, it was likely that there were more than just that one vessel in the vicinity, meaning that the commotion here would undoubtedly be reported. Rubeck Island was not far from here, and the island, along with the locations he initially intended to lure Doflamingo to, Swan Island and Minion Island, were all situated within the same waters. Upon receiving news, Vice Admiral Kizaru would undoubtedly make her way here immediately. With these thoughts in mind, Rosinante gazed skyward, secretly hoping that Doflamingo's battle would prolong, ideally until Vice Admiral Kizaru's arrival. Below, the pirate ship of the Don Quixote family caught the attention of Rob Lucci and Hawkins, observing from above, who exchanged glances, intrigued. Kuchi can't be the only one fighting. We should contribute, as well. Hawkins remarked nonchalantly, to which Rob Lucci nodded in enthusiastic agreement. Thus, without hesitation, they leaped down, utilizing their moonwalk technique. From a distance, Rob Lucci unleashed a series of powerful kicks aimed at the ship below. Enemy attack. The members of the Don Quixote family sensed their descent, and in response to the incoming assault, Diamante stepped forward, unsheathing his long sword to strike upwards. Curiously, his sword extended continuously overhead, swiftly elongating to over 10 meters in length, and with a flick of his wrist, he dispersed Lucci's kicks entirely. Ability user? Lucci deduced. Nodding in understanding, the adversary below was no mere weakling. Snake sword. After dispersing Lucci's kicks, Diamante did not retract his sword. Instead, its blade became soft and supple like silk. The sword extended towards Lucci like a serpent, the tip poised to pierce his heart. He was a paramecia-type user of the flap fruit, able to alter the state of any touched object, allowing it to billow like a flag while maintaining its original properties. In response to the bizarre trajectory of the sword's attack, Lucci deftly extended two of his ebony fingers, catching the sword's tip before snapping it with a flick. With a resounding clang, the blade broke under his immense strength. Diamante's sword was no legendary weapon, but rather forged from ordinary steel, designed to complement his abilities while adding some heft. Now, witnessing the tip of his sword so casually severed, his expression soured considerably. Haki. He glared at Lucci's dark fingers, gritting his teeth as he uttered those words. He had not anticipated encountering someone proficient in hockey in the North Sea, especially one who appeared to be merely a young adult. Meanwhile, while Lucci and Diamante faced off, Hawkins had already teleported to the deck, pinpointing the ship's weakest member, Mahabais, and placing a hand on his shoulder. Whoa! Mahabais jolted in surprise, immediately recoiling. Something feels off. After regaining his composure, Mahabais touched his shoulder, sensing that something had been thrust into it, yet upon inspection, he found nothing amiss. Hawkins paid him no mind. In his eyes, Mahabais was no different from a corpse. Earthbound fist. Rao-ji, seeing the enemy breach the ship, immediately initiated his signature martial arts technique, striking a pose resembling the letter G as he lunged at Hawkins. Hawkins, disregarding the attack, sidestepped, causing the old man to miss entirely. His focus was now entirely on Toripole, the other top officer. Sticky chain. Toripole expelled a copious amount of thick, viscous fluid towards Hawkins. Straw blade. Hawkins drew his sword, assimilating it with straw, and slashed at the incoming slime. With a swift motion, the straw sword cleaved a fissure through the goo, but soon, more slime surged forward, filling the gap and ensnaring his sword. Sticky meteor. After locking onto his target, Toripole swung the sticky chain, using its immense inertia to fling Hawkins away, propelling him directly towards Rao Ji. Back pain style. Rao Ji had assumed a position to greet Hawkins, bending over while thrusting his hands forward in a G pose, his body trembling as if genuinely afflicted by back pain. 10-ton base. Mahabais initiated his attack simultaneously, having somehow floated into the air and adjusted his weight to 10 tons, descending upon Hawkins' location with tremendous pressure. In an instant, Hawkins was struck simultaneously by all three of them. Yet, he displayed no signs of panic. Instead, he calmly regarded the massive figure descending from above, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Bang! Clap! Boom! Hawkins' body crashed heavily onto the deck, followed by a powerful punch from Rao Ji. And finally, Mahabais' immense weight bore down upon him. Chapter 72. Instantaneous defeat of two. A piercing scream echoed across the deck. Yet it did not emanate from the heavily struck Hawkins. Instead, it was the sound of Mahabais, who lay crushed beneath him. What transpired? Torpole and Rao Ji were left in bewilderment, but before they could ponder further, a sword tip fashioned from straw erupted from beneath Mahabais' body, twisting and lunging towards Rao Ji. The suddenness of the attack left Rao Ji utterly unable to react, and the sword pierced through his chest, his eyes widening in shock. With a thud, Hawkins shoved Mahabais aside and rose to his feet, swinging the long straw sword, which had pierced both foes, towards Torpole. Observing his two comrades dangling above, Torpole abandoned his intent to retaliate with slime and swiftly evaded to the side. Thud! Mahabais and Rao Ji were forcefully slammed onto the deck, the long sword retracting from their bodies, causing them to expel copious amounts of blood. This individual's ability. Razanandi, who had been lurking on the sidelines since the onset of the battle, bore witness to the entire scene, his eyes reflecting utter astonishment as he regarded Hawkins. Subsequently, he distanced himself further from Torpole and the others, recognizing their perilous nature and harboring no desire to assist them. Rather, he hoped for a mutually destructive confrontation between them and their adversary. Damned wretch, what have you done? Torpole exclaimed, rushing forward to assess Mahabais and Rao Ji's injuries. A glance confirmed his worst fears. Although his comrades were alive, they were perilously close to death. Mahabais' bones lay shattered, while Rao Ji's chest wound, though narrowly missing his heart, had rendered his insides a mangled mess. He lifted his gaze to Hawkins, his expression filled with rage. The loss of two combatants at the outset of the conflict threatened to shatter his sanity. In response to his furious inquiry, Hawkins merely regarded him with an indifferent expression as a small straw figure emerged from his arm, disintegrating into ashes. With a sideways swing, he unleashed a strike that served as his retort. Swish! The sinuous straw sword sliced through Torpole's cloak, creating a gash that subsequently struck him. Whoosh! After the strike, Hawkins retracted his sword, only to discover that his recent attack had failed to inflict any harm. The area he had cut was slowly mending under the influence of the slime. A natural type? Hawkins's expression finally shifted. The resemblance to a natural element was unmistakable. Without hesitation, he hurled his sword once more, this time imbued with a touch of darkness. Snot-slick blade. To counter this assault, Torpole engaged in a most repulsive maneuver. Pinching his nose with one hand and expelling a massive glob of slimy mucus towards the straw sword's tip, the sight nearly broke Hawkins's composure. A clear expression of disgust crossing his features. As a person with mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies, he found it intolerable for such filth to taint his weapon. With a flick of his wrist, he infused his long sword with power, unleashing a vacuum slash that tore through the mucus bubble, creating an expanse of emptiness, allowing the straw sword to pierce Torpole's body. Stab! The sword tip penetrated Torpole's form. Yet, to Hawkins's astonishment, this strike too failed to harm the loathsome adversary. The section that had been pierced began to revert to its original state, thanks to the slime's restorative properties. How could this be? I clearly employed armament hockey. Even a natural type should not be immune to an attack imbued with hockey. Hawkins withdrew his sword, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized his opponent. This individual's abilities were undoubtedly peculiar. Useless, your attacks cannot harm me. Torpole jeered as Hawkins retracted his weapon, leaping about and taunting him. Sticky cannon, he proclaimed, secreting a copious amount of solidified slime that came crashing down. Swish! Hawkins deftly dodged the incoming blobs of slime and lunged forward, his sword aimed at Torpole, while he dashed towards his foe. This time, Torpole did not meet the attack head-on. Instead, he sidestepped and continued to unleash slime to obstruct Hawkins's advance. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang. Amidst the barrage of slime projectiles, Hawkins suddenly feigned an attack, abandoning Torpole as his target and teleporting to the defenseless Mabais and Rao Ji lying on the ground. "Get away from them, you bastard," Torpole shouted in a frenzy. Believing Hawkins intended to deliver a fatal blow to his injured comrades, he charged forward recklessly to intervene. However, Hawkins's actions took him by surprise before Torpole could reach him. Hawkins touched both grievously wounded individuals, then swiftly retreated. Hawkins' intention was not to execute the incapacitated foes, but to secure 2 layers of protection for himself. In touching them, he had implanted substitute straw figures within their bodies. Torpole, witnessing this, was left utterly perplexed, his expression one of incredulity. "You orchestrated this entire spectacle simply to touch my 2 comrades. Were it not for the battlefield, Torpole might have questioned his sanity. What a lunatic, caught in the chaos." Torpole struggled to grasp the situation, but Razanandi, observing from the sidelines, began to piece together the puzzle. He turned his gaze towards Hawkins, who had maintained a calm and rational demeanor throughout. Every action he took was undoubtedly purposeful. Strangely, he recalled the onset of the battle, where it had been Hawkins who was attacked, yet it was Mahabais who bore the brunt of the damage. Suddenly, he linked Hawkins's recent actions to that initial scene. Disregarding the curious looks from the 2 combatants, Hawkins, emboldened by the presence of 2 substitutes to absorb damage, became increasingly audacious, launching into bold assaults. To emerge victorious, he needed to unravel the secrets of his opponent's abilities. There was nothing that could evade the influence of Haki. Demon's manifestation. Upon closing the distance to Torpole, he activated his straw figure form, significantly enhancing his capabilities across the board. Bang! Torpole raised his staff, cloaked in Haki, and collided with the 5 long nails that Hawkins had unleashed. As a high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family, second only to Doflamingo himself, his prowess was formidable, and his mastery of Haki and combat skills was equally impressive. In that moment, the 2 clashed fiercely, exchanging blows with fervor. Meanwhile, at the bow of the ship, Rob Lucci and Diamante were engaged in an equally intense battle. Chapter 73, Suppressing the Don Quixote family. After his sword tip was shattered, Diamante swung his cloak, withdrawing a massive hammer, crafted from the ability of the Flap Fruit, which expanded to an enormous size upon deactivation, and hurled it towards Lucci. To bolster the hammer's durability and prevent it from breaking again, he infused it with armament Haki. Facing the hammer, which descended like a mountain, Lucci raised both hands above his head to catch it, and with a surge of strength, he sent the hammer flying. Diamante, caught off balance by the immense force, nearly stumbled to the ground. Flying finger gun. Lucci, never one to remain on the defensive, immediately retaliated with a barrage of bullet-sized shockwaves after deflecting the hammer. Bullfighter's cloak. Faced with the relentless onslaught of rain-like shockwaves, Diamante drew his cloak tightly around himself for protection. The impact of the shockwaves resonated with a piercing metallic clang against the cloak, which was crafted from steel and could serve as a shield in critical moments, its heft significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. From behind the cloak, Diamante extended a hand with his long sword, now devoid of its tip. Under the influence of his abilities, the sword transformed, twisting and coiling into the semblance of a charging bull. Gripping the hilt, he thrust forward, akin to a bull in full charge. With a swift whoosh, Lucci retreated, creating distance before unleashing a powerful kick. The Gale Foot, Stormbird technique released a vacuum slash that hurtled toward the bull-like form. The strike collided with the bull, spinning wildly and generating fierce sparks as it scraped against the steel body. The overwhelming force caused the hilt in Diamante's grasp to tremble uncontrollably, to prevent losing his grip. He was compelled to retreat further to dissipate the impact. Lucci pressed his advantage, closing in on Diamante with a series of rapid, precise strikes. His finger enveloped an armament Haki as it struck against Diamante's cloak. The immense pressure quickly caused cracks to appear in the hardened steel fabric. Realizing the dire situation, Diamante infused a considerable amount of armament Haki into the cloak to bolster its defenses. With the 6 styles, 6 King's gun, Lucci's assault raged like a tempest, once unleashed. It was unrelenting. He brought his fists together, channeling all his strength into a singular, explosive impact, a culmination of 3 years of mastery over the 6 styles. With a resounding thud, Diamante, along with his cloak, was sent hurtling backward. Even with the steel cloak reinforced by armament Haki, the penetrating force forced him to spit blood. As crimson splattered from his mouth, he crashed heavily against a mast, shattering it completely. Before he could catch his breath, Lucci was already upon him. Employing the Death Star shard, he launched several black firecrackers into the air, sending a flurry of paper debris swirling around, enveloping Lucci entirely. However, These fragments were no mere paper, but thorns made from compressed thorny balls, each studded with sharp spikes, intended to impede Lucci's advance. Lucci, however, scoffed at this ostentatious display, dismissing it as frivolous theatrics devoid of substance. Rather than waste time on such trivialities, he opted to enhance his own prowess. With the flying finger gun, he swiftly cleared the surrounding thorny balls with a shockwave before transforming into his hybrid beast form, swinging his leopard tail. With the gale foot, leopard tail, he employed his tail to execute a spiraling series of slashes, radiating outward from his center, obliterating the thorny projectiles in a shower of debris. In the aftermath of clearing the obstacles, Lucci propelled himself through the air, akin to a bolt of lightning, closing the distance toward Diamante. At that moment, Diamante felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. As a high-ranking officer of the renowned Don Quixote family, a figure capable of silencing the cries of children, he found himself cornered by an unknown adversary. With a sweeping motion of his remaining sword, he unleashed a formidable flying slash. Despite his identity as a flying ability user, he was also a skilled swordsman. However, this seemingly potent attack was of little concern to Lucci, who compressed his hybrid form using the life return, intensifying his power before unleashing a more potent vacuum slash with a kick. The Azure Slash collided with Diamante's sword energy, shattering it in an instant and leaving a dazzling spectacle in its wake. Lucci successfully closed the gap, and amidst a torrential barrage of close-range assaults, Diamante found himself struggling to defend, ultimately succumbing to the tide of battle. You must possess some extraordinary paramecia ability. Hawkins and Toripole had been locked in combat for quite some time before uncovering a fragment of each other's secrets. Toripole realized that his adversary was not the Logia type he initially presumed. Although Hawkins could recover akin to elementals, he evidently lacked the ability to manipulate his surroundings, deriving his slime solely from himself. So what? You still cannot inflict harm upon me. Toripole, unfazed by the revelation, arrogantly declared. He believed that unless one could entirely unravel the nature of his abilities, not even armament hockey could breach his defenses. Just as Toripole entertained these thoughts, Hawkins spoke, causing his expression to shift. I have yet to strike your head. I wonder if it can still remain immune to damage. Upon uttering this, Hawkins scrutinized Torpole's reaction, and upon detecting a change, he nodded and abandoned all defenses, lunging with his straw sword aimed directly at Torpole's vital point. Stay back. Toripole, unwilling to allow Hawkins the opportunity, swung his hockey-imbued staff with all his might, aiming to force Hawkins away. He was convinced that this strike would prove effective, believing his opponent would never dare expose himself to such a full-force assault. However, he was gravely mistaken. Hawkins disregarded the lethal attack, allowing the staff to collide with his face while simultaneously piercing Torpole's jaw with his straw sword. With a resounding crack, a head burst open, akin to a watermelon. But it was not Hawkins's. Rather, it was the distant, fallen Lao Ji. All the damage from Torpole's strike was redirected to him. With a splatter, Hawkins's straw sword pierced Torpole's jaw, trailing a crimson line through the air. Chapter 74. The Arrival of Vice Admiral Crane. A scream erupted as Toripole staggered backward, clutching his blood-soaked jaw, his gaze filled with terror as he looked at Hawkins. What manner of being is this, that cannot be killed? Moments later, upon witnessing Lao Ji's grim fate, realization dawned upon him. The foe was not invulnerable, but instead possessed the ability to transfer damage. This revelation filled him with regret and dismay. He had inadvertently caused the death of his comrade, Lao Ji. He could not bear the weight of this truth. Though the Don Quixote family appeared ruthless to outsiders, their internal bonds were harmonious, viewing each other as family. The agony of having slain a family member gnawed at Toripole. In stark contrast to Torpole's turmoil, Hawkins felt a tinge of regret, lamenting that his blade had only pierced the jaw instead of cleaving the head entirely. This was neither a deliberate act of mercy nor an oversight, but rather a consequence of Torpole's instinctive evasion at a critical moment, likely utilizing his observation hockey to perceive the trajectory of the attack. Contemplating this, Hawkins remained unfazed. Although unable to vanquish his opponent, one crucial fact had been established. The adversary was not truly immune to all forms of attack. At the very least, damage to a fatal area such as the head was beyond their defenses. With this knowledge, the subsequent actions became considerably more manageable. Damn it, I shall make you pay. Toripole bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury as he roared at Hawkins. However, due to the puncture in his cheek, his words emerged muffled and comical, the air escaping his mouth distorting his speech. A deluge of viscous slime gushed forth from his body, swiftly coating the entire deck. This mucus possessed a remarkable stickiness, capable of hindering movement. Avoiding contact, Hawkins utilized his moonwalk to leap into the air. With a swift motion, he brandished his straw sword to launch an attack. Due to his injuries, coupled with Hawkins having discerned his weaknesses, Toripol found himself utterly overwhelmed in the ensuing conflict. Below, his two allies formed an absolute advantage over the members of the Don Quixote family, while above, the battle between Kuchi and Doflamingo was fiercely contested. The two figures flashed through the air, colliding with thunderous sounds that echoed like distant thunder. Compared to Kuchi, Doflamingo's dual-colored haki was far more refined, particularly his armament haki, which had been honed through years of immersion, far beyond the mere 2 years Kuchi had spent mastering his haki. Consequently, Kuchi found himself at a disadvantage with each clash. However, Doflamingo's pursuit of a complete victory was not without its challenges. Kuchi's abilities were enigmatic and multifaceted, making him a formidable adversary for Doflamingo as well. Super Strike Whip. Countless fine threads coalesced in Doflamingo's palm, intertwining to form a robust whip, which he swung backward before retracting it. Sparks ignited in the air as the whip arced toward Kuchi, its sharpness so acute it seemed capable of cleaving through the very air itself. Shave. Kuchi, utilizing his observation haki, swiftly determined the trajectory of the whip's attack and executed a rapid shave to evade it. As he avoided the strike, he propelled his legs through the air in a flurry. Gale foot, chaotic blades. A barrage of vacuum slashes surged toward the whip, counteracting its force. Doflamingo furrowed his brow as his attack was thwarted once again. The opponent proved to be more troublesome than he had anticipated. The ongoing battle had yet to yield a resolution, which left him in a foul mood. He raised his hand, preparing to unleash a more ferocious assault, but suddenly halted. His gaze drawn to the sea below. A powerful and familiar aura had manifested. Kuchi's reaction was slightly slower, but he soon perceived the anomaly. His attention shifting to the oceanic expanse below. A large naval warship was rapidly approaching them. Vice Admiral Kizaru? The formidable presence emanating from the ship evoked immediate recognition in Kuchi. Only someone of her caliber from the North Sea could provoke such a profound sense of danger. This realization filled him with trepidation. Not just Kuchi, but Doflamingo too felt a sense of unease. Having been pursued by that old hag for years, he understood better than anyone the terror of the veteran marine who had survived since the era of Pirate King Roger. In the past, he would have fled without hesitation upon encountering her, but this time his gaze shifted to Kuchi, revealing an unwillingness to concede. The user of the Ope no Mi was within reach, and he was loath to abandon the fight so easily. Conversely, Kuchi harbored no such hesitation. With Vice Admiral Kizaru approaching, he made a swift decision to retreat. This was neither the time nor place to engage with such a terrifying old foe. In an instant, he vanished from Doflamingo's sight, making his way towards the Don Quixote family's pirate ship, intending to rendezvous with Rob Lucci and Hawkins to make their escape. Not so fast. Doflamingo, who had been wavering, instinctively pursued upon hearing Kuchi's intent to flee. Below, the two battlefields had already merged into one, with the Don Quixote family's pirate ship in tatters, largely submerged, leaving behind only fragments for the combatants to stand upon. Lucci and Hawkins had managed to subdue their opponents. Diamante's steel cloak lay in ruins, thoroughly shattered by Lucci, leaving him in a disheveled state. However, his predicament was not the most pressing concern. The real issue lay in his injuries, multiple fractures and internal damage, blood oozing from his features. Toripol fared little better. His coat made of slime had been torn apart, revealing his gaunt form beneath. Upon breaking through the outer shell, Hawkins suddenly comprehended why he had been unable to harm Torpol's true form, even while utilizing haki. It had all been an illusion, his attacks directed at the slime produced by Torpol's powers, hence the lack of effect. Now that the outer layer had been breached, Torpol's defensive area had expanded, and facing Hawkins, who could transfer damage, his disadvantage became increasingly apparent. With a swift motion, Hawkins repeated his previous tactic, abandoning defense as he thrust the tip of his straw sword, enveloped in armament haki, toward Torpol's heart, opting for a strategy of exchanging wounds, or even lives. Realizing the danger, Toripol hastily evaded, fully aware that the opponent could shift damage onto his allies, making such an exchange utterly unwise. In that moment, he found Hawkins' ability repugnant, provoking an internal urge to curse. His thoughts were clear, but under the relentless pressure from Hawkins, he could not afford to ignore the onslaught. Soon, he found himself cornered, with nowhere left to retreat. Chapter 75, Retreat. Damn it, you have forced my hand. Toripol shouted in rage, cornered and on the brink of being struck. The audacity of his opponent was intolerable. He raised his staff, opening its top, and a flame flickered to life. His staff was, in fact, a lighter. Die, Toripole snarled, casting the lighter to the ground, where it landed amidst his viscous slime, which was flammable. Once ignited, it would undoubtedly result in a violent explosion. He could not fathom that his opponent could continuously evade harm amidst a sea of flames. In that moment, he disregarded his own safety and that of his allies, fixated solely on eliminating the wretched foe before him. Boom! As the flame made contact with the slime, a conflagration erupted, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Toripole was thrust into the air, but before that, he had encased himself in armament haki and sent out 2 strands of slime to rescue Mob Eyes, who lay on deck fragments, and Razanandi, who was in a corner, sparing them from the inferno below. Nearby, Lucci and Diamante exhibited a remarkable synchronicity as they both ceased their attacks, deftly evading the flames. Only Hawkins, closest to the fire, had no time to react, yet. He remained unperturbed, composed in the face of danger, confident that the fire would not claim his life immediately, thus granting him ample time to respond. Yomi Yomi no Kori. Just as the flames began to spread, Kuchi's voice resonated from above, having just arrived. An icy chill enveloped him as he flung down several chunks of ice, instantly freezing everything below, abruptly halting the flames. Retreat. After extinguishing the flames, without the slightest delay, he gestured for Hawkins and Lucci to flee. As a corporeal specter erupted from his body, time was of the essence. He sensed the formidable presence aboard the warship drawing ever closer. Should they linger any longer, peril would surely ensue. Hawkins and Lucci, placing their unwavering trust in him, refrained from inquiring about the reasons and promptly abandoned their adversaries to leap onto the corporeal specter. With their companions gathered, Kuchi was poised to propel the specter swiftly away, but at that moment, Doflamingo had already arrived. Countless small, armed colored threads shot towards them, obstructing their escape. Finger guns and flying blades ensued. Kuchi and Rob Lucci each initiated a counteroffensive. Lucci transformed his fingers into blades, unleashing a barrage of miniature vacuum slashes, while Rob Lucci emitted dense waves of air from his fingertips. The 3 attacks collided mid-air, neutralizing one another. Seizing this opportunity, Kuchi urged the corporeal specter to flee at full speed. Damn it! In the next instant, Doflamingo teleported over, his countenance darkening as he glared at the retreating figures, cursing under his breath. However, he refrained from pursuing them, instead furrowing his brow as he surveyed his now-wrecked pirate ship and a few of his injured comrades. The old hag, Saru, was close on their heels, and with his ship destroyed, he needed to devise a means to escape with his companions. There was no time for confrontation. After assessing his comrades' injuries, particularly upon glimpsing the corpse of Lao Ji, Doflamingo nearly succumbed to his rage, yearning to change course and pursue those responsible for the carnage. He had always valued his comrades, considering them family. Seeing them harmed was intolerable. Yet, a flicker of reason subdued his fury, reminding him that the immediate priority was to evacuate with his injured allies. However, in the next moment, his last line was once again breached as the gravely injured Mabais suffered a sudden cardiac rupture, as if pierced by some invisible blade, dying before his eyes. It must have been that man, the one with golden hair, whose ability could transfer damage to others. Lao Ji had met the same fate. Toripole, witnessing this scene, lamented to his master, his tone rife with sorrow and unbridled anger. Very well. Doflamingo's rage morphed into a sinister grin. Hee. After this, I shall hunt you down and make you pay dearly for harming my family. His eyes crimson with fury, he clenched his fists, watching the direction Kuchi and his companions had fled. Boom. Just as he vowed vengeance against Kuchi and the others, a stroke of misfortune struck again. Saru's warship was closing in, cannon fire raining down upon them. In a fit of rage, Doflamingo unleashed his colorful threads, severing the incoming projectiles mid-air. You lot. Find a way to cobble together a small boat and escape. I will hold off the Marines. After intercepting the cannon fire, he instructed Diamante and Toripole, realizing there was no better course of action. If he did not step in to confront the old hag Saru, his remaining injured comrades would surely not escape. With that, he vanished, shooting towards the warship. Toripole and the others wasted no time, swiftly gathering materials to assemble a makeshift vessel capable of brief navigation. Meanwhile, the previously unnoticed Razanandi, observing the scene, exhibited a glint in his eye, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. On Swallow Island, neighboring Yinzi Island, Kuchi and his companions sought temporary refuge. The external situation was exceedingly tense. The Navy, the world government, and the Don Quixote family were all in pursuit of their whereabouts, fully aware that one among them had consumed the Ope Nomi. The beleaguered Don Quixote family, having suffered significant losses, was particularly eager to exact revenge. This island was relatively remote, characterized by a distinctly winter climate, perpetually blanketed in thick ice and snow. Kuchi estimated that outsiders would not discover this place in the short term. The island featured several small fishing villages and a town named Joy Town, which, having been rebuilt after a devastating pirate attack, boasted slogans promoting joy and warmth, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. The locals welcomed outsiders with open arms, displaying no signs of hostility. Kuchi rented a room in the town for himself and his companions, while next door resided a middle-aged couple with 2 young boys. Yet, the neighbors' living conditions contrasted starkly with the town's harmonious ambience. Upon arrival, Kuchi immediately heard voices laced with curses emanating from within. "You little brats. I took you in out of the kindness of my heart, and now all I ask is for you to work, yet you resist. What? You think you can freeload off me? Dream on." Amidst the venomous tirade, the 2 boys were shoved out of the house, followed closely by a portly middle-aged man. The trio, under Kuchi and his companion's silent observation, gradually moved away. Once they had departed, Kuchi exchanged a knowing glance with Rob Lucci, who immediately understood and stealthily trailed the 3. Chapter 76. The Seafarer and the Rescuer. That night, Rob Lucci returned first to their temporary lodging after shadowing the 3 neighbors. "What did you find out?" Kuchi inquired about his day's observations. Leaning casually against the table, Rob Lucci recounted his findings, with his prowess. He had followed the trio throughout the day, noting their every action without arousing suspicion. A cliché tale unfolded. The plump man next door was the uncle of one of the boys, both of whom had lost their parents in a maritime disaster and had no choice but to seek refuge with this relative. However, unbeknownst to them, the man was far from benevolent. While he had taken them in, he demanded they assist him in illicit activities, such as petty theft and extortion, which the boys clearly wished to avoid but felt compelled to comply. After finishing his account, he regarded Kuchi, awaiting his response. He was skeptical that Kuchi's interest in the trio stemmed purely from curiosity. There had to be another motive. Kuchi remained silent for a moment, contemplating his own reasons. The 2 boys next door were none other than the capable crew members from the original narrative, Chopper and Peking. Though their combat prowess was not particularly extraordinary, they possessed remarkable underwater skills, rivaling even the fishmen. Given that all his current companions, including himself, were capable users of powers, Kuchi aimed to recruit these 2 to bolster the team, ensuring that someone would be able to provide timely assistance in crisis situations. Moreover, if memory served, the furry white bear, Beepo, also resided on this island. Kuchi intended to include him in his team as well. Currently, they lacked a professional navigator, and Beepo would be an ideal candidate. Although everyone on the team possessed some navigational skills, a necessity for anyone frequently venturing out to sea, there were exceptions like Luffy, who was somewhat of a fool, and Zoro, who was directionally challenged. However, there is little that can be done. This particular skill is heavily reliant on innate talent. The members of the team are merely amateurs, and devoid of such talent, they find it utterly impossible to master it. When faced with even slightly more complex maritime regions, they can only rely on brute strength to force their way through, which is simply untenable. As they aspire to venture into the Grand Line, a realm where the absence of a proficient navigator can result in crippling stagnation, Kuchi has long harbored the desire to find an exceptional navigator. Originally, Nami seemed to be the most suitable candidate, her navigational aptitude being among the finest in the world. Alas, Nami is still quite young, merely 7 years old this year. And even if he were to establish his pirate crew formally, she would still be years away from adulthood, making it impractical for her to set sail. Below Nami, Kuchi can only recall 2 renowned navigators from the original work, Beepo and Lafitte. However, Lafitte appears in the original at the age of 39, making him 28 this year, which does not meet Kuchi's recruitment criteria. Recruiting Lafitte, whose personality and character are already firmly established, would not guarantee a harmonious alignment with the team. Thus, Beepo emerges as the most fitting choice. At 11 years old, he would be nearing adulthood by the time Kuchi officially forms his crew. Bringing him aboard now for collaboration and growth would undoubtedly yield a reliable ally in the future. With these thoughts, Kuchi turned his attention to Lucci and inquired, "What are your thoughts on those 2 boys we encountered today?" Upon hearing the question, Lucci recognized Kuchi's intention to recruit the 2 youths and pondered before replying. Their talents are mediocre at best, yet they surpass the average individual significantly. During his surveillance of the group that day, Lucci observed that both boys exhibited commendable performance in various aspects. Their skills, while not on par with his own and his companions, were nonetheless remarkably impressive compared to the average person. Their temperament also appeared satisfactory, leading Lucci to provide an objective assessment. Robin, Hawkins, and Luo, upon overhearing their discussion, gathered closer to listen. Only Drake remained solitary in a corner, detached from the conversation. Strictly speaking, he was not yet a formal member of Kuchi's crew, as he had been forcibly taken. However, apart from his initial resistance, he had not put up much of a fight since then. This arrangement allowed him to distance himself from the father he found difficult to confront, and his situation had not worsened. Moreover, within this crew, he enjoyed a newfound freedom. As Kuchi and the others imposed no restrictions on him, he could pursue whatever he wished. At that moment, he mused, "You should have already been captured by the Navy." Gazing up at the moonlit sky, Drake speculated about his father's predicament. Given that the island was surrounded by naval forces, and with the loss of the Ope no Mi, his father had lost his bargaining chip, making it highly unlikely for him to escape unscathed. In fact, he believed his father had never truly grasped the gravity of the situation. Did he genuinely think the world government would honor a deal of 50 billion berries in exchange for the fruit? How could he be assured that they would not renege once they acquired it? Compared to the formidable might of the world government, his father and his crew seemed pitifully weak. The ultimate outcome was beyond his control, leaving him with nothing but hope that the world government would uphold its promises. Drake had once tried to persuade his father, but unfortunately, his father had succumbed to overwhelming temptation, dismissing his counsel with disdain. Shaking his head to cast aside these thoughts, Drake resumed his solitary reverie in the corner. Meanwhile, Kuchi had conferred with his companions and reached a consensus to formally recruit Beppo, Shachi, and Pekin. The following morning, Shachi and Pekin ventured out, accompanied by Shachi's overweight uncle. Having tasted the fruits of their previous theft, Shachi's uncle was quite eager to spur the two into action once more. "Come on," as Shachi's uncle urged them to hurry. A boy suddenly stepped out from the neighboring house, blocking their path and calling out to them. "Someone wants to see you." Luo pointed at Shachi and Pekin. Having taken it upon himself to recruit the two boys, and had been waiting at their doorstep since early morning. "Someone wants to see us?" Shachi and Pekin were taken aback, unsure of the intentions of this neighbor who had just moved in. It was odd, considering they had never met before and had no prior interaction to speak of. "Scram, kid." In stark contrast to Shachi and Pekin's surprise, Shachi's uncle displayed irritation. Caring little for what this child wanted, and only concerned with how the delay was hindering his plans for wealth. Thus he scolded Luo sharply. His tone implied that he regarded Luo as nothing more than an insignificant brat, entirely dismissive of him. Chapter 77. The trio joins. Luo frowned at the reprimand. Without hesitation, he extended his leg and kicked, effortlessly toppling Shachi's hefty uncle to the ground. "What did you say, you fatso?" "Repeat that." Not only did Luo knock him down, but he also placed a foot on the man's chest, glaring defiantly at him. "Do you need me to help you deal with him? I know he is forcing you to do things you don't want to." Without waiting for a response, Luo turned back to Shachi and Pekin, determined to support his future comrades. "Since Kuchi has decided to recruit you too, I feel it is my responsibility to stand up for you." As he spoke, the pressure of his foot increased. The obese man beneath him let out a pained wail. Though 13-year-old Luo had not yet attained the strength of Hawkins or Lucci, he was more than capable of overpowering an ordinary person with ease. "No, that's not necessary." Observing his uncle's anguished cries, Shachi quickly waved his hands in refusal. To this point, he could hardly comprehend what was happening. This boy, seemingly younger than himself, was behaving rather inexplicably. While he felt a sense of satisfaction at his uncle's misfortune, Shachi did not wish for the man to meet his end at the hands of this strange youth. He could tell that if he consented, this peculiar individual would indeed strike with lethal intent. "All right." Seeing Shachi's reluctance, Luo stepped off and then kicked his uncle back towards the house. "Let us go. Someone wants to meet you." Following this, Luo extended his hand in an inviting gesture, deliberately adopting a courteous demeanor. Shachi and Pekin exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and followed him into the neighboring house, eager to uncover the unfolding mystery. Upon entering, they encountered the very individual at the center of it all. "Do you wish to set sail?" Kuchi inquired directly, seated across from them, extending an invitation to join his crew. Set sail? Shachi and Pekin were momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated that their neighbors sought to recruit them for such a purpose. If asked whether they wished to embark on an adventure, the answer was an unequivocal yes. At 16 and 17 years of age, they were filled with youthful vigor and dreams of freedom, a time when most boys aspired to go to sea. Furthermore, having long resented the oppression from Shachi's uncle, they had already been contemplating running away. Setting sail would allow them to break free from his grasp and finally live the life they desired, unencumbered by the weight of their current circumstances. However, Kuchi and his companions were entirely unfamiliar with these individuals, and they could not fathom their intentions. Thus, faced with this unexpected invitation, they maintained a prudent sense of rationality and vigilance, refraining from immediately agreeing to join. Instead, they hesitated, contemplating their options. Kuchi, understanding their predicament, did not rush them, allowing ample time for careful consideration. You may choose to remain with us temporarily or return next door. As for that couple, we shall ensure they are warned, guaranteeing that they will not dare to impose upon you during this period. Kuchi's words conveyed a hint of goodwill, which slightly reassured Shaki and Peijin. Relieved at the prospect of escaping Shaki's uncle's oppression, they opted not to return next door, unwilling to confront those two loathsome faces, and thus decided to stay with Kuchi and his group for the time being. On the island's reverse side lay a forest blanketed in ice and snow, home to numerous hardy creatures. Within this frosty expanse, a plump snow rabbit dashed about in a state of panic, pursued by a white bear. "You won't escape today's lunch," the bear exclaimed, a rather peculiar sight, as it chased while vocally expressing its thoughts. If anyone were to witness this, they would surely be taken aback to hear a bear speak. Could it be that the bear had attained sentience? The bear was, in fact, Beepo, and the snow rabbit he was chasing left a trail of paw prints across the snowy ground. After several minutes, the exhausted rabbit came to a halt, utterly spent. "Why have you stopped running?" Beepo inquired, catching up and playfully pawing at the rabbit's head. He could have easily caught the rabbit much earlier. His prolonged chase was merely for amusement. "You are so adorable. I truly do not wish to eat you, but alas, I am famished. Please forgive me," he murmured to himself as he deftly skinned the rabbit and prepared it for roasting over a fire. "Delicious," he exclaimed moments later, relishing a juicy rabbit leg. Just as he was savoring his meal, a large shadow loomed over him, yet Beepo remained oblivious. It was not until a hand gently caressed his smooth fur that he looked up to see a throng of unfamiliar faces before him, leaving him momentarily stunned, unaware of when they had arrived. With a sudden burst of energy, Beepo fled, clutching his roasted rabbit meat, casting a timid glance back at the strangers. Their presence made him uneasy. Although he was lively in private, he suffered from a pronounced social anxiety in the company of unfamiliar individuals. "How utterly charming," Robin remarked, a graceful smile gracing her lips as she observed the two rosy blushes on Beepo's cheeks. Her hand, still resting on his shoulder, stroked his fur once more. "Ah!" Beepo yelped in surprise, retreating a few paces. "A hand has appeared on me. What a terrifying woman." Trembling, he gazed curiously at the arm on his shoulder. Noticing his distress, Robin ceased her teasing and withdrew her ability. "Do you wish to return to your homeland?" Kuchi inquired, observing the pitiful little creature, whose bounty was as low as Chopper's in the original narrative. Beepo, initially intending to escape, paused at the question. "I do." His response was instinctual. He had departed Zou with his brother, only to be unexpectedly scattered across the North Sea. During his time here, he had constantly longed to return home. Yet the distance was far too great for an easy return. Thus, he diligently studied navigation, hoping to shorten the journey home. "If you wish to go, then accompany me." Kuchi extended an inviting hand, encouraging Beepo to join his crew. Behind him, Shaki and Peijin, having deliberated for a time, finally agreed to his invitation, ready to embark on the high seas as companions. Chapter 78, Pazalu. Roaring. The exhilaration of their inaugural voyage filled Shaki and Peijin with glee. Previously, they had only followed adults to fish in the nearby waters, never having witnessed such majestic scenery. After sailing a distance, they joyfully plunged into the sea, emitting cheerful sounds. Their swimming skills were impressive, enabling them to keep pace effortlessly alongside the vessel. Beepo, perched on the railing, watched them with envy, yearning to join in their play but held back by shyness and the awareness of his inferior swimming abilities, fearing he would be left behind. Robin, reclining on a deck chair under the sun, noticed his hesitance and playfully extended several arms to tease him. "Tickle, tickle," she laughed, prompting Beepo to roll about in delight under her playful touch. Gradually, he began to enjoy himself. Kuchi sat cross-legged at the center of the deck, his mind immersed in the internal castle where his true form was manifesting. His gaze fell upon a particular room where anguished cries emanated. A recurring event in recent days as Law utilized his surgical fruit abilities to meticulously remove the heavy metals clinging to his liver. Having recently acquired the surgical fruit, Law was unable to administer anesthesia, resulting in considerable suffering. In the training arena on the first floor, Rob Lucci and Hawkins were engaged in a fierce sparring match. The intensity palpable. Drake observed with keen interest, silently noting their various techniques and methods of exertion, preparing to learn from them. Kuchi, having noticed this scene, allowed his body to dissolve and reconstitute from the ground before Drake. Within the confines of the castle, he was akin to a deity, able to perform such feats with ease. Care to learn? Kuchi inquired, catching the glimmer of desire in Drake's eyes. Drake was the only one yet to officially join the crew, often reticent and difficult to communicate with. Seizing this opportunity, Kuchi sought to engage him more meaningfully. If you'd like to learn, I can teach you. Drake's gaze flickered with interest, yet he remained silent, casting a glance at Kuchi before retreating. Communication failed. Kuchi shrugged, expressing his mild frustration, though he did not dwell on it. Since Drake was not yet ready to converse, he resolved to allow him time to acclimate. Exiting the castle space, Kuchi gazed out at the distant sea, their destination being Reverse Mountain. After causing such a stir in the North Sea, he planned to seek refuge in other waters. In the South Sea, the Lucius Kingdom, one of the nations allied with the world government, lay in eerie silence. The streets were devoid of ordinary citizens, save for the countless soldiers on alert. Everyone remained obediently indoors, for today marked the day of collecting the heavenly gold. They had long prepared, ready to present their designated share once the officials, accompanied by armed soldiers bearing boxes, entered their homes. Those who possessed sufficient shares remain unscathed, having navigated this year in relative peace, while those who fall short of their required quota face dire consequences. For those unable to meet the heavenly tax, the officials responsible for its collection show no mercy. Those lacking the necessary currency resort to offering their possessions as substitutes, and if that is still insufficient, they must mortgage their homes, with soldiers unceremoniously casting them onto the streets. Thus, in the span of a single morning, the nation is awash in wails of despair, giving rise to a multitude of homeless and bankrupt souls. Within a slightly dilapidated house, an official accompanied by soldiers pushes open the door, revealing only a red-haired youth clad in a black jacket, a chain of iron dangling from his waist. The boy remains silent as the official begins to peruse a registration ledger, searching for information about the household. Pazalu, is it? It appears you are the sole occupant. Thus your payment amounts to 1 million berries. Upon concluding his statement, the official gazes expectantly at the boy, awaiting the payment. Not a penny. The boy replies curtly, his tone icy. The official is taken aback. It is his first encounter with someone so brazenly defiant despite their inability to pay the heavenly tax. This audacity ignites his ire, for previous defaulters have pleaded pitifully for clemency, while this boy clearly regards him with disdain. With a cold snort, the official retorts, no money? That can be resolved. We shall seize your belongings. He gestures for the soldiers to search the premises, adding, if that remains insufficient, cast this scoundrel out. However, before the soldiers can act, a gust of wind precedes a sharp crack, as several soldiers attempting to advance are repelled by a hard object. I dare you to move. Upon looking up, they see Pazalu, having unsheathed the iron chain from his waist, his gaze icy and unwavering. The earlier assault was executed with a deft flick of the chain, its metal tip striking with precision. Still dare to resist? The official barks in a fit of rage. Seize him. Pazalu's disdainful gaze shifts toward the loathsome official. With a swift motion, he lashes out with the chain once more, shattering the official's teeth. A swarm of parasites, you feast upon the blood of ordinary citizens, imposing the heavenly tax upon us while the wealthiest among you contribute nothing. Pazalu's voice rises in anger. He has long been discontented with the state of affairs. Each year, the heavenly tax claims countless lives, and his own parents fell victim to its relentless grasp. This time, unable to meet the demand, he resolved to refuse payment altogether, intent on teaching these dogs a lesson. Kill him! Kill him! The bloodied official shrieks, his sanity unraveling as he points frantically at Pazalu, commanding the soldiers. Yet, before they can respond, Pazalu whirls the chain with ferocity, sending them sprawling. He then delivers a powerful kick to the official, who is already cradling his battered mouth, and dons a backpack he had prepared in advance. His mind is set. He intends to set sail immediately, his resolve unyielding and his intentions clear. As the commotion draws soldiers from the streets, Pazalu's lips curl into a smirk. Come forth. The more, the merrier. You shall serve as a testament to my years of training, and also as a farewell to my journey upon the sea. A man's departure must be nothing short of spectacular. At 17, the spirited Pazalu charges into the street, heading towards the port with unyielding determination. Chapter 79, The Kangaroo Fruit. Gunfire erupts, a cacophony of shots ringing in the air as Pazalu nimbly evades bullets from all directions. With a sharp flick of his wrist, he sends the iron chain flying, greatly extending his reach, the metal end resembling a bird, striking his foes with lethal accuracy. Any soldier struck by the chain falls to the ground, and thus, Propelled by his innate combat prowess, Pazalu carves a path to the port, where a small vessel awaits him, a vessel he had meticulously prepared. With thoughts of freedom dancing in his mind, Pazalu strides forward to board the ship. Yet, at that moment, calamity strikes. A massive shadow looms overhead, and with a thunderous crash, a colossal figure descends from the sky. Despite the suddenness of the event, Pazalu's instincts remain sharp. In a split second, he leaps aside, narrowly avoiding the impact. He glances back to see the cobblestones shattered beneath the weight of a creature. A humanoid kangaroo? Astonished, Pazalu observes the creature, a large kangaroo with a human face, towering at least 3 to 4 meters high. Is it a Zoan-type devil fruit user? Pazalu's mind races. Only those enigmatic devil fruit powers could manifest such a being. He recalls hearing tales of a similar individual within the royal guard, though he had never encountered them until now. You little wretch, daring to disrupt the collection of the heavenly tax and injure so many of my soldiers. You think you can simply walk away? The kangaroo, now revealed to be a middle-aged man, glares at Pazalu. Today, Pazalu has cost him the lives of over 100 soldiers, his subordinates. As the captain of the kingdom's royal guard, Jacob Boone cannot allow such an affront to go unpunished. Devil fruit user or not, there are plenty like you out at sea. Today, I shall make an example of you and familiarize myself with the sensation of battling a power user. Faced with the threat, Pazalu grins, undeterred by Boone's formidable status, intrigued instead by the potential of the devil fruit's might. Arrogant little brat, Boone scoffs. Don't think that just because you possess some strength, you can disregard reality. As a power user, I exist on an entirely different plane of existence compared to you mere mortals. The superiority of his abilities, including enhanced strength, speed, and explosive power, sets him apart from ordinary beings, and Boone dismisses Pazalu's bravado with contempt. How could a mortal hope to contend with a being of extraordinary capabilities? With a crack, Boone demonstrates his prowess. His powerful hind legs propel him effortlessly into the air, soaring to a height of over 10 meters before he lunges toward Pazalu. Feel despair. Boone cackles as he descends, his speed astounding. Pazalu internally marvels at the overwhelming power of a Zoan-type user. Hearing the piercing sound of air being displaced, he knows he cannot withstand the force of the blow and leaps aside, narrowly evading the strike. Simultaneously, he hurls his chain, landing a heavy blow upon the kangaroo's form. However, it was not without its vulnerabilities. As its size increased, so did the target it presented, rendering it more susceptible to attacks. Upon witnessing his iron chain effortlessly strike its mark, Pazalu grinned. Yet, his smile quickly faltered, for the chain had struck his opponent without inflicting any harm. Boone, barely perturbed, nonchalantly grasped the chain and disdainfully remarked, "You truly believe such trivialities could harm me, endowed as I am with the formidable defenses granted by my animal form?" With that, Boone exerted his short claws, pulling Pazalu towards him via the chain. Pazalu's expression darkened as he felt the overwhelming force transmitted through the chain, leaving him no choice but to relinquish his weapon and be yanked forward. However, this did not signify Pazalu's surrender. As the distance between them diminished, he suddenly swung the segment of the chain he held, the metal moving with the agility of a serpent, swiftly ensnaring Boone. With a resounding clatter, the chain tightly bound Boone's upper body. "Little rascal, you possess some skill." Boone chuckled, managing to wriggle free despite the chain's grip, appreciating Pazalu's ingenuity. To manipulate an ordinary iron chain with such finesse speaks to your innate talent, but it is still woefully insufficient. Just as Pazalu closed the gap, Boone leaped into the air with a powerful thrust of his beastly legs. With a whoosh, he soared several meters aloft, his kangaroo fruit bestowing upon him unparalleled jumping prowess. In midair, he executed a somersault, positioning himself head down, and propelled downward with greater velocity. Like a shooting star, he struck Pazalu head-on, sending him flying. Upon landing, crimson blood trickled from the corner of Pazalu's mouth. His vitality was indeed tenacious. Quickly recovering, Pazalu stood, surprising Boone with his resilience. A mere mortal would have perished from such a blow, unable to rise again. Once more, as he wiped the blood from his lips, Pazalu's eyes ignited with fervor. Adversity only fueled his fighting spirit. With a series of agile steps, he charged at Boone, who had since extricated himself from the chain and engaged in fierce combat. Pazalu's combat skills rivaled Boone's, perhaps even surpassing them, yet Boone, as a power-based user, far excelled Pazalu in strength, defense, speed, and particularly in explosive agility. Consequently, Pazalu was repeatedly sent flying, each impact leaving him increasingly battered and bruised. Nevertheless, Pazalu remained steadfast, resembling an indomitable cockroach that could rise from any blow. his fighting spirit undiminished. Chapter 80, Rescue. Am I the animal user, or are you? The battle dragged on, and Boone, panting, glared at Pazalu, who stood bloodied yet unyielding, his frustration mounting. By all accounts, his animal form should afford him an endurance far superior to that of his opponent, yet Pazalu showed no signs of faltering. This time, I will finish you. Gritting his teeth in determination, Boone resolved to end this stalemate. He subtly patted his abdomen, where a kangaroo pouch resided. With a swift motion, he charged forward. Seeing this, Pazalu hurled the iron chain he had reclaimed. The clash of their attacks echoed in the air with a sharp crack. Seizing the moment, Boone advanced, adopting a boxing stance, his fists creating afterimages as they rained down upon Pazalu like a storm. Not this again. Pazalu's gaze sharpened. The speed and weight of Boone's punches were overwhelming, and he had suffered greatly from them before. Realizing he could not withstand the onslaught, Pazalu retreated. But Boone relentlessly pursued him, soon cornering him against the coastal edge of the port, leaving him with no escape. Glimpsing the sea behind him, Pazalu had no choice but to grit his teeth and brace himself, wrapping the chain around one arm for protection, engaging Boone in a mutual exchange of blows. With each punch from Boone, he remained vigilant, focusing intently on the trajectory of every strike to make the best possible judgments. However, in concentrating solely on Boone's fists, he inadvertently neglected other dangers, like the pouch on Boone's belly. In that moment of utmost concentration, a diminutive figure suddenly emerged from the pouch, a gnome-like creature, grinning wickedly. Wielding a short gun in one hand and a knife in the other. With a bang, the gnome fired a bullet that struck Pazalu squarely in the chest, causing a fountain of blood to erupt from the wound and momentarily halting his movements. This was undeniably a critical injury, yet it was not over. Adhering to the principle of striking while the iron was hot, the gnome leaped out of the pouch, aiming a knife at Pazalu's brow. In the face of death, Pazalu summoned his last reserves of strength to evade, though the blade merely grazed his forehead, slicing away a significant portion of flesh. Following this, Boone seized the opportunity to leap, delivering a powerful roundhouse kick to Pazalu's chest. The impact was devastating, forcing him to expel a copious amount of blood. And under the relentless barrage of lethal blows, his consciousness began to wane. His body was propelled toward the cliff's edge, plummeting into the sea below. The gnome, not yet satisfied, fired several more shots into the waters below, ensuring he watched as Pazalu was completely engulfed by the waves before ceasing his assault. A storm was brewing. On the deck, Kuchi felt the fierce winds pressing against him, his clothing clinging to his form. He gazed upwards. The once clear skies had darkened, ominous clouds gathering to herald an approaching tempest. By this time, they had been sailing in the South Sea for over 2 months, necessitating a course adjustment to evade the storm, lest their fragile vessel succumb to its might. Beppo, the navigator, assessed the storm's intensity and approached Kuchi, stating, "We must alter our course to avoid this tempest. Our ship cannot withstand such fury." "Understood. From here on, I shall follow your lead. Whatever you deem necessary, we shall execute." Kuchi nodded, recognizing the vessel's frailty and the inadequacy of its materials to endure a fierce storm. Ruffling Beppo's soft hair, he entrusted the command to the navigator. "Your leadership is crucial to our safety." Seeing Beppo's bashful demeanor, Kuchi offered words of encouragement. "Rest assured, I will guide everyone to safety, ensuring we reach calm waters." Bolstered by Kuchi's trust, Beppo felt a surge of happiness and confidently assured, "I will do my utmost to lead us all out safely." Kuchi chuckled softly. In truth, even if the ship had capsized, it would have posed no concern for him. He could effortlessly have summoned the vessel and his companions into the castle, subsequently soaring out of the storm with the aid of his corporeal specter. However, witnessing Beppo's fervor, he refrained from voicing such thoughts. He entrusted the ensuing matters to Beppo, who executed his responsibilities remarkably well, swiftly adjusting their course and lowering the sails. They managed to navigate away from the tempestuous waters just before the storm engulfed them, thereby averting the peril of capsizing. Suddenly, a figure emerged upon the surface of the sea. As the ship had just exited the storm's grasp, all gathered on deck to admire the scenery. Among them, Shachi and Penguin, with their keen eyes, pointed towards a certain direction, exclaiming loudly. Following their gestures, the crew discovered a person floating not far from their vessel. Appearing to be in dire straits, lying supine and motionless, rising and falling with the ocean's undulations. They resolved to rescue him and ascertain whether he still clung to life. Typically, during voyages, encountering such unfortunate souls warrants assistance, barring exceptional circumstances. Adhering to this principle, Kuchi voiced his intent. Without hesitation, Shachi and Penguin leapt into the water, swiftly swimming to the side of the stranded individual. He was still alive. Maintaining their balance in the water, Shachi checked for breath by gently probing the man's nose. Confirming he was indeed alive, and together with Penguin, they hoisted him back onto the ship. Once aboard, the sole medic, Law, promptly took charge, beginning to assess the man's injuries. The wounds were grave. It was evident that he had recently endured a fierce battle. Law quickly formed a conclusion, commencing treatment and exclaiming in astonishment, "This fellow possesses remarkable vitality, far surpassing that of an ordinary person." Under such injuries, a typical individual would have perished several times over. The companions gathered nearby nodded in agreement, recognizing that the man they had rescued was no ordinary individual and likely held some significance within the South Blue. However, they did not dwell too much on this. After all, they themselves were no strangers to exceptional circumstances aboard this vessel. Only Kuchi-ai reacted differently. His gaze lingered on the barely conscious figure sprawled on the deck, eyes wide with an odd mixture of surprise and intrigue. He had not anticipated that the individual they rescued would be this person. Kizaru had made a fleeting appearance in the original narrative, once leading a pirate crew into the New World, boasting a bounty of 100 million berries. However, he had been vanquished by adversaries in the New World, suffering heavy casualties, and had returned to the first half of the paradise in a state of disarray, only to encounter the hunters of the Jolly Roger, ultimately forming a brief alliance with the Straw Hat crew to defeat the hunters. What particularly struck Kuchi-ai was the coincidence of this individual sharing a moniker with the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco, known as the Phoenix. While reading the original work, he had speculated whether Marco, incensed by the similarity of their aliases, had sought to overpower Kizaru, forcing him into a panicked escape from the New World. If that were indeed the case, then Kizaru's plight was truly unfortunate.